I gasped, pushed open the door of the gymnasium equipment room, and locked it behind me. I was holding a brick covered in black blood in my hand, and my heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to explode. Outside the door, screams were heard one after another, like hell on earth. On the playground, students fled in all directions. And those mutated people were chasing them, biting and devouring them. The bloody scene made my stomach churn. Liu Yang? What happened? Why did the physical education teacher go crazy? Chen Lixia curled up in the corner, her voice trembling, her face pale, her hands tightly clenched around the corners of her clothes. Shut up and stop screaming. It will attract more monsters. I growled and tried to steady my breathing. She was so scared that she stopped making any sound, but she was still shaking all over. Then she hurriedly took out her cell phone to call the police, but she only heard a busy tone. Then an emergency notification popped up. On June 21st, 2024, a zombie virus broke out around the world, and most humans have mutated. Please close doors and windows, avoid going out, and wait for rescue. She completely collapsed, tears streaming down her face. It's over. We're dead. Stop crying. I frowned and walked to the window to look at the playground. There were corpses everywhere, blood everywhere, torn clothes and body parts scattered everywhere. Most of the students had turned into zombies, and the remaining ones had no chance of survival at all. They were surrounded, bitten, and some even had their abdomens cut open alive, with their internal organs spilling all over the floor. I took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort in my stomach, and looked around the sports equipment room. There are many things that can be used as weapons here: baseball bats, javelins, bows and arrows, barbells. But there are too many monsters outside. Even if we are armed to the teeth, it will be difficult to get out alive. What should I do? Liu Yang, you must protect me. Chen Lixia suddenly hugged my arm, her voice trembling. You are a boy and a sports student. It is your duty to protect girls. I was stunned for a moment, then sneered, haha. Now you know how to ask me for protection? But what did you do when I confessed to you? In front of the whole class, he scolded me as a poor guy with strong limbs and a simple mind, and said that I was a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. He spread my name throughout the school as a joke. What? Now that it's the end of the world, you want me to be your lifeline? Her face changed and her tone became sharp. Can you not be so stingy? It's already this time. Can't you be more generous and show some manliness? Don't use these cliches to hold me hostage. I shook her hand away, my voice cold. I saved your life. If you are not grateful, you'd better not push your luck. She was stunned, as if she didn't expect me to say that. But I didn't have time to pay attention to her anymore. I stared out the window, thinking about how to live. Being trapped here is not a solution. There are zombies everywhere outside. If I rush out rashly, I will be dead. Just when I was about to fall into despair, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Zombie virus outbreak detected. More than 80% of the world's human population mutated. The fertility and happiness system has been bound. My heart suddenly trembled, and my pupils suddenly contracted. System? I was stunned for a moment when I heard the prompt sound in my mind. System? When I was reading novels before, I often imagined that if I had a golden finger, wouldn't my life take off? But I never expected that when the end of the world came, I really got a system. But soon, I suppressed my excitement and began to think seriously about the rules of the system. A system of having many children and many blessings. Can you get rewards by having children? Are you kidding me? You're kidding me. It takes at least 10 months to give birth to a child. By that time, I'll probably be a zombie. However, the system seemed to sense my dissatisfaction and added, you only need to save the girl and make her willing to submit to the host, and you will get a reward. When the child is born, you will get an even richer reward. My eyes lit up. This made a lot more sense. Saving the girl would earn you a reward? That was a good idea. His eyes fell on Chen Lixia, who was standing beside him. She was tall with perfect curves. As the class beauty, she was the dream lover of countless boys in the school. If it were peacetime, she might have continued to enjoy the treatment of being the center of attention, but now, these things are meaningless. I was thinking about how to make her obedient. It was unrealistic to use force directly, which would only cause more trouble. I had to think of a safer way. Time passed by unknowingly, and we were trapped in the sports equipment room for a whole day. The next morning, when I woke up, I had already gotten used to the screams and rotten smells coming from all around me. Food and water were a big problem. If we didn't get out, we would die of thirst here sooner or later. Chen Lixia was awakened by thirst. Her face was pale and her lips were chapped. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes. Liu Yang, why are you looking at me? Her voice was hoarse and her face was alert. Is there any water? Is there any food? We won't be trapped here to death. I glanced at her and said calmly, if we continue to stay here, we will surely die within a few days. So, I have to rush out while I still have the strength. She was stunned, then panicked. No, you can't leave me. I sneered. Why? What good will it do me to bring you along as a burden? She gritted her teeth, as if she had thought of something, and tried to restore her former proud tone. Didn't you like me before? As long as you take me away and take good care of me, maybe. I can consider being your girlfriend. When she said this, her tone was condescending, as if she thought I would be surprised and grateful like a dog. Unfortunately, she was wrong. I sneered and said in an extremely cold tone, Liu, you don't really think you are a fairy from heaven, do you? From the moment you humiliated me in public, my love for you has completely disappeared. Her expression changed slightly, as if she didn't expect me to be so resolute. Before she could say anything else, I had packed up my equipment and prepared to leave. Liu Yang. She suddenly rushed over and grabbed my arm tightly, her voice filled with tears. Please, please take me away. I was wrong before. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I don't want to die here, please. I stopped and turned to look at her. Her eyes were full of fear, and her begging, which completely abandoned her self-esteem, was in stark contrast to her former arrogance. At this moment, she finally understood that she no longer had any qualifications to act pretentiously. I touched my chin and weighed the options in my mind. Her appearance and figure are both top-notch, and in an environment like the end of the world, having an obedient teammate is indeed a resource. Are you sure you want to surrender? I narrowed my eyes and asked slowly. She bit her lip, a trace of struggle flashed in her eyes. But soon, the fear of reality overwhelmed her psychological defenses. She nodded and said in a crying voice, Okay, I do. Instantly, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding. It is detected that the other party has voluntarily surrendered to the host. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the beautiful girl. Get a novice reward. The rewards for newbies include 1. Body enhancement 2. System scan 3. Storage space 4. Virus immunity 5. Super gene. I was stunned for a moment, then my eyes widened. 5 rewards. They didn't let me choose one, but gave them all. The system's voice sounded again. The novice rewards are the host's default gift package, all of which will be distributed. My heartbeat quickened immediately. This system, isn't it too outrageous? Looking at the reward description that popped up in my mind, I was so happy. Is this the power brought by doubling the basic attributes? I clenched my fists and felt my whole body was filled with explosive energy. My muscles seemed to be completely activated. My strength, speed, spirit, and physical strength were all improved. My whole body was filled with an unprecedented desire to fight. Now, I can blow a zombie's head off with just one punch, right? I murmured, the corners of my mouth rising unconsciously. These rewards are really great, especially the storage space. When I put the bow and arrows in with my mind and took them out of thin air, I was even more ecstatic. With this ability, I can collect a large amount of supplies. A space of 10 meters x 10 meters x 10 meters has 1,000 cubic meters, which can hold enough water to last for 10 years. Coupled with my immunity to the virus, I am not afraid of zombie infection at all, which means that even if I am injured, I will not mutate, which makes me invincible in the apocalypse. As for the super gene, I frowned and read the description carefully. Ignoring genetic barriers and able to reproduce with suitable species? What does this mean? It can't be literal, right? I glanced at the zombies outside the window, and a chill ran down my spine. Never mind. The system's reward boosted my confidence. I glanced around and put all the usable weapons in the sports equipment room into the storage space. Baseball bats, javelins, bows and arrows, and even barbell plates, leaving nothing behind. In the end times, the only resource we can use is our life. I won't be stupid enough to leave a way for others to survive. After doing all this, I turned around and looked at Liu, who was curled up in the corner. There were still tears in the corners of her eyes and her face looked aggrieved, but at this moment I no longer had any sympathy for her. Get up, let's go. I said coldly, don't act like you're wronged. She pursed her lips, did not refute, and stood up silently. I threw a javelin at her. Take it and stab it in the head when you see a zombie. I can't guarantee your safety 100%. In the apocalypse, no one can rely on others to survive. She hesitated, but nodded and gripped the javelin tightly. I walked to the window and observed the situation in the playground. It was better than yesterday, with fewer zombies, probably because there were fewer and fewer living people, but there were still 30 or 40 wandering around. Being able to run and fight, using kite tactics and killing them one by one, it's not a big problem. I took a deep breath and turned back to Liu and said, don't worry about the zombies when you rush out. Run as fast as you can. The goal is the infirmary. It's close to the cafeteria and the supermarket. It's the best place for us to get supplies. She nodded, but her face was still full of tension. I said nothing more, opened the door, and rushed out with her. In an instant, The zombies on the playground turned their heads suddenly like wild beasts smelling blood, let out low roars, and then pounced towards us frantically. Run! I drew my bow and aimed at the nearest zombie. Swoosh! The arrow instantly pierced its head. Chen Lixia was so frightened that she froze. I kicked her in the back and yelled, "What are you standing there for? Run!" She came to her senses with a scream and ran away, while I kept drawing my bow and shooting arrows. Wherever I passed, zombies fell to the ground one after another, and their corpses hit the ground one after another. Faced with more and more zombies, I soon realized that bows and arrows alone were not enough to deal with so many enemies. I decisively put the bow and arrow back into the system space, drew out the javelin, and rushed directly into the zombie group to engage in close combat. Originally, my strength was stronger than that of ordinary people, and now it is doubled. With one stab, the zombie's head was instantly pierced through, and the corpse was blown away by the huge force. The javelin in my hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Every time I swung it, it would take away a life. In just a few minutes, I had killed more than a dozen zombies. I looked back and saw that Chen Lixia had already run 100 meters away. Seeing this, I decisively gave up the fight and ran away. 18 meters per second. At this speed, he caught up with her in a few seconds. In the apocalypse, speed is the greatest asset for survival. Soon, we arrived at the infirmary. The door was open, and there were 2 zombies inside, a doctor and a nurse. I didn't waste any time. I rushed in and shot them one by one. Then I dragged the bodies out of the door and locked it. Just as we finished all this, the group of zombies that were chasing us on the playground finally arrived. But when they found that their target had disappeared, they actually stopped and stood there swaying in a daze. These zombies have no intelligence and act entirely on instinct. Once the target disappears, they will lose the ability to track. I came to the conclusion in my mind and also understood the extent of their threat. The zombies' strength and speed are only at the level of ordinary humans. They have no fighting skills and can only bite madly. For ordinary people, being scratched means death. But I am immune to the virus. These guys don't pose any fatal threat to me. With my current strength, fighting 30 zombies at the same time is not a problem. If I have a handy weapon, fighting 100 zombies is not a dream. While thinking, Chen Lixia collapsed on the ground, panting, her face pale. The mad run of just a few hundred meters had already exhausted her. Stop panting and get up to help. I glanced at her and walked straight to the medicine cabinet, putting all the medicines, saline solution, and glucose water into the storage space. In the apocalypse, medicine is a more important resource than food, and wound infection is more deadly than zombies. I tried turning on the light and found that the power was still supplying and there was water in the tap. Looking at the wind turbines outside the window, I felt a little more relieved. The wind and hydroelectric power stations will not be shut down in the short term, which means that at least for now, we can still enjoy electricity and tap water. Where's the signal? I took out my cell phone, and there was still signal. I opened the class group, and instantly 99 plus unread messages popped up. I flipped through them casually and found that they were basically all asking for help. Help! I'm hiding in the toilet of the teaching building. There are zombies everywhere outside. Who can save me? I'm on a big tree. There's a group of zombies surrounding me. I can't hold on any longer. Looking at these messages, I couldn't help but sneer. These people, usually arrogant, relying on their family's wealth, looked down on me, a poor boy who lived on part-time jobs, and even added insult to injury after I was humiliated by the class beauty. Now that the end of the world has come, they have finally tasted despair. You have finally come to this day. I ignored them and turned to think about my next move. Target, small supermarket. Now is the most critical stage of survival. Everyone has not yet recovered, which means I still have time to grab resources. With the system space, I can clear out all the supplies in the supermarket. As for the cafeteria, no, that place is too empty and there are too many zombies. It's not suitable to go in for now. I'll consider it when I'm more capable. I clicked on the system panel and checked the properties. Seeing this, I smiled slightly. Killing zombies can make you stronger? Interesting. If I clear all the zombies in the school, wouldn't I be able to gain several thousand attribute points? By then, I can crush everyone with my physical strength alone. This system is really a god-level plug-in. Thinking of this, I picked up my bow and arrow and walked to the window. There were still a dozen zombies wandering outside, and they were just sitting ducks for me. I gently pushed open the window, put an arrow on it, and took aim. Swoosh. An arrow pierced the zombie's head, and it fell to the ground. I raised the corners of my mouth slightly and continued to draw the bow. Swoosh. Another zombie fell to the ground. In less than 20 minutes, all the zombies outside had been cleared. I put down my bow and arrow, opened the door, and walked straight towards the small supermarket. Along the way, I encountered a few zombies wandering around. As soon as they saw me, they immediately let out low roars and rushed towards me like crazy. A mere few zombies are enough to make me nervous? I sneered, raised my hand to knock down two of them first, and when the remaining zombies rushed over, I raised my gun and shot them, ending the battle in an instant. Soon, I arrived at the school's small supermarket. In the supermarket, the owner at the cashier counter had already mutated, and several bodies that had been gnawed to the point of only skeletons were lying scattered on the ground, and the air was filled with a strong stench of decay. I frowned slightly and shot arrows continuously, killing a few zombies in the distance first, then raised my javelin, rushed into the supermarket, and started the massacre. In less than 5 minutes, I had cleared out all the zombies in the supermarket. We must hurry. I didn't dare to delay and quickly swept up the supplies. Rice, noodles, cooking oil, all collected. Bread, chicken legs, instant noodles, all put into the storage space. Mineral water, milk, drinks, take away. Daily necessities, medicines, take everything you can use. The storage space is simply a God-level plug-in. There is no need to organize it. You can put whatever you want in it directly and take out whatever you want with just a thought. It is a perfect warehouse in the doomsday. In less than 10 minutes, I had completely looted the small supermarket. The shelves were bare, and only the bloodstains and torn packaging bags on the ground told of what had just happened. With these supplies, we will be able to hold out for a long time. I was about to leave, but at this moment, click. A large cardboard box upside down on the ground actually moved slightly. I instantly clenched the javelin, my muscles tensed, and stared at the cardboard box vigilantly. I slowly approached it and poked it lightly with the gun. No sound. I frowned and simply opened the carton. In an instant, a petite girl curled up on the ground, holding her head with her hands, trembling all over. I was stunned. JK uniform, white knee-high socks, twin ponytails, fair and delicate skin. Isn't this Li Mingyao? She is one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school. She has a sweet look and a petite but very sexy figure. Who would have thought that she was hiding in a cardboard box in a supermarket? When she heard my voice, she trembled slightly and slowly raised her head. There were tears in the corners of her eyes and her eyelashes were wet. It was obvious that she had been crying for a long time. You are not a zombie? She choked with sobs, fear in her eyes. Whoa. I am scared to death. It's so scary. Her voice was filled with obvious fear of surviving a disaster, and as she spoke, she couldn't help crying. I sighed, thinking that this girl must have been hiding for a whole day to survive. Zombies have low IQs and can't even find a cardboard box. Are you hiding here alone? I asked. She nodded and cried. I wanted to escape, but there are zombies everywhere. I'm so scared. Can you save me? I glanced at her and said calmly, I just came here to collect supplies and I happened to meet you. But if you are willing to listen to me, I can take you with me. Surprise flashed in her eyes, and she nodded without hesitation. Yes, I will be obedient. Okay, follow me. Just like that, I took Li Mingyao back to the infirmary. Luckily, we didn't encounter any zombies on the way. As soon as I entered the door, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Killed 32 zombies this time. Obtained 3.2 attribute points. Currently available attribute points. 5 points. Haha, good harvest. Not only did he loot the entire small supermarket, he also got extra attribute points. And most importantly, he brought back a school beauty with a baby face. This operation was absolutely perfect. However, as soon as I stepped into the infirmary, I sensed a strange atmosphere. Chen Lixia stared at Li Mingyao with a complicated expression on her face. Li Mingyao, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school. She frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. I glanced at her and ignored her, sitting down and starting to organize the supplies. Hello, I'm Li Mingyao. Li Mingyao lowered her head slightly and showed a shy smile. Chen Lixia did not respond. Her face was gloomy. After a moment, she finally couldn't help it, looked at me coldly, and said in a bad tone, Liu Yang, what do you mean? I raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You said this morning that you would protect me as long as I became your woman. What about now? She sneered. I didn't see you bring much food, but you brought back a woman. Is that the only thing on your mind? I paused and looked up at her. Oh, women just like to add drama to themselves. I slowly put down the things in my hands, and my tone instantly turned cold. Who gave you the right to talk to me like this? Chen Lixia's face froze. I continued. Did you get something wrong? In this apocalypse, you were the one begging me to take you away, not me begging you to stay. She clenched her teeth and looked a little flustered. Don't talk to me like that, I said coldly. If you have any objections, you can get out now. The air froze in an instant. Chen Lixia's expression changed again and again. Finally, she lowered her head, bit her lip, and said in a wrong tone, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Humph. I snorted coldly, not wanting to bother with her anymore. Li Mingyao was stunned by this scene. She had never seen a man dare to treat Chen Lixia like this, let alone see Chen Lixia being so humble. She glanced at me secretly, with a complex look in her eyes. This man is so domineering. But at the same time, it made my heart beat faster for some reason. I casually opened the system scan and looked at Li Mingyao, and a string of information immediately appeared in my mind. I raised my eyebrows slightly. 98 for appearance? This is close to full marks, and 88 for body, probably because of the height. But a 1.5-meter tall guy can get such a high score. Tisk, it's really interesting. At this time, Li Mingyao was huddled in the corner. When she noticed that I was staring at her, her little face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Don't look at me. It makes me embarrassed. She whispered softly with a hint of shyness. Can you give me something to eat? I'm so hungry. The corners of my mouth slightly raised, and I looked at her with a half smile. Sorry, my food is only for my woman. Do you want to be my woman? She was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting me to be so direct. Although she had already sensed some thoughts from my gaze, this sentence still caught her off guard. This guy is too shameless. She had countless suitors in school, including rich second generations, academic masters, and even the son of a school leader had shown interest in her, but she rejected them all. Now, an unknown athlete asked her to be his woman? She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but couldn't. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so I said in a flat tone, no matter what you think, if you want food, you have to become my woman. I'll give you one night to think about it. If you still don't agree tomorrow morning, then leave here. This. Li Mingyao was stunned, her eyes full of grievance. We are all from the same school. Shouldn't we help each other? How could you do this? I sneered. Yeah, I help you survive, and you help me feel good. Isn't this called helping each other? You are so shameless. She widened her eyes, obviously speechless by my wrong logic. Thick-skinned? That's nothing. I spread my hands, as if it was a matter of course. In the end times, only the strong are qualified to make the rules. You are so cute and have such a good figure. Which man doesn't want to get you? Now the opportunity is in front of me. Of course I will not give up. Her face suddenly turned redder, and she bit her lip, not knowing how to refute. I was too lazy to continue this topic, so I took out 2 loaves of bread, a box of milk, and a sausage and handed them to Chun Lixia. Your food. Don't bother me after you finish eating it. Thank you, Liu Yang. Chun Lixia's eyes lit up. She happily took the food and immediately started to eat it. I was too lazy to deal with them and just lay down on the only bed in the infirmary. I took out my cell phone and casually looked through the messages in the class group. There are fewer messages asking for help, and instead, people are finding joy in misery. Yang Tiancheng. Damn, I've been trapped for more than a day. I'm dying of thirst. I just drank some of my own urine. It's a bit salty and a bit bitter. Li Ning. Luckily, I was hiding in the toilet. There was still some water in the toilet tank to drink, but I was almost going crazy with hunger, staring at my own shit, and couldn't bear to flush it away. Fuck, don't post pictures. Fuck, I'm starving. I almost vomited after seeing this. If you have the guts, live stream the food you actually eat. The information immediately exploded, and everyone criticized Li Ning, causing him to quickly withdraw the picture. At the same time, another girl's message for help also made me frown. Chen Ting. Wow, I'm so scared. The zombies outside are walking around all the time. I'm sitting on the toilet, and I dare not move. Chen Zi. I can't hold on any longer. There are more and more zombies under the tree, and they keep yelling at me. I don't know how long I can hold on. Zhouwen. If you really can't hold on, I suggest you just commit suicide. Being eaten alive by zombies is more painful than death. There was dead silence in the group, and the atmosphere became extremely depressing. However, at this moment, ding, a photo was suddenly sent out. White hands gently held 2 loaves of bread, and on the table were a sausage and a box of milk. The entire group was instantly shocked. Who the hell is this? And there's food. This photo is so infuriating. I haven't eaten for 30 hours, and you're showing off your superiority. No, this hand, is it a girl's? Her skin is so tender. Could she be some school beauty? Damn it. If she's a girl, she must have a man protecting her. The people in the group were going crazy, and the messages were endless. But I just glanced at them calmly, with the corners of my mouth slightly raised. This photo was naturally posted by Chun Lixia. She was just eating a piece of bread, and halfway through, probably to show off, she took a photo and posted it to the group, and immediately became the target of ridicule. Women just love to die. I shook my head, closed my phone, closed my eyes, and prepared to take a nap. As for Li Mingyao, does she have the courage to make a decision tonight? This has nothing to do with me. Anyway, in the end times, only the strong are qualified to make the rules. The next morning, I woke up refreshed. I looked across the room, and my sight fell on Li Mingyao in the corner. This girl who was so high and mighty in school and had been the object of pursuit by countless men probably would not even have looked at me before. But what about now? Reality is always more magical than movies. After all, movies still need to rely on logic, while reality does not need it. I got up and started to eat breakfast. Liu Yang, you're awake. Chen Lixia smiled at me and looked at me cautiously, her eyes full of expectation. Breakfast? I didn't say much, and handed her a piece of bread and a bottle of milk. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she quickly took it, saying something so sweet that it would make people sick. Thank you. Liu Yang, you are so kind. Looking at her flattering look, I couldn't help but sneer. Once upon a time, in order to pursue her, I stood under the dormitory building for an hour in the hot sun at noon, just to give her a cup of milk tea. I got soaked to the skin in the rain, just to give her an umbrella. But at that time, I was called a bootlicker. Now, a piece of bread and a bottle of milk made her burst into tears of gratitude. Oh, as expected, affection cannot keep a woman. Only tricks can win her heart. Only when a man is strong enough, women will stick to him obediently. I lowered my head to eat breakfast, opened my phone, and looked through the messages in the class group. Compared with yesterday, there were obviously fewer messages. Obviously, on the third day of the apocalypse, many people were almost unable to hold on. However, Chen Lixia sent her breakfast photo to the group, which immediately caused an uproar in the group. Wow, squad leader, come and save me. I've been trapped on the tree for 3 days. I can't hold on any longer. Damn it, I'm going crazy with hunger. Squad leader, please stop posting. The more you look at it, the hungrier I get. You have food and water, so of course you can say something sarcastic. We are starving to death. You are not willing to save people, but you show off in the group every day. What's the point? And Chen Lixia, looking at these messages asking for help, actually had a smug smile on her face. Hey woman, in the apocalypse, resources mean status. She is now well-fed and safely housed, and seeing other people starving and panicking, she naturally feels superior. She probably thought that she had already won the battle by sacrificing some dignity in exchange for safety and food. Unfortunately, she still didn't understand that in this world, the rules were made by the strong. At this time, I casually sent a message in the group. I can save you. Instantly, the group went wild. Come and save me. Liu Yang, you are my second parent. 500,000. As long as you save me, the money will be deposited immediately. Dad, I'll give you 1 million. Save me first. Liu Yang, as long as you save me, I'll be your wife. Husband, please come quickly. I am not only a wife, but also a dog. Liu Yang, you must respect your teachers. Save the teacher first. I promise to help you find a good job in the future. I laughed when I saw these people begging frantically. Once upon a time, these second-generation rich were arrogant and never looked at me, a poor guy who lived by working part-time. Now, you guys who call me dad and husband, why don't you continue to be awesome? I didn't reply and continued to eat my breakfast leisurely. But the people in the group were already going crazy. Dad, please say something. Liu Yang, please, come and save us. Husband, come quickly. Husband. Oh, the desire to survive can really make people humble themselves. I closed my phone, stood up, and started to prepare to go out. Seeing this, Chen Lixia's face changed slightly, and she immediately asked, where are you going? Are you really going to save them? It's too dangerous. Moreover, those people never looked down upon you before, and even laughed at you behind your back, saying that you were a poor, weak-minded loser. Don't be fooled. She was anxious. Of course I knew what she was thinking. If I went to save people, her special treatment would be gone, and she might even be excluded by others. She didn't want to share the food, didn't want to lose her sense of superiority, and didn't want my attention to be taken away by others. She wanted me to belong to her alone. Unfortunately, she was not qualified at all. I glanced at her and said in a cold voice, do I need to report to you what I did? Chen Lixia's face froze. Her body trembled slightly. She lowered her head and whispered, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Humph. I snorted coldly, not wanting to bother with her anymore, and just pushed the door open and walked out. The end of the world has just begun. I walked out of the infirmary, raised my hand, took out the bow and arrow from the system space, and held it in my hand. The target this time was clear, Shenzi. She had been trapped on the tree for 3 whole days, without food or water, and could fall down at any time and become food for the zombies. In comparison, Chen Ting, who was trapped in the toilet, at least had water and was safe for the time being, so she could wait a little longer. In the apocalypse, save the most dangerous ones first. Along the way, I was lucky and didn't encounter any zombies. Soon, I arrived at the open space outside the teaching building, and sure enough, under a big tree, there were more than 40 zombies gathered. They bared their teeth, opened their mouths full of black blood, growled at the tree, stretched out their hands, and kept scratching the tree trunk, leaving deep marks on the bark with their nails. But these idiots couldn't even climb a tree, so they could only stare blankly and circle around the tree trunk. I hid behind a big tree and pulled the bowstring. Swoosh. An arrow shot out and accurately pierced the head of a zombie. Its body stiffened for a moment and then fell to the ground. However, the zombies around me didn't react at all. I was happy in my heart. The IQ of these zombies was just like a novice village. With the help of the system, I was like a fish in water in this doomsday. Whoosh. The second zombie fell to the ground. Chun-Zi, who was on the tree, was curled up on the branch, hugging the trunk tightly. When she heard the noise, she couldn't help but look down, and her eyes suddenly widened. Half of the zombies under the tree had fallen. She quickly took out her phone, took a photo with shaking hands, and sent it to the class group. Oh my God, these zombies suddenly fell down. Is God seeing things? The group chat went wild. Zoom in and see. There's an arrow on the head of every zombie. Someone is saving you. Fuck, is that Liu Yang? Husband, is that you? Keep shooting, don't stop. I love you. I didn't have the energy to see what people in the group were arguing about, and continued to concentrate on drawing the bow. A few minutes later, the last zombie fell to the ground. In front of the teaching building, there was a dead silence, and the ground was filled with zombie corpses. Done. Chun-Zi, who was on the tree, was shaking with excitement. She immediately took a photo of the zombies scattered all over the ground and excitedly sent it to the group. Ha ha ha, they're all dead. My husband is so awesome. Come and save me. My legs are numb and I can't get down. The others in the group were envious. Dad, come and save me. You shoot the arrows so well. Hubby, don't forget about me. Come to the ladies' room and save me. Dad, I'll give you 1 million. Save me first. I was too lazy to pay attention to them, so I walked straight to the tree and looked up at the girl on the branch. Her face was pale and her lips were chapped. Obviously, she was dehydrated, but her eyes were filled with ecstasy of surviving the disaster. Come down, I said calmly. The zombies have been cleared. Chun-Zi bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, my legs are numb and I can't climb down. Just jump. I spread my hands. I'll catch you. She hesitated for a moment and asked nervously, can you catch me? It's so hot. Trust me. Chun-Zi took a deep breath, mustered up the courage and jumped down. I sank slightly, and then caught her steadily. The girl in my arms had a slender figure, but her waist and hip curves were extremely amazing. She leaned tightly in my arms, her face slightly flushed, her breathing rapid, and she seemed to have not yet recovered from the shock of surviving the disaster. Baji. She kissed me on the face unexpectedly, her cheeks blushing and eyes twinkling. Honey, thank you for saving me. I love you so much. I raised my eyebrows and the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Interesting. I took out a bottle of water and a piece of bread from the system space and handed them to Chun-Zi. Replenish your energy first. I'm going to save Chun-Ting next. Follow me. Don't make any noise, and listen to me. Chun-Zi nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of admiration. She had curled up in the tree for 3 days and had already attributed her survival to the hero sent from heaven. Before the end of the world, she might not even look at me, but now, the trust and dependence in her eyes are beyond words. Yes, I will be obedient. Seeing that she was so well behaved, I didn't say anything more and took her quietly to the women's restroom on the first floor. I easily killed the few zombies along the way. Soon, we arrived at the toilet door. I gripped the javelin tightly and kicked the door open. The room was filled with a foul stench and several female zombies were wandering around inside. Puff. I shot them one by one, quickly taking care of them, and then checked the compartments one by one. The second compartment had a locked door. Is anyone there? I knocked on the door in a low voice. I'm here to save you. All the zombies have been cleared out. The door lock popped open with a click, and through the crack in the door, a pair of eyes as clear as obsidian looked at me vigilantly. I recognized those eyes. Li Mange. The door slowly opened, revealing a cold and delicate face. One of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, the coldest one. She looked even more disheveled than I had imagined, with a pale face and chapped lips, but her aura was still hard to ignore. Is the disaster over? Her voice was low and hoarse. I shook my head. The end of the world has come. No one can save you except me. She was stunned for a moment, then nodded, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. I didn't say anything more and continued to look for Chun-Ting. Chun-Ting. Upon hearing my voice, the door was immediately pulled open and a figure rushed out. Husband. I raised my hand reflexively, and Chun-Ting rushed directly into my arms, hugged me tightly, her eyes red, and her voice trembling with excitement. You're finally here. That's great, really great. Li Mange stood aside, her eyes slightly changed, watching this scene with a complicated expression. At first, she thought it was a touching scene of lovers reuniting in the last days, and was even moved. Now it seems, something seems to be wrong. This scene is very much like the rescue plan of a time management master. I didn't have time to care about these things. I pushed Qinting away and said in a deep voice, "Don't be too happy too soon. The danger has not been resolved yet. Let's leave here first." She nodded quickly, wiped her tears, and left with Li Mange and me. When passing by, Qinting suddenly stopped and pointed at the men's restroom. Li Ning seems to be trapped in there. I said, lightly, then walked straight past and continued walking forward without looking back. Qinting was stunned for a moment, but reacted quickly and revealed a meaningful smile. It's better not to save him. Whether Li Ning can survive or not has nothing to do with me. The addition of 2 new survivors made the atmosphere in the infirmary more subtle. Especially Qinting and Qinzi. The moment they entered the room and saw Chen Lixia, the expressions on their faces instantly became strange. "Oh, Monitor, I'm glad to see you at last," Qinzi said indifferently. "We thought we would have to watch you enjoying yourself on the phone." Qinting agreed. "Thanks to Liu Yang. Otherwise we would have starved to death." The smile on Chen Lixia's face froze for a moment, and she tried to remain calm and said, "Haha, we are all classmates. Of course I hope you are safe." She smiled awkwardly, her eyes flickering, revealing a hint of uneasiness, because she knew in her heart that everyone in the group had seen her sitting and watching classmates suffer face. But she didn't dare to offend Liu Yang. After all, she could survive thanks to this man. "Li Mange, you are here too." Li Mingyao, who had been silent all the time, spoke with a hint of surprise in her tone. Li Mingyao. Li Mange was also stunned. The two looked at each other, with a hint of complexity in their eyes. 2 of the 4 school beauties met in the end of the world, and were saved by the same man? They exchanged a few words and shared their experiences. But at this moment, Li Mange's mind was full of questions. When she looked around, she suddenly noticed some details. Qinzi, leaning against Liu Yang, as intimate as a girlfriend. Qinting, calling Liu Yang husband in person and acting as if it was a matter of course. Li Mingyao, although her face was expressionless, the ambiguity in her eyes could not deceive anyone. She was a little confused. What is going on? She thought Liu Yang was just an ordinary sports school student who saved people out of kindness. But what happened? This guy is a master of time management. She was not the only one who was shocked. "Honey, I'm so hungry." Qinting looked at Liu Yang hopefully, her tone soft. "Yes, husband." Qinzi acted coquettishly with a little cunning in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and hooked the corner of Liu Yang's clothes. "I haven't eaten for 3 days. I've become thinner because of hunger." She licked her lips and her eyes were so charming that people's hearts trembled. Li Mange. She showed a typical old man on the subway looking at his phone expression. These 2 people, are they really his girlfriends? At first in the bathroom, she thought Liu Yang was a pure love god of war who came to save his girlfriend with passion, but now, this guy is simply a harem king. Li Mange's mind was buzzing. What was his reason? Just because he was 185 centimeters tall? Just because he had strong muscles? Just because his face looked a bit like Peng Yuyan? This was too outrageous. I casually took out 2 loaves of bread, 2 sausages, and 2 bottles of milk from the system space and handed them to Qinzi and Qinting respectively. "Thank you, husband. You are so nice. Wait until I'm full, and then I'll serve you well tonight." Their faces were filled with happiness, and they started eating immediately. Beside them, Chen Lixia curled her lips and muttered in a low voice, "What a pair of sluts." Li Mingyao had a complicated expression and didn't say anything. Li Mange, who was standing beside her, was completely stunned. "Where's my portion?" She clearly saw Liu Yang take out 2 portions, but no third one. She was simply ignored. As the coolest schoolgirl in the school, she was the focus of attention wherever she went. Countless people lined up to give her breakfast, milk tea, and various gifts. But now, in this apocalypse, it's not her turn to eat. Ahem. She coughed twice to attract Liu Yang's attention. However, Liu Yang didn't even look at her. He was looking at his phone. The class group was going crazy with @Liu Yang. @Liu Yang. Qinzi. Picture. Eat some bread and drink some milk to calm down. Finally saved, happy. Qinting. It has to be Liu Yang's husband. I was about to eat shit, but I didn't expect that there would be light at the end of the tunnel. I feel so happy to be able to eat food again. Zhouwen. You were all rescued. Liu Yang's father, and me too. Li Ning. @Liu Yang. Qinting was in the ladies' room. You saved her, but didn't save me? We were just separated by a wall. Dad, don't you love your son anymore? Teacher Li, the homeroom teacher. @Liu Yang. Come and save the teacher. Aren't you usually the most filial person? Yang Tianqing. At Liu Yang. I haven't had any water for 3 days, and I can barely pee. Dad, my time is up. Come save me. A group of people were frantically asking for help in the group, even at the cost of lowering their status and shouting dad and husband. I couldn't help but laugh. These guys, who were so high and mighty in peacetime and didn't even look at me, were now vying to call me dad? I replied directly in the group. Didn't you call me poor before? You said I was a good-for-nothing born to be a laborer? Why are you all vying to be my son now? Yang Tianqing. Dad, it was our fault before. Please don't mind it. Save me. I am willing to give you all my property. Zhou. Right. Dad, we were really wrong. From now on, we are all your little brothers. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Li Ning. If you don't save us, we're really going to die? Just consider it as a good deed. I typed with a sneer. Haha. You don't know you are wrong. You just know you are going to die. If the disaster disappears now, you will still trample me under your feet like before. In peacetime, have you ever treated me with kindness? Now that the end of the world has come, why should I save you? May the best of luck to you. Yang Tianqing. Liu Yang, don't be so ruthless. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Zhou. How can you feel at ease if you watch someone die without helping him? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li Ning. I've long seen that you have evil intentions, dark and twisted, and now it's proven true. Teacher Li, the head teacher. Liu Yang. You didn't save your classmates or teachers. How can you justify that? Don't you have morals? It's against the law to watch someone die without rescuing him. I sneered and turned off my phone. You want to kidnap my morality? As long as I have no morality, you can't kidnap me. Have you ever helped the weak in peacetime? When you see poor people, do you help them or look down on them? When you see short classmates, do you treat them kindly or bully them? Is your moral kidnapping only aimed at people who are stronger than you? Unfortunately, I don't buy it. I left the class group directly. There was no one in this group worth saving. Seeing me leave the group, Chen Lixia, Chen Zi, and Chen Ting also left without hesitation. Their eyes told me that they had already made their choice. Liu Yang was the thigh they wanted to hold tightly. Even if their classmates shouted at the top of their lungs in the group, they remained indifferent. This scene left Li Mange dumbfounded. She thought she had become accustomed to the fickleness of the world, but she didn't expect that the end of the world would be even more cruel than she had imagined. What puzzled her even more was, Liu Yang, why? Why did this man make these 3 women so devoted to him? Because he is 185 centimeters tall? Because he is muscular? Because he looks like Eddie Peng? Why do these women always call him husband? Why was Li Mingyao, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, silent? What was so special about this guy? She suddenly realized that she had underestimated Liu Yang. This man was definitely more than just a sports student. Chapter 12. Chatting with Chen Zi. Seeing that Liu Yang, Chen Lixia, Chen Ting, and Chen Zi had all left the group, the other people in the group were dumbfounded. Originally, they were planning to use moral blackmail to kidnap Liu Yang and force him to save them. But who knew they went too far and directly forced Liu Yang to quit the group? Fuck. Liu Yang ran away, and the squad leader and the others also quit. What should I do? Hurry up and privately chat with him. He was a poor bastard before, who would add him as a friend. I just added it, but he didn't agree. It's over, it's really over this time. By the way, tag him in the school group. Don't be silly. When Liu Yang failed to express his love, everyone in the group laughed at him. He had already left the group. At that time, we still laughed at him for being called a coward. It's all over now. After leaving the class group, Liu Yang used the system to scan Chen Zi and others. The information of the 3 of them instantly appeared in my mind. Name, Chen Zi. Age, 18. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance score, 85. Body score, 94. Liu Yang nodded. Well, very good. Her appearance score reached over 80 points, which makes her a rare beauty. She is only 3 points lower than Chen Lixia's 88 points. But the body score reached 94 points, the height of 1.68 meters, and a pair of D+ proud and upright. The key is that the number of charging times is 0. Definitely a good girl for having children. Liu Yang looked at Chen Ting again. Name, Chen Ting. Age, 18. Height, 166. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance score, 86 points. Body score, 92 points. Seeing this evaluation, Liu Yang nodded again. He and Chen Zi had won and lost together, and the number of charging times was also 0. It's good, very good. Finally, Liu Yang set his sights on Li Mange, who was the most beautiful and the coolest. She is known as the coolest of the 4 school beauties, and no one knows how high a score the system will give her. Soon, The other party's information appeared in my mind. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 1.70 meters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Breast size, a pair of D+. Appearance score, 95 points. After seeing this information, Liu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, with a score of 95 for both appearance and figure, she is definitely the best of the best. And with a height of 1.70 meters, she is the tallest among all the women here. No wonder this pair of long white legs is so eye-catching. It's a perfect match with my height of 1.85 meters. I don't know how such a perfect school beauty would perform in bed. Would it be in contrast to her current cold and aloof appearance? It's really exciting just thinking about it. At this time, Liu Yang also felt Liu Yang's gaze. This guy finally noticed me. Humph, I told you, with my beauty, which man wouldn't be a lapdog for me? Liu Yang coughed twice just now, but Liu Yang was looking at his phone and didn't pay attention to her. She was immediately very disappointed. Now that she saw Liu Yang finally set his eyes on her, she raised her chin proudly and regained her confidence in her usual arrogant jokes. Then she opened her red lips and said to Liu Yang, "Classmate Liu Yang, where's my portion of food? These two classmates you rescued have food, so I won't be without any, right?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "Didn't you hear what they called me? I only give my food to my women, so you have to become my woman too." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's face changed instantly. She showed an expression of disbelief, and there was a hint of contempt in that expression. She stared at Liu Yang with her beautiful eyes and said, "Oh my God, did I hear you right? You actually want to buy my body with a little food? Don't you know how many rich second generations spent hundreds of thousands to pursue me, but I didn't agree? You actually want me to be your woman with a sausage and a little milk? Are you stupid, or am I stupid?" Liu Yang felt like he had heard a huge joke. Back then, she was the coolest and most difficult to pursue goddess in the school. Countless top rich second generations showed her courtesy, gave her bags and brand-name clothes, which was commonplace, and some even gave her sports cars. However, Liu Yang didn't even look at it. Now this guy with strong limbs and simple mind actually wants me to be his woman with just a little food? What does he think of himself? Oh, then you are awesome. But since you are so awesome, why don't you go and ask those rich second generations chasing you to give you food? Let's see if they treat you as food or give you food now that they have turned into zombies. After saying that, Liu Yang ignored her and just lay down on the bed to rest. Chen Ting and Chen Zi had already finished pretending to be cool and posting photos of the actual products in the group. At this moment, they began to unwrap the bread and sausage packages and started eating them bite by bite. Vacuum-packed bread and starchy sausages like this are simply junk food in peacetime. Liu Yang's family is wealthy, and she would never even look at this kind of food before. But now seeing Chen Ting and the others eating sausages, bread, and drinking milk, the aroma slowly drifted into her nose through the air, stimulating the stomach of this aloof school beauty who had been hungry for 3 days. Gulp, gulp. Her stomach made a frog-like sound. So she had no choice but to go to the kitchen faucet and gulp down 2 gulps of water. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang's mouth curled up. No one can stand the feeling of hunger. It's the same even for the most aloof person. This so-called aloof school beauty will come to beg me sooner or later. Liu Yang lay on the bed to rest. Soon, it was dark. In the darkness, Liu Yang felt someone coming to his bed. Soon, I heard the other person's voice. "Husband, I want to sleep with you tonight." Only after hearing the voice did Liu Yang realize it was Chen Zi. Very good. Liu Yang likes this kind of sensible person. They will come to you on their own initiative without you having to say much, saving you a lot of nonsense. Come on, go to bed, and then we'll have a good chat. Chapter 13, Obtaining New Powers. The next morning, Liu Yang woke up refreshed and looked at Chen Zi, who was sleeping soundly next to him. He reached out and pinched her delicate face. Since Chen Zi had agreed to be his woman last night, he looked at the system notification in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the beautiful girl and gaining a new ability, invisibility. Seeing this prompt, Liu Yang was surprised. Is this little girl Chen Zi so awesome? She actually gave him such a powerful ability. He quickly looked at the description of this ability. Skill name, invisibility. Skill level, level 1. Skill effect. After using this skill, you will enter the invisible state. Your whole body will become transparent, and you will blend into the environment. Cooling time. You can be invisible for 1 hour within a day. Liu Yang was very excited when he saw the description of this system, but after the excitement, he became a little confused. I can be invisible for 1 hour in a day. So does this hour have to be used up all at once, or can it be used separately? If they can be used separately, that would be awesome. If I can be invisible for 1 minute at a time, Can I be invisible 60 times? It seems that I have to try this skill out when I have the chance. However, this skill can only be used once a day, and it cannot be wasted for experiments. It must be tested during actual combat. The skill of invisibility is something that men have always dreamed of. How many people have ever fantasized about being able to disappear into the girls' dormitory or bathhouse and watch others taking a bath? It's a pity that Liu Yang acquired this skill too late. Now that the end of the world has come, he can only use it to watch zombies. After reading the skill description, Liu Yang thought to himself, the reward for rescuing female classmates is too generous. If I want to become stronger quickly in a short period of time, I must save more female classmates. It seems that I must hurry up and continue to rescue people today. After all, today is the 4th day of the apocalypse. If I don't rescue them, they may starve to death in 2 days. And now that Liu Yang has an invisibility skill, he will be able to save people better next time. He is not afraid, even if he faces more zombies. After all, when Li Mingyao was hiding in the cardboard box, the zombies couldn't find her. Now that she has the skill of invisibility, those zombies have no chance of finding her. With this skill, it will be easier to save people. Liu Yang began to take out food from the dark space and eat breakfast. When the women saw Liu Yang eating, they came over one by one with flattering smiles on their faces. Said, Liu Yang, you are awake. Is the bread delicious? Liu Yang nodded. It's delicious. Don't worry, you guys will get some. After saying that, he took out a breakfast for them. Li Mange, the cool school beauty next to her, saw this and couldn't help but cover her belly with her hands. However, even though she covered it with her hands, her stomach still made a frog-like sound. Gurgle, gurgle. Hearing this voice, Liu Yang curled his lips and ignored her. After being hungry for another whole night, she probably can't take it anymore, right? But since she wants to be a cool schoolgirl, she should just stay cool. Liu Yang is not in a hurry. I just chatted with Chunzi last night, and I'm chatting with Chinting tonight. I have to rescue new female students later and have a chat with them after the rescue. I am very busy every day, okay? How can I have time to care about you, a so-called high-cold school beauty? After breakfast, Liu Yang prepared to go out. Today, these women finally dared not say anything. Especially Chen Lixia, relying on the fact that Liu Yang had pursued her before, she always thought she could control Liu Yang. After being scolded by Liu Yang yesterday, she finally learned her lesson. Liu Yang had already made plans for today before going out. There is a girls' room on the 1st floor. 2 female classmates were rescued in the toilet yesterday. One was Chinting, and the other was the cool school beauty Li Mange. This means there is a high chance that there are survivors in the toilet. Because the apocalypse broke out during class time, except for the students who were taking physical education classes outside the school, all other students were in the classroom. Once zombies appeared in the classroom, others would have nowhere to run. But it's different in the bathroom. Every toilet has cubicles. Once you hide in a cubicle, zombies won't be able to find you. It can be said to be a natural refuge. Therefore, the probability of a female survivor appearing in the women's restroom is very high. There are a total of 10 teaching buildings in the school, each with 6 floors, and there is a female restroom on each floor. Even if there aren't survivors in every women's restroom, there should be at least 10, right? Moreover, there are not many zombies in the toilet. Liu Yang's strength has now doubled, so it is still easy to kill those zombies in the toilet. So today's plan is to check all the toilets in the 10 teaching buildings. If there are any female survivors, bring them back. So Liu Yang started to come to a teaching building. He had rescued Chinting and Li Mingyao in the toilet on the 1st floor of a teaching building yesterday. So from today on, he planned to search the 2nd to the 6th floors. There are still a few zombies wandering around in the women's restroom on the 2nd floor. However, these zombies were no match for Liu Yang, and he quickly dealt with them with his javelin. Then he knocked on the doors of each cubicle one by one. All the cubicles in front were not locked. When he came to the last cubicle, Liu Yang found that the door was locked. However, when he knocked, the person inside roared and even started banging on the toilet door. Liu Yang showed a puzzled expression. Could it be that there are zombies in here? He kicked the door open. Sure enough, there was a female zombie with disheveled hair hiding inside. The zombie roared and rushed directly towards Liu Yang. However, what responded to her was a sharp javelin. Puff! The female zombie's head was pierced in an instant. Liu Yang pulled out his javelin and said, "It seems that this female classmate was bitten by a zombie, and then hid in the toilet, and then turned into a zombie in the toilet. How pitiful. I can be considered to have sent her to her death." After checking the toilet on the 2nd floor, Liu Yang started to head to the 3rd floor. In the women's restroom on the 3rd floor, after Liu Yang finished all the work, he found that one of the cubicles was locked, so he knocked on the door and said, "Is anyone there? I'm here to save you." When the people inside heard Liu Yang's voice, they immediately responded with surprise. Someone, someone, someone finally came to save me. The other party opened the door as he said, and a pretty face appeared from inside. The moment he saw Liu Yang, he smiled excitedly and said, "That's great. That's great. Is the disaster over? Are you a policeman?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No, I'm just a student in this school. My name is Liu Yang." "Ah." After hearing Liu Yang's words, the girl opposite showed a somewhat disappointed expression. Liu Yang continued, "But I'm here to save you. The disaster isn't over yet. Follow me and I can provide you with food, but you need to listen to me and not make any noise along the way." When the girl heard that Liu Yang would also save her, she began to regain some spirits and nodded quickly and said, "Yeah, okay. I will definitely not cause any trouble for you." Chapter 14. Rescue 25 Female Students. Then Liu Yang took the female classmate to the 4th floor. Liu Yang did not find any survivors in the toilet on the 4th floor. Then he found a survivor on the 5th floor and 2 on the 6th floor. So a total of 4 survivors were found in one teaching building. Taking these 4 people, Liu Yang started to go to 2 teaching buildings. There were no survivors in the women's restroom on the 1st floor of 2 teaching buildings. After emptying the women's restroom on the 1st floor of 2 teaching buildings, he asked them to wait for him in the women's restroom while he went upstairs to search. After he had searched all 6 restrooms in the 2 teaching buildings, he brought out a total of 3 women. Then they started searching the 3rd teaching building. Liu Yang brought out 5 female students from the 3rd teaching building. He brought out 2 from the 4th teaching building and 3 from the 5th teaching building. After Liu Yang finished searching all 10 teaching buildings, he found that 25 female classmates had been rescued. Moreover, most of these female classmates are good-looking, and some of them are even as beautiful as Chun Lixia and others. It's a pity that the other 2 of the 4 school beauties have not appeared yet, which makes Liu Yang a little disappointed. But with these 25 female classmates, his strength can be greatly improved. Today's harvest is already more. As for the school beauties, he has already got 2 of the 4 school beauties. This is already very lucky. The other 2 cannot be forced. So Liu Yang took the 25 female classmates and rushed to the infirmary. Along the way, because the team was too large, it attracted a lot of zombies. Liu Yang asked the girls to run quickly, and he followed behind. Seeing that they were almost at the door of the infirmary, Liu Yang had already killed more than a dozen zombies. More and more zombies gathered around, so he no longer wanted to fight and quickly ran towards the infirmary. After everyone entered the infirmary, Liu Yang closed the door. At this time, more than 20 zombies had already followed outside the door. It's a pity that these zombies have no intelligence. After seeing Liu Yang and his team closing the door, they instantly lost their target. The infirmary brought him 25 new female classmates, all of whom were gasping for breath. The feeling of being chased by dozens of zombies is really terrifying. Luckily, Liu Yang is there to support me. After coming to their senses, they all looked at Liu Yang with gratitude and said to him, "Classmate Liu Yang, thank you for saving us. We thought we were going to be trapped to death in the toilet, but you showed up and rescued us. Thank you so much. By the way, when you rescued us, you said you had food for us. Is that true? We are so hungry. Can you give us some food?" Hear what these female classmates said. Li Mange, who was standing aside, couldn't help but sneer and said, "Haha, it's not that easy to get his food. This guy wants to buy our bodies with food. He will only give us food if we become his woman." As expected, this sentence immediately caused an uproar among the group of 25 girls. They all showed expressions of disbelief. Looking at Liu Yang, he asked, "Oh my God, is what she said true? I recognized her. Isn't she Li Mange, one of the 4 most beautiful schoolgirls and the coolest?" Liu Yang is probably just greedy for her body, so he wants to buy her food without even looking at who she is. We are all college girls. How could we sell ourselves out for a little food? Humph. You wish. I've never seen a man like this before. He's really a lowly man. The strongest, fattest, and ugliest girl in the team said, "How disgusting. I really regret being rescued by him. I would rather die in the toilet or be bitten to death by zombies than be rescued by this bad guy. Sisters, why don't we work together to catch him and force him to hand over the food? There are 25 of us. How can we be afraid of just one person?" After hearing this, some girls actually agreed. Liu Yang looked at the other person and couldn't help but frowned. The woman was tall and strong, with a sturdy build, a fat head and big ears, like a pig. When Liu Yang saw her in the toilet, he was thinking about whether to save her. He hesitated for a long time and finally thought that maybe if he starved her to lose some weight, maybe she would be tolerable. After all, there is a saying that every fat person is a potential stock, so Liu Yang was ready to take a gamble and save the other person. But I didn't expect that this ugly fat woman would cause trouble for me at this time. Ugly people are really the ones who do weird things. Liu Yang said in a cold voice. You would rather be bitten to death by zombies than be saved by me, right? Very good. There are more than 20 zombies outside the door. You can go out now. You weigh at least 200 kilograms, enough for those zombies to have a good meal. Upon hearing this, the fat woman's face was instantly distorted with anger. She pointed at Liu Yang and cursed. Who are you? Why should I go to feed the zombies? Why don't you go yourself? You brought us back, but didn't give us food. You even want to buy our bodies with food. If you're not a subordinate, what are you? Still trying to quibble? Disgusting. Besides, isn't your food also collected from the school? It originally belongs to everyone. Why do you take it for yourself? Sisters, we must unite to take back what belongs to us. Ask him to share my food with us, otherwise we will take it by force. After she finished speaking, she looked at Chun Lixia and waited for the few elders who had arrived earlier and asked, Do you want to abandon the dark and join us? Chen Zi said, What are you talking about? It was Liu Yang who rescued you. It's okay that you don't thank him, but you actually want to steal his food? If you don't want to stay here, you can get out. No one is stopping you. Chen Ting said, Yes, it's as if someone forced you to stay here. You want Liu Yang's protection, you want Liu Yang's food, but you don't want to give anything? What are you thinking? Is there such a thing as pie in the sky in the world? You don't think you are still the little princess that everyone holds in their hands, do you? Li Mingyao said, If you feel unhappy staying here, you can leave on your own, but asking others to share the food they have worked so hard to collect with you is a bit too morally blackmailing, right? If you want food, you can find it based on your own abilities, instead of acting in a condescending manner and ordering others to give it to you. Chen Lixia said, That's right. Why should I give it to you? Chen Zi, Chen Lixia, and Li Mingyao all had relationships with Liu Yang, so Liu Yang shared the food with them. If these women come here and get food without paying anything, then wouldn't all the efforts of these old people in the past be in vain? Therefore, their resolute protection of Liu Yang's interests is equivalent to protecting their own values. At this time, the fat woman saw Li Mange again and asked, Cold School Beauty, you don't plan to join us? Let me tell you, there are 25 of us here. When we get the food from you, the lower man, we won't share the food with you if you don't join us. In the eyes of this fat woman, they have the advantage in numbers. No matter how strong Liu Yang is, it's impossible for him to fight 25 women at the same time, right? Li Mange had an expression of indifference, as if he was not the one who added fuel to the fire in the first place. She had seen Liu Yang killing zombies, one shot at a time, without mercy. If these women really got angry, Liu Yang could still shoot them one shot at a time. It would probably be easier to kill them than killing zombies. She didn't think these women were Liu Yang's opponents. So she simply ignored the fat woman's words, lowered her head, and played with her jade-white fingers. The fat woman snorted coldly. You five are such a disgrace to us girls. 2 of you are school beauties, bah. The prettier you are, the weaker you are. School beauties were conquered by that bastard? Disgusting. Chapter 15. Fighting? Seeking death. Listening to the fat woman's words, Liu Yang's cold expression turned into a sneer. He walked towards them step by step. With a height of 1.85 meters and having killed so many zombies, Liu Yang is full of oppression and even has a vague and terrifying murderous aura. Except for the fat woman, the other 25 girls couldn't help but take a step back, lowered their heads, and dared not look Liu Yang in the eye. The fat woman liked boxing in peacetime. Now that she found that Liu Yang was the only man here, she naturally wanted to unite with other girls to replace Liu Yang as the person in charge here. Therefore, facing Liu Yang's approach, although she was afraid in her heart, she still clenched her fists, stood in place, raised her head proudly, and confronted Liu Yang. He threatened, You. What do you want to do? There are 25 of us here. Liu Yang didn't say anything and continued walking over with a smile. The fat woman was finally scared. She took a step back and said, Don't come over here again, or I'll take action. Liu Yang continued walking forward and finally arrived in front of the fat woman, looking down at her. Facing Liu Yang's oppressive figure and cold eyes, the fat woman said with trembling lips, You, what do you want to do? I won't give in. You want to buy my body with a little food? You're dreaming. Liu Yang still didn't say anything, but raised his hand and slapped him hard. Bang! The fat woman was instantly knocked to the ground by Liu Yang, and blood began to flow from the corners of her mouth. There was an expression of disbelief in her eyes, and then this disbelief turned into fear and anger. She got up and yelled, How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? You actually hit a woman. Damn you. I'm going to beat you to death. Sisters, come on together. This guy actually dared to hit someone else. All men should die. Men are the most disgusting creatures in the world. They are all idiots. The end of the world has come, and this world belongs to us girls. Drive all the men away. Let them all become zombies. Unfortunately, her crazy screaming did not attract the other female students behind her to help her. Instead, it attracted the zombies outside the door, who began to roar and bang on the door. The female classmates were all startled, and they all showed horrified expressions. He persuaded her, "Ruhwa, stop screaming. The zombies will hear the noise and come in. Yes, stop arguing. If you keep going on like this, everyone will die. Shut up. We'll think of a way to get food later. The first thing to do now is to survive. Don't attract the attention of zombies anymore." Hearing that these female classmates were actually blaming her, the fat woman named Ruhwa instantly became unhappy and shouted even louder. "What do you mean? I'm fighting for your rights, but you're speaking for this man? You guys are a disgrace to women. Where's girl helping girl? Since he won't give us food, the worst that can happen is that we all die together. You guys who speak up for him can also die together. Let's all die?" Oh. Seeing that no one supported her, the fat woman started to go crazy. He was shouting in the infirmary, as if he was going to drag everyone into the water, and the worst that could happen was that they would all be eaten by zombies. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang frowned, went over and grabbed her throat and lifted her up. Liu Yang grabbed the 200-pound weight in his hands and lifted his feet off the ground. Liu Yang's strength is evident. At this moment, Ruhwa began to realize how terrifying Liu Yang was, and said with difficulty, "You? What do you want to do?" Liu Yang sneered and said, "Haha, don't you want to die? Don't you want everyone to be fed to the zombies? I will make your wish come true." After saying that, he grabbed the fat woman by the neck and lifted her up. She came to the door of the infirmary and grabbed the door handle with her other hand, ready to open the door. There are countless zombies outside the door banging on it. If the door continues to be attacked, it won't last long. Seeing this scene, the fat woman was finally scared. She shouted, "What are you going to do? Are you going to throw me out to feed the zombies? You are killing people. You are breaking the law." Liu Yang said nothing and started turning the door handle. Seeing this scene, the fat woman was really scared. She was shaking all over. Tears came out of her eyes. She said, "No, don't throw me out. I know I was wrong. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. I said that just to scare you." Woo. Liu Yang sneered and asked, "Are you willing to be my woman?" The fat woman was stunned. She never thought that Liu Yang would ask such a question under such circumstances. Then she showed a surprised expression on her face and said quickly, Yes, I really want to. Help me put it down. I will go to bed with you right now." At this time, Liu Yang's mind had already received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for saving the girl and successfully obtaining the system reward. The storage space level has increased by 1. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang showed a satisfied smile on his face and then said to the fat woman, "You are willing, but unfortunately, I am not." Then, he quickly opened the door. Just as the zombies were about to pounce, Liu Yang kicked the fastest and closest zombie several meters away. Then he threw the 200-pound fat woman out, right into the pile of zombies. Then closed the door quickly. Outside the door were the roars of countless zombies and the screams of the fat woman. The remaining 24 female students in the infirmary were so frightened that they trembled all over, hugged each other, and couldn't help but cover their ears with their hands. Even the cool and aloof class beauty, Li Mange, showed a frightened expression. Although Liu Yang always said that he would throw people out to feed the zombies, she thought he was just talking. She never expected that Liu Yang would really dare to do it. Miserable. It's so miserable. The fat woman who was eaten by more than 20 zombies screamed for 5 minutes before she died. At this time, Liu Yang's cold eyes swept over the 24 female classmates. Facing Liu Yang's eyes, those people trembled all over, and even their backs were soaked with cold sweat. They avoided his gaze and did not dare to look at Liu Yang. At this time, Liu Yang said, "Are there still those who want to fight? I tell you, if you want to stay here, you must obey me. If you dare to do something that endangers everyone's safety, then you will have only one fate, and that is to be the same as that fat woman. Do you understand?" The women nodded repeatedly and said, I understand. I'm sorry, but we won't do anything like that anymore. Please don't throw us out." Wow, Mom. I'm so scared." Seeing these people's performance, Liu Yang finally showed a satisfied expression. After working so hard to rescue these people from the toilet, they actually want to gang up on each other and steal my food? If we don't teach them a lesson, we won't know who is the king. That fat woman is so funny. She thought it was a peaceful time. How dare she punch herself? If you dare to fight, I will feed you to the zombies. It's the fucking end of the world, and you still think I'll give in to you? Female boxing? You are used to being AT0 in peacetime, right? I won't indulge you. Seeing that he had subdued these women, Liu Yang returned to the ward, lay quietly on the bed, and prepared to rest. Let those women reflect on themselves in the hall of the infirmary. Anyway, Liu Yang has Ting to communicate with tonight, so he is not in a hurry. At this time, Liu Yang had already discovered a system bug. As long as the other party verbally agrees to be his woman, he can get a reward, and even if he kills the other party afterwards, the reward will not be taken back. This system is awesome. If this is the case, does it mean that you can get rewards just by seeing a woman, regardless of her appearance or age? As long as she agrees verbally, you can be successful, and you don't have to actually do anything to spread the word? Cool. It feels so good. Chapter 16 figured it out. Only after seeing Liu Yang return to the ward did the 24 female students begin the discussion. A female student was so frightened that her face turned pale. She said, "Oh my God, someone is murdering someone, really murdering someone." Ruhua was thrown out to feed the zombies. "Oh my God, call the police. He is a murderer." Another female student said, "Call the police? If calling the police would work, we would have called the police for help when we were trapped. Are you stupid? This is the end of the world." That's right. The end of the world has come. There are no laws anymore. Moreover, Ruhua is yelling and wants us to join him in the fight against zombies. Liu Yang is doing this to avoid danger. Do you really want Ruhua to attract dozens of zombies to break in and eat us all? That's right. That fat woman Ruhua is a lunatic. Not only does she want to die, she also wants to drag us to be buried with her. She deserves to die. In that case, Liu Yang actually saved us. He saved us. He rescued us from the toilet and brought us to this safe infirmary. But Ruhua actually wanted to turn this safe infirmary into a dangerous area. Isn't it her fault? That's right. Ruhua doesn't care about the overall situation at all and wants to take us to die together. Liu Yang did this to protect himself and us. What's wrong with that? I think so too. Besides, the food Liu Yang collected with great effort originally belonged to him. How can we expect to get something for nothing? If we want food, we have to exchange it with something valuable. And what is the only valuable thing we have? If you don't become Liu Yang's woman, why would he protect you? Why would he give you food? That makes sense. I'm going to apologize to Liu Yang. I want to go too. I'm going to. So a group of 24 girls rushed to the ward where Liu Yang was lying. Knocked on Liu Yang's door. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the knock on the door, Liu Yang was a little confused. It was not even evening yet. Could it be that Ting came to chat with him in broad daylight? Come in, Liu Yang said to the outside of the door. Soon the door opened, and all 24 girls came in. They lowered their heads and said to Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, I'm sorry. It was all our fault just now. We were rude. We were really hungry, so we acted like that. Next time, we will listen to you. Give us some food. Even if we have to be your women, we are willing to do that." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang immediately became energetic. "Oh, you figured it out so quickly." "Yeah, we figured it out," the girl said hopefully. Liu Yang nodded. "Okay, go wait outside. I'll distribute food to you later. Now I want to rest and take a nap. Please don't disturb me." After hearing what Liu Yang said, the girls showed happy expressions on their faces and said, "Okay, Liu Yang, we won't disturb you. Just go to sleep. It's so kind of you to forgive us. We will definitely not cause any trouble and will definitely be obedient." Seeing these female classmates being so sensible, Liu Yang was very satisfied. Without rules, there would be no order. Today, Liu Yang wanted to intimidate these people. Otherwise, 3 women would make a drama, and it would be difficult to manage these women when there are too many of them. After a satisfying nap, Liu Yang felt refreshed when he got up. He opened the door of the ward, walked to the hall, and found more than 20 women sitting there. Chen Lixiao, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, and Chen Zi were playing games on their mobile phones. Everyone had a relaxed expression on their face, as if the end of the world had nothing to do with them. The cool and aloof class beauty Li Mange sat aside, holding her stomach, from which she could hear a few frog croaking sounds from time to time. The 24 female students huddled in a corner, enduring hunger. As soon as they saw Liu Yang coming out, everyone's eyes lit up. Chen Lixia and the other 3 surrounded Liu Yang and said with a smile on their faces, "Liu Yang, you are finally awake. Come play with us. Let's go to a 5-person team. I noticed that there are still many people playing games even when the apocalypse is approaching. Maybe they are trapped and can only use games to kill time." Liu Yang smiled and touched the heads of the 4 beauties. Just now, when the fat woman was about to rebel, Liu Yang was very satisfied with the performance of these 4 women. "This is your food for lunch. Let's eat lunch first." Liu Yang took out a loaf of bread, a vacuum-packed chicken leg, a sausage, and a box of milk from the system space, and gave them to them. When the 4 women saw the food, their eyes lit up. "Wow, that's great. And they even gave me a chicken drumstick. Liu Yang, you're so nice." They all looked delicious. My mouth is watering. The 4 of them picked up the food and started eating. And the 24 new female students also cast longing eyes at Liu Yang. His face is full of messages saying, I want to eat too. I want to eat too. Come and feed me quickly. So Liu Yang also walked towards them, took out a bunch of food directly from the system space, and distributed it to them. Each person got a piece of bread, a sausage, and a bottle of milk. The 24 girls showed excitement on their faces and started to eat the food frantically. Today is already the 4th day since the disaster broke out. They hid in the toilet. Although they had water to drink, they had no food to eat. They had long been starving. Now seeing Liu Yang giving them food, they could no longer bear it and began to wolf it down. Everyone started eating, except for the cool and handsome Li Mange who didn't receive any food. She looked at Liu Yang and found that Liu Yang didn't even look at her. An expression of disappointment suddenly appeared on her face. Damn it! Is this guy really no longer interested in me? After all, I am one of the 4 campus beauties. Am I not much prettier than those 24 mediocre girls? As long as Liu Yang comes over and says a few nice words to me and gives me a way out, it won't be impossible for me to be his girlfriend. But he didn't even look at me. Does he want me to pay for him? Damn it. Gulp, gulp. Smelling the aroma of bread in the air, Li Mange's stomach began to growl again. However, Liu Yang ignored her. Instead, I was thinking to myself that maybe I should head to the cafeteria tomorrow. Most of the food I brought back from the supermarket was snacks, including candy, bread, sausages, etc. Although I also brought some rice, noodles, and instant noodles, I didn't have a pot or a stove to cook. If I wanted to get a stove, I had to go to the cafeteria. Although there are many zombies in the cafeteria, my strength has been enhanced now. The 4 basic attributes have reached 130 points, which is 2.6 times that of ordinary people. Even the zombies in the cafeteria can be dealt with by me. And if there are too many zombies, I can turn invisible and search for food directly. By the time I have collected all the food, the zombies won't even notice me. So he made up his mind and started to clean up the cafeteria early tomorrow morning. Chapter 17, Looting the Canteen. Chen Ting reference picture. Of course, today's reward must be obtained before looting the cafeteria tomorrow. So that night Liu Yang looked at Chen Ting and said, Tonight, it's your turn to chat with me. Chen Ting immediately showed an expression of being flattered and said, Okay, it's finally my turn? I'm the best at chatting. Don't worry, husband Liu Yang, I will definitely help you chat to the heavens tonight. So Chen Ting happily followed Liu Yang into the room. Looking at Chen Ting's frantic figure, Chen Lixia curled her lips, a little unhappy. These people are too proactive. When I decided to be Liu Yang's woman, I felt forced. I wonder if Liu Yang will hold a grudge against me in the future and won't treat me well, right? Damn it. Can't you newcomers be a little more reserved? You are so wild and proactive. How can you be like girls at all? The next day, Liu Yang received a prompt from the system. It is detected that the other party agrees to be your woman. Congratulations to the host. You have received a system reward. Stealth skill level LV +1. After receiving this prompt, Liu Yang was pleasantly surprised, and then he read the instructions. Skill name, invisibility. Skill level, level 2. Skill effect, you can be invisible for 2 hours every day. Very good, the invisibility time has been doubled. Awesome. Liu Yang stretched his dog waist and got up refreshed. At this time, Chen Ting was still lying on the bed, with a look of satisfaction on her face. I have to say, this little bastard is really good at chatting, just as she said. Wearing a pair of glasses, she looks like a good girl, but once she gets in bed, the contrast is unbearable. Although she has never had a boyfriend before, she has probably read a lot of theories and knows more than Chen Lixia and others combined. Chatting with her is such a pleasure. Looking at the other person's sleeping face, Liu Yang couldn't help but pinch the other person's cute and innocent face. There is a saying that goes, airplanes are the highest in the sky and glasses are the hottest on the ground. This is indeed true. Liu Yang got up and distributed breakfast to the girls. Then, under everyone's grateful gaze, he went out and prepared to search for supplies in the cafeteria. As soon as he went out, he killed all the 20 or so zombies at the door. There was also a skeleton that had been gnawed clean on the ground. That was Ruhua, who was thrown out by Liu Yang yesterday. Liu Yang, who was looking at the skeleton, said coldly, "Get up and continue boxing. Why are you silent? Why don't you box with the zombies so that they won't bite you?" It seems that this female boxer is no match for the zombies. Liu Yang didn't encounter any other zombies along the way, but when passing by a small supermarket, he found that there were 2 more zombie corpses at the door of the supermarket. Liu Yang had already finished collecting the goods on the 2nd day, and today is already the 5th day of running the small supermarket. The zombies killed by Liu Yang on the 2nd day had begun to rot, but these 2 corpses were fresh, as if they had been killed not long ago. It was obvious that they were not the ones killed by Liu Yang. Liu Yang walked over and checked the condition of the two zombies. It was discovered that the tops of the heads of the two soldiers were broken, and it was obvious that they were hit in the head by a heavy object, as if they were split open by an axe. He frowned and said, "Could it be that there are other survivors in the school? And they are quite fierce. I don't know where they got the axe from, but they killed one zombie at a time with one axe and blew the other one's head off." Liu Yang felt a sense of urgency. When the other party sees that all the food in the small supermarket has been sold out, he will definitely go to the cafeteria. Could it be that even the food in the cafeteria has been taken away by the other party? Liu Yang quickened his pace and walked towards the cafeteria. As expected, he saw several zombie corpses at the entrance of the cafeteria. The bodies of these zombies were also killed by headshots. However, there are still quite a few zombies in the cafeteria. This means that the other party did not enter the cafeteria, but was merely outside the cafeteria when they were discovered by the zombies inside, who rushed out and attacked them. But when these people saw that there were too many zombies, they simply gave up searching for food. Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. If all the food in the cafeteria is also taken away, I will suffer a great loss. Looking at the 50 or 60 zombies wandering in the cafeteria, Liu Yang decided not to waste time fighting them and directly became invisible. Immediately afterwards, Liu Yang disappeared from the spot, and even the bow and javelin in his hand began to become transparent. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was completely shocked. Awesome. Even the weapon in my hand can be invisible, so wouldn't it be very easy for me to sneak attack others? As we all know, there are many stealth capabilities. The most amazing ones are those that can make both clothes and weapons invisible, like Liu Yang. There is also a lower level, where only the body can become invisible. Once in the invisible state, one cannot wear clothes or take things. There is even a lowest level type, where even foreign objects inside the body cannot become invisible. When food enters the stomach, the things inside the stomach cannot become invisible and will float in the air. Those two types of invisibility are not very useful. What Liu Yang is doing is the most amazing thing. As long as something on his body can become invisible, it is the most amazing thing. So Liu Yang did an experiment. He placed his hand on the corner of the cafeteria and found that the corner had not changed. He picked up a brick from the ground, but the brick disappeared. Liu Yang had another question in his mind. Does this mean that only things that I can completely lift can be made invisible? If I hold someone else's hand with my hand, will that person also become invisible with me? Then Liu Yang shook his head. Forget it. We can do this experiment later when we return to the infirmary. Now the most important thing is to collect food. So the invisible Liu Yang walked directly into the cafeteria, and the zombies could not detect his presence at all. He went straight into the canteen's back kitchen warehouse and found a lot of food. How many bags of rice and flour are there, each weighing 100 kilograms? Take them all away. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, corn, soybeans, red beans, mung beans, black beans? Take them all. Dozens of barrels of cooking oil, hundreds of kilograms of fresh vegetables, thousands of kilograms of frozen meat? Take them all away. Induction cooker, gas tank, gas stove? Take them away. Pots, pans, chopsticks, spoons? Take them away. At this time, Liu Yang's dark space has been upgraded to level 2. He can collect everything within a 20-meter range with just a thought. In just a few minutes, Liu Yang cleaned out the entire canteen's kitchen and warehouse. At this time, his dark space was filled with supplies. There are dozens of tons of rice and flour alone, enough for him and those women to eat for several years. But in the process of collecting, Liu Yang also found some problems. The canteen's kitchen is actually a bit messy. It was obvious that someone had come in and looted it. Could it be that there was more than one person collecting food? Those zombies at the door were lured out by someone, and one person deliberately led all the zombies out so that others could collect food? Fortunately, they don't have a system space, so even if each of them has a large backpack, they can't carry much stuff. At most, you can only get food for a few days. Moreover, if you take too much food at one time, you will not be able to run fast because it is too heavy, and you may get into danger. Therefore, Liu Yang was not late. When he came out, the cafeteria was empty, and there was no food left. Chapter 18, Athlete Team. The food in the cafeteria has been collected, and Liu Yang's work for the day is done. So he began to test his stealth skills. The stealth skill has reached level 2, which means that Liu Yang now has 2 hours of extension time, but he only used 5 minutes in the final cafeteria, leaving 1 hour and 55 minutes. If I remove the invisibility for 1 hour and 55 minutes, will it still be there? Is there a limit to the number of times I can go invisible per day? So Liu Yang lifted his invisibility. His figure reappeared in an instant and returned to his normal appearance. Then Liu Yang whispered again, Invisible. Brush. His figure disappeared again. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was very surprised. You can use it multiple times. As long as you haven't used it up, it doesn't matter how many times you use it in 2 hours. In this case, this skill is really powerful. After reaching this conclusion, Liu Yang smiled happily. Then he immediately removed his invisibility and started walking towards the infirmary. At the same time, a group of people came outside the infirmary, a total of 5 people, and each of them was tall and dark-skinned. They were obviously sports students in this school, just like Liu Yang. When they saw the zombies lying on the ground outside the infirmary, a look of alert instantly appeared on their faces. After looking at each other, one of them whispered, "The infirmary seems to be occupied by someone, and that guy is very strong. There are dozens of zombie corpses just outside the infirmary." Another strong man said, "This infirmary seems to have been occupied. Should we still go in?" "Go ahead." Brother Nyo's leg was scratched by rusty iron sheets while collecting supplies yesterday. "We have to disinfect it, otherwise it might get infected. We must get the disinfectant today." He glanced at the person next to him and said, "Li Wei, go knock on the door." The sports student named Li Wei nodded and then knocked on the door of the infirmary. Boom, boom, boom. The female students inside the door were startled when they heard the sound. They thought it was a zombie knocking on the door, and they couldn't help but let out a low cry. "Oh, lock the door." Then a female classmate quickly locked the door. Hearing the sound of the door being locked and the woman's low scream, the 5 athletes showed puzzled expressions on their faces, and then the confusion turned into surprise. "Fuck, it's a woman. We played with that woman for a few days last time, and she's dead. We finally found a new woman. We're so lucky." "That's not right. How did a woman kill these zombies?" "The man must have gone out to look for food. Didn't we see that all the food in the small supermarket had been cleared out yesterday? It is estimated that this person was the one who looted the things and brought the women back as well. This means that there are not only women but also food in this infirmary. We are going to make a fortune this time. While the man is not at home, let's quickly steal his house." The 5 athletes immediately perked up, knocked on the door, and said, "Are the girls from school in there? We are here to save you. Open the door quickly." "That's right. Follow the brothers and I promise you'll have a good time." Inside the door, Chen Lixiao and others heard the voice of someone outside, but it was not Liu Yang's. She immediately put her finger to her lips and made a hushing gesture to the others. Everyone else nodded. They all kept silent, and the entire infirmary was silent. They are not stupid, and they can tell from the voices that these people definitely have bad intentions. Moreover, Liu Yang threw Ruhua out to feed the zombies in front of them. The other men might have done even worse than Liu Yang, so it is absolutely impossible to ask them to open the door. Now they just hope that Liu Yang will come back quickly and drive these men away. The gym student outside the door became impatient when he saw the person inside pretending to be dead and not saying anything, and he knocked on the door harder. "Pa pa pa. Hurry up and open the door. Don't refuse my toast and drink the wine. We will kick the door open and you will all be finished. Open the door obediently, and we will be gentle when the time comes. Otherwise, we will beat you to death." "Ha ha. Brother Tiger, you still have the nerve to say that. Didn't you kill that woman last time?" Hearing these people's obscene words, the female students inside were terrified. As expected, they all had bad intentions. Fortunately, I was not fooled by them. If I had really opened the door, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "You won't open the door? Our patience has been worn out. You don't really think this little broken door can stop us, do you? My little cutie, I'm coming in." A sports student said this, raising the fire axe in his hand high. The fire axe was still covered in black zombie blood, and it was obvious that they had killed their way here. It seemed that the fire axe was about to hit the door hard. A voice came over. "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a strong figure holding a bow and arrow and carrying a javelin on his back appeared not far away. After they saw the other person's appearance clearly, they immediately showed some surprise on their faces. "Liu Yang, you're not dead either. Great. Our team of athletes can be strengthened again. You've come at the right time. We discovered that there are many women hiding in this infirmary. How about we break down the door together and share the supplies and women inside?" At this time, Liu Yang also saw clearly that these people were all sports students and they knew each other in school before. Moreover, Liu Yang ranks first in all aspects of sports performance in the school and is quite famous even among sports students. However, Liu Yang is different from these sports students in one thing. Most of these sports students are second-generation rich and their families are very wealthy. Since they are not good at studying, their families spend money to train them in sports so that they can enter this school as special students. These athletes can be said to be doing very well in school and can change girlfriends every few weeks. Liu Yang's failed confession was laughed at by these sports students for several months. They all said that Liu Yang was a disgrace to the sports students. Which sports student doesn't have a girlfriend and a few backups at the same time, so they can seamlessly switch between them at any time? Liu Yang didn't expect that after the apocalypse, these athletes would gather together and form a team. Their fighting power is not weak. It's a pity that Liu Yang is now a completely different person due to the support of the system. Even this group of sports students is not taken seriously by Liu Yang. He said in a cold voice, "The infirmary is my base camp, and I rescued all the women inside. Please leave quickly and don't bother me here. Otherwise I will be rude to you." Chapter 19. Send you a ride. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the 5 athletes changed instantly. This infirmary is actually Liu Yang's base camp, and all the women inside are his? Wow, Liu Yang is great. The leading sports student said with a smile on his face, "Liu Yang, I see you are also a man of temperament. You have been collecting women since the apocalypse broke out. You are on par with me. If you join our team, our sports team will be even stronger in the future. The whole school will be our base camp, and we can walk sideways in the school. What do you think?" Liu Yang is physically strong and has excellent athletic performance. He used to be the top athlete in his school. Naturally, they don't want to be enemies with Liu Yang, and it would be best if they could absorb him into their team. As long as Liu Yang is willing to share the supplies and women he has collected, they will be able to accept Liu Yang's joining. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang shook his head and said, "Not interested." The athlete opposite showed a sneer. "Ha, you don't want to give me face, right? Liu Yang, you don't think you can be a match for so many of us, do you? You have a woman to share with everyone. Don't eat alone, or you'll be stuffed to death." Liu Yang didn't say anything, but raised the bow in his hand, drew the arrow directly, and aimed at the opponent. Then he said coldly, "Do you think you can have any plans for my woman? Since I told you to leave, if you don't want to leave, then don't leave. I'll send you off." Brush. Without saying a word, Liu Yang shot an arrow that instantly pierced the chest of the leading athlete. The gym student covered his chest with his hands, showing an incredible expression. You actually dare to kill someone? Ah." After saying this, he fell to the ground and died with his eyes open. The other 4 athletes were shocked when they saw this scene. "Fuck, Brother Hui. Brother Hui, wake up. Murder." Liu Yang murdered someone. Brothers, attack together. This guy actually dared to kill our Brother Hui. Split up and surround him directly. His arrows can't shoot that fast. So the 4 of them split up and rushed towards Liu Yang from 4 directions. However, Liu Yang did not continue to shoot arrows. Instead, he showed a cold smile, and then he said silently in his heart, "Invisible." Brush. Liu Yang disappeared from the spot in an instant. The 4 athletes were originally rushing towards Liu Yang at a very fast speed. When they saw Liu Yang disappear, they stopped instantly and were stunned with fear. "What the hell? What's going on? Where are the others? Damn, what the hell? Is that guy Liu Yang? What's going on? Am I dreaming? Is the other person a human or a ghost?" Just when they were full of doubts, puff, a soft sound was heard. The chest of a sports student had been pierced directly, blood gushed out of his chest, and a transparent bloody hole appeared on his body. But they couldn't see what pierced each other's chest, as if the bloody hole appeared out of thin air. "Ah!" The gym student screamed and looked at his chest in disbelief. "It hurts. It hurts. Help! Help me!" Brush. The sound of the javelin being pulled out was heard, and blood instantly gushed out of the athlete's chest. He fell to the ground, clutching his chest, his body twitching constantly due to lack of blood, and he slowly began to lose consciousness. The remaining 3 people were simply shocked. They never expected that Liu Yang could become invisible like a ghost and even kill people. Now you have no idea where Liu Yang is. Maybe he is right behind you, aiming a weapon at your heart. He can kill you with just a thought. This unknown fear made the 3 of them tremble all over. Bang! A sports student knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the air. "Liu Yang, we know we are wrong. Please don't kill us. We know we are wrong. We will get out of here right now, as long as you let us live." The other 2 athletes knelt on the ground the moment they saw this scene, begging for mercy to the air. "Liu Yang, we are the ones who didn't recognize the great man. Please be magnanimous and forgive us this time. We are all athletes. We knew each other before. We are all friends and brothers, Liu Yang. I participated in the 400-meter relay race with you during the school sports meet. We are teammates. Please don't kill us all." However, what responded to them was not Liu Yang's voice, but the sound of the javelin piercing flesh. Puff, puff, puff. A bloody hole appeared on the chest of all 3 people, and blood gushed out, staining the ground red. The 3 of them showed expressions of fear, covered their chests, and slowly fell into a pool of blood. If you are not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. Liu Yang must understand this principle. Since their base camp has been discovered by them, they can no longer stay. In the end times, there are no laws and moral constraints. Even for a piece of bread, people may kill each other, not to mention that he has so much food and so many women. Therefore, Liu Yang does not trust anyone. He only believes in his own fists. These athletes did know Liu Yang before, but they never considered him a friend or a brother. They only thought of him as a joke. After all, there is only one disease in this world, and that is poverty. Poor people are looked down upon wherever they go. Liu Yang was the one who was looked down upon the most in the past. Now, of course, he didn't believe that these people would really consider him a friend. Looking at the 5 bodies lying on the ground, Liu Yang released his invisibility. This skill is so useful, it can kill people without them even noticing. After killing these people, Liu Yang went directly to the door of the infirmary, knocked on the door, and said, "Open the door. I am Liu Yang. I have killed those people." Hearing this voice, the female student inside the door breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the door. Liu Yang walked into the infirmary and found that they still had frightened expressions on their faces. Chen Lixia said, "Who are those people Liu Yang is talking about? They are so scary. He said he wanted to take us away and torture us to death." Li Mingyao also said, "Liu Yang, it's a good thing you came back in time. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. This thin door can't withstand their attack." Chen Zi said, "Those people are too scary and too despicable, aren't they? They keep saying they want to kill us. It's disgusting." Chen Ting said, "Fortunately, Liu Yang's husband is here. It really makes me feel at ease." Liu Yang consoled them and said, "It's okay. I've already taken care of them. They were all sports students. The apocalypse has happened. No one can be trusted in school now. When I'm not around, you must close the doors and windows. Don't make any noise. Don't let anyone see you." "Yes, we understand." The women nodded obediently. Chapter 20. Get 24 rewards at once. Invincible. After discovering other athletes in the school, Liu Yang began to feel a sense of urgency. Although his strength is strong enough, his women still have no ability to protect themselves. If they are accidentally robbed, it will be a big loss. So today I have to improve my strength first. Liu Yang took out lunch from the system space and distributed it to the women. Then he asked the 24 new women, "I'll ask you again, are you willing to surrender?" The women nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. As long as you protect our safety and give us food, we are willing to submit to you." "Very good." Some of these rewards increase basic attributes, some increase skill levels, and some gain new skills. Seeing that his strength had increased so much, Liu Yang's face showed excitement. Liu Yang looked at his attribute panel. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Power, 200. Spirit, 200. Physical strength, 200. Speed, 200. 36 meters per second. Skills, 1. Attribute enhancement, 2. Super gene, 3. Storage space, level 4, 4. Virus immunity, 5. System scan, 6. Invisibility, level 3, 7. Metal control, level 2. His basic attributes reached 200 points, and his maximum moving speed reached 36 meters per second, which is 4 times that of an ordinary person. Now ordinary people are like slow motion in front of Liu Yang, and no one can be his opponent. Afterwards, Liu Yang checked the descriptions of each skill after upgrading on the panel. Storage space, level 4. You have a 40 by 40 by 40 meter storage space. You can store any items at will. 40 times 40 times 40 is equal to 64,000 cubic meters. More than 60,000 cubic meters, enough for Liu Yang to store a lot of supplies. It's no problem to feed 100 wives. This space is big and comfortable. Invisibility, level 3, you can be invisible for 6 hours every day. There is no limit to the number of times you can use invisibility. It is only needed when searching for materials or fighting. A battle can be over in tens of seconds, so 6 hours is more than enough for Liu Yang. Metal control, level 2, you can control any metal. This explanation is simple and clear, and it is Liu Yang's latest skill. He quickly tried out the usefulness of this skill. Liu Yang took out a fruit knife from the dark space with just a thought. Then he had another thought, and the metal part of the fruit knife had turned into a substance like water, floating in the air and able to change into any shape and posture. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang's face showed excitement. This is so awesome. This metal control is almost the same as Magneto's ability. With this ability, can I make my own weapons at will? Liu Yang looked at the wall in the distance. Brush! The fruit knife shot out like a bullet and hit the concrete wall instantly. The whole knife was embedded in it. leaving only the handle shaking outside. Amazing. I can control the flying knife with my mind. Now I am at level 2 metal control. The farthest distance I can control is about 100 meters. I can hit the target within 100 meters. Whether I encounter zombies or enemies, I can kill them easily. Afterwards, he took out a dozen stainless steel bowls and trays collected from the cafeteria from the dark space. And then those bowls and trays were floating in the air in front of him. Then with a thought, all the metals were fused together, and some impurities were purified from the metal by Liu Yang. He used his mind to forge iron, and the weapons he made were sharper and tougher than those made by the sword-making master. Soon, the metals formed a sharp sword more than 1 meter long. Looking at the sharp knife, Liu Yang was full of confidence. With this weapon, even if you encounter 100 zombies, you can easily kill them all. In order to test the upper limit of this ability, Liu Yang once again took out the fruit knife from the dark space, stood outside the window, and flew it far away. When it reached the limit of his control, he controlled the fruit knife to return. After going back and forth about 20 times, he felt cold sweat starting to appear on his forehead and even had a slight headache. It seems that this is the limit of mental power. A fruit knife can fly 100 meters back and forth 20 times, and the flying distance is 100 times 20 times 20 is equal to 40,000 meters. If you replace the fruit knife with a steel needle, the number of times can be doubled, and you can control it to fly 80,000 meters. Just a steel needle can control it to fly a distance of 80,000 meters, and it can pierce the heads of countless enemies on the way. I will kill as many as come. Cool. This new skill can be said to be Liu Yang's most important attack skill. As his mental power increases and the level of his metal control skill improves, the objects he can control will become heavier and larger. By then, he may be able to directly use his mind to create tanks, airplanes, aircraft carriers, and even spaceships. With this skill, I will be able to create an indestructible and impregnable survivor base by myself. Liu Yang clenched his fists, full of confidence. It has been less than 10 days since the apocalypse broke out, and he has already gained such powerful abilities. He is already far ahead of other survivors who are still struggling to survive hunger and zombies. Now, let alone those 5 athletes. Even 100 athletes would not be my opponent. Sooner or later, I will be able to reach the top of the world. Chapter 21, Opening Up to the Cold School Beauty. After seeing the improvement of his own attributes, Liu Yang excitedly set his sights on the aloof school beauty Li Mange. I have to say, there is a reason why the Cold School Belle is called the Cold School Belle. She has been hungry for 5 whole days, and she still hasn't compromised. Liu Yang began to admire this guy. He walked over with a smile on his face and asked Li Mange, "Are you hungry?" Seeing Liu Yang coming to her and asking her questions, Li Mange felt flattered. She thought Liu Yang had forgotten about her. At the same time, Li Mange made up his mind that as long as Liu Yang gave him a way out, he would compromise. I've been really hungry these days, especially when I see other students having delicious food and drinks, while I can only go hungry and drink tap water. This feeling is really torturous. Li Mange has figured it out. In the end times, survival is the most important thing. Dignity, innocence, they are all just clouds. Moreover, Liu Yang is really good to his women. He will share all the delicious food and drinks with them. Liu Yang is also a very powerful man. He is decisive and ruthless in killing. Anyone who poses a danger to him and his women will be killed by him. This kind of man will definitely achieve great things. Following such an outstanding man, you can definitely live a long time in the end times. So today she decided to compromise. However, before Li Mange could say anything, her stomach started growling. Gulp, gulp. When Li Mange heard the sound of her stomach, her face turned red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She nodded with a red face. Yeah, I'm hungry, so hungry. I feel like I'm starving to death. A pair of eyes as cute as a kitten's looked at Liu Yang with hope. Li Mange wondered why she hadn't noticed before that Liu Yang seemed to be quite handsome. Where can you find a good man who is capable, has resources, and is handsome? At this time, Liu Yang spoke. I'll ask you again, if you become my woman, I can give you food. Are you willing? Li Mange nodded with a red face. Yes, I am willing. As long as you give me food and protect my safety, I can submit to you. At this moment, Liu Yang instantly received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the beautiful girl. Metal Control Skill +1, reaching level 3. After hearing this tip, Liu Yang showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then said to Li Mange, wouldn't it be better to compromise earlier? Why do we have to starve for a few more days? After saying that, Liu Yang took out a portion of food from the dark space and handed it to Li Mange. Looking at the delicious food, Li Mange's eyes widened. He quickly opened the package and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. Liu Yang said calmly, "Come to my room tonight. I want to have a good chat with you." This is the cool and aloof campus beauty that countless people in the school pursue. Which boy in the school doesn't want to take her down? It's a pity that Li Mange didn't even look at those people. Now that it was in his hands, he could get a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk directly. Is this the end of the world? This feels so good. Li Mange, who was chewing bread, suddenly blushed like an apple when he heard Liu Yang's words. But she still nodded and said in an almost inaudible voice, "Yeah, I understand. Night." Li Mange knocked on Liu Yang's door obediently. At this time, after fully understanding Liu Yang, Li Mange realized how rare Liu Yang's tenacious character and strong abilities were. In the end times, only men like Liu Yang can thrive. So she admired Liu Yang even more. Who doesn't like a strong man? And Liu Yang is the strongest person Li Mange has ever seen. The next day, Liu Yang wakes up refreshed. At this time, Li Mange was still sleeping soundly. He looked very calm, and there was even a baby-like smile on his face. After Liu Yang got up, he found that the infirmary was already crowded with people, and this place was no longer suitable to stay in. Looks like it's time to find a new base. School is a great natural refuge. There are walls all around, and the zombies have very low IQs. As long as the gate is closed, the zombies can't get in at all. So, what Liu Yang has to do now is to clear out all the zombies in the school, and then the school will become a natural safe base. Liu Yang has already thought of a way to clear the school. Of course, before clearing out the school, all he had to do was clear out the teachers' dormitories first. There are 10 floors of teachers' dormitories, with more than a dozen dormitories on each floor. Moreover, these dormitories are single rooms with kitchens and bathrooms. Very suitable for living. There are more than 100 rooms in total. Even if he has more than 100 women, he can accommodate them all. So the first priority today is to clear out the teacher's dormitory. So he distributed breakfast to all the women, and very considerately left a portion for Li Mange who had not yet gotten up, and then prepared to go out. Chen Lixia and others said to Liu Yang with some concern, "Liu Yang, where are you going? It won't be dangerous, right? You must be careful." Li Mingyao said, "Liu Yang, you must pay attention to safety." Chen Ziyi said, "Husband Liu Yang, be careful on the road. If you encounter danger, we will all become widows." Chen Ting said, "Husband, come back early. We are all waiting for you." Listening to everyone's caring words, Liu Yang's heart was moved. In the past peacetime, no one ever cared about me. He was the only one who kept licking Chen Lixia's boots, while the other party seemed to be indifferent. It's not like now. Chen Lixia is licking her face and asking herself to be careful. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, with my strength, I will never encounter any danger. You don't have to worry. During the time I'm not in the infirmary, you must close the doors and windows, don't make any noise, don't attract anyone's attention, and don't open the door if anyone knocks. Do you understand?" "Okay, husband," everyone said in unison. So Liu Yang opened the door and walked out, heading straight to the teacher's dormitory. Chapter 22. Dare to threaten me? Along the way, Liu Yang encountered several scattered zombies. As soon as they saw Liu Yang, they quickly rushed over with roars. At this time, Liu Yang did not use a bow and arrow, nor did he use steel needles to attack, but directly drew out the big knife that he created with his mind. When the zombie was more than 1 meter away from him, Liu Yang swung his extremely sharp sword and chopped it down hard. Brush! There was a flash of silver light in the air, and the zombie's head flew into the sky in an instant. Liu Yang's body tilted, and he almost sprained his waist because of his own strength. A look of surprise appeared on his face. "Oh my god, this knife is too sharp. I didn't feel anything when I chopped the zombie's neck. It was like cutting tofu. I used so much force to chop it that I almost threw myself out. It seems that I have to use less force next time. With just a light chop, the opponent's head will fall off." After the first actual combat, Liu Yang finally understood the power of this knife. Steel that has been purified through steel control can be said to be the toughest steel in the world. Even the world's top blacksmithing masters could not create weapons like those made by Liu Yang. He swung the big knife and chopped at another zombie. This time, he slashed down vertically directly from the top of the opponent's head. Brush! The zombie was instantly split into 2 halves. Then he swung his knife backhand, and another zombie was cut in half in an instant. In less than 2 seconds, all 3 zombies were chopped to the ground by Liu Yang. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was extremely excited. It's so cool. Chopping zombies with this knife is just like mowing the grass. It's so relaxing and enjoyable. Liu Yang, holding a big knife, killed his way to the teacher's dormitory. The zombies he encountered on the way were either beheaded, cut in half, or cut directly in half. They all died miserably. all the way to the teacher's dormitory. After Liu Yang went in, he found several zombies wandering in the corridor on the first floor. They are all teachers who used to live here. This time Liu Yang did not behead them again, because he didn't want the zombies' blood to be spread everywhere and difficult to clean up. As soon as he thought of it, a steel needle with a cold glow appeared in front of him, hovering in the air. Then, he gave a look. Call out. The flying needle instantly turned into a stream of light and shot directly at the zombies in front at a speed faster than a bullet. It instantly pierced through the zombies' eyebrows and then came out from the back of their heads. Bang, bang, bang. Just like a string of candied haws, in less than a second, the 10 or so zombies fell to the ground instantly. Then the steel needle flew back to Liu Yang again, spinning rapidly in the air, shaking off all the black zombie blood on the steel needle. Then it once again revealed its terrifying cold light. Seeing the power of the steel needle, Liu Yang was shocked. He couldn't help but sigh. Too powerful. This skill is too powerful. It's like having a bullet that can turn. One bullet can kill countless enemies. Awesome. After dealing with the zombies in the corridor, Liu Yang began to check the dormitories one by one. There was no one in the first dormitory. It seemed that the teacher inside had turned into a zombie and came into the corridor. The second dormitory was still empty. There is a teacher in the third dormitory, but he has turned into a zombie. Liu Yang shot him in the head with a flying needle without saying a word. After checking the entire first-floor dormitory, Liu Yang did not find a single living teacher. So Liu Yang went to the second floor. After killing the zombies in the corridor, Liu Yang began to check the dormitories one by one. There was no one in the first dormitory. There was no one in the first dormitory. There was a teacher in the third dormitory who turned into a zombie. Liu Yang killed him. When they arrived at the fourth dormitory, Liu Yang found their head teacher, Mr. Li. He also didn't expect that the head teacher, Mr. Li, actually lived in the fourth dormitory. When he opened the dormitory door, Teacher Li was startled. Today is the 6th day since the apocalypse. Although there is a kitchen in the teacher's dormitory, Teacher Li never cooks. He always eats in the cafeteria, so he has survived these 6 days by drinking water and eating some snacks. Now seeing Liu Yang coming in, he instantly showed a surprised expression and said, Liu Yang, you finally came to save the teacher. That's great. The teacher is so happy. Don't worry. When the disaster is over, the teacher will definitely give you extra points and let you graduate with the best grades in the class. After graduation, I will directly introduce you to a job in a large company. Quick, bring food to the teacher. The teacher is almost starving to death. He just kept making promises to Liu Yang. However, Liu Yang looked at him with a cold expression on his face. He said coldly, Sorry, I don't have any food. Teacher Li's happy expression froze on his face, and he said in disbelief, No food? How is that possible? Chen Lixia and the others posted photos in the group a few days ago. Didn't you give them a lot of bread, milk, and sausages? Hurry up and give some to the teacher. Liu Yang didn't say anything, but was still thinking whether to kick Teacher Li out of the school or just kill him. This teacher is not the kind of teacher with good professional ethics. In the past peacetime, he often made trouble for Liu Yang and scolded Liu Yang for his poor grades. At the same time, he also looked down on other poor students and students with poor grades. However, they always greet those rich second-generation students with a smile, which is typical of them despising the poor and loving the rich. So Liu Yang would not share the precious food with this guy. Seeing Liu Yang not speaking, Teacher Li showed an angry expression on his face and said, Liu Yang, what do you mean? It's fine if you don't save other students from the class group, but now you meet your teacher, you don't plan to save him? There is food to share, and everyone should help each other, don't you know? Do you still want to graduate successfully? Do you believe that I can prevent you from getting a college diploma? Hearing what Teacher Li said, Liu Yang immediately sneered. Haha, the end of the world has already come, and you are still showing off your little power here? You only know how to threaten us college students with your university diplomas all day long. It was okay to be threatened by you in peacetime, but now that the end of the world has come, you still want to threaten me with this? You bastard. Starve to death with your little power. University teachers like to use diplomas to threaten students. Liu Yang used to scoff at such things. I didn't expect that now that the apocalypse has broken out, Teacher Li would actually dare to use this matter to threaten me, which immediately touched Liu Yang's reverse scale. Chapter 23 Kill the head teacher directly. After hearing what Liu Yang said, Teacher Li became even more angry. How dare you talk back to the teacher? I've always seen you as a poor kid with poor grades. Apart from your muscular body and good grades in sports, your other academic subjects are shit. I didn't expect the apocalypse to happen. I realized that you have no morals at all and don't respect your teachers at all. You didn't even share your food with your teacher? You are betraying your teacher and ancestors. This is extremely treasonous. Teacher Li said this, pointing his finger at Liu Yang and walking towards him step by step. When he came in front of Liu Yang, the hand hidden behind his back suddenly took out a kitchen knife and chopped Liu Yang directly. He even shouted, "Since you won't share your food with me, then you can stay and become my food." Seeing that the knife was about to hit Liu Yang's neck, a crazy expression appeared on his face. "I was starved for 6 whole days. Finally, I can eat meat." Liu Yang is a sports student, tall, and with a lot of meat on his body. If you put it in the refrigerator, it will last for at least 2 months. Let's have a good meal today. However, before his knife came down, a hint of teasing flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. Immediately after Liu Yang had a thought, a large knife emitting cold light appeared out of thin air in his hand. Brush! The big knife was swung forward, and the kitchen knife in Teacher Li's hand broke instantly, as if it was made of tofu, and was cut into 2 halves. Immediately afterwards, his head flew high up and turned in the air. At this time, his face was still frozen with an expression of shock. Then a column of scarlet blood gushed out from his neck and sprayed onto the ceiling. His body was also straight, and he fell down. Liu Yang swung the knife in his hand and instantly wiped off the blood. Looking at the headless corpse on the ground, Liu Yang sneered. "A lousy class teacher dares to talk nonsense to me in the end times, and even dares to threaten me? You are looking for death. From now on, only I, Liu Yang, can threaten others. Even the King of Heaven will have to avoid me when he sees me." After killing the head teacher, Mr. Li, Liu Yang continued to move towards the 3rd floor. Liu Yang used the same method to kill the zombies wandering in the corridor on the 3rd floor. Then I started searching dormitory by dormitory. However, no one was found alive. Then on the 4th floor, the 5th floor, the 6th floor, no living people were found. It was not until the 10th floor that Liu Yang finally found a locked teacher's dormitory. According to Liu Yang's experience, if there is no one in the teacher's dormitory, it must be open, since the last dormitory is locked. So there are either living people inside, or people who have turned into zombies. Liu Yang knocked on the door. However, there was no movement inside. This means there are no zombies inside. Because once the zombies hear a knock on the door, they will go berserk. "Is there no one here?" Liu Yang showed a puzzled expression. "Continue knocking." Boom, boom, boom. "Help!" A woman's voice came from inside, but it suddenly stopped, as if someone covered her mouth. Liu Yang instantly realized that something might be wrong. Maybe there is a female teacher in danger. Liu Yang shouted inside. "Someone inside, open the door." However, no one responded. So Liu Yang raised his foot and kicked the door. Boom! With a loud bang, the door lock was instantly kicked into pieces by Liu Yang, and the door was kicked open. At this time, Liu Yang already possessed 4 times the strength of an ordinary person. How could a mere wooden door possibly stop him? When Liu Yang kicked the door open, he was surprised by the scene inside. A woman was tied up by a man. One of her calves had been removed, and the wound was tied tightly to prevent blood loss. Her mouth was stuffed with cloth, so she couldn't make any sound. Her face was pale, and her lips were bloodless. The pain of having one of her calves cut off made her sweat profusely, and she was almost fainting. A man was holding a kitchen knife in one hand and a calf in the other. Seeing Liu Yang coming in, he showed a vigilant expression on his face, pointed the kitchen knife at Liu Yang, and said, Who are you? What do you want to do?" Liu Yang recognized the other person. This man turned out to be the dean of their school. Liu Yang also didn't expect that the dean would actually attack a woman directly and want to eat her flesh. It's only been 6 days since the apocalypse broke out, and this guy is already starving to the point of eating human flesh? At this time, Liu Yang also began to tighten the knife in his hand. "This dean is cruel and ruthless, even crueler than me. He can't be kept." The dean also saw Liu Yang's actions, and also saw the machete in his hand that was more than 1 meter long. "My little kitchen knife is nothing compared to the other party." Moreover, Liu Yang is tall and strong, 1.85 meters tall, while the head teacher is a little old man in his 50s. He knows that he is no match for Liu Yang. So he put on a flattering smile and said, "My classmate, you should be a student of this school, right? You couldn't find any food, so you came to the teacher's dormitory, right? Don't worry, I have some food here. This woman weighs at least 100 kilograms. We can each eat half, which is enough for you to eat for a month. What do you think?" Woo! After hearing the words of the dean, the woman lying on the ground with her mouth stuffed could only whimper pitifully, with an extremely frightened expression on her face. Her body was tied up and her mouth was gagged. She couldn't run away or call for help. The cry for help just now was because the cloth was loose, which allowed her to send out a call for help. After listening to the other party's proposal, Liu Yang shook his head and said, "Sorry, I only eat beef, not human flesh." After saying that, He raised the big knife in his hand high. It was about to be chopped down. The Dean of Studies Shun was in a hurry and said quickly, "No, no, no. Let's talk it over nicely. You have no relationship with this woman. There is no need to avenge her. I am the Dean of Studies of this school. I am very rich. As long as you let me go, I will give you all the money. Moreover, these female students are not good people. I just promised them and gave them some extra points, and they climbed into my bed. Who knew that the apocalypse would break out halfway through? Wouldn't it be a good opportunity to eat them after I was done? I just wanted to survive. What did I do wrong? As long as you let me go, I will leave immediately, and this woman will be yours." Liu Yang sneered and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm enough for someone as cruel as you. I don't want to leave you in this world to be my enemy." After saying that, Liu Yang chopped down with his knife, and the dean's head fell to the ground instantly. Then Liu Yang untied the rope of the female student and took the cloth out of her mouth. The woman was terrified, but her desire to survive made her keep asking Liu Yang for help. "Classmate, save me. I don't want to die. I want to live. Save me. Please save me." The other party had already had one of his lower legs chopped off. Even in peacetime, if he was not treated in time, he might have died from excessive blood loss, let alone the end of the world. With current medical conditions, he could not be saved at all. However, Liu Yang nodded and said, "As long as you are willing to be my woman, I can help you. I'm willing. As long as you don't kill me and eat my flesh, I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do." At this time, Liu Yang has received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. All basic attributes increased by 10 points. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang stood up with satisfaction and raised the big knife in his hand. Seeing this scene, the female student was immediately frightened. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Didn't you just say that as long as I am willing to be your woman, you can help me?" Liu Yang said, "Yes, I will help you relieve your pain now and send you on your way." Brush! The knife stabbed down and instantly pierced the woman's heart. She suffered for only a few seconds before leaving this miserable world. In peacetime, she climbed into the bed of the Dean of Studies in exchange for her academic performance. Liu Yang looked down on this kind of dirty woman. Even if she could be saved, Liu Yang would not accept her. Chapter 24. Liu Yang's husband is so handsome. After killing the dean and the female student, the entire teacher's dormitory was completely cleared out by Liu Yang. So Liu Yang began to throw each body downstairs. From now on, this teacher's dormitory will be his base camp. As for clearing the school, let's do it tomorrow. We have done enough today. After dealing with all the bodies in the classroom and dormitory, Liu Yang began to return to the infirmary. They encountered some scattered zombies along the way, and they were all killed by Liu Yang. Look at the system prompts. Liu Yang killed a total of 120 zombies in this operation and obtained 12 attribute points. He directly distributed the 12 attribute points evenly to his basic attributes. Although each attribute only added 4 points, but mosquito legs also meet. As long as a little accumulates into a lot, he will definitely become stronger and reach the peak of his life. When Liu Yang returned to the infirmary, he knocked on the door directly. No sound came from inside. Liu Yang was very satisfied with the actions of these women, and he had warned these women, "Don't open the door no matter who knocks. Except for me." Now there is no response when I knock on the door, which means these women are very obedient to my rules. So Liu Yang said to the person inside the door, "I am Liu Yang." The women inside breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Oh, Liu Yang's husband, it turned out to be you. We were scared to death." Then the door opened and Liu Yang walked in. Looking at everyone, he smiled and said, "You are obedient and vigilant. I knocked on the door without saying anything just now because I wanted to test you." Chun Lixiao rolled her eyes at Liu Yang and said, "You're so annoying. You scared us to death just now. We thought it was some sports student coming to attack us again." Li Mingyao also said, "That's right, it almost scared me to death." Li Mange said, "Don't scare us like this next time." Liu Yang patted their heads and comforted them. He said, Okay, I got it. I won't joke with you next time. I have good news to tell you. We can move our base camp. Transfer." Upon hearing this, all the women became excited. But when they thought of the horrible zombies in the school, they began to retreat again. Everyone said quickly, "No need to move. It's good for us to stay here. It's safe here. No zombies will attack here." Yeah. Compared to being trapped in the school, worried and hungry, and even wanting to eat shit in the end, I think it's good to stay here. That's right. The school is full of zombies, so we shouldn't go out, right? Seeing everyone's frightened expressions, Liu Yang shook his head helplessly and then said, "You stay here. There is only one ward with only one bed. Except for me. You all have to sleep on the floor? Can you bear it? But the women said, we can bear it. We'll be fine. As long as we're not attacked by zombies, I'm willing to sleep on the floor every day. Sleeping on the floor is much better than being trapped in the bathroom, sitting on the toilet, and not even being able to sleep. That's right. I was trapped on the tree for 3 whole days. There were zombies all over the tree. Now I can stay in the safe infirmary. Even if I have to sleep on the floor, it's better than that time. Liu Yang. He expressed some speechlessness. It seems that these women are really scared. Aren't they just a few zombies? Are they really that scary? Just chop off their heads, and they're dead. Compared to the rules of superiors and subordinates in peacetime, the strict class divisions, and the tragic fate destined from birth, those zombies without intelligence are really just child's play. Difficulties that can be seen and difficulties that can be overcome are not difficulties for Liu Yang. What he fears is the invisible mountain that seems to be pressing on your head, making it impossible for you to get out of this situation forever. It seems that when you are born into a poor family, you will always be a poor person who is bullied. Even if you work hard in sports and become the best in the school, you will still be looked down upon. But the apocalypse breaking out now is different. Look down on yourself? Just chop him down with one blow. Liu Yang smiled helplessly and then said, don't worry, I can protect your safety with my strength. Even if I encounter zombies on the road, I can easily kill them. Moreover, I just went out and cleaned up the place I want to move to. There are no zombies and no danger there. Seeing Liu Yang speak so confidently, the women also became curious. They asked, where is the safe place you were talking about? Is it far from here? The teacher's dormitory has water, electricity, a kitchen, and a bathroom. I have cleaned the entire classroom dormitory. You can live there with peace of mind. You can sleep on a soft and large bed every night, and you can cook your own meals. It is much better than hiding in the infirmary and sleeping on the floor. Liu Yang said seriously. After hearing what Liu Yang said, the women were all shocked. Liu Yang, you actually cleared out all the teachers' dormitories? There should be all teachers who have turned into zombies, right? There should be at least dozens of them, right? Hubby, you're so awesome. You killed all the zombies in the teacher's dormitory in just one morning. And those are zombies indoors. Once surrounded, there's nowhere to run even if you want to. Liu Yang, you're too fierce, aren't you? Li Mingyao said. This is too dangerous. Liu Yang, you must not do such dangerous things next time. In fact, it's good for us to stay in the infirmary. You don't have to take risks for us. Chen Ting also nodded. Yes, there are too many zombies in there. Husband, it's too dangerous for you to do this. Chen Ziyi said, Husband Liu Yang, you are so good to us. You took such a big risk for our lives. It is so touching. The other women also looked at Liu Yang with gratitude, because they knew that Liu Yang still had a bed to sleep in the infirmary. The reason why Liu Yang wanted to move the base was actually for the good of these women. Now think about it. Liu Yang protected their safety, provided them with food, and now he is running around to find a comfortable shelter for them. I have to say he is a good man. Liu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, follow me and be my woman. I will not treat you unfairly. This is just the beginning. Next, I will turn the entire school into a safe zone. As Liu Yang spoke, a relaxed and confident expression appeared on his face, as if this was just a small step in his next plan, not his ultimate goal at all, and he didn't really take it seriously at all. Looking at Liu Yang's confident and handsome face, the women's eyes suddenly sparkled. I couldn't help but sigh. So handsome. Liu Yang's husband is really so handsome. Chapter 25 being targeted. So the group of women led by Liu Yang went straight out to the teacher's dormitory. The teacher's dormitory had long been cleared out by him and became a safe area. Now they just had to take the women and move in. Because the team of women led by Liu Yang was too large, with a total of 29 of them, they couldn't keep a low profile even if they wanted to. Such a scene attracted the attention of many zombies in the distance. They rushed towards Liu Yang and others with roars. Seeing this scene, the women were terrified and covered their mouths tightly with their hands. They dared not make a sound, and they did not dare to run away without Liu Yang's order. They all stood there, stunned. What should I do? Liu Yang, there are so many zombies. Honey, I'm so scared. Let's run. Seeing the nervous looks of the girls, Liu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, there are only a dozen zombies. They are the ones who should run. After saying that, he directly took out the sharp sword from the space, and then holding the sword, he did not retreat but rushed forward, directly rushing towards the dozen or so zombies. Then, in full view of everyone, Liu Yang transformed into a killing god and launched a one-sided massacre against the group of zombies. He clearly just casually swung his knife, and the zombies were separated from each other. With the strength and speed 4 times that of an ordinary person, he was like a dragon swimming in the zombie swarm, going in and out 7 times, and no one could stop him. Even the black blood spilled from the zombies couldn't wet a single bit of his clothes. In just one encounter, 7 or 8 zombies were hacked to death by Liu Yang. Seeing this scene, the women showed shocked expressions. Then this expression of shock began to turn into admiration and excitement. They couldn't help but start discussing it. Chen Ting said, "My husband is awesome. He is so fast, strong, and powerful. The knife is so long, big, and sharp. He can kill a zombie with one knife. It's amazing." Chen Zi said, "Too fierce. Liu Yang's husband is really too fierce. These zombies are no match for Liu Yang's husband at all. He kills one with one sword. Too strong." Chen Lixia said, "Why didn't I realize that Liu Yang was so amazing before? Damn it. If I had known he was so amazing, I would have agreed to his confession when he asked me for love." Li Mingyao said, "It feels so safe to be protected by such a strong man. Come on, husband Liu Yang. Kill all these zombies." A few seconds later, Liu Yang had killed all the dozen or so zombies. He swung his sword and instantly wiped off the blood. Then, he returned to the women easily and said, "Okay, we can continue walking now." Amid the women's admiring and adoring gazes, Liu Yang strode forward towards the teacher's dormitory. But Liu Yang didn't know. In the distance, on the roof of a teaching building, 4 men and 1 woman were watching what was happening downstairs. The leader, a man wearing designer clothes and a gold watch, said, "That bastard is really fierce. He killed more than a dozen zombies in one go, and he was accompanied by more than 20 female students. Can this bastard handle it?" Another strong man said, "His weapon is so powerful that he can chop off a zombie's head with just one blow. If I had such a powerful weapon, I could kill a dozen of them." Look, they entered the teacher's dormitory. It seems that they used the teacher's dormitory as their base camp. Looking at that guy's skills and strength, as well as the weapons in his hands, I seriously suspect that all the food in the small supermarket and the cafeteria was taken away by this guy. Maybe it has all been piled up in the teacher's dormitory. The leading man said in a cold voice, "So as long as we kill him, the female students around him and the food he collected will all be ours." If Liu Yang saw these people, he would definitely recognize them. The leader is Zhao Lei, the most famous rich second generation in the school. He is recognized as the richest student in the school. It is said that the family is rich, powerful, and wealthy. Even the principal had to give him some respect when he saw him. The sturdy man next to him was said to be his bodyguard arranged by his family. He usually studied in the same class with him just to protect his safety. He comes to school not to study, but to enjoy life. After all, he had reached a height that no one else in the school could reach since he was born. When the apocalypse broke out, he brought his bodyguards and several classmates to the rooftop of the teaching building to have a party. There are 5 men and 5 women in total. Unexpectedly, the apocalypse broke out and a man and 4 women turned into zombies. Fortunately, his bodyguards were agile and professionally trained. They quickly killed the zombies and threw them downstairs, so Zhao Lei was not in danger of life. On the contrary, because they brought a lot of food and drinks to the rooftop for the party, they were able to survive for several days without lacking food. Moreover, a few days after the apocalypse, they even went downstairs to look for food, but when they arrived at the supermarket and canteen, they found that everything inside was already empty. Now that he saw Liu Yang with more than 20 female classmates, he finally understood. It was probably Liu Yang who took away all the food. Otherwise, how could he feed so many female classmates? Zhao Lei became very unhappy when he saw Liu Yang taking more than 20 female students to the teacher's dormitory. "I am the most powerful second-generation rich man in the school. Now in the end times, I only have 1 woman by my side. How can you, an ordinary student, have more than 20 women? What level are you? How dare you be better than me? So we must snatch it away. Mr. Lei, don't worry. Now that we know his base camp, his supplies will be ours sooner or later." The burly man next to Zhao Lei said to Zhao Lei earnestly. Zhao Lei nodded with a gloomy face. "Hurry up and make a plan. How dare that bastard occupy more than 20 female students? What right does he have?" After saying that, he roughly grabbed the hair of the only female student next to him and said, "I'm very angry now. Comfort me quickly." Then he said to the big man next to him, "Go inform my sister Zhao Yuqing and tell her that we can change the base camp today. The teacher's dormitory and the food inside are all ours." "Yes, Master Lei." The sturdy man nodded, and then began to walk towards the attic next to him. On the other side, Liu Yang had brought 29 female classmates to the teacher's dormitory. Seeing that there was really no zombie in the teacher's dormitory, the female student's face was immediately filled with shock. It actually took less than 1 morning to clear out all the zombies. "Hubby, you're too fierce. Great. Now I can finally sleep in a bed." And there's a kitchen and a bathroom here. Woohoo. It's so convenient. It's like returning to a peaceful life. Thank you, Liu Yang, for creating such a good environment for us. It is so rare to be able to resume such a life in the end times. Everyone thanked Liu Yang again. Liu Yang smiled and said, "These are just small things. Since you have agreed to be my woman, I will of course provide you with the best environment." When they heard this, all the women's faces turned red and they said shyly, "Husband, you are annoying." Chapter 26. I'm so moved I want to cry. Liu Yang said to the girls, "I will live on the first floor of the classroom dormitory, closest to the gate. This way, if there is an enemy invasion, I will be the first to detect it and protect your safety, and you can choose where you want to live." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Li Mingyao immediately said, "Then I'll live in the dormitory opposite yours. It's very close to you, just a few steps away. You can knock on the door and come find me anytime." After hearing Li Mingyao's choice, the other women finally reacted. What a good case of the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. This school beauty with a baby face is quite scheming. Li Mange said, "Then I will live in the dormitory next to Liu Yang. I am afraid of zombies, so I want to be closer to Liu Yang." After hearing what Li Mange said, the other female students regretted it very much. The reactions of these two school beauties were too quick, and they didn't even have the time to choose as they were overtaken by them. So others also said, "Then I'll live next to Liu Yang's dormitory. Then I'll live next to him, across from him. I live next to him, across from him." Soon all 29 female students made their decision and all lived on the first floor, closest to Liu Yang's dormitory. Good job. Liu Yang didn't expect these female classmates to be so enthusiastic. Originally, he thought that these female classmates would choose the 10th floor, because the higher they are from the ground, the safer they are. Even if zombies want to invade, they will start from the first floor. But he didn't expect that all these women would choose to sit close to him. Liu Yang was a little confused. When did I become so popular? He didn't know that the strength he displayed had already convinced these women. After all, admiration and worship of the strong are innate. At this time, Liu Yang was strong, fierce, and handsome. Which woman doesn't like it? After choosing their dormitories, the women began to organize themselves and said, "Let's start cleaning the dormitories. Clean the entire dormitory building." Although Liu Yang used flying needles to kill the zombies, some blood still spilled on the wall. When the women saw these things, they naturally wanted to do something within their ability, so they spontaneously began to prepare to clean the dormitory. Li Mange said, "Yes. Okay, we will be divided into groups of 6, which can be divided into 5 small groups. This dormitory building has 10 floors in total, and each group only needs to clean 2 floors. There is one group that is short of 1 person, but it doesn't matter. I will let you clean the 1st and 2nd floors. You will be closer to Liu Yang's husband, and you will definitely be more motivated. What do you think of my suggestion?" "Fine. I agree," Li Mange added. "That's great. I'll sign up to be the leader of the 5-person team." Li Mingyao said, "I also want to join the 5-person team and clean the 1st and 2nd floors." Chen Lixia, Chen Zi, and Chen Ting said, "Then I want one too. I want to be closer to Liu Yang's husband." Although the other 24 female classmates also wanted to clean the 1st and 2nd floors, although they agreed to be Liu Yang's women, they had not yet had a substantial relationship with him. They could not be compared with Li Mingyao and Li Mange. They could only curl their lips, divide into groups, and go upstairs. Most of these female students come from wealthy families. When they are at home, they just sit back and do whatever they want. How could they know how to clean? But now everyone is very motivated. Even Chen Lixia picked up the mop and started mopping the floor vigorously in order to show off in front of Liu Yang. Looking at this scene, Liu Yang felt a little emotional. When I was pursuing Chen Lixia in the past, I was the one who showed off in front of him, but now the other party has become my bootlicker. It's really magical when I think about it. By the time the girls had cleaned the entire dormitory building, it was already 2 p.m. Everyone was tired and hungry and gathered together on the 1st floor again. Liu Yang looked at everyone sweating and panting and said to them, "Thank you for your hard work. This teacher's dormitory has finally been cleaned up. From now on, it will become our base camp. We haven't had lunch yet, so everyone go wash your hands and have lunch. Today we won't eat bread or sausages. We'll just start eating hot pot." Upon hearing this, the girls showed surprise on their faces. "Really? We can have hot pot. Do we have fresh ingredients?" "Hubby, you're not lying to us, are you? It's been so many days since the apocalypse broke out. How could there be fresh ingredients?" Liu Yang smiled. He directly took out a 100-pound bag of rice, a large bundle of fresh vegetables, some frozen pork and beef from the dark space, as well as an electric rice cooker, a frying pan, and even some hot pot base. Seeing this scene, The women were all dumbfounded. The end of the world has come, and they are already very satisfied to be able to eat bread, sausages, and milk. But now Liu Yang actually tells them that they can eat hot pot? Oh my god, isn't this too surprising? When the apocalypse broke out, they were starving for days. They thought bread and sausages were delicacies. Eating hot pot is something I can't even imagine. While others are almost starving to death, I can eat hot pot in the safe classroom dormitory. It is a complete enjoyment. And there is no need to worry about being robbed by bandits while eating hot pot and singing, because Liu Yang is strong enough. These women believe that no matter what the enemy is, Liu Yang can kill it. So the girls got busy and started preparing the ingredients for the hot pot. Some washed the pot, some washed the vegetables, and some cut the meat. Soon they prepared all the ingredients, and then started to cook and eat hot pot. As there were too many people, some of them couldn't even sit down and could only eat while standing. But even so, it did not affect the joy on their faces that came from the bottom of their hearts. Eating the sizzling hot pot and enjoying the delicious beef slices, at this moment, they felt as if they had returned to a peaceful era. They forgot the horror of the end of the world and the difficulties they were facing at the moment, and fully felt the delicious taste in their mouths, completing a spiritual and mental enjoyment. Everyone showed a happy and joyful expression. While eating, they said, "Husband Liu Yang, you are so kind. Being able to eat such delicious hot pot in the end times feels like returning to a peaceful era. This feeling is like a dream. Yes, thanks to my husband, we can enjoy the few leisure time we have. It's great. Hubby, you're so kind to us. We're so moved that we want to cry." Chapter 27. 2 Women for One Life. Looking at the admiring eyes of the crowd, Liu Yang nodded and said, "Don't worry, follow me. Liu Yang, your life will get better and better in the future. Being my woman, you can only eat that, not suffer." Yeah, the girls nodded without comment. While everyone was happily eating hot pot, a group of uninvited guests had sneaked into the outside of the teacher's dormitory building. Looking at the locked door, a big man said, "Mr. Lei, wait a minute. I'll climb over the wall and open the door." Yeah, Zhao Lei nodded. Then the sturdy man immediately ran towards the wall at a high speed. He took 3 steps on the wall and soared to a height of more than 3 meters. He grabbed the upper edge of the wall with both hands, then pulled hard with his hands, and jumped over the wall. The 2 students watching this scene couldn't help but sigh. Brother Huang is awesome. His skills are even better than those of Special Forces soldiers. Zhao Lei said proudly, "It's okay. He still needs to have this ability. In peacetime, hiring him as a bodyguard for 100,000 yuan a month is not a waste of money." The 2 men immediately flattered him. "Brother Lei is really awesome. Any bodyguard is so awesome. It is because we have been following Brother Lei that we have been able to survive until now. Otherwise, if the world had not ended, we would have died long ago." Listening to the flattery of these 2 people, Zhao Lei enjoyed it very much and couldn't help but raise his chin high, with an invincible attitude. Soon, the gate of the teacher's dormitory was opened. The sturdy man surnamed Huang said to Zhao Lei, "Master Lei, you can come in now." Zhao Lei snorted a word from his nose, then walked in arrogantly. The moment the door of the teacher's dormitory was opened, Liu Yang, with his keen hearing, had already noticed someone breaking in. Zombies have very low IQ and can't even open the door, not to mention the locked gate of the wall. It can only be opened from the inside. If you attack from the outside, it will definitely make a loud noise. Therefore, the person who could break in must be a human. Liu Yang showed a vigilant expression on his face, and he said to the girls who were eating hot pot, "You guys continue eating. I'm going to go outside to take care of something." The girls noticed that Liu Yang's expression looked a little strange and realized that something important might have happened. So they didn't say anything and just nodded. Then Liu Yang went out directly and walked towards the gate of the teacher's dormitory building. As soon as I walked out of the teacher's dormitory building and before I reached the main gate, I saw several strong men coming towards me, 4 men and 2 women. One of the women was wearing tattered clothes and her face was unkempt, but the other woman was dressed brightly and meticulously, which formed a sharp contrast. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes at these people and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? You dare to break into my base camp. Are you looking for death?" Zhao Lei listened to Liu Yang's words, but his face showed a playful expression. He said, "Boy, I saw you bring dozens of women into this dormitory building just now, and the food in the supermarket and the cafeteria should have been moved away by you, right? Of course, the apocalypse has just happened, and you have already collected so many women and so much food. Are you planning to live like a king in the teacher's dormitory building of the school? Unfortunately, I, Master Lei, found you. You are out of luck. I will give you a chance. Hand over all your women and food, and then get out of here." I will spare your life. Liu Yang observed them and fixed his eyes on the burly man holding a metal baseball bat. There were 4 men and 2 women present. Only that man had some strength. The other 3 men were weaklings, including that Lei Xiao. After roughly assessing the opponent's strength, Liu Yang said coldly and arrogantly, I didn't expect you to be such a good person. You actually want to let me live. I'm different. You 4 men must die, and the 2 women can stay and be my women. What an arrogant guy. You are just a student in this school, just a little tall. I guess you are a sports student. I used to be a professional mercenary. How dare you talk to our master Lei like that? Are you looking for death? The burly man threatened Liu Yang. However, Liu Yang did not speak, just waved gracefully. A flying steel needle turned into a black stream of light and shot towards the opponent. Bang! There was a loud bang. The professional mercenary was instantly shot in the head by Liu Yang. The body fell to the ground with a bang. One of the legs continued to twitch, and it took several seconds for the movement to stop. A blood mist exploded in the air, and dense blood spots stained the faces of Zhao Lei and others. They stood there, all stunned. Fuck. Did you shoot Huang in the head? How did you do that? There's a sniper? Master Lei, be careful. But the next second. Bang. Bang. There were 2 more crisp sounds, and the 2 followers of Zhao Lei were instantly shot in the head and fell in a pool of blood. At this time, Zhao Lei was so scared that he felt silly. A warm current flowed down his legs directly to the ground, and even his trouser legs were wet. This top-rich second generation was so scared at this moment that he pissed himself. His entire body was shaking with both legs, and he started to fight uncontrollably. Fine beads of cold sweat had already appeared on his face, and his back was soaked with sweat. He looked at Liu Yang as if he was looking at a demon crawling out of hell. With just a wave of his hand, he killed 3 people. This guy must have a companion, and his companion has a sniper rifle aimed at here. His wave of the hand is the signal to launch. Zhao Lei was completely frightened. Suddenly his knees went weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Tears were streaming down her face as she begged Liu Yang for mercy. Brother, I was wrong, brother. Don't kill me, don't tell him to shoot. As long as you let me live, I will give you whatever you want. My family is rich, the richest in this school. I will give you any amount of money you want. Liu Yang smiled and said, Huh? Why are you kneeling? I didn't ask you to kneel down. Weren't you so arrogant just now? You said you wanted to kill me, take my woman, and take my food. What's going on now? Rich second generation? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a mercenary bodyguard? The end of the world is coming. The rich second generation of the past are of little use. Strength is respected now, and Liu Yang happens to have the support of the system, making him the strongest one in the school. Zhao Lei simply knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Liu Yang continuously. Where was the dignity and prestige of a top, rich second generation? When he entered the classroom and dormitory just now, he was full of confidence, thinking that he could crush Liu Yang, snatch Liu Yang's woman, and snatch Liu Yang's food. But he didn't expect that now he would be kneeling on the ground begging for mercy like a dog. In the end times, it's useless no matter how rich you were before. Only whoever has the bigger fist can live a better life. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Lei knelt and said, Brother, I know I was wrong. Brother, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please let me live. If you are willing to let me go, I will give you both of my women. I will use these 2 women to exchange for my life. Is that enough? Chapter 28, I don't eat beef, and you want me to keep my word? Zhao Yuqing reference picture. Hearing this, the 2 women next to Zhao Lei showed different expressions. The ragged woman looked indifferent. Before the apocalypse broke out, Zhao Lei treated these women as sexual partners to vent his sexual desire. The reason why they flocked to Zhao Lei was because they were attracted by his money. It can be said that everyone gets what they need. After the apocalypse broke out, Zhao Lei became even more aggressive and treated them like dogs. And what she got from Zhao Lei became food from then on. Now, even if she was sold to Liu Yang by Zhao Lei, she didn't care. As long as Liu Yang could provide her with food, she just wanted to survive. As for who was playing tricks on her, she really didn't care at all. But the other woman who was dressed beautifully was different. She is not Zhao Lei's female companion, but Zhao Lei's biological sister Zhao Yuqing. When she heard that Zhao Lei was going to give her to a stranger man, she immediately became angry. He shouted at Zhao Lei, what are you talking about? I am your biological sister, and you actually said that you would give me to someone else in exchange for your life. What do you mean? Zhao Lei didn't feel anything, so he said directly, Zhao Yuqing, now is a matter of life and death. Can't you sacrifice yourself to save your brother? If you follow him, he won't kill you. At most he will let you sleep with him. Isn't that innocence? How much is it worth? In peacetime, 10,000 yuan is enough to seduce an innocent female college student. Is a mere 10,000 yuan worth your brother's life? Zhao Yuqing didn't expect Zhao Lei to say that. Her eyes instantly turned red. The hot tears flowed directly down her delicate cheeks and onto the ground. I didn't expect that my brother would think this way. With a strange man in the end times? The consequences are simply unimaginable. Maybe after people get tired of playing with it, they will kill it and eat its meat. She burst into tears. Woo-woo. Zhao Lei, you bastard, you deserve to die? I don't want to sacrifice myself to save you. Seeing the two siblings turning against each other, Liu Yang sneered and said to Zhao Lei's sister, your brother's suggestion is good. As long as you agree to be my woman, I can let him go. What do you think? When Zhao Lei heard what Liu Yang said, his eyes were instantly filled with hope, and he said directly to Zhao Yuqing, hurry up and agree to him, my dear sister, hurry up and agree to him. As long as you agree to be his woman, he will let me go. All the food in the school supermarket and the cafeteria has been taken away by him. You will have a good life if you follow him, and you will never go hungry. Hurry up and agree to him. Faced with Zhao Lei's aggressive pressure, Zhao Yuqing burst into tears and almost collapsed. She kept shaking her head and said, I don't want to. I don't want to. Woo. I don't want to sell my body. Liu Yang showed an impatient expression, took out his machete and put it on Zhao Lei's neck and said, very good. Since you don't want it, I'll chop him off first. After saying this, he raised the knife high. Zhao Lei was so frightened that he kept saying, brother, please don't kill me. Brother, I beg you, brother. Yuqing, please agree to him quickly. Even if I beg you, please agree to him quickly. Zhao Yuqing's face was covered with tears, but when he saw his brother's horrified expression and the chopped-off heads of the family, he finally softened and nodded. Woo woo woo. Okay, if you don't kill him, I promise to be your woman. At this time, Liu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. You have received a system reward, a new skill, soul control. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang was very excited. Finally got a new skill. Then he raised the knife high. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lei suddenly became anxious and said quickly, brother, what are you doing? My sister has already agreed to be your woman. Why are you still holding the knife? Don't kill me. You have to keep your promise. Liu Yang sneered and said, I don't even eat beef anymore, and you still want me to keep my word? In the end times, what can credit be used for? After saying that, he chopped it down with a knife. Haha, you dare to steal your food and your woman, and you still want to live? Brush. Zhao Lei's head fell to the ground instantly. Zhao Yuqing, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and screamed in fear. Ah, brother, brother. Woo woo woo. Although she was very angry that Zhao Lei sold her to Liu Yang at the critical moment, she still didn't want her brother to be killed in her heart. So at the last moment she agreed to be Liu Yang's woman, but she didn't expect that even if she agreed, she couldn't save her brother Zhao Lei's life. Zhao Yuqing's screams attracted the zombies outside, and they kept attacking the iron gate of the teacher's dormitory wall. Liu Yang said coldly, shut up, or I'll throw you out to feed the zombies. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqing was so frightened that she covered her mouth with her hands. Then Liu Yang asked the disheveled woman next to him, are you willing to stay and be my woman? The woman showed an expression of being flattered and quickly nodded and said, I do. I do. At this moment, Liu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. All basic attributes are increased by 10 points. After receiving this prompt, Liu Yang also started to scan Fong with the system. Looking at the other party's information, he frowned immediately. This woman's appearance and figure scores are both above 80 points. Have more than 3 viruses in your body. Damn, what a virus matrix. Although Liu Yang is immune to the zombie virus, he is not immune to the virus in women. He shook his head and said, get out of here right away. I don't dare take you in as the virus mother. After hearing what Liu Yang said, the woman showed a terrified expression on her face and said, please, let me stay. There are zombies everywhere outside. If you drive me away, aren't you sending me to die? As long as you are willing to take me in, you can ask me to do anything. I can serve you. Liu Yang waved his hand. I have no shortage of women, but I won't accept just any junk. If you don't want to leave now, it's okay. Since you contributed to my reward, you can leave tomorrow after I kill the zombies outside the door. Afterwards, Liu Yang ignored her and focused on his new skill and read the description of that skill. Soul Control, Level 1. Place your finger on the opponent's forehead for 1 minute. As long as your mental power is greater than the opponent's, you can complete the soul control. The person under your soul control will unconditionally obey your orders and become your most loyal servant. Chapter 29, Acquiring New Skills. After seeing the description of this skill, Liu Yang suddenly became excited. Can you directly control others at the soul level? making them obey you 100 and become your most loyal servant? This skill is so awesome. Liu Yang turned his gaze to Zhao Yuqing, who was standing aside with tears in her eyes. I just killed her own brother. I'm afraid she hates me deep in her heart and has already planted the seeds of hatred. Even if he obeys me now, he might betray me if he gets the chance. Liu Yang doesn't want to have a time bomb buried next to him. Therefore, it is a good idea to use her to experiment with the skill of soul control. So Liu Yang stretched out 2 fingers and walked towards the other party. Seeing Liu Yang walking towards her step by step, Zhao Yuqing was simply terrified. She kept backing away with a look of fear on her face. She said to Liu Yang, what do you want to do? Don't come over here. I clearly agreed to be your woman, and you killed my brother. What do you want to do now? If you don't want to die, shut up and don't move. Liu Yang said to the other party fiercely. Seeing Liu Yang like this, Zhao Yuqing was instantly frightened. She shrank in place and dared not move. 1 minute later, Liu Yang received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully performing soul control. The other party has become your most loyal servant. As soon as Liu Yang saw this, he became excited. And at this moment, the look Zhao Yuqing gave Liu Yang was already filled with obedience and admiration. It was as if Liu Yang was the master she would follow for the rest of her life. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was a little bit unbelievable. This skill is amazing. I can control others directly from the soul. Even enemies can be turned into friends and become my servants. In this case, doesn't it mean that as long as the manipulation is successful, the other party will be 100 willing to submit to me, and I will 100 get the reward from the system? I no longer have to threaten others with food or life to become my woman. With this soul control skill, I will be much more efficient in getting rewards. Of course, this skill is not completely without any restrictions. First of all, the prerequisite for successful use is to place your fingers on the opponent's eyebrows for 1 minute. Unless you are stronger than your opponent and can control him, no one will let you put your fingers between your eyebrows for 1 minute. Another condition is that the mental strength must be greater than that of the other party. If the opponent's mental strength is greater than yours, then your skills will fail. In general, this skill can only control people who are weaker than yourself, and absolutely cannot control people who are stronger than yourself. However, even with these limitations, this skill is completely sufficient for Liu Yang. As long as he uses it on women, he can quickly get system rewards. At this moment, Zhang Yuqing looked at Liu Yang with eyes full of admiration and obedience. She said to Liu Yang, Master Liu Yang, Zhao Yuqing is waiting for your orders. Looking at the other person's delicate face, which was full of obedience and a pleasing expression, she looked a little shy and a little tempting. Liu Yang scanned the other party using the system. The other party's information appeared in my mind. Name, Zhao Yuqing. Age, 18. Height, 166. Weight, 46 kilograms. Appearance score, 90 points. Body score, 93 points. When seeing these data, Liu Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party's appearance score and figure score were both above 90 points, even higher than Chen Lixia. And since the other party is a top-rich second generation, in addition to having everything he needs provided for him and being taken care of by someone, he is probably also top-notch in terms of skin and appearance maintenance. So the other person's skin is as tender and smooth as a baby's, making people want to pinch it. What made Liu Yang feel even more eccentric was that, although his brother Zhang Lei was a dissolute man, Zhao Yuqing was actually still an innocent girl. Compared to the woman next to her who was full of viruses, she was as pure as a white lotus. Liu Yang was very satisfied with Zhao Yuqing. Not only does it provide me with such an amazing skill, but it is also a very good partner for having children. It's really great. Liu Yang smiled and patted the other person's head, saying, Be good. You don't have to call me sir, call me husband. Hearing Liu Yang's words, Zhao Yuqing showed an expression of being flattered, and her face instantly turned red. With a shy expression on her face, she lowered her head and said, Okay, I get it, husband. Liu Yang nodded and said, Okay, let's go back to the classroom and dormitory. I'll find you a room to stay in. After that, he turned to another pathogen woman next to him and said, As for you, just stay downstairs for 1 night. Tomorrow, when I have dealt with all the zombies outside, you can leave quickly. Then Liu Yang took Zhao Yuqing directly back to the teacher's dormitory. Right now, Li Mingyao and the others were still eating hot pot. When they saw Liu Yang coming back with a new woman, they were all surprised and said, Wow, Liu Yang, you went out for a hot pot and brought back such a beautiful sister. You are so lucky. Chen Lixiao also said, It seems that you have great luck with women. In the past few days since the apocalypse, you haven't met many men, but you have found dozens of women. Shenzi said, "Sisters, come over and have dinner together. Today's hot pot tastes really good." Shen Ting said, "Yes, let's eat together. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks." Zhao Yuqing didn't expect that Liu Yang actually hid dozens of women in the classroom and dormitory. This surprised her a little. Moreover, seeing how enthusiastic everyone was towards her, Zhao Yuqing felt a little uncomfortable. She blushed and said, "Thank you, everyone. I'm not hungry." Liu Yang said, "This is Zhao Yuqing, the female classmate I just brought back. She will live here with us in the future. Let's get along well." The women all said with a smile, "Don't worry, we won't bully the new sisters." Liu Yang nodded and said to Zhao Yuqing, "Okay, you can also go to eat together." Hearing what Liu Yang said, Zhao Yuqing couldn't refuse anymore. She blushed, took a pair of chopsticks, and sat next to everyone, eating hot pot together with a happy smile on her face. Everyone was chatting away, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Chapter 30. Collecting steel and gasoline to prepare for clearance. After eating the hot pot, the girls began to scramble to clean up the dishes and wash the pots and pans. Each of them changed from being the high-ranking young ladies to being housewives who were familiar with housework, and they were busy and happy. They all wanted to show off themselves in front of Liu Yang, hoping to get Liu Yang's reward. After finishing their work, everyone was still lingering in Liu Yang's room, unwilling to leave. At this time, Liu Yang said, "You guys go back to your room and sleep." "Oh, okay." Everyone showed some disappointed expressions, and then filed out one by one and left Liu Yang's room. An expression of surprise appeared on Zhao Yuqing's face. The next day, Liu Yang got up refreshed. Just after washing up, Chen Zi came in with breakfast. It turned out that they had gotten up early in the morning to cook lean meat porridge for Liu Yang. Liu Yang took a sip of the porridge, showing a satisfied expression, and praised, "This porridge is well cooked, very delicious. You girls are already spoiled. I didn't expect you can cook porridge." Chen Zi blushed and said, "There is an option for making porridge on the rice cooker." Liu Yang nodded, then started going out. "It's time to start planning for today." Liu Yang walked out of the dormitory building and came to the open space between the front of the building and the wall. At this moment, several bodies were still lying there. That was Zhao Lei and his younger brothers, as well as his bodyguards. At this time, the women in the dormitory also came out. When they saw the scene outside, they were stunned instantly. It turns out that such a big battle actually took place outside last night. There were so many invaders, but they were all killed by Liu Yang. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that Liu Yang is defending against invaders for them. Seeing this scene, they all showed touched expressions on their faces. Zhao Yuqing looked at her brother Zhao Lei's stiff, headless body lying on the ground, without a trace of emotion on her face. Liu Yang felt it was a bit magical. How could this soul control be so powerful? It could directly deprive the other party of their family affection? At this time, the ragged woman who stayed outside last night also came over. He pleaded with Liu Yang, "Brother, please let me stay. I can be your servant and take care of you and your woman's daily life, as long as you give me something to eat." Liu Yang still shook his head. He didn't dare keep the biochemical mother. What if his woman was infected? The women around him are all women with 0 recharge times and are as white as snow. Don't let a single bad apple spoil the whole barrel. He replied, "No, I, Liu Yang, won't accept just any woman. Next, I will kill all the zombies at the door. You should get out of here as soon as possible. The farther away from this school, the better. The next time I see you, I will behead you like Zhao Lei and the others." The woman with tattered clothes, tangled hair, and a dirty face was frightened by Liu Yang's cold expression. In the end, he could only nod and follow Liu Yang. Then Liu Yang opened the iron gate and walked out. There were dozens of zombies outside the door, attracted by the fight between Liu Yang and Zhao Lei last night. As soon as they saw the iron gate was opened, they rushed over frantically. Liu Yang instantly took out a steel needle from the dark space, and then with a look, "Call out." The flying needle instantly turned into a stream of light that shuttled among the zombies, blowing their heads off one by one. In less than a second, Liu Yang had killed more than 30 zombies. Seeing this scene, the ragged woman was instantly frightened. She didn't understand how Liu Yang did it, being able to shoot dozens of zombies in the head in an instant. In just a moment, all the zombies fell to the ground. She knew that this man was definitely one of the strongest in the apocalypse. It's a pity that due to my own impure conduct, I will never be able to hold on to this thigh. Whenever she thought of this, she felt extremely regretful. In peacetime, I shouldn't have hooked up with a rich second generation like Zhao Lei and become his plaything just for a little money. It's a pity that it's too late to regret now. "Get out," Liu Yang said coldly to the biochemical mother. The woman had no choice but to run away. and Liu Yang started today's plan to clear the campus. However, before the plan, he used his ability to control steel to raise the walls of the teacher dormitory building to 5 meters with metal and created very sharp steel spikes up to 10 centimeters long at the highest point of the wall. They were densely packed and surrounded the wall to prevent others from climbing over the wall. This way, what happened last night where someone climbed over the wall and opened the door wouldn't have happened. After doing all this, Liu Yang began to take action. He first came to the school gate and found that the 2 security guards in the gate's security booth had turned into zombies. Liu Yang threw a flying needle and shot them in the head. Then Liu Yang opened the door and walked out. This was the first time he saw the scene outside the school after the apocalypse broke out. The 4-lane road in front of the school was completely blocked by abandoned cars. When the apocalypse broke out, many people chose to drive away. However, some people turned into zombies while driving. So those cars soon lost control. Countless car accidents occurred on the road, and then the roads began to be paralyzed, blocked by all the cars. Those car owners who have not turned into zombies will be stuck on the road with nowhere to escape and will be bitten to death by the car owners who have turned into zombies. Looking at these abandoned cars, Liu Yang's mind moved slightly, and he instantly turned the cars into flowing steel. Then, he controlled the steel to become square ingots. Soon all the steel in a car was collected by Liu Yang and turned into steel ingots that were only about 0.5 meters times 0.5 meters times 0.5 meters in size. Looking at the steel ingots floating in the air, Liu Yang said with emotion, "Is this the only amount of steel in a car? 0.5 times 0.5 times 0.5 is equal to 0.125 cubic meters. And 1 cubic meter of steel is 7.85 tons, which means that the steel collected by a car is 0.125 times 7.8 is equal to 0.975 tons. One car can provide me with almost 1 ton of steel. This steel is a very important raw material for me. I can use it to expand the base and even manufacture airplanes, tanks, and aircraft carriers. And after turning them into steel ingots, they can be stored in the dark space without taking up any space. My dark space is now 40 times 40 times 40 is equal to 64,000 cubic meters. If all of it is used to store steel ingots, it can store 64,000 cubic meters of steel ingots, which is equivalent to 64,000 times 7.85 is equal to 502,400 tons. With so many steel ingots, we can build 5 aircraft carriers." So Liu Yang, with an excited expression, kept turning cars into steel ingots and storing them in his own dark space. The fuel tanks in the cars were also collected directly into the dark space by him. Each car had dozens of liters of gasoline. These gasolines were also very important raw materials in the end times. So Liu Yang began to collect the steel from the cars and turn it into ingots, and then took away the fuel tanks in the cars. Soon, Liu Yang collected all the dozens of cars in front of the school. Then Liu Yang walked forward. Wherever he went, all the cars were disassembled and the steel became like flowing water, constantly forming into ingots, which were taken away by Liu Yang. Liu Yang walked all the way to the gas station 1 kilometer away from the school. This time, he had collected steel from hundreds of cars, and there were also hundreds of car fuel tanks in his dark space. Arriving at the gas station, Liu Yang looked at the basement of the gas station and said, "The gas station's oil storage device is an underground oil storage tank, which is also made of steel." So Liu Yang waved his hand. Ka ka ka. The ground of the gas station began to make crackling sounds, and countless spiderweb-like cracks began to spread far away. Then, 6 huge oil tanks broke through the concrete floor directly from underground and slowly rose up. Each oil storage tank has a capacity of 1,000 liters. 6 huge oil storage tanks hold 6,000 liters. Liu Yang put all the 6,000 liters of gasoline into his own dark space. The fuel tanks he collected from cars also contained several thousand liters of gasoline. Adding the two together, he already has more than 10,000 liters of gasoline. These are extremely important fuels in the end times. And if you encounter a car on the road in the future, you can continue to do the same thing and collect steel and gasoline. Liu Yang will have more and more resources. After doing all this, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. This time, I really reaped a lot. Not only did I get hundreds of tons of steel, but I also got tens of thousands of liters of gasoline. Next, I can start my clearing plan. Chapter 31: Clear the school to obtain a safe zone. Liu Yang returned to school from the gas station. He used the steel in the dark space to make 2 huge steel gongs, and then controlled the 2 steel gongs to float in the air and collided violently with each other. Bang! The sound of a huge gong resounded throughout the entire campus. When the zombies heard the huge noise, they instantly rushed out from all corners of the school. Liu Yang activated his stealth skill, controlled the gong floating in the air, and began walking inside the school. From a distance, all you can see are two huge gongs constantly ringing in the air. More and more zombies gathered under the gong, forming a black mass, and the number had reached tens of thousands. There are about 30,000 students in Liu Yang's school. When the apocalypse breaks out, in addition to the students who were eaten and escaped, there are at least 20,000 who turned into zombies. Killing all these 20,000 zombies can provide Liu Yang with more than 2,000 attribute points. It can increase Liu Yang's basic strength several times again. Therefore, in addition to providing himself with a safe refuge, clearing the campus can also improve his own strength. This is why Liu Yang is so eager to do this. Soon, more and more zombies gathered behind the two gongs. Liu Yang thought it was almost enough, so he began to control the two gongs to fly out of the school gate. It flew all the way above the gas station, and then the two gongs kept ringing there. The zombies in the school also filed out and kept moving towards there. Even the zombies in the nearby residential buildings were attracted and all moved towards there. The survivors in the residential building were attracted by the loud noise outside and secretly observed the situation outside through the cracks in the windows. A man and a woman in one of the houses saw this scene and showed shock on their faces. The man said, "What's going on? Why are there two gongs in the air that keep hitting each other? More and more zombies are being attracted there. My God, there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 zombies gathered there." The young woman also said, "It just so happens that we have run out of food at home. Now the zombies are attracted there. We can take this opportunity to go to the convenience store downstairs to collect food." The man said, "Yes, this is our best chance to collect supplies. I don't know if the two gongs are controlled by humans or not. It's really strange. Don't worry about whether he's weird or not. Let's go downstairs and find food." So the two of them quickly picked up their backpacks, ran downstairs, and started collecting food during this period of time. Liu Yang was still in stealth mode at this time. He saw more and more zombies gathered at the gas station, and even the zombies in the nearby residential buildings were attracted by him. Liu Yang showed an excited expression on his face. He said excitedly, "Great, there are more than 30,000 zombies gathered here. If I kill them all this time, I will be able to gain more than 3,000 attribute points." Seeing that the zombies had almost gathered, Liu Yang took out a dozen car fuel tanks from the dark space, then wrapped the fuel tanks with steel. He then controlled the steel to fly in the air and poured the oil in the tanks evenly onto the zombies. The zombies looked at the gasoline falling from the sky and had no idea what it was. They kept moving towards the direction where the sound of the gong came from, pushing each other and even starting a stampede. Once a zombie fell to the ground, he would be stepped on by his companions. Seeing that they were gathering more and more and getting closer, Liu Yang took out his lighter. Then the raging fire began to engulf all the zombies. Boom! The flames continued to burn, and with the help of gasoline, all the zombies began to catch fire. However, these zombies seemed to have no feeling and kept rushing towards the place where the gong was struck. Some zombies began to burn with crackling sounds, and the smell of burnt flesh began to fill the air. Let them burn here. Now it's time to go back to school and check every corner of the school to see if there are any zombies that have escaped. Kill all the zombies that have escaped. Then the whole school will be cleared out by me. After returning to school, Liu Yang canceled his invisibility. Then, he used the steel collected in the dark space to raise the height of the entire school wall to 5 meters and created sharp steel spikes on the top of the wall to prevent others from climbing the wall. Then Liu Yang began to check every teaching building, every classroom, and even every corner in the school. It finally took a whole morning to get rid of those that had slipped through the net. At this point, all the zombies in the entire school have been cleared out by Liu Yang. So Liu Yang returned to the teacher's dormitory. It was already noon and the women had already started cooking. When they saw Liu Yang coming back, everyone's face showed happy expressions. They gathered around and said to Liu Yang, "Husband Liu Yang, you are finally back. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Our meal is almost ready. We have never cooked before, so today we are just trying it out. If it doesn't taste good, please don't be offended, husband. It's just like when we served you in your room. This is the first time." Liu Yang smiled, touched their heads and said, "It's okay, as long as it's not a dark dish that can poison people to death." Soon, the food was served. The latest dish served was a seaweed egg drop soup. It looks like it will sell well. Liu Yang scooped up a spoonful of soup and drank it. The girls immediately showed nervous expressions on their faces, waiting for Liu Yang's next comments. Liu Yang smacked his lips and said, "It tastes okay, pretty good." "Oh yeah, that's great." Chen Zi showed an excited expression and jumped up happily. It turned out that this seaweed egg drop soup was made by Chen Zi. She said excitedly, "Honey, it's great that you like it. I will cook soup for you every day in the future. Hee hee. Then, Chen Ting also said, husband, try this stir-fried beef with green peppers and see how it tastes. Liu Yang nodded, picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. With an appreciative expression on his face, he said, very good. The cooking time is just right. The beef is neither too old nor too tender, and it tastes very delicious. Chen Ting also immediately showed a happy expression. Liu Yang was running around outside for their lives, looking for food and supplies. They stayed in the teacher's dormitory, and being able to cook a dish that Liu Yang liked was considered realizing their own value. Of course, they were very happy to see that Liu Yang liked the dishes he cooked. Chapter 32, The Class Beauty of Class 4? Wang Yuhan reference picture. After lunch, Liu Yang said to the girls, I have cleared all the zombies in the entire campus, which means the entire campus is in a safe zone. I have also raised the school wall to more than 5 meters, so ordinary people will never be able to climb in. You can now move freely in this campus. After hearing this, all the women showed surprised expressions on their faces. Have all the zombies in the entire campus been cleared? There are more than 30,000 students in this school who have turned into zombies, at least more than 20,000. Husband, you cleared all the zombies in the school in just one morning. How are you so powerful? Yes. There are tens of thousands of zombies. Even if they were lined up for people to chop them, it would take several days, right? What method did you use, husband? You actually killed them all in one morning. Li Mingyao kissed Liu Yang on the face and said, I knew that Liu Yang's husband is the best. Not only is he strong, but he's also fast. He killed tens of thousands of zombies in the morning. He's amazing. Li Mange said, does that mean that we can move freely in school from now on, run and play ball on the playground, and play whatever we want? We don't have to worry about zombie attacks anymore, and we don't have to stay in the dormitory all the time and be afraid to go out. Liu Yang nodded and said, that's right. You can move freely in the campus. I have raised the wall, and it is no longer hollow. You can't see what's going on inside from the outside, but try not to get close to the gate. After listening to Liu Yang's words, the girls nodded one after another. Yes, we know. We are very happy to be able to move freely in the school. We will never do anything dangerous again. Those zombies are too scary. We don't want to be seen by them. It's good that you know it. Liu Yang nodded and said. Then Liu Yang took a nap. When it was dinner time, the female students began to busy themselves with preparing dinner. After dinner was ready, they respectfully called Liu Yang to get up and eat. Looking at this scene, Liu Yang felt somewhat enjoyable. Before the apocalypse, Liu Yang was just a poor student without a father or a mother. He could only eat by working part-time. In order to get a free meal, I usually go to the cafeteria to help out, washing dishes, serving rice and vegetables. It takes an hour during the peak period at noon and an hour during the peak period at night. $10 an hour, $20 a day, plus free lunch and dinner, so I save money on food. As long as you keep your consumption low, you can live a pretty comfortable life. Many people are vying for this kind of job. However, Liu Yang stood out among a group of poor students with his physical fitness as a sports student and his hard work. The cafeteria preferred to hire Liu Yang, who was strong and healthy. Who would have thought that after the doomsday, these beautiful female students with perfect figures would actually compete to cook for themselves, and were afraid that the food would not suit their taste. This feeling is so dreamy. After dinner, Liu Yang looked at these female students. A total of 30 beautiful female students have received awards from him, but the only ones with whom he had actual relationships were Chen Lixia, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Li Mingyao, Li Mange, and Zhao Yuqing, only 6 people. The remaining 24 people haven't had any in-depth communication with me yet. Looking at the figures who were cooking, Liu Yang scanned them one by one. These 24 female students all had good figures and delicate features, comparable to Chen Zi and the others. The only ugly fat female boxer has been thrown out by Liu Yang to feed the zombies. The remaining 24 are all top quality. Some of them even look as good as Chen Lixia, and are probably the most beautiful girls in the class. So Liu Yang asked one of them, what's your name? It's a shame to say that these people have agreed to be Liu Yang's women, and have even had their rewards taken away by Liu Yang, but Liu Yang doesn't even know their names, let alone have intimate communication with them. After hearing what Liu Yang said, the female student immediately showed an expression of flattery. But before she could speak, Chen Lixia spoke first. This is Wang Yuhan, the class beauty of class 4. She used to be very famous in the school. There were at least 80 boys pursuing her. And the most famous thing is that a boy knelt outside the girls' dormitory for 3 hours in order to pursue her, and Wang Yuhan didn't show up at all. She is also a very cold class beauty. After hearing what Chen Lixia said, Wang Yuhan blushed and said, No, I'm not aloof at all. It's just that dog keeps licking me. I can't do anything about it. I've already rejected him, but he still pesters me. I can only shut myself up and not see him. As for how many hours he knelt, it's none of my business. It's not me who asked him to kneel. Chen Lixia smiled wickedly and said, yes, of course I'm not cold at all to Liu Yang's husband, but I'm extremely cold to other men. Hey, Lixia, you're so annoying. Wang Yuhan's face suddenly turned red like an apple. After listening to Chen Lixia's words, Liu Yang nodded and said, Wang Yuhan, the beauty of class 4, right? Very good. Come to my room tonight and we'll have a good chat. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuhan's face turned even redder. Soon the delicious meal was served. Liu Yang sat at the dining table and soon a female classmate came to help him get his food, chopsticks and spoon, serving him very attentively. It is really a pleasure to be able to eat such a delicious and fresh meal in the end times, and to have someone help you serve the food, hold the chopsticks and get the bowl. After dinner, everyone started to pack up. Liu Yang was lying on the bed in his room waiting for Wang Yuhan to arrive. Soon there was a knock on his door. Liu Yang's face also began to show an expectant expression, and he said to the outside of the door, Come in. Squeak. The door was opened. Wang Yuhan, the class beauty with a tall and plump figure and smooth fair skin, walked in. At this time, the other party had already taken a shower and changed into clean clothes. As soon as he walked into Liu Yang's room, Liu Yang felt that the air was fragrant and smelled very good. Chapter 33 Kill the Zombies and Strengthen Your Attributes to Become a Little Superman. The next day, Liu Yang woke up early in the morning. At this time, Liu Yang also received a system prompt in his mind. Congratulations to the host for killing 28,000 zombies and gaining 2,800 attribute points. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang immediately became happy. Oh my goodness! Yesterday, 28,000 zombies were burned to death? 2,800 basic attributes are divided into 4 parts. Each part can get 700 points. Liu Yang looked at his basic attributes. Due to the reward obtained from that biochemical mother, all attributes were increased by 10 points. His current 4 basic attributes are all 210. Add this 700 and it's 910. The attribute of ordinary people is 50. 910 divided by 50 is equal to 18.2. This means that Liu Yang's current basic attributes are 18.2 times that of an ordinary person, possessing 18 times the strength, 18 times the speed, 18 times the physical strength, and 18 times the spirit of an ordinary person. It can be said that he has become a little Superman. Liu Yang clenched his fists, feeling full of strength, and a confident expression appeared on his face. It's time to start today's activities. Today marks the 8th day since the apocalypse broke out. Most of the trapped people have starved to death. Some of those who have not starved to death have probably begun to be unable to hold back and are preparing to search for food. Liu Yang is also continuing to prepare for action. Now that the food in the school's small supermarket and cafeteria has been collected by myself, the next step is to start collecting food from large supermarkets outside the school. There is a large supermarket just 2 kilometers away from the school. There is a large flow of people in large supermarkets. When the apocalypse breaks out, it is estimated that many people will turn into zombies. It is a very dangerous place. Most people would not dare to go in to collect food, unless they can form a team of dozens of people, then they may risk entering. However, it is only the early stage of the apocalypse outbreak, and everyone is busy forming a team of survivors, so the chances of forming a team are slim. Therefore, the right choice is to take away all the things in the supermarket before others come to their senses. So Liu Yang went out directly after breakfast. With basic attributes 18 times that of an ordinary person, Liu Yang feels that he is invincible. Zombies? To him, it's just grass waiting to be mowed. Liu Yang walked out of the school gate and started walking towards the supermarket 2 kilometers away. Along the way, he saw abandoned cars on the roadside. He directly collected the steel and fuel tanks from the cars and put them into his own dark space. These are all very useful resources. Liu Yang will not let them go, and his mental power is now 18 times that of an ordinary person. He has become more proficient in the skill of controlling steel, and can even control steel at a greater distance, reaching tens of thousands of meters. Who can block the steel head blasting needle that never misses within 10,000 meters? He can also control larger and heavier steel. Give him an airplane design, and he can even make an airplane out of it with his hands. On the way, Liu Yang encountered some scattered zombies who attacked him. He directly used flying needles to attack them and shot their heads in an instant. No matter how ferocious the zombies are, they cannot get within 100 meters of him. Once they appear in his sight, they will die immediately. The flying needles that are 100 guaranteed to hit the head are no joke. Liu Yang walked forward, and the flying needles attacked the zombies in his sight. The surrounding cars began to turn into flowing steel, gathering into huge ingots and storing them in his dark space. If other people saw this scene, they would probably drop their eyes. What Liu Yang did was so unimaginable that it was like a miracle. When there were only a few hundred meters left to the supermarket, something unusual suddenly occurred. A group of zombies surrounded a huge tiger covered with white hair and launched an attack. The white tiger was huge, twice as big as an ordinary tiger. The estimated weight is close to 1,000 kilograms. She kept roaring, and each of her claws could knock a zombie away. However, after flying more than 10 meters away, the zombies actually got up again and continued to attack her. And as the sounds of fighting and White Tiger's own roars continued to be heard, more and more zombies gathered there. When Liu Yang saw the scene there were already dozens of zombies surrounding White Tiger and attacking. These zombies are not afraid of pain. Even if they have broken limbs, they will still crawl towards the enemy. Although the White Tiger was brave, it still had many bite wounds on its body, and its smooth and shiny white fur began to be stained with blood. Countless red marks appeared on his body. Liu Yang looked at this scene with great interest. He muttered to himself, "That White Tiger is so stupid. The first thing she should do when facing zombies is to run away, but she actually fought these zombies. But how come she didn't turn into a zombie after being bitten so many times? Could it be that the zombie virus is ineffective against animals? That's not right. I just killed a zombie dog." With a doubtful mood, Liu Yang moved closer again. This time he discovered something new. Every time Baihu slapped, thick ice would form on the zombies. For example, if she slapped a zombie on the chest, ice several centimeters thick would instantly form on the zombie's chest. If she slapped it on the head, the zombie's head would instantly freeze into an ice ball. Liu Yang was shocked. This tiger actually has the attribute of ice? Could it be a mutant tiger? The reason why it is not afraid of the zombie virus is because it itself is also a mutant. Just when Liu Yang was surprised, he suddenly found that there was a zombie in the zombie group. Instead of launching a mindless attack on the White Tiger, he got an iron rod from somewhere and actually picked up the iron rod and hit the White Tiger's leg directly. The White Tiger cried out in pain, then slapped the opponent with its claw, but unexpectedly the zombie dodged by flashing back. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was even more shocked. I couldn't help but say, "What's up with that zombie? Not only can it use weapons, it can even dodge attacks? Zombies are only controlled by their own hunting instincts. They can only attack blindly, and they can only bite with their teeth and grab with their claws. How can that zombie be so smart? And its movements and speed are faster than the other zombies. Could it be that the zombie has also been upgraded? Is this a level 2 zombie?" Just when Liu Yang was shocked, the second level zombie actually started using tactics, letting the ordinary zombies besiege the White Tiger first. When the White Tiger focused its attention on other ordinary zombies, he sneak attacked them. Another stick hit Baihu's other leg, bending one of his legs and causing him to kneel on the ground. When she stood up again, her leg began to tremble in pain. It was obvious that the second level zombie was very powerful and caused severe damage to Baihu's legs. "Oh!" The White Tiger roared, but it was just helpless rage. The IQ of the second level zombie seemed to be higher than that of this convenient White Tiger. He played with the White Tiger in his hands and controlled it at will. If this continues, the White Tiger will be exhausted to death by him sooner or later. Chapter 34, Saving the White Tiger, a bold idea. I have to say that the leg-cutting tactics of the second level zombie were very effective, and the White Tiger's movement speed became slower and slower. Both of his hind legs were severely swollen from being hit by his thick iron rod. Now the White Tiger could only lean against a building and start attacking the zombies with its two front paws, struggling to put up a desperate fight. However, more and more zombies surrounded her, and more bloodstains appeared on her body, and the blood began to drip onto the ground. Although the roar was angry, it was getting weaker and weaker. Liu Yang saw it. Surrounded by these zombies, the White Tiger would be killed by them in less than half an hour. Liu Yang shook his head and said, "Poor White Tiger, it's already losing ground. I guess this White Tiger ran away from a nearby zoo. He mutated during the apocalypse and escaped from the zoo, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't escape the fate of being besieged by zombies. If I don't save her, she will die here. It's almost time to take action." Liu Yang rushed over with a big knife in hand. When the zombies saw humans rushing over, some of them directly pounced on Liu Yang. However, Liu Yang showed a sneer on his face and then swung his sword. Brush. The zombie that pounced the fastest had his head drop to the ground in an instant. A few more cuts followed. Swish, swish, swish. All the zombies were dismembered. Immediately afterwards, Liu Yang rushed into the zombie group and transformed into a god of death. Wherever he went, corpses were everywhere. A few seconds later, he had beheaded all 30 or so zombies. The only remaining level 2 zombie turned around and ran away when he saw this scene. Liu Yang finally saw the strength of this second level warrior. The running speed is quite fast, probably twice that of an ordinary person. It's a pity that it's still too weak compared to my 18 times speed. Liu Yang gave a look. A steel needle flew out at a high speed, turned into a stream of light, and shot directly at the escaping second-level zombie. Then, bang! With a crisp sound, the level 2 zombie was instantly shot in the head, and its body fell heavily to the ground while running. Seeing this scene, the white tiger opened his mouth wide with a confused expression. It seemed to be saying, "What's going on? I couldn't hit the level 2 zombie that was as greasy as a loach just now, and this human was killed instantly." At this time, Liu Yang also looked at the tiger. A bloody big knife was pointed directly at the other party. He said, "I saved you. Submit to me, or die." The white tiger was startled and curled up in the corner with an innocent expression on his face. Although she is a fierce tiger, Liu Yang is an even fiercer man. The white tiger was besieged by dozens of zombies, helpless, and was chopped on the legs by the second-level zombie from time to time. She was almost in despair. However, they didn't expect that Liu Yang killed all the zombies instantly as soon as he appeared. The level 2 zombie couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The gap in strength was too big. Although the mutant white tiger's IQ is not high, she can still tell who is stronger and who is weaker. At this moment, she understood that if Liu Yang wanted to kill her, he could do it with just a flick of his finger. So she could only shrink into the corner, constantly showing her sharp teeth and making a grinning expression, trying to scare Liu Yang away. Liu Yang was not afraid and continued, "I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to hurt you. I just want you to submit to me. Do you understand?" "Oho," the white tiger roared. It was obvious that she didn't understand. Liu Yang put away the knife and said, "Look, I put away the weapon. I don't mean to hurt you, understand?" Seeing Liu Yang's action, Baihu seemed to understand some of Liu Yang's meaning. Then Liu Yang stretched out his hand, slowly approached the other party, and then touched the other party's huge head. Gently stroke each other's head, feeling the other person's soft hair. Baihu's restless and panicked heart slowly calmed down, and he even narrowed his sapphire-like eyes, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Liu Yang also found it a little funny. Others pet cats, but I pet tigers. And this tiger is really similar to a cat. It looks like it enjoys being petted. In order to get closer to Baihu, Liu Yang took out a piece of frozen pork from the dark space and said to Baihu, "I'll give you some meat to eat, so you can recover your strength." So he held the meat in his palm and brought it to the white tiger's mouth. Baihu had been fighting zombies for so long and was indeed tired and hungry. Now that he smelled the fresh meat, he naturally drooled. He swallowed the meat in Liu Yang's hand in one bite and showed a satisfied expression while eating. Seeing that the white tiger had calmed down under his comfort and the temptation of food, Liu Yang stretched out a finger and placed it on the other's forehead and began to exert soul control. This was the first time he used the skill on a non-human being, and he didn't know if it would work. Liu Yang was also very curious. 1 minute later, he received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully performing soul control. The other party has become your most loyal servant and will never betray you. Please enjoy it. Upon receiving this tip, Liu Yang showed a surprised expression. He couldn't help but say, "Awesome. The system's products must be top-notch. This soul control can actually be used on animals too." Looking at the white tiger at this moment, the look it gave Liu Yang was full of admiration and worship, and even a hint of piety. He turned behind Baihu, looked at his butt, and confirmed his gender. It was indeed a tigress. If the white tiger agrees to be my servant, does that count as saving the tiger girl? Can I get a system reward? With such doubts, Liu Yang directly asked Baihu, "Little Baihu, are you willing to submit to me?" The white tiger opened its blue eyes and looked at Liu Yang with a puzzled look on its face. It opened its huge tiger mouth and made a baby voice, "Ah." However, Liu Yang did not receive any notification of the system reward. He shook his head somewhat disappointedly. Baihu still looked at Liu Yang with a pair of innocent eyes, not knowing what Liu Yang was talking about. Her IQ is too low. She couldn't even understand Liu Yang's words asking her to surrender. "Forget it. I won't embarrass you. I'm going to the supermarket to collect supplies. You can come with me. Then you can go back to school with me. With my careful training, I believe that you will have a higher IQ sooner or later." After saying that, Liu Yang waved at Baihu and started walking towards the supermarket. The huge white tiger followed Liu Yang with an obedient look on its face. White tiger reference picture. Chapter 35, Looting the Supermarket for Supplies. The man and the tiger started walking towards the supermarket. I have to say that this white tiger is indeed huge and looks very imposing. That is to say, her 2 legs were hit with iron rods by the second-level zombies, so she walked with a limp. Otherwise, Liu Yang would definitely sit on her back to show off. Owning such a huge mount, you will definitely feel very proud when you go out. Soon, the man and the tiger arrived at the door of the supermarket. The white tiger stretched out its nose and sniffed the air. Obviously, he smelled the dangerous odor in the supermarket. She really doesn't like the taste. There are at least hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. So she stopped and a somewhat timid expression appeared on her face. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. They are just some small zombies. They can't cause any trouble in front of me. I am here. Little white tiger, follow the master in." Next, the master will show you what it means to be invincible. Bai Hu didn't understand what Liu Yang said. There was still fear in his eyes. Liu Yang ignored her and walked straight into the supermarket. At this time, the white tiger had been controlled by Liu Yang's soul and had regarded Liu Yang as her lifelong master. Seeing that Liu Yang was not afraid of danger and walked into the supermarket, although she was afraid, she still gritted her teeth and followed Liu Yang. When I entered the supermarket, I found it was full of zombies. When the apocalypse broke out, there were quite a few people shopping in the supermarket. More than 3/4 of them turned into zombies, and the remaining 1/4 were either eaten or bitten and turned into zombies. It is estimated that less than 1/10 of the people who escaped from the entire supermarket were able to survive. At this time, the zombies saw Liu Yang coming in, and they roared instantly, and then all pounced on Liu Yang. The white tiger behind Liu Yang saw this scene and raised its mouth to reveal its sharp fangs. He roared at the zombies. Although he knew that he was no match for so many zombies, if these zombies wanted to harm his master Liu Yang, then he would fight these zombies even at the risk of his life. At this time, Liu Yang put his hand on the white tiger's head and touched it. He said, "Dear little white tiger, don't be afraid. Next, I will let you see how strong, fast, and fierce your master is." Liu Yang smiled and waved. A flying needle had quickly shot out, turning into a stream of light, shuttling among the zombies. Every time you pass a zombie, you can shoot his head off. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of headshots could be heard everywhere in the supermarket. In less than 3 seconds, hundreds of explosions were launched. Then all the zombies fell to the ground instantly. All of them were killed instantly by Liu Yang's headshots. The white tiger behind Liu Yang looked confused when he saw this scene. Meow meow meow? Isn't this master too powerful? I originally thought the master was a close combat man who used a knife to hack and slash, but I didn't expect that he was a mage, killing enemies directly from a distance. Liu Yang held up the white tiger's chin, which was about to fall to the ground, and closed her mouth. He smiled and said, "Don't be surprised, little white tiger. Next, go collect food with your master." Ayo ayo. The white tiger opened its mouth wide and yelled, following Liu Yang happily. She hates zombies the most. But Master Liu Yang can turn zombies into corpses as soon as they meet him. So following Director Liu Yang is the happiest thing. When he arrived at the supermarket, Liu Yang looked at the items on the shelves. The whole person showed an excited expression. This big supermarket has a lot of supplies. It's 10 times better than the small supermarket in the school. Not only does it have food, but it also has clothes, daily necessities, milk and drinks, even toys for children, and all kinds of milk powder. If we take this supermarket away, it's like owning a department store. We won't have to worry about supplies for many years to come. It seems that looting the supermarket is a good choice. In the next period of time, I will go to the supermarket every day. So Liu Yang walked towards the shelves one by one. Rice, millet, corn, flour, noodles, rice flour, glutinous rice flour, sesame flour, corn flour. These staple foods are very useful. Take them all. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, red beans, mung beans, black beans. Take them away. Eggs, frozen meat, frozen food, frozen seafood, bacon, dried fish, sausage, hot pot meatballs, hot pot ingredients. Take them away. Snacks, candies, jellies, melon seeds, nuts, biscuits, chocolate, milk powder, milk, drinks. Take them away. Clothes, underwear, toilet paper, pots and pans, toothbrushes, toothpaste, wash basins, face towels, and other daily necessities. Take them all. Edible salt, MSG, various spices, various seasonings, various sauces. Take them all away. Hundreds of barrels of cooking oil. Take them away. Soon Liu Yang put all the items on the shelves into his own dark space. Unfortunately, when I arrived at the fresh food area, I found that the vegetables had rotted, and most of the fruits had also rotted. Only a few of them could be stored for a long time, such as apples, pears, watermelons, durian, coconuts, oranges, etc., were still edible. As for perishable fruits such as bananas, mangoes, and grapes, they have already rotted away. Liu Yang put the edible fruits into the space and looked at the other rotten fruits and vegetables with a regretful expression. He murmured to himself, "I wish I could have come a few days earlier." Then Liu Yang continued to walk deeper into the supermarket and finally found the supermarket's warehouse. The supermarket's warehouses are divided into fresh food warehouses, grain warehouses, clothing warehouses, daily necessities warehouses, and meat warehouses. Liu Yang discovered that the supermarket had not lost power, so the warehouse still had a fresh-keeping function. There were actually a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as fresh meat. Liu Yang found a lot of rice and flour in the grain warehouse. There were dozens of tons. Seeing so many resources, Liu Yang was very excited. He said, "Great, so many resources, enough for me and my women to eat for many years." 50 tons of rice and 50 tons of flour are all taken away. He also collected several tons of vegetables and fruits at the vegetable and fruit warehouse. Dozens of tons of sweet potatoes and potatoes were also received. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are good things in the end times. Easy to grow and rich in starch. The land requirements are much lower than those of rice. If you develop a survivor base in the future, this will be a lifesaver. So Liu Yang excitedly put the potatoes and sweet potatoes into the warehouse. He collected another warehouse of meat in the meat warehouse. He bought all kinds of frozen pork, frozen ribs, frozen duck, chicken, chicken legs, chicken feet, etc. There were several tons of them. Soon, the entire supermarket warehouse was emptied by him. A super large supermarket was left empty. Liu Yang's dark space was already filled with various foods and daily necessities. It can be said that it has everything, and you can get whatever you want. She nodded in satisfaction and said to Baihu, "Little Baihu, it's time for us to go back. I will take you back to see my women. If you spend more time with them, you will be able to transform sooner or later." The chubby little white tiger just raised her head and barked. She still didn't understand what Liu Yang meant. But she understood that she just had to follow Liu Yang and go wherever Liu Yang went. Touching the white tiger's soft fur again, Liu Yang said, "There is a saying that goes, you can't get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Since she doesn't have enough intelligence now, she can't verbally agree to be my female tiger, but if she actually becomes my tiger, can she still get the reward?" Chapter 36, Meeting the Third School Beauty. Liu Yang shook his head, temporarily putting this idea behind him, and then began to walk out of the supermarket. The white tiger with delicate appearance, smooth fur, and a pair of lovely sapphire eyes followed behind Liu Yang. However, just as Liu Yang came out of the supermarket and was about to take Baihu to school, two people appeared stealthily on the street. With Liu Yang's keen observation skills, he had already noticed these two people, so he frowned calmly. A steel needle appeared in front of him. With just a thought, he could shoot those two men's heads off. The little white tiger followed Liu Yang with his head held high, looking very relaxed and contented, and hadn't noticed anything unusual at all. At this time, Liu Yang stopped and said to the two people in the dark, "Come out. I have already sent it to you. I will give you one last chance, otherwise, I will not be polite next time." Two people came out stealthily. Liu Yang discovered that the other party was a middle-aged man and a young girl. The young girl was tall and plump. Although her face was a little pale, she was still pretty and lovely. You can tell she's a beauty at first glance. When the middle-aged man saw Liu Yang, an excited expression appeared on his face. He recognized Liu Yang. At this time, Liu Yang also recognized the other party. "Isn't this Wang Yukai, the principal of my school?" At this time, Wang Yukai had a disheveled face, and his slick-back hair, which used to be neatly combed, had begun to become a mess. The principal, who used to be so high and mighty, now looked at Liu Yang in a flattering manner and said with a smile, "Hey, isn't this Liu Yang from our school? I remember you. During the school sports meet, you broke the 100-meter campus record. You won first place, and I personally hung the medal around your neck. I patted your shoulder at the time and said that your future is limitless. Do you remember?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "So it's Principal Wang. I didn't expect that even in the end of the world, Principal Wang would be doing so badly. I have something else to do, so I don't plan to talk to you anymore. Just go do whatever you need to do. In the past, during peacetime, I had very good grades in sports, and the principal had indeed praised me during sports meets. But that was only limited to sports meets." Liu Yang understood that the higher the position of a person, the more hypocritical he was. He boasted that his future was limitless, but it was just a polite remark. Liu Yang had not had much interaction with this high-ranking principal before. Now that the end of the world has come, he still doesn't want to live. So he doesn't want to waste any more time with this principal. Wang Yukai stopped Liu Yang with a smile on his face and said, No, Liu Yang, we are destined to meet in the end times. You also know that the end times are coming, order is in chaos, food is in short supply, and the principal is about to starve to death. As a student in the school, shouldn't you help me, the principal?" Liu Yang said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any food either. You can see that I have nothing on me, not even a backpack. Where can I hide my food?" Wang Yukai pushed his glasses and continued with a smile. "Don't lie to me, Liu Yang. I think you must have food. I just saw you go into the supermarket and it took you so long to come out. The supermarket is full of zombies. I have been guarding here for many days and I dare not go in. You can escape unscathed, so you must have collected food. I just don't know where you put it. And this tiger seems to listen to you very much. Is it your pet? Although tigers are protected animals, we can take emergency shelter in the end times, and eating tigers is not illegal." Listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang's eyes turned cold. He said impatiently, "I've already told you. I don't have any food, don't bother me anymore, and even if I have food, why should I give it to you? Don't be so shameless, and dare to take advantage of my pet?" Do you have to let me call you a bitch before you realize your mistake? Looking at Liu Yang's cold expression, Wang Yukai was frightened and took a step back. The young girl behind him quickly came over and held his hand, revealing a frightened expression and a trembling voice, saying, "Dad, forget it, he won't give us food, let's go find him ourselves, he's so scary." The girl's words instantly caught Liu Yang's attention. He then turned his gaze to the girl and suddenly his eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl! In terms of appearance, she is not even inferior to the four school beauties, etc. Isn't Wang Youcai's daughter, Wang Muling, also one of the four school beauties? This girl should be Wang Muling. Liu Yang touched his chin and a playful expression appeared on his face. Wow, I came to the supermarket to pick up some supplies and actually ran into Wang Muling, one of the four school beauties. This Wang Muling is the daughter of the principal. No one dared to mess with her in the school. She is the most mysterious among all the school beauties. Other school beauties were pursued by rich second generations, but at that time, Wang Muling was a person that even rich second generations did not dare to pursue. Now that I have met her, can I still let her go? Would it be worthy of my invincible abilities if I don't get this most mysterious campus beauty into bed? At this time, Wang Yukai also noticed Liu Yang's eyes, which were actually a little evil. He quickly protected his precious daughter behind him and said vigilantly, "Liu Yang, what are you looking at?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "Look at your daughter. Your daughter is so beautiful and has a great figure. It is said that she is one of the four most beautiful girls in the school and is known as the most mysterious school belle. If I could get such a mysterious and proud school belle into bed with her, it would definitely feel great, right?" After hearing what Liu Yang said, Wang Youcai's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. My goodness, this bastard didn't even pretend and just said right in front of me that he wanted to hit on my daughter? You really have no shame at all. You wish. Wang Yukai, who was protecting Liu Yang behind him, said to him angrily. Liu Yang sneered and said, "Haha, you old bitch, didn't you just say you wanted my food and even wanted to attack my pet? Why are you only allowed to attack my pet and not me to attack your daughter? Your daughter is a treasure, but my little white tiger is not a treasure. You compare my daughter to your pet? What do you think of my Wang Yukai? I am the principal." Wang Yukai was furious. He was very angry with Liu Yang. His lips began to tremble when he spoke. Liu Yang said, "Yes, you are the principal. Why can't you even have enough to eat and can't even find food? Are you going to starve to death with your precious daughter? Not to mention that you're the principal. What's the use even if you are the king? In the last days, everyone is equal and strength is respected. Whoever has the bigger fist can live a better life. And it just so happens that I, a former useless athlete with strong limbs, now have the greatest advantage. Now I will give you a way out. Look at what this is." As Liu Yang spoke, he took out a vacuum-packed chicken leg from his dark space. Opened the package of chicken drumsticks. The aroma of the chicken legs quickly drifted into Wang Youcai's nostrils. Wang Muling behind him couldn't help but sniff hard, and his saliva began to flow out. Liu Yang said, "I'll trade this chicken leg for your daughter. Principal Wang, what do you think?" Chapter 37. In the end times, there is nothing that cannot be exchanged for supplies. Smell the aroma of chicken legs in the air. Wang Yukai and his daughter Wang Muling couldn't help but sniffling continuously. Hiss, hiss. It smells so good, it's really so good. I don't know how much preservatives are put into this vacuum-packed chicken leg. In peacetime, Principal Wang, as an upper-class person, probably wouldn't even look at it. But now, after being hungry for several days, just smelling that fragrance in the air is almost unbearable, and I can't help but drool. I want to eat it. I really want to eat it. Liu Yang looked at the other person's expression, smiled and said, "How is it, Principal Wang? Are you tempted? Just hand over your daughter to me, and this chicken leg will be yours." This sentence instantly brought Principal Wang back to reality from his fantasy. Liu Yang would not give him the chicken leg for no reason. What he wants is his own daughter. My daughter is so beautiful, has such a good figure, such fair skin, and such big breasts. If he fell into Liu Yang's hands, who knows what kind of ravage and torture he would suffer. It really hurts to think about it. How could I sell out my daughter just for a chicken leg? He said to Liu Yang, "No. Impossible. You want to exchange my daughter for a chicken drumstick? You were dreaming." Liu Yang was not surprised by what Principal Wang said. He just took out another chicken leg from the dark space slowly and said, "Then I'll add another chicken leg." When Wang Yukai saw another chicken leg in Liu Yang's hand, his eyes widened. Although he and his daughter have survived the apocalypse for so many days, they only have a few snacks they bought in peacetime to eat in the first 2 days. I could only drink tap water for the next few days. Finally, they couldn't bear it anymore and came out to look for food. However, when they came out to look for food, they found that the small supermarkets and convenience stores on the roadside had already been looted. The only places with resources are probably large supermarkets, but they are full of zombies and they dare not go in. I was starving for so many days. They were already starving. Now seeing the 2 chicken legs in Liu Yang's hand, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and even the determination in his heart began to waver slowly. But he soon shook his head, his eyes regained clarity, and said to Liu Yang, "No. No. Hiss. Just 2 chicken legs, hiss, can only let me live for 2 more days. How can I hand over my daughter to you?" Liu Yang was not surprised by what Principal Wang said. In peacetime, people often say that there is nothing that money cannot buy. It's just that you don't have enough money. Everything has a price. In the face of enough interests, any chaste and virtuous woman will become a slut. Then the end of the world has come, and Liu Yang can also say that there is nothing that cannot be exchanged for supplies. It's just that there are not enough supplies. He took out a large bag of potatoes from the dark space, weighing almost 5 pounds. Then he said to Principal Wang, "What if I add this bag of potatoes? Eat them sparingly. This bag of potatoes can last you for half a month." When Principal Wang saw Liu Yang's big bag of potatoes, his eyes lit up. This time his heart was really shaken. But he seemed to have thought of something and still said, "No. You want to exchange my daughter for just this little bit of food? My daughter is naturally beautiful, has a good figure, and fair skin. It's no exaggeration to say that she is a fairy from heaven. The men who pursue her are all very outstanding. They all come from powerful families with rich assets. Now you want to exchange her for 2 chicken legs and a bag of potatoes. You're dreaming. Oh, forget it. I have no shortage of women anyway. Little white tiger, let's go back to the base camp," Liu Yang said, and turned around and left. He didn't even look at Principal Wang and his daughter, Wang Yuling. Seeing Liu Yang turned around and left without any reluctance, Principal Wang suddenly became anxious. "What's going on? I just wanted to get the other party to offer a higher price, but they just gave up? You gave up too quickly. Is my daughter so unattractive?" If Liu Yang really left, they would starve to death. They had already been hungry for several days, and if this continued they would die in 2 days at most, so they could not let Liu Yang leave. Principal Wang quickly called out to Liu Yang, "Student Liu Yang, don't leave. Let's talk it over. It's not like we can't discuss it." Wang Yuling, who was standing by, suddenly became anxious. He quickly said, "Dad, what are you talking about? Do you really want to use me to exchange for some food?" Principal Wang said, "My dear daughter, I am not exchanging you for food. I am considering your future. Only by following Liu Yang can you survive. If you follow me, you will starve to death in 2 days. This is not a matter of food. I just hope you can live longer." After saying that, he looked at Liu Yang again. "Classmate Liu Yang, let's discuss this again. My daughter is naturally beautiful and has a good figure. She is suitable for having children. In addition, our family has strict education in peacetime, and she has never had a boyfriend. She is definitely still a virgin. You won't lose out. Give her more supplies and my daughter will go with you." Unexpectedly, Liu Yang smiled and shook his head. He said, "I have already given you a chance. Now I am not very interested in your daughter, so I will give you one last chance. 2 chicken legs and 5 kilograms of potatoes. You can only choose one out of the 2. Pick one and take it. Your daughter will come with me." Upon hearing this, Principal Wang was so angry that he trembled all over. He yelled at Liu Yang, "You are too stingy. How come the price has become less? Just now you said 2 chicken legs and 5 kilograms of potatoes, but now it has become 2 to 1? You Lu Ba Pai. Don't want to? Then I'm leaving. This is your last chance," Liu Yang said, and was about to turn around and leave. Principal Wang was anxious and said quickly, "Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I choose 5 kilograms of potatoes. Give me 5 kilograms of potatoes and my daughter will go with you. But you have to ensure my daughter's safety and don't hurt her. I can be your wife, but I can't be your food." Liu Yang smiled with satisfaction and said, "Wouldn't it be enough if you agreed earlier? Why bother? Okay, don't worry. I, Liu Yang, have plenty of supplies, but I won't do anything like cannibalizing human flesh. I will help you take good care of your daughter, and at least give birth to 3 big fat boys with her." After hearing what Liu Yang said, Principal Wang was so angry that his face turned green, but he could only nod in agreement. He was afraid that Liu Yang would go back on his word and not exchange with him. Seeing that the other party agreed, Liu Yang directly threw 5 kilograms of potatoes into the other party's hands. Principal Wang whispered to his daughter beside him, "After you follow him, listen to him and don't make him angry. He must have collected a lot of supplies to get out of the supermarket safely. You won't have to worry about food and drink." Wang Yuling could only nod with tears in her eyes. She said, "Dad, I understand. You have to be careful when you are alone in the end times." So Wang Yuling lowered his head and walked to Liu Yang's side. Principal Wang fled back to his shelter with 5 kilograms of potatoes. Chapter 38. Back to School. Wang Yuling reference picture. Looking at the tender Wang Yuling beside him, Liu Yang showed a satisfied expression. As expected of the principal's daughter, she is so pretty. Even after being hungry for so many days, she still looks so beautiful. He quickly used the system to scan the attributes of this most mysterious campus beauty. Soon, Wang Muling's information appeared in his mind. Name, Wang Muling. Age, 18. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Bust size, D. Appearance score, 95 points. Body score, 96 points. Charge times, 0. After seeing this basic information, Liu Yang showed an excited expression. His appearance score was 95 points and his figure score was 96 points, both of which were very high. This Wang Muling is definitely a peerless beauty picked out from thousands. Moreover, she was the principal's daughter before, and no man dared to mess with her, so she has remained a virgin until now. This is also very rare. I didn't expect that I could exchange 5 kilograms of potatoes for a stunning beauty. Is this the end of the world? Isn't this end of the world so cool? Liu Yang looked at his dark space and found at least dozens of tons of potatoes. If this is the case, wouldn't it be possible to exchange for tens of thousands of beauties? Liu Yang said to Wang Muling, "Your father Wang Yukai sold you to me. As long as you are willing to follow me and be my woman, I will guarantee that you will never have to worry about food or clothing in the future. How about that?" Wang Muling blushed and nodded. She said, Yes, I am willing to go with you and be your woman." After getting this answer, Liu Yang received a prompt from the system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. The storage space level has increased by 1 level. It has reached level 5, and the size has reached 50 times 50 times 50 is equal to 125,000 cubic meters. Another level of storage space has been added? This is so cool. This means that Principal Wang not only gave himself a virgin girl, but also gave himself a first-level storage space. It seems that I must take good care of his daughter tonight and have a deep communication with her, so as to thank Principal Wang for giving me his daughter. Liu Yang took out a piece of bread and a bottle of milk from the storage space, handed them to Wang Muling, and said, "Eat something first to recover your strength. We'll walk while you eat. It's time to follow me back to the base camp." Seeing the food Liu Yang gave, Wang Muling's eyes lit up, and he quickly took the food, saying, Thank you. Liu Yang, you are so kind. It seems that my father did not lie to me. As long as I follow Liu Yang, I will never lack food." Liu Yang smiled and said, "You're still calling me by my name? Call me hubby." Wang Muling's face turned red, revealing a shy expression, but she still called out obediently, "Husband." Liu Yang showed a satisfied expression and said, "That's right, you're so good. Tonight your husband will make you a real bride." After hearing this, Wang Muling's face turned even redder. She had never had a boyfriend before, let alone any sexual activities. This Liu Yang actually keeps talking about being a bride or something. It's really embarrassing. She buried her head almost to her chest. Blushing, she said, I know, husband." After hearing this answer, Liu Yang pinched her already red and smooth little face with satisfaction. Then a man, a woman, and a white tiger started walking towards the school. Soon they returned to school, and Liu Yang took Wang Muling and Little White Tiger into the teacher's dormitory. As soon as they entered the teacher's dormitory, the huge figure of the Little White Tiger scared the women. This mutated white tiger is twice as big as an ordinary tiger. When it stands up, it is taller than the women, and it is very oppressive. Seeing the frightened expressions of these people, Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is my new pet. Although she looks big, she is actually very gentle and will not hurt anyone. You can come and touch her." The women showed surprised expressions. "Touch it? Is it really possible? I've never petted a tiger before. Can I touch its butt?" The girls were all eager to try it out, and some even began to rub their fingers constantly, looking like they couldn't hold back. This is a huge white tiger, which is extremely rare among tigers. They have never touched an ordinary tiger before, let alone a white tiger. The tigers in the zoo can only be viewed from a distance through the glass. How can you get so close to them? Who wouldn't want to touch this big, snow-white cat? It must be much more enjoyable to pet it than to pet a cat. Liu Yang nodded and said, "Okay, just treat her as an enlarged cat and pet her as you like." After hearing Liu Yang's words, Chen Lixia took the lead in stretching out her hand, placing it on Baihu's head and touching him. Baihu had a submissive expression on his face and even seemed to be enjoying it. When the other girls saw that the white tiger was so docile, they immediately surrounded it and started touching it all over. Wow, such soft fur. Is this what tiger fur looks like? Her tongue feels so itchy. Ha! This tail is so thick and long, and it's furry. It feels so comfortable to touch. It would be so cool if I could ride on her back. The women surrounded the white tiger and started touching him randomly, pinching him here and pulling him there. He seemed very interested and curious. This made the little white tiger a little at a loss, and its pair of sapphire-like eyes were filled with doubts. I am a woman too. Why are these women so messy with my body? It's so annoying. After jerking off the white tiger together, the women were finally satisfied. Only then did they turn their attention to Wang Yuling. Li Mengyao and Li Main showed shocked expressions, because they have recognized each other. Both of them said in surprise, "Aren't you Wang Yuling? You are known as the most mysterious school beauty in the school, and it is said that your father is the principal Wang Yukai." Others may not have seen Wang Yuling, but as one of the 4 school beauties, Li Mange and Li Mengyao have definitely seen them. They are proud campus beauties, and they already have connections with each other. They even compete openly and secretly with each other to see who is more beautiful. No one is convinced by the others. Everyone thinks they are the best. So now he naturally recognized Wang Yuling at a glance. Wang Yuling lowered her head and said, "Yes, it was me. I met Liu Yang's husband on the road, and he brought me back." Hearing Wang Yuling's address, the other women were instantly surprised. Wow, the most mysterious school beauty was actually taken care of by Liu Yang on the way back? Just call him husband? This school beauty is so conscious. The few of them exchanged a few more pleasantries. At this time, Chen Zi began to say, Okay, you guys only know how to play with cats and mess up the white tiger's soft fur. Let's make lunch." Liu Yang's husband went out to look for supplies and brought back a sister and a white tiger. He must be tired and hungry. Hurry up and cook for him. Okay, let's go and cook. The other women nodded and started to get busy. Chapter 39, The Mysterious School Beauty, is really sweet. After a delicious dinner, Liu Yang lay down on the bed to rest. The newcomers Wang Yuling and Xiao Baihu were given a separate room to live in. Liu Yang was in the room at this time, thinking about the next plan. Searching the supermarket is a very good choice. There are all kinds of daily necessities in the supermarket, not only food, but also daily necessities. There are also a lot of zombies in the supermarket, and most people dare not go in. However, as time goes by, the food outside becomes less and less, and eventually the survivors will still venture into the supermarket. Therefore, Liu Yang decided to speed up his search of the supermarket. Tomorrow, I have to search at least 2 large supermarkets. Just as Liu Yang made this decision and was preparing to go to bed, he noticed there was a knock on his door. Boom, boom, boom. The knock on the door was light and hesitant, and it was obvious that the other party was also nervous. Liu Yang had a funny expression on his face. "It's so late. Who would come to chat with me?" he said to the outside of the door. "Come in." Squeak. The door was pushed open. It turned out that the person who came in was Principal Wang's daughter, Wang Yuling. As the principal's daughter, Wang Yuling was the apple of her parents' eye and lived a life like a princess. Liu Yang didn't expect that the other party would come to him so actively. "It seems like I have to have a good and in-depth talk with her today." Wang Yuling had just finished taking a shower, and her wet hair was still draped over her white shoulders. It looks very tempting and very beautiful. She looked at Liu Yang with shy eyes and said, "Hubby, I." Liu Yang said, "You don't need to say too much, I understand." No words were spoken that night. The next day, Liu Yang got up early in the morning and looked at Wang Yuling, who was still sleeping beside him, with a satisfied expression on his face. "Principal Wang did not lie to me. They say his daughter is a virgin, and she really is a virgin." Liu Yang stretched his dog waist, got up and washed, and after breakfast, Liu Yang decided to start today's adventure. The nearest large supermarket to the school had been looted by Liu Yang, and all the cars on the road leading to the supermarket had their steel and fuel tanks collected by Liu Yang. It's time to head to a supermarket further away. Liu Yang used to live in this school, so he naturally knew which large supermarkets were nearby. There are 2 large supermarkets 5 kilometers away. The items inside are just as many as those in the supermarket yesterday. After finishing breakfast, Liu Yang started to go out directly. The girls all looked reluctant and said to Liu Yang, "Husband, be careful on the road. Hubby, if you encounter danger, you must run away quickly. Don't linger in the battle. It doesn't matter if there are no supplies, as long as you come back safely. Hubby, we've prepared dinner at home and are waiting for you to come back." Liu Yang gave them a reassuring look and prepared to go out. At this time, the little white tiger rushed over and wanted to follow Liu Yang. Liu Yang stopped her and said, "Little white tiger, you were injured by the iron rod of a level 2 zombie yesterday. Your foot hasn't healed yet. Don't go out with me today. When your injury is healed, we can go out exploring together again." However, the little white tiger didn't understand what Liu Yang said at all. She thought Liu Yang was praising her. She still looked fierce and sticking out her cute pink tongue, looking at Liu Yang with a flattering face. Liu Yang gestured to her and said, "Sit down. You stay in the dormitory, understand?" This time the little white tiger finally understood what Liu Yang meant. She showed a helpless expression. Although she was reluctant, she still sat there obediently. In fact, Liu Yang also wanted to take the little white tiger out to play, because this white tiger is very cool, and it is so cool to use it as a mount. I guess other survivors will think they are the god of white tigers when they see him. However, the little white tiger was injured, and Liu Yang didn't want her to suffer too much. After all, this white tiger will probably transform into a human form sooner or later. By then, she will be Liu Yang's white tiger mother, so he can't let her suffer. So Liu Yang walked out of the school alone and started heading towards a large supermarket 5 kilometers away. For Liu Yang now, his speed has reached 18 times that of ordinary people. If he goes at full speed for a mere 5 kilometers, it will not take him many minutes. However, in order to collect steel and fuel tanks from vehicles on the road, he did not travel at high speed. Walking slowly, the artist used steel to continuously collect steel from the car, and at the same time put the fuel tank into the dark space. At the same time, any zombies he finds on the road will be killed by his flying needles. After all, one zombie is worth 0.1 attribute point, and Liu Yang won't waste it. After collecting supplies yesterday and killing hundreds of zombies in the supermarket, he gained more than 30 attribute points, which he hasn't used yet. If I can gather 100 today, I can divide them equally among the 4 basic attributes. After walking just 2 or 3 kilometers, they saw a residential building surrounded by zombies. They were constantly attacking the door of the building. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang showed a somewhat surprised expression. Those zombies seemed to have low IQs and were obviously not level 2 zombies. However, the door of the residential building was closed and they couldn't see anyone. So why would they attack the door? With the intelligence of zombies, wouldn't they stop the moment they can't see people? For example, the childlike school beauty Li Mingyao was able to escape by just covering herself with a cardboard box. If these zombies had this much intelligence in the past, Li Mingyao would have been eaten to bones long ago. How could she have had the chance to climb onto her bed? Liu Yang came to a conclusion in his mind. It seems that as time goes by, the IQ of these zombies has also increased. Even ordinary zombies are no longer so brainless. Even if they hide in the room, they will continue to attack the door. It seems that if that room is attacked by so many zombies, it won't be long before the door is broken. As soon as Liu Yang thought about it, a steel needle floated in front of him. Then he waved his hand. Brush! The steel needle flew at a high speed in the air, turned into a stream of light, and quickly shot towards the group of zombies. Bang, bang, bang! The crisp sounds of zombies being shot in the head kept ringing, and in less than a second, all the zombies were killed. This was the room Liu Yang was heading towards. Prepare to find out who is hiding inside. What if there is a beauty inside? Or even a group of beauties? Wouldn't that make a lot of money? Liu Yang knocked on the door and said, "Open the door. I have killed the zombies." There was no answer from inside the door, as if there was no one inside. Liu Yang sneered. Then he kicked the door directly. Boom! There was a loud noise. The door was kicked open in an instant. Ah! And a woman's scream was heard in the room. Chapter 40 Met a Stewardess? This time, Liu Yang finally saw the person in the room and was stunned. What a beautiful, mature woman. Liu Yang's teacher dormitory is full of female students. Although they are all young, pretty, and attractive in appearance, they lack the charm of mature women. The woman in front of me looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, and she couldn't be more mature. She was wearing a stewardess uniform, which showed her mature temperament. She was wearing a pair of translucent stockings on her feet. Maybe they were torn in many places due to running away, which made her look a bit more tempting. At the same time, the other party is tall, with fair skin, a protruding chest, and a curved back, and all the necessary curves. She even looks more graceful than those students, and her every move has the temptation of a mature woman. She is definitely a beauty. The woman also saw Liu Yang at this time, and a relaxed expression appeared on her originally frightened face. When I originally heard Liu Yang's cold voice, I thought there was a ferocious and evil person outside, but now he seems to be a sunny boy, and even looks a bit handsome. The stewardess was suddenly not so scared anymore. She has been working as a flight attendant for several years, has flown to many places, and met all kinds of passengers. She understands that the younger the boy, the easier it is to deal with him. These boys might still be virgins, very shy, and don't know how to refuse women's requests. They are much easier to get along with than those greasy middle-aged men. She quickly got up from the ground, tidied her appearance, and then said to Liu Yang, "Handsome man, did you just help me kill all the zombies outside the door? Thank you so much. I was trapped at home for several days and was so hungry that I couldn't stand it anymore, so I came out to look for food. I didn't expect to be discovered by the zombies, so I hid in this house. I didn't expect those zombies to keep attacking, which really scared me. Thanks to you for killing them and saving me. Thank you. Liu Yang nodded and scanned the other party with the system, and the other party's information appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Yu. Age, 25. Height, 173. Weight, 53 kilograms. Bust size, D. Appearance score, 91 points. Body score, 97 points. Number of boyfriends, 0. After seeing this basic information, Liu Yang was somewhat shocked. Wow, her body score reached 97 points, which is the highest score among all his women. Moreover, the other person's height reached 1.73 meters, making her the tallest among all his women. He is only 12 centimeters shorter than Liu Yang's height of 1.85 meters. Is this the legendary ideal height difference? What's even more rare is that the other person is dressed like a flight attendant, but she has never had a boyfriend. At the age of 25, has she never had a boyfriend? Very good. Then I will become her first man. She is already 25 years old, 7 years older than me, but she has no experience at all. Compared with me, she is just a rookie. When the time comes, I will be able to teach this big sister myself. Liu Yang loves to teach people, especially those girls who have never experienced romance. Helping them grow from immaturity to maturity is something Liu Yang feels very fulfilled about. At this time, Lin Yu also saw that Liu Yang had been observing him. The look in his eyes seemed to be able to see his body through his clothes. He immediately felt uncomfortable and subconsciously covered his chest with his hands. At the same time, she showed a professional smile on her face and said to Liu Yang in a flattering manner, "Thank you for saving me, handsome guy, but I'm so hungry now. Can you give me some food? As long as you give me some food, I will thank you very much." Liu Yang nodded. Although this elder sister has not experienced the world of romance, she seems to be quite knowledgeable. He said, "Sure, as long as you become my woman, I can give you food." After hearing this, Lin Yu was stunned. She couldn't even believe her ears. What's going on? Are all young people nowadays so direct? He originally thought that young people are easier to get along with and easier to fool than those middle-aged foxes, but he didn't expect Liu Yang to come straight to the point and go straight to the point, unstoppable. He wants you to be his woman before he gives you food? Originally, Lin Yu thought that she only needed to thank the other party verbally. After all, she has a good figure and is beautiful. In the past, in peacetime, her identity as a flight attendant could add points to her, and countless boys pursued her. She also had many dogs who liked her very much. She didn't need to ask for anything on holidays, as people would rush to give her gifts. She originally thought that the other party would become her lapdog and provide her with food for free after seeing how beautiful she was. But I didn't expect the other party's request to be so excessive. What's the difference between this and selling your body for food? The professional smile on her face was about to break. She said to Liu Yang stiffly, "Well, handsome guy, it's a bit inappropriate for you to say that. This is the first time we've met, and we haven't gotten to know each other yet, but you want me to be your woman. How can I agree to that? At least we need to spend more time together and get to know each other better. Besides, I am older than you. I can be your sister. How about you give me food, and I will do some things for you within my ability, such as washing clothes, cooking, and taking care of your daily life. What do you say?" After saying that, she threw a coquettish glance at Liu Yang. He had the look of a good brother who was about to agree to his sister's request. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang shook his head. He said directly in a cold voice, "I don't have time to get to know you. Don't tell me you're a slow-moving person. You want me to pursue you for a few months before I can see if we're suitable. Do you think you're a dog licker in peacetime? It's okay if you want to. It's okay if you don't. If you are my woman, you will have food. If you are not my woman, you will starve to death. It's up to you whether you choose to climb into my bed or starve to death." Liu Yang also realized that this guy actually wanted to control him. "Don't think that you can treat me as a bootlicker just because you are beautiful, have long legs, delicate facial features, and a perfect devilish figure. There are 3 more beautiful girls like you in my safe zone. The remaining 20 or so are not much different from you. 1 more doesn't make any more, 1 less doesn't make any less." Looking at Liu Yang's cold expression and listening to his unquestionable tone, Lin Yu finally understood that this handsome guy who looked like a sunny boy was not so easy to control. Although he looks sunny, his heart seems to have been tempered by thousands of times, and he has become immune to beautiful women. I'm afraid I can't control him by just acting coquettishly. Chapter 41. My husband is too strong. Seeing this beautiful stewardess Lin Yu still looks shy. At this time, Liu Yang said impatiently, "Hurry up and make a decision. My time is very precious. Let me ask you one last time. Are you willing to submit to me?" Seeing that Liu Yang looked like he would turn around and leave at any moment, Lin Yu quickly said, Okay, I'm willing to submit to you, but you have to give me some food first. I'm so hungry now. Okay. Liu Yang nodded and directly took out a piece of bread and a bottle of milk from the storage space and handed them to the other party. Seeing that there was food, the stewardess Lin Yuyu's eyes suddenly lit up and she showed a happy expression. She took the bread and milk from Liu Yang's hand, opened the package and started eating. This time, Liu Yang had already received the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. She has agreed to be your woman. You will receive a system reward, and all basic attribute points will be increased by 50 points. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang suddenly felt happy. This is probably the time when the most basic attributes are obtained. All basic attributes are increased by 50 points, which means a total increase of 200 points. It is equivalent to the reward for killing 2,000 zombies. It seems that saving beautiful girls is much faster than getting rewards by killing zombies. Seeing that the reward this time was good, Liu Yang's mood also improved, and he said to Lin Yu, "Let's go. I'm going to the supermarket to collect supplies next. You follow me." Okay. Lin Yu's mouth was filled with bread, her cheeks were bulging, and she looked very cute. She answered in a somewhat unclear voice. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Looking at the dark entrance of the supermarket, Lin Yu showed a look of fear on her face and said to Liu Yang, "There were at least hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. When I was hiding at home, a neighbor once said that he wanted to go to the supermarket together to collect food. They formed a team of 5 or 6 strong men, but they never came back after they went. Although there was a lot of food in there, it was too dangerous. I think we should not go to the supermarket. Although you are tall and strong, you are no match for so many zombies after all." The dozens of zombies in front of his house were indeed killed by Liu Yang. But Lin Yu had never seen Liu Yang fighting, and thought that Liu Yang was just attacking them secretly and killing them one by one. But once you enter the supermarket, it won't be a sneak attack, you will be besieged by zombies. That would be very difficult. After listening to Lin Yu's words, Liu Yang smiled and nodded, saying, "You are not a big-breasted, brainless woman. You even know there are many zombies in the supermarket. However, I, Liu Yang, was born to kill zombies. I will kill as many as possible. The more the better. Come in with me, and follow me behind you without making any noise. No matter what you see, don't shout. I will protect you. With me here, you will never be in danger. Do you understand?" "Yeah, okay." Lin Yu nodded, grabbed Liu Yang's clothes with one hand, curled up her body, and followed Liu Yang carefully. So the two of them walked into the supermarket. As soon as we entered the supermarket, we saw a lot of zombies. He let out a terrible roar and rushed towards Liu Yang and the others. Lin Yu was startled, but she still covered her mouth with one hand and dared not make any sound, because she understood that Liu Yang was her only life-saving straw at this moment, and she must listen to Liu Yang. Once Liu Yang abandoned her, she would surely die. Looking at the zombies flying towards him, Liu Yang showed a sneer on his face. As soon as he thought about it, a flying needle condensed and took shape in front of him. Then he waved his hand gracefully, and the flying needle turned into a black stream of light and flew out directly. The flying needles pierced through the heads of the zombies one by one, instantly blowing them off. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of head explosions continued, and the zombies' heads exploded into a black, bloody mist. Immediately afterwards, their running figures fell to the ground in an instant. In less than 3 seconds, all the zombies were killed. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu opened her mouth wide and her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Seeing Liu Yang's tall stature and strong muscles, he knew that Liu Yang's strength should be strong. He thought Liu Yang would go in with a weapon and chop the zombies directly, but he never expected that Liu Yang would just wave his hand casually, and those zombies' heads would explode instantly. "Oh my God! How is this done? Is he God? His words come true? He says let the zombies die, and the zombies die?" Shocked. I am so shocked. At this moment, Lin Yu was looking at Liu Yang's broad back in front of her, her eyes full of admiration. So strong. This man is so strong. Not only strong, but also very elegant. Killing zombies is so easy. Without any bloodshed, and without even a trace of blood sticking to his body, he was able to kill hundreds of zombies. He even felt that Liu Yang was killing the enemy with his eyes. Any enemy he can see will die under his eyes. After Liu Yang killed all the zombies, he turned around and looked at Lin Yu, who had a dazed and shocked look on her face. He casually said to the other party, "Okay, next, let's start collecting supplies." Lin Yu came back to her senses at this time and said to Liu Yang, "You, how did you do it? Did you really kill all these zombies? Are you sure they didn't die suddenly? You killed all the zombies in the supermarket in less than 3 seconds. Are you God?" Listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang found it a little funny, Of course I killed him. I'm not God, but if you want to treat me as God, I don't mind. Let's go and collect supplies. Lin Yu showed an excited expression on her face and nodded quickly and said, Okay, husband, let's collect food together. After saying that, she jumped forward and directly took Liu Yang's arm, as if she wanted to rely on Liu Yang. Liu Yang was also a little surprised when she heard the other party's address. This 25-year-old big sister was indeed more open than those little girls. Before I even hinted at him, he took the initiative to change his words and called me husband. This kid can be taught. After seeing Liu Yang's handsome figure as he rushed forward, Lin Yu had already identified this man. Such a handsome and strong man is the best suited to be a husband. As long as you hold on to this big, thick leg, you can live well even in the end times. At this moment, she felt that she was so lucky to have met Liu Yang by chance. In the future, she must serve Liu Yang well and hug this big, thick leg tightly. So the two of them started collecting things in the supermarket. Soon, Liu Yang packed all the supplies into his storage space. Chapter 42. The stewardess is so beautiful. Lin Yu reference picture. So Liu Yang took Lin Yu to the next supermarket. I have also finished packing the supplies for the next supermarket. So far, he has looted 2 supermarkets and harvested countless supplies, plus a beautiful stewardess. Today's collection plan has been exceeded. At the same time, Liu Yang looked at the system prompts. I found that I had killed 350 zombies today and gained 35 attribute points. Although it's not as good as the 200 points provided by the beautiful stewardess Lin Yu, the harvest is still good. It's time to go back to school. So Liu Yang said to the beautiful stewardess, it's time to go back to my base camp. Yeah, Lin Yu nodded quickly. So under Liu Yang's leadership, the two of them started heading towards Liu Yang's school. More than half an hour later, they had returned to the school. Liu Yang took Lin Yu directly into the teacher's dormitory. As soon as they entered the teacher's dormitory, the female students saw Lin Yu's outfit and instantly showed curious expressions. They gathered around, looked Lin Yu up and down, and then said in discussion, "It looks like a flight attendant. Oh my God, she's so tall. If she puts on high heels, she'll probably be as tall as Liu Yang, right?" As expected of a flight attendant, she has a great figure and is tall. Her pair of straight, white long legs is really enviable. The key is that she is very beautiful. There must be at least 800 men pursuing her in the past, if not 1,000. Her appearance is really top-notch. Li Mengge said, "They are longer than my legs. I am so envious." Li Mengyao, a school beauty with a baby face who is only 1.5 meters tall, said, "What a long-legged stewardess. Her legs are longer than half my height." As she spoke, a resentful expression appeared on her face. She said that both her figure and appearance were excellent, but it was a pity that she was dragged down by her height. How abominable. After hearing what Li Mengyao said, Wang Muling and Li Mengge both laughed and comforted her. "Don't worry, little potato is also very cute. Maybe Liu Yang's husband likes girls of your height." Wow, wow, wow. Li Mengyao pretended to cry and made a cute face to everyone. It made everyone laugh. The teacher's dormitory was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Lin Yu, the new beautiful stewardess, saw that the women were getting along so peacefully. Moreover, each of these women was very beautiful, and some were even as beautiful as herself. She suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. I originally thought that I would become Liu Yang's only woman, but I didn't expect that he already had dozens of beauties in his base. At this time, she finally understood why Liu Yang was not controlled by her when he saw her at the beginning. They are even more difficult to deal with than those greasy old foxes in their 30s and 40s. The reason is that Liu Yang already has dozens of beauties around him, so one more or one less won't make much difference. So how could I possibly control him? Although I had excellent looks in the past, the women here were all pure, beautiful and young. It was still a question whether I could gain a foothold in this safe zone. So he showed a sweet smile on his face and said to Li Mengyao and the others, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Yu. I'm very happy to meet you all. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me Sister Lin from now on. I'm new here. I hope you can tolerate me and help each other." Listening to Lin Yu's words, others also said, "Of course there is no problem. Since we have come to this school, we are all one family. We must live in peace." "That's right. Sister Lin, it's nice to meet you." Okay, now that everyone is met, we can go make lunch. Liu Yang's husband must be hungry too, right? Today we have researched a new dish to cook for him. Yes. Hurry up and make this dish and see if my husband likes it." So the girls got busy and started cooking. The beautiful stewardess Lin Yu was also very active in helping in order to fit in with everyone. Liu Yang was pleased to see that everyone was getting along so well. At this time, the little white tiger also walked towards Liu Yang, pounced on Liu Yang like a kitten, and licked him all over, with a very excited and happy expression on its face. Feeling the thorny tongue licking his face, Liu Yang touched the white tiger's huge head and said, "Okay, okay, little white tiger, stop licking. If you lick my face again, it will be licked to pieces. You tigers' tongues are all barbed, but they are very fierce." The little white tiger then took its two front paws away from Liu Yang's body and stood on all fours again. Liu Yang was stroking his tiger while watching the women busy in the kitchen. Lunch was ready soon. The women brought the food up, and Liu Yang smelled the delicious lunch and started to eat it. While eating, Liu Yang praised the women. "Not bad. It seems that your cooking skills have improved. The food you cook is getting more and more delicious." When the girls heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up, and they all said shyly, "As long as Liu Yang's husband likes it." Liu Yang's husband is working so hard outside collecting supplies. We must find ways to take good care of him and make more delicious food for him. Yes, yes. If it weren't for my husband Liu Yang, we would have starved to death. The reason we can live so well in the end times is because my husband saved us and gave us food. Husband Liu Yang is our future. We must firmly grasp this future. The meal was delicious and Liu Yang was very satisfied, especially under the admiring gazes of everyone. Everything he ate tasted delicious. After dinner, Liu Yang went straight to bed to rest and didn't plan to go out. Today he has collected supplies from 2 supermarkets, plus the one from yesterday, plus the supplies from the school cafeteria warehouse and the small supermarket. It can be said that Liu Yang is now a doomsday tycoon. 5 pounds of potatoes for a woman. Liu Yang's current supplies can easily be exchanged for 100,000 women. Night. After dinner, Liu Yang lay on the bed and prepared to rest. And just at this moment, there was a knock on his door. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Liu Yang showed an expectant smile on his face. "I don't know who is knocking on my door today. It's really exciting just thinking about it," he said to the door. "Come in." Squeak. Soon Liu Yang's door was pushed open. Lin Yu, the beautiful stewardess who had just finished her shower and changed into pajamas, walked in. Looking at the other person's big wavy hair draped over her white shoulders, she fully demonstrated the unique temperament of a mature woman. Liu Yang felt a fire burning in his heart, and he urgently needed to release it. Chapter 43, Collecting Medicines. Outside the door, the women started discussing it. Lin Yu is indeed a flight attendant. After taking a shower and changing into silk pajamas, her figure is so beautiful that even a woman like me wants to drool. Is this the charm of a mature woman? She has such a great figure, and every move she makes has an indescribable temptation. Li Mange smiled wickedly and said, "Don't be envious. You will be that mature in a few years." "Oh, no, under Liu Yang's magical ripening, it won't take a few years. I guess you will be more mature than Lin Yu in 1 or 2 years. After hearing this, the girls blushed immediately. "Oh my Mange, you are so annoying." "That's right. I'm so embarrassed." In the room, although Lin Yu is already 25 years old, 7 years older than Liu Yang, she has never experienced the world of romance. Now, being in the same room with Liu Yang, a strong athlete, she seems very shy. Liu Yang was a little curious and said to Lin Yu, "You are already 25 years old. Why don't you have a girlfriend? With your good looks, there must be a lot of people chasing after you, right?" Lin Yu nodded, biting her tempting red lips with her white teeth, and said softly, "Indeed, there are quite a few, but I don't think highly of them. The people in the airport are too chaotic. Just a high five can have dozens of fuck buddies. I don't want to be one of the tens of them and be dumped by them after they're done with me. My good looks and perfect body are my biggest advantages. I know this is my bargaining chip, so of course I have to use it to find a man with good conditions who is worthy of entrusting my life to. It's a pity that the end came later. My luck is really bad." As she spoke, a look of annoyance appeared on her face. Liu Yang held her slender waist, pulled her into his arms, and said, "No, you are very lucky. Meeting me in the end times means you have luck beyond cruelty, and you just happen to have never had a boyfriend, which meets the criteria for being my woman. Last time, there was a girl who was pretty but had charged more than 4 digits, so I drove her away. Therefore, you have been chaste in peacetime, which has brought you benefits. This benefit is that you are qualified to become my Liu Yang's woman." "Yeah." Lin Yu nodded with a red face and said, "Then let me serve my husband well from now on. I'll give you a massage first to relieve your fatigue today." The next day, Liu Yang woke up refreshed. Lin Yu was still sleeping soundly next to him. She had massaged Liu Yang all night last night and had not recovered her strength until this morning. After pinching the other person's delicate face, Liu Yang stretched his waist and started to get up and wash. Today he is going to start collecting supplies again. But this time Liu Yang doesn't plan to go to the supermarket again. Instead, he set his sights on the first hospital in Haicheng. The end of the world is coming. Not only is food in short supply, but medicine is also in short supply. Therefore, all the medicines in the hospital must be collected in a dark space for emergency use. Otherwise, a minor wound infection may be fatal without medical treatment. After all, Liu Yang's physical fitness is 19 times that of ordinary people. But his women are still just ordinary people. So today, Liu Yang decided to go out and collect medicine. So Liu Yang went straight to the hospital under the concerned gazes of the girls. The little white tiger cried and wanted to go with Liu Yang, but his legs were not healed yet, so Liu Yang refused. He stroked her huge tiger head and said comfortingly, "Little white tiger, don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities to follow your master in the future. I will not hide my feelings when I wake up such a handsome mount like you. When I have the chance in the future, I will definitely ride on you every day. Don't get too tired." Aoao. The little white tiger raised its head and stayed close to Liu Yang's face. In the end, it could only look at Liu Yang reluctantly and left the teacher's dormitory. After leaving school, he went all the way to the First People's Hospital, the largest hospital in Haicheng. There are at least several thousand or tens of thousands of patients in the First People's Hospital. When the apocalypse broke out, most people turned into zombies, and the remaining few were all patients in poor health, and they probably couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Liu Yang thought, there are probably not many people alive in this hospital. Even if they can survive, they are not patients, but doctors and nurses. If I can take a few female doctors or nurses back, it will be perfect. If my woman gets sick, I can ask the doctors to see her. Moreover, when my woman gives birth, these doctors and nurses can also help a lot. When he thought of this, Liu Yang started to get excited. Beautiful doctors, sexy nurses, and so on. It really makes me happy just thinking about it. Soon, Liu Yang arrived at the gate of the First People's Hospital. Without any hesitation, he walked straight in. Inside the hospital. As soon as I arrived at the hall, I saw dozens of zombies wandering there. Looking at the clothes they are wearing, some of them are patients, and some are doctors and nurses in the hospital. Among these dozens of zombies, there was one zombie wearing a white coat, and he looked different from the other zombies. His white eyes were not confused, and unlike other zombies, he was not hunched over and doing nothing. Instead, he stared at the ceiling with his eyes open, thinking about something. Seeing the other person's appearance, Liu Yang felt that he looked familiar. Isn't this very similar to the zombie that used a weapon to hit Little White Tiger? Could it be that this zombie is also a level 2 zombie? At the same time, the zombies had already seen Liu Yang. They let out mad roars, with distorted expressions on their faces, and rushed towards Liu Yang at an extremely fast speed. Liu Yang slowly condensed a flying needle from the dark space and suspended it in front of him. Then he waved forward gracefully. Brush! The flying needle turned into a stream of light and shot towards the zombie. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of headshots continued to be heard, and the zombies fell to the ground instantly. When the second-level zombie saw this scene, great confusion appeared in his pair of pale eyes. There was even a hint of fear on his face, an expression that only humans could have. Then he yelled into the air. The zombies that pounced on Liu Yang suddenly stopped and began to flee in all directions. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was shocked. What's going on? These zombies can actually hear orders. That level 2 zombie is so smart that he started to order other zombies to flee together, and they ran from different directions? Isn't his IQ too high? Liu Yang didn't expect that the zombies' IQ could evolve to such a high level in less than 10 days. We even know that when facing an enemy we can't defeat, we have to run away separately. But unfortunately, the speed of Liu Yang's flying needles has surpassed that of bullets. No matter how fast these zombies run, how can they possibly outrun the flying needles? Bang, bang, bang. Several more headshots were heard. All the zombies, including the level 2 zombie, were killed by Liu Yang. So Liu Yang started going to the hospital pharmacy to collect medicines. When he arrived at the pharmacy, Liu Yang started searching the pharmacy. Cold medicine, cough medicine, fever medicine? These are good things. Take them all. Cephalexin, amoxicillin, metronidazole, and other antibiotics? These are good stuff. Take them all. Alcohol, iodine, and other disinfectants? They are useful for treating external injuries. Take them all. Vitamins, calcium tablets, lutein, various supplements? Take them away. Take them all away. Is this a contraceptive pill? Don't use this. Is this Viagra? You'll never need this, no? Soon, all the medicines in the pharmacy were received by Liu Yang. He didn't care whether they were useful or not in the dark space. He just took them all away as long as they might be of use. As for contraceptives, aphrodisiacs, and the like, which he would never use, he just threw them away. After all, He still has some confidence in his body. My physical fitness is 19 times that of an average person, and you tell me I need Viagra? Joke. The internet destroyed me. Chapter 44 Beautiful Doctor. Leaf, gentle reference picture. Soon Liu Yang finished searching the entire pharmacy, and then he walked out of the pharmacy and began to explore the entire hospital to see if there was anything else that could be collected. It would be perfect if I could really find a beautiful doctor and a sexy nurse. In the outpatient building, on every floor, many patients turned into zombies. As soon as Liu Yang entered, they immediately attacked him. It's a pity that Liu Yang's current strength makes him invincible to these zombies. He can blow all the zombies' heads off with just a glance. When passing the third floor, Liu Yang finally discovered something abnormal in an infusion room. Although the door was locked, Liu Yang, with his extraordinary hearing, heard some sounds coming from inside. I don't know if it's a human or a zombie. So Liu Yang went over and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. He said to the inside of the door, "Is anyone there? I'm here to save you. I've killed all the zombies on this floor." However, after hearing Liu Yang's knock on the door, the person in the room not only did not open the door, but the sound also stopped abruptly. Liu Yang shook his head and said, "There is no reaction. Could it be that it is not a human, but a zombie?" He didn't care about anything else and took a step back. Then he raised his foot and kicked the door hard. With 19 times the strength of an ordinary person, one kick can send a car flying, let alone break a door. Boom! There was a loud bang. The door was kicked open instantly. At the same time, a woman's scream was heard from the room. Moreover, Liu Yang could hear that there was more than one woman inside. When he looked carefully, he found that there were several nurses and a doctor hiding in the infusion room. These nurses looked very young, probably around 20 years old, and might have just started their internship. The doctor looked about the same as Lin Yu, probably around 25 or 26 years old, and was also very tall and beautiful. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang's eyes began to reveal an expression of surprise. Okay, that's great. I am really lucky. Originally, he thought that if he could save a doctor and a nurse, he would have saved the money, but he didn't expect that there was a doctor and 3 nurses hiding here. A total of 4 beautiful women. Higi, it's so comfortable. When those people saw Liu Yang, they all showed frightened expressions. They asked tremblingly, Who are you? What are you doing here? We are all doctors and nurses in this hospital. Don't mess around. Liu Yang was stunned. What's going on? Do I look like a bad guy? Didn't I just kick your door open? You don't have to do this. Liu Yang said with an innocent look. I'm not a bad guy. I'm here to save you. Didn't I tell you outside the door just now? I've killed all the zombies. I told you to open the door, but you didn't, so I kicked it. You can't blame me. After hearing what Liu Yang said, the doctor calmed down a little and stood up and said, There are hundreds of zombies on this floor. Who would have thought that you killed them all? We thought you were a liar, trying to trick us into opening the door. As she spoke, she leaned over to look outside the door and saw that the ground was indeed covered with zombie corpses. He immediately showed a surprised expression and said, You really killed them. Are you from the rescue team? Are you here to save us? In the doctor's opinion, only an official, professional rescue team with real guns and live ammunition has the power to clear out the zombies from the hospital. Otherwise, how could ordinary people do it? How could they be a match for hundreds of zombies? They were trapped in the infusion room, which was considered lucky. None of the people turned into zombies and closed the door. The zombies outside had no IQ and kicked the door in. At the same time, there are various glucose solutions, saline solutions, etc. in the infusion room to provide them with energy. This is also the reason why they have been able to survive until now. However, although drinking only glucose solution could replenish their energy, it still made them feel very hungry. Moreover, the glucose solution in the infusion room had been almost finished by them, and there were only a few bottles left. If this continues, I guess we will starve to death soon. Now seeing Liu Yang's arrival, they thought that the official rescue team had begun to rescue the hospital. After all, the hospital is the most important public facility in the Doomsday. Only by restoring the normal order of the hospital can other patients be treated. If the authorities really have the power to rescue, the first place they would rescue would definitely be the hospital. However, Liu Yang shook his head and said, No, I am me. I don't belong to any rescue team, but I am more powerful than any rescue team. I can rescue you to a safe place and provide you with food. All you need to do is listen to me and submit to me. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them widened their eyes. He instantly shrank his body and retreated to the corner of the infusion room. Seeing the other party's frightened look, Liu Yang said, Ladies, I think you don't want to be trapped here anymore. If you continue like this, you will definitely die. Moreover, the IQ of zombies will evolve. Sooner or later, intelligent zombies will evolve and break in. It's useless for you to go anywhere. You can only survive by following me. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Do you want to die here, or come with me and have endless food and a safe shelter. Think about it yourself. The four beauties showed thoughtful expressions on their faces, and Liu Yang took this opportunity to scan them with the system. I first looked at the charming, bespectacled doctor. Name, Yu Qingru. Age, 25. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance score, 91. Body score, 95 points. Looking at the other party's message, Liu Yang showed a surprised expression. Not bad, not bad. What a beautiful doctor. Then Liu Yang scanned the three nurses again. I found out that they were all between 18 and 20 years old, and it was obvious that they were just interns. The key is that their appearance and figure scores are all above 80 points, reaching the level of 1 in 1,000. Although they are not as good as the beautiful doctors, they can still be considered great beauties. Very good. These three nurses are also very good. Chapter 45 Doctor Gives Reward. After a few seconds of consideration, the beautiful Dr. Yu Qingru bit her charming red lips and seemed to have made a difficult decision in her heart. He stood up and said to Liu Yang, "If we agree to your request, can you really guarantee our safety?" Liu Yang nodded confidently. "Of course you can. You should have seen that I killed all the zombies on this floor. With my strength, I can even enter and exit a hospital full of zombies and collect supplies. It's not a problem at all. The supplies I have are enough for all of you to survive. Follow me and I guarantee that you will eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, and you will be fatter than in peacetime." After listening to Liu Yang's words, Yu Qingru showed a thoughtful expression. She did see that there were countless zombie corpses outside the infusion room. Moreover, this man was able to kick the door open so arrogantly and make such a loud noise, but until now no zombies have come to attack, which is enough to show that all the zombies on this floor have been killed. Could it be that he is really the god of war who killed hundreds of zombies by himself? If this is true, following him is indeed a very good choice. Such a strong man can thrive even in the end times, with endless food to eat, and being his woman doesn't seem to be a disadvantage. It's better than being trapped in this infusion room and starving to death, right? So Yu Qingru nodded and said, "Okay, as long as you promise to protect our safety, we will agree to your request." Yu Qingru already understood the situation at this moment. If I continue to stay in this hospital, it will only be a matter of time before I am eaten by zombies. There is no chance of survival. And this young man was strong, and if he used force on them, they would have no ability to resist. This time, your fate can no longer be decided by yourself. Just like meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Fortunately, this man didn't look like a vicious person, and at least he asked for his opinion. This is already very rare. Very good. This is exactly what Liu Yang was waiting for. He showed a satisfied expression and said, "Don't worry, as long as you follow me, food will not be a problem. I will ask you one last time, are you willing to submit to me?" Yu Qingru and the other four nodded and said, "Yes, we are willing to submit to you." At the same time, Liu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully saved the girl, and your storage space skill level has increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. All attribute points increased by 20 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. The level of the iron control skill can be increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. Gained a new skill, zombie control. After receiving these 4 prompts, Liu Yang showed a surprised expression. Wow, this time he really reaped a lot of rewards. Not only did he plunder the entire hospital and obtain so many very useful medicines, he also saved a doctor and 3 nurses. In the future, when his wife gets sick, there will be someone to treat her. What's more important is that this one doctor and 3 nurses provided themselves with 4 system rewards. Not only did the skill level increase, basic attributes increased, but you even gained a new skill. So awesome. Liu Yang hasn't acquired any new skills for many days. He really needs new skills. Liu Yang, quickly check out the usefulness of this new skill. Skill name, Zombie Control. Skill level, Level 1. Skill effect, you can control a Level 1 zombie, manipulate its behavior, and gain its vision. After seeing this explanation, Liu Yang was suddenly surprised. This skill is awesome. I can completely control zombies and make them my scouts. I can use it to observe zombies, because zombies won't fight each other. I can also observe the enemy. After all, no matter how powerful a human is, they won't be suspicious of a Level 1 zombie, right? This can be said to be the strongest scout. After seeing this skill, Liu Yang calmed down his excitement and then looked at Yu Qingru and the other 4 people. He said to them, "Very good. My name is Liu Yang. From now on you are my women, Liu Yang. Next, follow me. It's time to take you back to my safe zone." Yeah. The 4 people nodded obediently and followed Liu Yang. Walking to the hospital entrance and looking back at the hospital building, Liu Yang showed a thoughtful expression. There are at least several thousand zombies in this kind of hospital. They are very good resources and cannot be wasted. So Liu Yang took out the car fuel tank from the storage space. Gasoline was poured into various flammable corners of the hospital and then ignited with a lighter to start a fire. Burning down this hospital can at least kill a few thousand zombies, which will give you hundreds of attribute points. Isn't that great? After doing all this, Liu Yang took Yi Qingru and 3 others away. Soon, Liu Yang brought 4 people back to school. The little white tiger had heard Liu Yang's footsteps from a distance and excitedly rushed to the door of the teacher's dormitory, taking cheerful steps and pounced directly on Liu Yang. It put its 2 front paws on Liu Yang's shoulders, stuck out its pink tongue, and licked Liu Yang's face. Yi Qingru and the other 4 people were instantly frightened when they saw such a big white tiger. This tiger is obviously twice as big as an ordinary tiger. It must be a mutant tiger. However, after seeing the tiger being so close to Liu Yang, they realized that the tiger was Liu Yang's pet, and they slowly calmed down. At the same time, the 4 people looked at each other and saw each other's shock. They never thought that Liu Yang was so powerful that he could even tame such a huge mutant tiger. This is really amazing. After Liu Yang brought these 4 people back to the teacher's dormitory, the women inside were all startled when they saw these 4 men. They gathered around them and started discussing. Li Mingyao said, "Husband, where have you been? You brought back a doctor and 3 nurses, and they are so beautiful." Liu Yang smiled and said, "Of course I'm going to the hospital to collect medicines. After all, in the end times, if you are slightly injured or slightly sick, without medicine, it may be fatal. So I collected medicines for emergency use. Although I am not afraid of getting sick, you are. Then I happened to meet them and brought them back. Now I have medicines and doctors. I will never be afraid of getting sick again." After hearing Liu Yang's words, the girls were deeply moved again. It turns out that it was to collect medicines for us again. He also brought back doctors and nurses to treat us. Liu Yang's husband is so good to us. Chapter 46 Want to Steal the House. Then Liu Yang introduced Yi Qingru and 4 other people to everyone. Let them get to know each other. Then Li Mingyao said to Liu Yang, Okay, everyone come in and eat. Our lunch is ready, and we are just waiting for Liu Yang's husband to come back. Dr. Yi, you guys come and eat too." Yi Qingru and others looked flattered. They are new to this school. I always feel a little embarrassed to eat and drink for free as soon as I arrive. Liu Yang saw the other person's expression and knew what he was thinking, so he said, "It's okay, go wash your hands and come eat. Since you have joined my safe zone, we are a family from now on. There is no need to be so restrained or polite." Shun Lixia, Li Mingyao, Li Mange and others also said, Yes, we are all good sisters from now on. No need to be so polite. Let's have dinner together." I heard everyone say that. Yi Qingru also understood that if she postponed it any further, it would be a bit artificial. So I could only nod and say, "Okay, thank you all. We'll wash the dishes after dinner." Liu Yang touched Yi Qingru's head and said, "Eat more later, take a shower at night, and come to my room to chat with me. I have a lot of professional knowledge about medicine that I need to ask you." After hearing what Liu Yang said, Yi Qingru's face suddenly turned red. Of course she understood what Liu Yang meant. The other girls also looked at her with a smirk on their faces, which made her even more shy. But she still lowered her head and said in an almost inaudible voice, I know. So everyone started to eat lunch in a happy mood. Today's lunch was very good. These female students actually learned how to cook braised pork, and it tasted pretty good. Liu Yang couldn't help but finish 2 large bowls of white rice. The new beautiful doctor and 3 beautiful nurses were like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. They gobbled up the food on the table, their hands moving faster than pile drivers. They had been trapped for 10 days and could only rely on drinking glucose solution every day to maintain nutrition. Now facing fresh meals, the temptation is too great. This meal is simply the most delicious meal they have ever eaten in their lives. It is 10,000 times more delicious than any delicacies from land and sea in peacetime. Soon, the delicious lunch was finished. Yi Qingru and others rushed to wash the dishes. Liu Yang returned to his room to rest. Night. After taking a shower, Yi gently knocked on Liu Yang's door. When the other person walked into his room, looking at the mature and royal doctor with a good figure, delicate features, and fair skin, Liu Yang's eyes lit up instantly. He said with a smile on his face, as expected of a beautiful doctor sister, "You really have a unique temperament. Next, I want to discuss medical knowledge with you." Yi Qingru blushed and nodded, feeling extremely shy. No words were spoken that night. The next day, when Liu Yang got up, Yi Qingru was still sleeping soundly. Although she is 25 years old, she has never had a boyfriend before. Liu Yang is a strong guy. His physical fitness is 20 times that of an ordinary person. How could Yichingru bear it? So even now, the sun is almost setting on my butt, and I still haven't recovered my strength. After getting up, Liu Yang received a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a total of 4,500 zombies in the hospital yesterday. The attribute points obtained are only 450. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang was surprised again. This must be because the fire he set in the hospital yesterday had paid off, killing more than 4,000 zombies. Adding the ones he killed himself in the hospital, the total number reached 4,500. That's a total of 450 attribute points. Liu Yang added all the attribute points equally to his basic attributes without hesitation. All of his basic attributes have reached 1150 points. That is 23 times that of an ordinary person. Now his fastest speed has reached 9 times 23 is equal to 207 meters per second. It's already more than half the speed of sound. In Liu Yang's eyes, ordinary people and ordinary zombies are no different from snails. Liu Yang was very happy to see that his strength had improved so much. Today, we can continue searching for supplies. Soon, more than half a month passed. During this period, Liu Yang looted all the supermarkets within a radius of 10 kilometers. His space was already filled with supplies from the supermarkets. It could be said that he had everything he needed. At the same time, all the female students in the teacher's dormitory have had substantial relationships with Liu Yang. At this moment, due to the bonus of his super genes, everyone is pregnant. After 10 months, Liu Yang will have dozens of children born. He deliberately did not attack the 3 nurses so that there would be someone to deliver his child when he was born. As Liu Yang's mental strength improved, he also began to renovate the entire school wall, raising it to 20 meters. This is an extremely smooth steel wall. Even a level 2 zombie can't climb up. This entire school can be said to be impregnable. At the same time, at the school gate, Liu Yang also arranged a zombie to serve as a guard in the guard room. In order to avoid noticing anything unusual, the zombie was dressed in security guard's clothes and wore sunglasses and a mask. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell whether he is a zombie or a human. The first-level zombies controlled by the zombie controller can provide Liu Yang with vision. Once an enemy invades, he can see the opponent at the first time. On this day, Liu Yang had just gone out to collect supplies. A group of strong and dusty men came to the school gate. Each of them was fully armed, holding weapons, and had homemade armor on their arms and shoulders, which seemed to be used to prevent being bitten by zombies. Looks like a very professional team. Several of the team members looked ferocious and ruthless. It was obvious that they were ruthless people in peacetime. The survivors saw that the school's walls were so high that it was a very good safe base, so they said to the zombies in the guard room, "Hey, brother, open the door. We are a team of survivors from this area. This school looks great. It's a natural shelter. Such a big school can accommodate many people. Let us in and make this place even stronger." Liu Yang, who was several kilometers away, saw this scene through the zombie's vision and immediately frowned, with a cold expression on his face. He muttered to himself, "There are actually survivors who came to my house. Good thing I have the skill of zombie control, otherwise I wouldn't even know my house was robbed." Then he ran towards the school as fast as he could. Chapter 47: Everyone Must Die. The team of survivors, seeing that the gatekeeper inside received no response after calling out several times, immediately showed an impatient expression. The sturdy man in the lead said to another middle-aged man holding an axe, "How dare you ignore us? You'll have to drink a penalty if you don't accept our toast. Just break the door down. Then we'll kill all the men inside and store them as food, and capture all the women as slaves." "Yes, boss." The middle-aged man picked up his fire axe and chopped it hard on the door. Boom! There was a loud sound of metal collision. The fire axe in the big man's hand was instantly knocked away. His hands were numb and bleeding. The school gate did not move at all. Not even a trace was left. Looking at the fire axe that flew several meters away, the axe blade had several cuts. The middle-aged man said, "Boss, no, this door is too damn hard. It broke my hand." The leader of the survivor team also showed a shocked expression when he saw the fire axe. I couldn't help but say, "How could an ordinary school have such a strong steel door? Who lives in here?" At the same time, a hint of vigilance and thoughtfulness appeared on his face. The people living in this wall must be extraordinary, as they were able to build a wall up to 20 meters high in the end times and use such strong steel. I don't know if it's something we can provoke. Should we retreat first and observe the situation secretly? Just as they were about to leave, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. "Hey, what do you want to do?" Upon hearing the voice, the team of survivors immediately turned around and saw a young man standing behind them with a cold look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a pile of dead people. The big man in the lead was startled by Liu Yang's eyes. He just couldn't understand why this young man, who looked to be less than 20 years old, had such a fierce look in his eyes. In the past, I was a professional mercenary in peacetime and had killed many people on the battlefield. But even so, I was still frightened by the look in this young man's eyes. That kind of condescending indifference was as if a god was observing mortals. This made the professional mercenary feel unhappy, but also a little scared. He showed a flattering smile on his face and said to Liu Yang, "My dear little brother, we are a team of survivors from the vicinity. We have been searching for food and suitable shelters. This school has high walls and looks like a good shelter, so we want to go in. But the people inside don't seem to be willing to accept us. I think you are a tough guy, and being able to live alone in the apocalypse shows that you are very strong. How about joining us and entering this school together to form a base?" Liu Yang said with a half-smile on his face, "I want to, but the people inside won't let us in." The big man thought Liu Yang agreed to his proposal, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "Then we will force our way in and kill all the men inside. If there are any women, they will be kept as slaves. We will divide them equally then. What do you think of this proposal, little brother?" Liu Yang nodded and said, "I think your suggestion makes sense. It would be great to kill all the men and keep the women as slaves. But you are all men here, so you all deserve to die." Liu Yang had a thought. A flying needle was already suspended in front of him. When the man in the lead saw the change in Liu Yang's eyes, he was suddenly startled. A fatal feeling appeared in his heart, and a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He didn't know why. He was a professional mercenary who had seen life and death on the battlefield, but the moment he saw the other party's eyes, his whole body began to tremble. He quickly raised his hands to make a gesture to stop the other party, and said to Liu Yang, "Good brother, we can talk it out. Whether you want more resources or more women, we can discuss it. Otherwise, after we occupy this school, the things inside will be divided into 30 and 70. You 70 and we 30. Liu Yang sneered. "Huh, you can really say that you want to split my stuff 30 to 70 with me?" Upon hearing this, the big man was shocked. He said in disbelief, "You mean this school is your base?" Liu Yang nodded. "Yes, you dare to invade my base camp, and you said you want to kill me and steal my woman? Then you can die now." Upon hearing these words, the big man's face suddenly showed an expression of fear. Originally, after he saw the 20-meter-high wall and the indestructible iron gate, he was curious about who the owner of this school was and how powerful he must be to have such strength to build this school, so impregnable. Now after seeing Liu Yang, he couldn't believe that such a young person could build this school into what it is. The professional mercenary's instinct told him that this young man was very strong and dangerous. More dangerous than the king of soldiers on the battlefield. However, he still pretended to be calm and said to Liu Yang, "If that's the case, then this matter today cannot be resolved peacefully. Such a good shelter can only belong to one of us." Then he gave an order. "Go. Kill him together." "Yes, boss." The team members next to him responded, picked up their weapons, and rushed towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang showed a calm smile on his face, and then waved his hand. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! The sounds of head explosions rang out one after another, and the heads of the survivors exploded into a bloody mist, and finally all fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the mercenary was dumbfounded. Is this really something a human can do? It's not like he had never seen teammates being shot in the head on the battlefield before, but he had never seen such a chain of headshots like this. And the young man was graceful and waved. All his men died. Who else but God can do such a thing? The weapon in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and his legs went weak, and he knelt in front of Liu Yang. He kept begging for mercy from Liu Yang. "Brother, I was wrong. We shouldn't have come to trouble you. Please let me go. I will never show up nearby again. As long as you let me go, I will leave Haiqing immediately." Liu Yang sneered and said, "We are all the same kind of people. You know I won't let you go, but I can give you a chance. I'll give you 3 seconds. Run as far as you can." Hearing this, the big man immediately jumped up from the ground and ran quickly forward. Bang! As expected, there was a sound of head banging, and the big man fell to the ground instantly. Liu Yang walked towards the school. He waved at the school gate, and it opened automatically. After Liu Yang walked in, it closed automatically again, merging with the wall as if it were welded. The gate of the school built by Liu Yang was not locked. It is welded to the wall, and no one can open it except his ability to control metal. Chapter 48. We don't believe. Liu Yang just walked into the school. Behind a house, a sturdy man who looked about the same as the mercenary, but younger, covered his mouth with red eyes, not daring to make a sound. He didn't even dare to breathe. Originally, he and his brother were acting together, but halfway through the journey, he had a stomachache, so he found a corner to squat down. When he turned around, he found that his brother and more than a dozen team members were dead. Seeing Liu Yang's graceful departure and his back as he entered the campus, his eyes were filled with fear and hatred. My own brother was killed by this guy, and I could only hide in the corner and watch it all, not even daring to go and collect the body. Hateful. That guy must die to pay for my brother's life. Finally, he gritted his teeth, picked up his weapon, and turned away. After Liu Yang entered the campus, he found that his women were playing basketball on the school playground. All the women were divided into 2 teams and had a lot of fun, sweating profusely. They all wore refreshing sports vest suits. Since each girl had a hot body, the sports vest suits were soaked with sweat. Their proud and upright figures were vaguely visible, making people unable to take their eyes off them. Seeing Liu Yang coming back, they all showed surprised expressions and ran over to the court, surrounding Liu Yang with admiring expressions on their faces. Looking at these dozens of beautiful girls, each of whom is pregnant with his own child, Liu Yang's heart is filled with a sense of accomplishment. They can only play ball now. In a month or 2, when their belly becomes noticeable, they will no longer be able to do strenuous exercise. Liu Yang took out dozens of bottles of water from the dark space and handed them to them. The women had long been accustomed to Liu Yang's ability to conjure things out of thin air like a magic trick, and they were not surprised at all. In short, as long as it is Liu Yang's husband, these girls think whatever he does is normal. Because there is nothing in this world that Liu Yang's husband can't do. After drinking the water, the girls asked Liu Yang, "Husband, are you collecting supplies again?" Chen Lixia said, "Husband, it has been a month since the apocalypse broke out. Can we still collect supplies? Other survivors should be collecting as well, right?" Li Mingyao said, "How could the other survivors collect as much as Liu Yang's husband? I guess they don't dare to go to those dangerous places. Only my husband dares to go." Li Mange nodded and said, "That must be the case. Take the supermarket, for example. Everyone is shopping in the supermarket. Suddenly, the apocalyptic zombie virus breaks out. More than half of the people are turned into zombies in the supermarket. Others probably can't escape either. They will also be bitten and turned into zombies. The whole supermarket is full of zombies. Who dares to go in, except Liu Yang's husband?" Wang Muling said, "In that case, wouldn't it be very dangerous for my husband to collect supplies? He has to face hundreds of zombies." Lin Yu said, "Of course. I went to the supermarket with Liu Yang's husband to collect food before. The scene was indeed very dangerous at that time, but it was no problem for Liu Yang's husband. With just one look, all the zombies would die." After hearing what Lin Yu said, the girls were all shocked, yet at the same time, they were very envious of Lin Yu. This long-legged stewardess not only slept with Liu Yang, she even collected supplies with Liu Yang, fought together with him, and witnessed Liu Yang's fighting style and strength. This is something no one else has experienced. I don't know how handsome Liu Yang's husband was when he was fighting zombies. It's really exciting just thinking about it. Seeing the girl's eyes that seemed to be about to be pulled, Liu Yang showed a helpless smile. Alas, this guy is handsome and strong, but it is also very tiring. All the time, he has to accept the loving attention of these beautiful girls, as if they want to eat him alive. Each one of them looks like they want to squeeze him dry. It's so scary. Liu Yang said to them, "It seems that our school's safe zone has been targeted. I just killed more than a dozen survivors who wanted to invade here at the school gate. So for the next period of time, it's best for everyone not to go out and hide in the teacher's dormitory." After hearing Liu Yang's words, the girls all showed some nervous expressions on their faces, and then nodded obediently and said, "Okay, husband, we got it. From now on, we will not go out for activities outside, and we will hide in the teacher's dormitory from now on." Liu Yang showed a satisfied smile and said, "Besides, you are all pregnant. The apocalypse has been going on for almost a month, and the first one among you who got pregnant has been pregnant for almost a month. You can't do any strenuous exercise from now on. Just stay in the teacher's dormitory and take good care of your baby." Hearing Liu Yang's words, the girls blushed immediately. The school beauty with a baby face, Li Mingyao said, "How is it possible? Each of us has only communicated with you once. How is it possible that we are all pregnant? No matter how powerful you are, you can't always be successful." The aloof school beauty, Li Mange, also said, "That's right, don't lie to us. Even if you don't want to fight us again, you don't have to make such an excuse, right? We know that you collect girls too quickly. We all understand that you don't want to go back to your ex." Mysterious school beauty Wang Muling also said, "That's right, we are all college students. Do you think we haven't studied biology? The chance of a woman getting pregnant is not as high as you think. There is an ovulation period and a safe period. How can it be possible to get pregnant every time? Liu Yang showed a helpless expression. It's really not that he doesn't want to go back to his ex. These school beauties are all extremely beautiful and have hot bodies. How could one time be enough? He is completely concerned about the safety of these people. The fertility system has strengthened my genes, making me successful in everything I do. What can I do? Liu Yang could only shake his head helplessly and said, "Okay, if you don't believe me, forget it. Anyway, a month is almost over. You will know when your good friends come or not." Li Mingyao showed an expression of not admitting defeat and said, "Hee hee, my good friend is here on time. He will definitely not be absent." Li Mange also said, "I am in good health, and my sisters all say that I have a kind of beauty with regular menstruation. I won't lose either." "Me too. Hee." All the girls said they would not lose. Liu Yang couldn't say much. The system was his trump card, and Liu Yang would not reveal it to anyone. He could only nod and say, "Okay, I hope you can still be so confident in a month." So he took the girls back to the teacher's dormitory. Chapter 49, Testing Flight Ability. After returning to the teacher's dormitory, Liu Yang ate the loving lunch prepared by the girls, then returned to his room, lay on the bed, and began to think. Perhaps because it hadn't seen Liu Yang for a long time, the little white tiger followed Liu Yang back to the room and curled up on Liu Yang's bed like a cat. The huge tiger head rested directly on Liu Yang's thigh. Liu Yang stroked the tiger's head with his hand while thinking about the next plan in his mind. The survivors who came to his door today made Liu Yang become alert. The safe area of the school is occupied by women, but they have no ability to protect themselves. Once other men break in, they will be in danger, and they need to keep collecting supplies. But there is no other way. I have to protect others in this school 24 hours a day. Although he had the skill of controlling zombies and could use them to guard the door and provide vision here, if he was too far away, he might not be able to get back. It is indeed impossible for zombies to climb a 20-meter-high steel wall, but for humans, they are intelligent, and they may use ropes, ladders, and other tools. Therefore, it is very effective in defending against zombies, but not necessarily against humans. So the first priority now is to increase your speed. Allow yourself to get back faster. Liu Yang thought of his iron control, which was very similar to the ability of Magneto in the movie. Magneto in the movie could fly, so why couldn't he? Just do it. Liu Yang climbed out of bed directly. The white tiger, who was originally sleeping soundly, was also awakened. She raised her huge tiger head, opened her sapphire eyes, and looked at Liu Yang with great confusion. Seeing the white tiger's puzzled expression was very cute, Liu Yang rubbed her face and said, "Next, the master is going to test the ability to fly. Little white tiger, watch out. When I can fly, I can also take you to the sky." Ah! The little white tiger's eyes were still full of confusion. She didn't understand what Liu Yang meant, but then the confusion in her eyes began to turn into shock. Because Liu Yang's body was quickly covered with a layer of silver metal armor. It looks very strong and handsome, just like the Hero King in the anime, except that Liu Yang's armor is silver and the Hero King's armor is gold. Although this armor looks very thick and huge, it is actually just a shape. The real armor is just a thin layer and has no weight at all when worn on the body. Then Liu Yang began to use his mental power to control the steel to float in the air. Then he slowly rose into the air in front of the shocked eyes of the little white tiger. Liu Yang also began to show an expression of surprise. It can fly. I just don't know how fast the fastest flying speed can be. By controlling the flying steel needles, I can make them reach speeds faster than bullets. So if I control myself to fly, can I also reach such a speed? With this question in mind, Liu Yang flew directly out of the window. Floating in the air, feeling the cool breeze in the sky, and looking down at the scenery on the ground that is getting smaller and smaller, Liu Yang's heart is filled with excitement. Is this what flying feels like? Which young man doesn't have a dream of flying in his heart? It feels so good. This feeling is really great. Next, let's try to see how fast this flying speed is. Liu Yang only had one thought. He then flew away into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky. It was the sound of Liu Yang breaking the sound barrier. At the same time, Liu Yang had already felt his own speed. His face was filled with shock. It can indeed reach the same speed as the flying needle. It's just that the mental energy consumed is much greater than that of the flying needle. At this point, my speed should have exceeded 2 times the speed of sound. In other words, it reached a flying speed of 680 meters per second. This speed is faster than a fighter jet. 10 kilometers only takes 10,000 divided by 680 is equal to 14.705882 seconds. If the base is attacked again like last time, I only need 15 seconds to get back. 15 seconds. Even if those people set up ladders and climbed the wall, it would definitely take more than 15 seconds. With this flying speed, it will be easier for me to protect the base in the future. The loud noise of Liu Yang flying in the sky also attracted the attention of all the women. They came to the window and saw the silver figure in the sky. Everyone was surprised. Chen Lixiao said, "Sisters, what is that? It looks like a silver version of Iron Man." Li Mingyao said, "Isn't this a new secret weapon developed by the government? Is it specifically used to kill zombies? Or to search for survivors?" Li Mange squinted her eyes and listened carefully to the figure in the sky that was flying and hovering from time to time. She said, "He looks so handsome. This figure and temperament look a little familiar. He looks a little like Liu Yang's husband." The mysterious school beauty, Wang Muling, who is also the daughter of Principal Wang, said, "Do you think there is a possibility, that person is Liu Yang's husband?" Lin Yu said, "It does look similar, but it's too far away. We can't see the face clearly." Dr. Yi Qingru said, "That should be it. Apart from Liu Yang's husband, who else could be so handsome?" Li Mange said, "I also think it's Liu Yang's husband." Li Mingyao said, "When did my husband learn to fly? When did he get the armor he is wearing? It's so cool. I want to fly to the sky too." Chen Zi rolled her eyes at Li Mingyao and said, "Haven't you been blown away by Liu Yang's husband a long time ago? Why do I feel like there's something else behind your words? Are you planning to have another fight with Liu Yang's husband?" Li Mingyao's pretty face instantly turned red. She slapped Chen Zi on the butt and said, "It's as if you, a little slut, don't want to fight your husband again." While the girls were discussing here, Liu Yang had already completed the test of his flying ability, and then he flew directly back to his room. Seeing this scene, the women instantly showed expressions of surprise. They all said, "I knew it must be Liu Yang's husband. Apart from Liu Yang's husband, who else could be so handsome? That's great. My husband can actually fly. I want him to take me away so I can fly to the sky too. It would be exciting to have a battle in the sky, right? I'm going to find my husband now to see what's going on. I'm going to. All the girls swarmed towards Liu Yang's room. P.S. I am too busy during the Chinese New Year and cannot continue to update. If you think I am too slow, you can read the 500,000-word old book, The End of the World. Many children, many blessings, starting from the cool class beauty. Thank you for your support. Chapter 50. So this is how the white tiger is used. When Liu Yang flew back into the room, the little white tiger inside immediately showed an excited expression, and its eyes began to shine as it looked at Liu Yang. The pair of light blue, amber-like round eyes stared straight at the armor on Liu Yang. Even jumped directly. Liu Yang said to the little white tiger, "What's wrong? You want this set of armor too?" The little white tiger stuck out its tongue and licked Liu Yang's armor twice, then nodded. Liu Yang showed a somewhat surprised expression. "Good fellow, now you can understand what is said. Did you pretend not to understand before?" The little white tiger still looked excited. So Liu Yang said, "Okay, I'll make you a set too. In the future, when you encounter zombies, you won't be afraid of their attacks. The armor I made is hard and strong. If the zombies bite you, they will knock their teeth off." "Ah." The little white tiger nodded excitedly. An expression that says, "Come quickly, I want it so much." Liu Yang was suddenly speechless. "Hey guys, did you understand this sentence again?" He waved his hand. The metal armor began to wrap around the little white tiger's entire body. It looked majestic and indestructible, but the little white tiger was so excited that she kept jumping on Liu Yang's bed. Her half-ton weight almost crushed Liu Yang's bed. Liu Yang quickly said, stop jumping, or my bed will break if you jump again." Just then, the women rushed into Liu Yang's room. Liu Yang climbed up from the bed and asked, "Why are you all here? What do you want to do?" The girls said, "We heard a loud noise in the sky just now. We looked out the window and saw that it was you, our husband, flying in the sky. You are so amazing. You even learned how to fly. So we came to take a look. Who knows?" At this time, Li Mingyao saw the silver armor on Liu Yang and Little White Tiger, and her eyes lit up. She said, "Honey, where did you get this armor? It's so cool, isn't it?" Li Mange also said, "It looks just like the god of war in the sky. You are so handsome, husband. And how come Little White Tiger has a set too, and it fits so well? You made it to order, right? Can you make one for us too?" Wang Muling also said, Yes, I want one too. But will it be heavy?" Chen Zi said, I want it too. All the girls said that the armor on Liu Yang and Xiao Baihu was so handsome, and they each wanted a set. Liu Yang smiled and said, "This armor does look cool, but it is also quite troublesome. You don't need the boat in your daily life. You only use it when you go out to fight. But you don't need to go out to fight, so it's useless for you to make this armor." Okay. The girls nodded and left Liu Yang's room. The other side. The only surviving strong man has returned to their gathering place. As soon as he returned to the gathering place, the strong man with tears on his face immediately found the boss of the gathering place. He cried to the eldest brother, Brother. Second brother is dead. Fifth uncle is dead too. Brother Wang is dead too. They are all dead, and I am the only one still alive. Whoa, they are all dead. This gathering place was organized by the three brothers. Because the three brothers were professional mercenaries in peacetime and were very strong, and everyone else believed in them, so the three brothers were the leaders of this gathering place. At the same time, there are some of their other relatives in the team, forming a gathering of more than 50 people. The strength of this gathering place is quite good. They form a team and go out to look for food. Ordinary zombies are no match for them. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they had no shortage of food. The only thing missing is to find a suitable place to build a survivor base and expand their power. It was precisely because of this that they came to Liu Yang's school. The 20-meter-high iron wall really made them envious. However, they did not expect that more than a dozen people were killed, leaving only the third one alive. When the third brother saw his eldest brother, he couldn't hold back the fear and grievance in his heart, and started crying like a tearful man. He didn't look like a man at all. Boss Wang, who was sitting on the chair, was instantly shocked after hearing what Boss Wang said. Asked, "Third brother, what are you talking about? Second brother, and the others are all dead? Didn't you go to find food and find a suitable place to build a base? Did you encounter a lot of zombies?" The third brother cried and said, "Wow, it's not a zombie, it's a person. I only saw his back and don't know what he looks like, but I know he is very powerful. He killed everyone in a few minutes. I came back with a shit, and everyone was dead." Chapter 51, Invisible Touch. Boss Wang, who was originally sitting, stood up instantly and clenched his fists until they made a crackling sound. He said menacingly, "Let's go. Gather everyone in the gathering place and take us to see who this guy is and how dare he kill Lao Er and the others. We must make him pay with his life." Wang Laosan said, "Brother, that guy is very powerful. We don't know how he killed my second brother and the others. Would it be dangerous if we go there rashly? I strongly suspect that he has set a trap there, so he was able to kill my second brother and the others in such a short time. Maybe we should test it first." Boss Wang showed a hesitant expression and said, "Then how do you think we should test it? Everyone in the gathering place is a brother. We can't let others test the danger, right?" Wang Laosan said, "When my second brother and I were collecting food, we found a subway station near that school. There are many zombies in the subway station, at least thousands. We can lead all the zombies from the subway station to the entrance of his school. Even if there is a trap at that time, these zombies will trigger it first." Boss Wang's eyes lit up and he said, "That makes sense. Let's do it." So Boss Wang immediately began to gather all the survivors at the gathering place and prepared to take action. At this time, a tall, sexy beauty came over in a hurry and asked Boss Wang and the others, "Big brother, third brother, where are you going? I heard that the second brother was killed. Is that true?" After saying this, her eyes became red. Normally, she was the one that these three brothers loved the most. Now that she heard that her second brother had been killed, she was of course very sad. Boss Wang said, "Fourth sister, don't listen to what others say. Your second brother is fine. We are going to go out and do something. You stay in the gathering place and don't run around." Their fourth sister was a top student in peacetime. She had just graduated from a prestigious university and returned home to celebrate with her family. She had not even had time to find a job, but who knew that the apocalypse would break out? Fortunately, their three brothers were all professional mercenaries in the past, so it would not be a problem for them to protect their fourth sister in the apocalypse. Moreover, his fourth sister was the most promising and studious in his family, and was admitted to a prestigious university. His three older brothers all looked very rough, but his younger sister was very delicate and beautiful, and she had always been protected by her family like a jewel in the palm of their hand. Now that they are going to avenge the second brother, they naturally don't want the fourth sister to go with them, because they don't know if they will encounter danger. Unexpectedly, their sister Wang Wenxiu said, "Brother, please don't lie to me. I have seen that the third brother's eyes are red. It is obvious that he just cried. The rumors must be true. You are just afraid that I will be in danger, so you don't want me to go. Okay, I must go? The second brother loves me the most. I must see who killed him and watch him die." Oh, Boss Wang sighed. He knew that his sister already knew about the death of the second brother, so he certainly couldn't persuade her. I could only nod and say, "You can go with us. But I have to tell you first that you must obey me on the way and run away immediately if you encounter danger. Do you understand?" Wang Wenxiu nodded and said, "I understand, big brother. I won't cause any trouble for you. I just want to see the man who killed my second brother die. Boss Wong nodded, and so all the people in the gathering place set out together, and under the leadership of Boss Wong, they arrived outside Liu Yang's school. From a distance, they saw the dozen or so bodies at the school gate. Boss Wong clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's really the second brother in them. Wang Wenxiu said in a tearful voice, Second brother, my second brother. Whoever killed you must make him pay with blood. Wang Laosan said, I will take people to the subway station to lure the zombies. Then we will stand on the building across the street and throw stones to the steel fence, making a noise, and the zombies will be attracted over there. Yeah, Boss Wong nodded. Soon Wang Laosan attracted hundreds of zombies here. When Boss Wong saw this, he instantly became alert. He said, Everyone, throw rocks at the siege to attract the zombies' attention so that Boss 3 can escape. Yes, boss. Dozens of survivors began to throw stones at Liu Yang's wall. Boom, boom, boom. The metal fence suddenly made a deafening sound. All the zombies were attracted over there. I didn't see any living people, but I saw more than a dozen corpses on the ground. He rushed over instantly and started to eat the corpses, watching the bodies of my former brothers being eaten by zombies. The hearts of Wang Laoda, Wang Laosan, and others were bleeding. Wang Wenxiu even started crying, with tears as big as beans rolling down her long eyelashes. Boss Wang looked at the zombies strangely. He asked the third brother, Didn't you say there was a trap there? Why are the zombies not hurt at all? Instead, they are enjoying eating the bodies of the second brother and his men. Wang Laosan's face froze, and he stammered, I didn't see the situation there clearly at the time. I just suspected there was a trap. Does it seem that the other party used the trap to kill my second brother and his friends? Or is it that my brother and his friends have already triggered all the traps, so these zombies won't be triggered again? Boss Wong showed an angry expression and said, Damn it. If we had known the trap had been triggered, we would have collected the bodies of Lao Er and the others. Unfortunately, you can only watch their bodies being eaten by zombies, and they can't even die with a complete body. Wang Wenxiu cried, Second brother. My second brother. Whoa. At this time, Liu Yang, who was preparing to take a nap in the teacher's dormitory, also gained vision and hearing through the zombies guarding the door and felt that the wall was being attacked. He couldn't help but frown. Speaking of, someone actually dared to attack my safe zone? Throwing rocks? Don't they know that the steel I make is the hardest steel in the world, and even armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate it? Immediately afterwards, Liu Yang took off into the air and flew towards the school gate. At the same time, use the stealth skill directly in the air to hide your figure instantly. Then he followed the direction from which those people threw the stones and found their location. It floated in front of them, but they were unaware. Liu Yang simply flew in through the window and came to their side, but they still didn't feel anything. Seeing that they looked a bit like the leaders he had killed, Liu Yang guessed that they should be in the same group. To avenge your brother? What a deep brotherly love. Oh, there is another beautiful lady? Liu Yang set his sights on Wang Wenxiu and discovered that among this group of rough men, there was actually a peerless beauty. Moreover, there were tears in the corners of the other person's eyes, making him look pitiful, which made people want to protect him very much. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good figure. The majesty of her breasts is very eye-catching, and is probably even bigger than Chun Lixia's. Liu Yang, who was in invisible state, touched the other person's waist directly. She feels really good. She is such a soft and tender girl all over. At this time, Wang Wenxiu also screamed, Ah! But she quickly covered her mouth with her hands because she remembered what her elder brother said. No matter what the situation, she must not shout or else it would attract the attention of the zombies. Boss Wang was startled by Wang Wenxiu's voice and asked with concern, Little sister, what's wrong? Wang Wenxiu covered her body and said in fear, Just now it seemed like someone touched my waist, but I couldn't see who it was. Chapter 52, Let Your Sister Be My Wife. After hearing what the little sister said, Boss Wang immediately showed an angry expression, staring at the people next to him, and said, Who dares to lay hands on my sister? Those people were frightened by Boss Wang's angry expression and quickly shook their heads and said, It's not us, Boss Wang. Don't misunderstand. Even if we were given 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to touch Miss Wang. Yes, Boss Wang. Although everyone in our gathering place admires Miss Wang, they can only watch from afar and dare not approach her. They know that they are not worthy of Miss Wang. So how could they do such a dirty thing? Yes, Miss Wang is naturally beautiful, as gorgeous as a fairy from heaven. How could we mortals be worthy of her? It would be blasphemy to look at her any longer. Moreover, the war is imminent. Even if we want to do such a thing, it is impossible now, right? People around him said they were innocent. The anger on Boss Wang's face became even stronger. He cursed directly. Fuck, you bunch of bastards, don't argue with me. You dare to touch my little sister. Are you tired of living? Everyone wanted to explain, but Wang Wenxiu spoke up. Brother, it wasn't them. That guy touched my front instead of my back. If it was them, I would have seen it. Boss Wang was stunned. So what is going on? Is it haunted? There was a tense expression on everyone's face. Boss Wang asked, Little sister, are you telling the truth? How could someone who can't see touch you? Could it be a transparent person? Another survivor said, Is there a ghost in broad daylight? Wang Laosan said, Little sister, are you sure someone touched you? Or is it just an illusion? Wang Xiaomei nodded affirmatively and said, It's not an illusion. Someone really touched me. Ah. As soon as she finished speaking, she screamed again, jumped up, and hid behind Boss Wang. Because she felt herself being touched again. Boss Wang asked with concern, Little sister, what's wrong? I was touched again. Is there really a ghost? I'm so scared. Whoa. Wang Xiaomei was scared to tears this time. Everyone showed a shocked expression. This time it happened in public. Wang Xiaomei said that she was touched, but no one saw who touched her. There was no one around her. Was it really a ghost? Or was she just hallucinating? Ms. Wang, are you sure someone touched you? We are all watching here, and there is clearly nothing happening. Yeah, it's not an illusion, is it? Wang Wenxiu shook her head and said firmly, It can't be true. It feels too real. It's like someone's hand touched me, but I can't see him. Boss Wang pulled out the machete from his waist. He knew that Wang Xiaomei would never lie, so there must be something weird in the air. He just slashed at the air in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, he shouted angrily, Who dares to touch my little sister here? If you have the guts, come out and fight us head on. When others saw this scene, they thought that Boss Wang and little sister Wang were crazy. Where is this person in broad daylight? Boss, are you sure? There's no one here. Boss, what are you hacking at the air for? However, just as they finished their words, a tall and burly young man wearing handsome silver armor appeared out of thin air and in front of them. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. This guy actually appeared out of nowhere. How long has he been here? He can become invisible. Is this a human or a ghost? Liu Yang had a sly smile on his face. He stared at Wang Wenxiu and said, Woman, you have a good figure. You are suitable for having children. I have already checked it. Your skin feels good to the touch. Very smooth. Hearing this, Boss Wang's face showed an even angrier expression. He pointed a knife at Liu Yang and said, Boy, you dared to flirt with my sister. Are you looking for death? What is your purpose in coming here? If I am not mistaken, we should not know each other and have never met before. Liu Yang sneered and said, Haha, there is indeed no intersection, but I don't understand why you want to invade my base camp when there is obviously no intersection. I killed one group, and another group came. You won't stop until all of them are dead, right? Upon hearing this, Boss Wang and others widened their eyes. They asked in unison, You are the one who killed Lao Er and the others? Is this school your base? Liu Yang nodded. Yes, it is my base camp. I was indeed the one who killed your last batch of people. It's okay, you will go to see him soon. Boss Wang's eyes were red with anger. He pointed at Liu Yang and said, Damn it, today I'm going to avenge Lao Er and the others. Brothers, come together. Go, avenge our second brother. Those people raised their weapons and rushed directly towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang's face relaxed. With just a thought, a flying needle was already suspended in front of him, and then he waved his hand. Call out. The flying needle turned into a stream of light and flew directly towards the enemy. But this time, Liu Yang didn't shoot all of them in the head, but shot through their legs. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone's legs were shot off instantly, and they fell to the ground one by one. Never stand up again. Except for Wang Wenxiu, everyone else screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Oh, it hurts. My legs. My legs. Help. Someone save me. Even Boss Wang gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain, saying nothing, his face already soaked with cold sweat. At the same time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Liu Yang began to be filled with shock and fear. I finally understand how Lao Er and his men were killed. This guy is not an ordinary person at all. How did he do it? He broke everyone's legs in an instant, as if they were shot through by bullets. But how did he make the bullets bend? At this moment, after realizing the gap in strength between the two sides, everyone's face showed an expression of despair. Big brother, third brother, everyone. Why are your legs all broken? Whoa, what on earth did you release? Wang Wenxiu burst into tears and was suddenly at a loss. He rushed over to hold his big brother's arm, tears streaming down his face. At this time, Liu Yang said coldly to the people kneeling on the ground, With your limited strength, you want to invade my base camp? You are really looking for death. I'll give you a chance. This woman is your younger sister, right? Persuade this woman to stay and be my wife, and I will let you go. Chapter 53. Take good care of your sister. As soon as I heard this, Boss Wang showed a disdainful expression and said, "Impossible. It's the end of the world already. I've thought about this day a long time ago. Do you think I'm afraid of death? My sister is the one we brothers love the most. How could I betray her?" Liu Yang curled his lips, nodded and said, "It makes sense, and your choice is right, because even if you agree, I will still kill you. No one who dares to invade my base will survive. And, don't worry, I will love your little sister ruthlessly in the future." Upon hearing this, Boss Wang and the other's eyes widened instantly. He struggled to get up, and the next second Liu Yang glanced at him. Bang, bang, bang. Oh. Dozens of people were shot in the head in an instant, and the bloody scene made Wang Wenxiu scream. She knelt on the ground, her whole body in a state of confusion. She was simply frightened and stunned. He kept saying, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, big brother, second brother, third brother." At this time, Liu Yang was already walking towards her slowly. A finger pressed on the other's head. However, Wang Wenxiu continued to mutter to herself, as if she felt nothing. 1 minute later, Liu Yang received the system's prompt. "Congratulations on the host's successful soul control. The other party has become your most loyal servant. Please enjoy it." At this moment, she instantly stopped muttering and slowly stood up. He looked at Liu Yang respectfully and said, "Master Liu Yang, Wang Wenxiu is at your service." A satisfied expression appeared on Liu Yang's face. It is worthy of being a skill given by the system. It is really amazing that the soul control can be controlled to such an extent. Even though his two brothers were killed in front of her, she was still able to follow him wholeheartedly and regard him as her master. This skill is so useful. In order to test the control level of this skill, Liu Yang said to Wang Wenxiu, "I just killed your two brothers. Don't you have any thoughts?" Wang Wenxiu's eyes were still respectful. She glanced at the corpse on the ground and said coldly, "These rubbish actually dared to invade Lord Liu Yang's base camp, and even dreamed of Lord Liu Yang's base camp. They really deserve to die? Even if they die 10,000 times, they deserve it. From now on, I am no longer their sister. I am Lord Liu Yang's woman, Lord Liu Yang's dog. Lord Liu Yang can do whatever he wants to me." At the same time, Liu Yang also began to receive system prompts. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully saved the girl. She has volunteered to be your woman. You have received the system award. Iron Control Skill +1. Seeing that he had received the system's reward, Liu Yang became even happier. He nodded and said, "Very good. Since you were so aware, I will reward you tonight. Now come back with me. Oh, by the way, you don't have to call me sir in the future, just call me husband." "Yes, Liu Yang's husband," Wang Wenxiu said respectfully and shyly. "Follow Liu Yang downstairs." At this time, all the zombies downstairs had been attracted by Wang Wenxiu's scream just now, but they didn't know how to open the door, so they just kept banging on it. Liu Yang opened the door and kicked a zombie away with one kick. Then he used flying needles to kill all the zombies with a headshot. I received another system prompt in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 400 zombies and gaining 40 attribute points. Liu Yang smiled again. These bastards not only gave me women, but also gave me attribute points. That's really good. He added these 40 attribute points evenly to the 4 basic attributes. Then he took Wang Wenxiu back to the teacher's dormitory. As soon as you enter the teacher's dormitory, when goddesses such as Li Mengyao saw Liu Yang bringing back another beautiful woman, they immediately surrounded him and observed Wang Wenxiu with great curiosity. They found that Wang Wenxiu was a few years older than them, but a few years younger than Sister Long Lin Yuyu and Dr. Yi Qingru. It can be said that there is some youthfulness and childishness, as well as some mature charm. The age of 22 is simply the most mature and best time for a woman. I have just graduated from college and have not yet entered the world, but I am no longer a student and have lost that childishness. Chen Lixia asked Wang Wenxiu directly, "Sister, where are you from? You are so beautiful." Li Mange also said, "The skin is so white, tender, and smooth. Even I envy it." Chen Zi said, "Sister must have been a school beauty in school, right? Which school did you graduate from?" Wang Wenxiu felt a little shy when everyone saw her and whispered, "I graduated from the performance department of Haicheng Art College." Everyone showed a look of astonishment. No wonder she is so beautiful. She is actually a big sister from the acting department. Compared to those big stars, they are not inferior. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, I'm afraid my sister would have become a big star, right? What a pity. What a pity. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, would we have met such a powerful man as Liu Yang's husband? I'd say we're pretty lucky. Stop saying things like it's not a pity. Yes, 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 meeting Liu Yang's husband is the greatest luck in our lives. Seeing everyone discussing, Liu Yang also began to scan the future superstar Wang Wenxiu, and the other party's information appeared in his mind. Name, Wang Wenxiu. Height, 170. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance score, 95 points. Body score, 96 points. After seeing the other party's message, Liu Yang showed a satisfied expression. She is worthy of being a big star in the future. Her figure and appearance are both top-notch. Chapter 54, Building a Protective Shield for the School. Wang Wenxiu reference picture. After dinner, Liu Yang returned to his room to rest. At the same time, I started thinking. He raised the school wall to 20 meters, forming an impregnable shelter, but because of this, the school is now too conspicuous. Others can tell at a glance that this is not an ordinary school, and it is estimated that more and more people will want to invade in the future. Although he now has the ability to fly at more than twice the speed of sound, even if he collects supplies within 10 kilometers, he can get back within 15 seconds. But Liu Yang still felt something was not right. What if the enemy could invade inside in 15 seconds? So this school needs to be strengthened. Anyway, I have the ability to control steel, so the worst that can happen is I can just add a mesh cover over the entire school. This way the enemy will never be able to get in. Liu Yang has enough confidence in his steel, which is the hardest steel in the world, and even a missile attack may not be able to break it. By then, the entire school area will become truly impregnable, with no chance of a breakthrough. No matter how powerful the invader is, he can only watch me, Liu Yang, and sigh in despair. After making this decision, Liu Yang will be ready to go tomorrow. And just at this moment, there was a knock on his door. Boom, boom, boom. Liu Yang's mind was also drawn back. He said to the outside of the door, "Come in." Squeak. The door opened. Wang Wenxiu walked in. The next day, Liu Yang woke up early in the morning feeling refreshed. Liu Yang got up, washed, and had breakfast. He flew directly out of the window and arrived high above the school. Then he had a thought. The steel he had collected in the storage space began to emerge. They gathered into a huge net, then covered the entire school and connected with the surrounding walls to form a protective shield with no breakthrough points. Now the entire school is protected by Liu Yang like a rock. Intruder? No matter how many invaders there are, don't even think about coming in. At this time, the women also saw through the window what Liu Yang did, and each of them showed a shocked expression. What is Liu Yang's husband doing? It's amazing, right? The whole school is covered with metal nets. Now, even flying zombies can invade our school. That's awesome. Can we go out and move freely again from now on? As expected of my husband. So handsome. The women all expressed their great happiness. Because Liu Yang said yesterday that there were intruders outside the school, they were asked to go out as little as possible these days. Unexpectedly, the next day, Liu Yang's husband directly added a protective shield to the school. This time, it can be said that there is no breakthrough point for invasion. After doing all this, Liu Yang started flying directly out of the school. The moment he approached the metal net in the sky, the metal net automatically opened a gap to allow him to fly out, and then automatically closed again after he flew out. The skill of metal control allows Liu Yang to surround the entire school without leaving any doors, so there is no place for others to invade. The switches are all controlled by his mind. After protecting the school, Liu Yang can start collecting information in the area 10 kilometers away. After all, it has been almost a month since the apocalypse broke out, and the area 10 kilometers around the school has long been plundered by Liu Yang. Those big supermarkets, shopping malls, and even the vegetable markets could not escape Liu Yang's plunder. If you want to collect supplies, you have to go further away. Liu Yang flew in the air all the way. When it had just flown 10 kilometers and was within a short range, suddenly I saw two figures running underground. Liu Yang slowed down his flight speed and took a closer look. He discovered that it was a woman chasing a man. At the same time, the speed of these two people is very fast, surpassing ordinary people, and even twice as fast as Liu Yang when he was a sports student. At the same time, the man looked very rough, with a full beard on his face, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. But the woman chasing him from behind had a slim figure, and her breasts surged as she ran. She is definitely a good woman for childbearing. This caught Liu Yang's attention. He carefully observed the two people in the air. He saw the man run into a small alley, and the woman followed closely. However, this alley is a dead end. When I ran to the end, there was no way out. Finally, the man stopped and turned around, looking at the woman breathlessly. The woman pointed at the man and said, "This kid has nowhere to run, right? Just surrender and follow me back to the administration. Maybe you can get a reduced sentence." Unexpectedly, the man spat and said, "Bah." The end of the world has come. Who cares about your management bureau? Now that order has collapsed, it is the era of us superpowers. I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business. Chapter 55. A female superpower? Administration? A person with superpowers? After hearing the conversation between the two people, Liu Yang showed a very interested expression. Then he directly activated the stealth skill, slowly landed, and came to the side of the two people. The other party did not notice him. Liu Yang observed the two people closely and listened to their conversation. You don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. When the woman looked at her from a closer distance, she found that she was even more beautiful. Not only does she have a good figure, but her face is also flawless, and her skin is as white and tender as a baby's, making people want to pinch it. She has a unique temperament, different from ordinary women. She looks stronger, more capable, and more charming than ordinary women. After hearing what the man said, the woman said directly, "In that case, I will have to be rude. You are just a D-level psychic. You don't think you are my opponent, do you? Submit obediently. Maybe you can avoid some physical pain. Otherwise, if you don't accept my toast, I will use tough means to catch you." After hearing the beautiful woman's threat, the big man did not show any panic expression, but instead smiled. He said coldly, "Of course I know I am no match for you. So how could I possibly provoke you alone? The reason I ran into this dead-end alley was to lure you over here. Do you think I was desperate? In fact, it was you who was desperate." After saying this, the other party showed an evil smile. At the same time, two strong men came out from behind the woman and blocked her way. At the same time, the two strong men showed malicious expressions on their faces. They said, "Lady from the high and mighty official administration, the three of us are going to have a good time with you from now on. Let's see how much fun it is to have fun with you official superpowers. Don't worry, we won't let you die without having fun with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Look at how proud and tall she is. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. I still prefer her pair of straight, white long legs for me to play with. I can play with them for a year. I like his cherry lips. I wonder what a contrast it will be when she screams from her throat. A female investigator, right?" The three sturdy men surrounded the woman with wicked smiles on their faces and walked towards her step by step. A look of panic finally appeared on the woman's face. No one here can match him if he fights alone, but if 3 opponents come together, he won't have much chance of winning. Wrong decision. Unexpectedly, I fell into the opponent's strategy of luring the enemy deep into our territory. I originally thought that I could arrest the other party, but I didn't expect that I would be led into an encirclement by the other party. Oh no, this is really bad. If we were caught by these 3 criminals, the consequences would be disastrous. Maybe they will play you to death. When she thought of this, a look of despair appeared on her face. She gritted her teeth and looked around, trying to find a chance to retreat. However, she found that this was a dead end. The buildings on both sides were more than 10 stories high, and there was no place to run. Damn it! How abominable! Because of your carelessness, you may not only lose your innocence, but even your life. Seeing the woman's behavior, the 3 strong men smiled evilly and walked towards the woman and said, "What's wrong? My lady investigator, why do you look so panicked? Are you scared now? What were you doing before? You didn't act so arrogant in front of us before and chase us around the world. Now kneel down and serve us brothers well. We will not kill you, but take you away and let you become our woman. What do you think of this condition? Otherwise, when we use force, you will be missing arms and legs." The beauty showed an angry expression and said, "Damn it. The administration will not let you go." The man smiled and said, You're talking as if your administration will let us go if we don't do anything to you? Didn't they chase us for hundreds of kilometers? We are superpowers, so what's wrong with killing a few hundred ordinary people? In the end times, what's the difference between the lives of ordinary people and ants? If you want to trample them to death, then so be it. Just kill them if you don't like them. Those ordinary people are only fit to lick our feet and be our slaves." The beauty gnashed her teeth and said, "Damn it, you perverts." You are right. We are perverts. From now on, we will use all perverted methods on you. We will play with you from inside to outside and let you feel our perversion." The men said as they rushed towards the woman and attacked her. The woman immediately fought back. The fight between 1 and 3 was surprisingly intense. Although the beauty was at a disadvantage in a short period of time, she was not yet left defenseless by the opponent. Liu Yang was watching all this from a hidden place nearby and was amazed in his heart. The strength of these psychics is quite good, twice that of ordinary people. That female psychic is even more powerful. She can fight 3 people at the same time, but unfortunately, under the siege of 3 people, she can only hold out for another 3 minutes at most before she is defeated. As expected, a few minutes later, the beauty was no match for the three men and was kicked to the ground by one of the strong men. When she wanted to get up again, another strong man held a knife to her neck. Finally, he was subdued by the other party. The three sturdy men showed smug expressions on their faces, grinning with satisfaction, and said, "Hey, female investigator. Now it's our turn to perform. Just bear with it." The woman showed a desperate expression and said viciously, "Damn you. Kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise our management bureau will kill you all." At this moment, she just wanted to die, because she knew that being caught by these three men might be more painful to live than to die. God knows what kind of perverted torture I will suffer from these three people. One of the sturdy men said, "It's not that easy to die. Wait until the three of us are tired of playing with you, and then we will kill you. Hee. Before that, just be our slave." But he had just finished speaking. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air in the air. Immediately following, bang! With a muffled sound, his head instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The other two strong men were directly shocked. "Fuck, there's a sniper. Get cover." The two of them rolled on the ground in a very comical manner and hid behind a pillar. At this time, Liu Yang said in a cold voice, "You dare to make dirty jokes to my woman. I think you are looking for death." Upon hearing the voice, the beautiful woman and the other two surviving men were startled because they heard the voice coming from beside them, but they could not see anyone. The publishing fee is gone. How can I spend such a huge sum of money? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 56: How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. The three of them were dumbfounded at the same time. This is simply a supernatural event in broad daylight. Can you hear the other person talking, but can't see them? Is this a ghost? And it would blow people's heads off as soon as it came. It was a very ferocious ghost. Horrible. It's really horrible. This fear of the unknown is the most terrifying. The other party wants to kill you, and you don't even know where the other party is, what the other party looks like, or what the other party's abilities are. It's like a divine punishment sent down from heaven. A big man hid behind a pillar and poked half of his eyes out, shouting at the air with a trembling voice, "Are you a human or a ghost? Come out if you have the guts. Don't play tricks. We have no grudges against you. Why are you killing us?" Liu Yang sneered and showed up immediately. When the other party saw Liu Yang's handsome and tall figure, his eyes widened and he shouted, "You killed our companion. You are also a superpower? Your superpower is invisibility." Another big man shouted, "Brother, we have no grudges against each other and have never met before. Why bother each other? How about you let us go and the woman is yours? What do you think?" Before Liu Yang could say anything, the woman dressed as an investigator had already started talking. "No, these people are all extremely evil. In the end times, they don't regard other ordinary people as human beings. Whether they provoke them or not, they will kill them. If it's a woman, the consequences will be even worse. They will torture her to death. We can't let them go." After listening to the woman's words, the two big men sneered again and said, "How dare you scream, woman? If he hadn't appeared, you would have been killed by us. You were lucky, but now that you have fallen into his hands, I guess you can't escape the fate of being killed. In the end times, which superpower is not a pervert? Possessing much greater power than ordinary people, and without the constraints of law and morality, when will he not become perverted?" His companion also echoed, "That's right. In the end times, only fools don't do whatever they want. Aren't those ordinary people there for us superpowers to play with? Including you. You are there for us men to play with. Look at your breasts, your legs, and your waist. It really makes me feel good just thinking about it. It's a pity that we can't play with her anymore. We can only watch and think about it. What a pity. Brother, this woman is for you. We are leaving first. See you later." As he said this, he clasped his fists to Liu Yang, then turned and left with his companions. Looking at the two people's defenseless backs, Liu Yang sneered, "How dare you fantasize about my woman in front of me? Do you think you can still leave like this?" Liu Yang waved his hand gracefully. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds were heard, and the two men instantly turned into headless corpses, falling straight to the ground. The beautiful woman next to him was shocked when she saw this scene. His lips trembled as he spoke. "You? Who are you? How come you are so strong? Are you the legendary S-Class mutant? What's your level? Don't kill me. I'm a member of the official Doomsday Biological Administration. You can join us. With your strength, you will definitely be valued by the organization." In response to her words, Liu Yang just smiled lightly and then walked towards her step by step. When the beauty saw Liu Yang coming, she was so frightened that she kept backing away. Finally, her plump buttocks hit the wall of the alley. She has nowhere to retreat. The expression of a strong woman or elite was no longer on the beautiful woman's face. Instead, she revealed a look of extreme fear. She was even more afraid of Liu Yang than the three big men. Those three big men were the targets she had been hunting, so at least she had some understanding of them. She knew they were perverts and was mentally prepared. But although this young man looks sunny and handsome, the contemptuous smile on his face makes people feel chilling. Maybe he is the real beast in human clothing? Those three big guys were shot in the head right in front of him, but this young man didn't even blink when he killed people. When Liu Yang came in front of the beauty, he spoke, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he said something shocking. He said, "Be my woman. If you disagree, I will force you. You still have to be my woman. Lin Momo, just obey me." Ah. The beauty was stunned for a moment. She never expected that the other party actually knew her name and wanted her to be his woman as soon as he opened his mouth. Isn't this too shameless? How do you know my name? Lin Momo asked, puzzled. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Not only do I know your name, I also know that you are 1.68 meters tall, weigh 51 kilograms, and have a pair of D cups. You are already 21 years old, have never had a boyfriend, and are still a virgin. You are very suitable to have a baby with me. Do you want to take the initiative to have a baby with me? Or do you want me to force you to have a baby with me? It's your choice." After hearing what Liu Yang said, Lin Momo was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that the other party knew so much information about him, and every piece of information was accurate. She asked Liu Yang, "Who are you? Why do you know my information? Have you investigated me? What do you want to do?" Liu Yang said expressionlessly, "What do I want to do? Didn't I tell you at the beginning? Do you want me to force you or do it voluntarily? You can choose for yourself. My patience is limited. Let me ask you, are you willing to be my woman?" This question made Lin Momo dumbfounded. Less than 3 minutes after we met, he asked me if I was willing to be his woman? What a Pushing man. However, if I don't agree and the other party uses force, I won't be able to resist. Moreover, if he hadn't appeared, she might have been raped by the three fugitives. Since they had saved her life, it seemed that there was nothing wrong in repaying them with her body. Moreover, the other party is young, tall, handsome, and strong. Doing that with him, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. Maybe you can even make a small profit. Thinking of this, Lin Momo blushed and nodded as if possessed by a ghost. She said, "Well, willing, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. She has volunteered to be your woman. You have received a system reward, and your storage space ability level has increased by 1 level." After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang was very happy. It actually worked? He originally thought that he needed to use soul control to annoy the other party, but he didn't expect that he only asked one question and the other party agreed. Is my charm so strong now? Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Being handsome is such a hassle. P.S. I'm very happy to meet you all here on the first day of the Year of the Dragon. Lemon wishes you all good luck in the Year of the Dragon and all your wishes come true. I was too busy during the New Year period and could not keep a stable update. From now on, I may have to write 1 chapter a day. So I'll post a selfie, which is equivalent to 10 chapters. Thank you all for your gifts, which are several times more than my royalties. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a happy new year. Chapter 57. Go to the interrogation room and have a chat. Lin Momo reference picture. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang was very happy. The storage space has been upgraded to another level and can hold more supplies. Moreover, this woman is very beautiful and has a great figure, and she is the only one among all the women of Liu Yang who has supernatural powers. Judging from her physical fitness, it is at least twice that of an ordinary person. It should be able to withstand my output perfectly, right? It seems that I have to have a good chat with her tonight. However, before chatting with her, I have to ask her about the so-called people with special abilities and the information about the management bureau. So Liu Yang said to Lin Momo, "Come and call me husband, and then tell me what's going on with you people with special abilities." After hearing Liu Yang's words, Lin Momo blushed and showed a shy expression. She herself couldn't understand why the other person became her husband after only 2 people met for a few minutes. And he promised it himself. Oh, so shy, I'm really crazy. She felt her face getting hot. It must have turned as red as a ripe apple. But even though she was shy, she still whispered, "Husband. Well, let me tell you some information about our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau." In fact, our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau was established before the outbreak of the apocalypse. At that time, we were called the Management Bureau for Superpowers. Once superpowers are discovered, they must be controlled and not allowed to harm society. Since our control targets are superpowers, all members of our Management Bureau are also superpowers. Liu Yang looked puzzled as he listened to the other party's words. Who exactly are the superpowers? Did they exist before the apocalypse? Lin Momo said with some doubt. "Husband, Aren't you also a superpower? Don't you know? Or have you just awakened not long ago, so you don't understand yet? Liu Yang nodded and said, yes, I only awakened after the outbreak of the apocalypse, and I have never encountered a superpower before. Oh, Lin Momo nodded, and then continued. Superpowers existed before the outbreak of the apocalypse, but the number of superpowers was relatively small before. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, it seems that the number of awakened people has increased, and it has become more difficult to control them. After all, the apocalypse broke out, order was in chaos, and superpowers were running around everywhere. Ordinary people could never be their opponents. Some perverted superpowers played with ordinary people like toys and killed them after playing with them, just like the 3 perverts you killed. So these people need to be controlled, and our management bureau is doing this kind of work. Once there are those superpowers who kill innocent people indiscriminately, we will arrest them and put them in prison, or even sentence them to death. Liu Yang asked, so what do you mean by, after the apocalypse, the Management Bureau of Superpowers became the Management Bureau of Doomsday Creatures? Because of the outbreak of the apocalypse, people with special abilities are no longer the only ones who need to be controlled. This apocalypse is not as simple as we imagined. Even I don't know much. I only know that after the outbreak of the apocalyptic virus, in addition to zombies, there are also some strange mutant creatures, and even some creatures from other worlds. Maybe this doomsday virus didn't originally belong to our planet, but came from another planet. Maybe there were creatures from other planets along with this virus. If you want to know more, you can come back with me to the administration. With your ability, you will be easily reused and will definitely be able to get more information than me. Lin Momo started to win over Liu Yang again. After seeing Liu Yang's strength again, she realized that Liu Yang was definitely not an ordinary person. Even within the administration, he is a rare leader. If I can really bring him back to the administration, I will definitely be rewarded handsomely by the organization. After listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang said, I am also somewhat interested in your administration, and even more interested in those apocalyptic creatures. If there are alien women, that would be even better. If you want me to go back to the administration with you, it's not impossible. It depends on how you sleep with me. After listening to Liu Yang's words, Lin Momo's face suddenly turned red. Sleeping clothes and the like. Although it's not impossible, it's a bit inappropriate to do it in broad daylight. Oops. So shy? She stammered. Even if we want to chat, we have to wait until night, right? It's broad daylight here, and there are no rooms. There may be zombies nearby. How can we chat? And what if the sound of chatting attracts zombies? I don't want that. After hearing what the other party said, Liu Yang smiled confidently and said, are you too shy to go to an open-air venue? No problem. That's easy to handle. He waved his hand. The steel in the space was instantly released by him and made into a huge iron room. Seeing the iron room appear out of nowhere, Lin Momo opened her mouth wide, unable to believe her eyes. Doesn't this guy have the ability to be invisible? How did this iron room come about? Is he a psychic or a magician? Even if he is a person with superpowers, he cannot violate the law of conservation of mass. How can he create something out of thin air? I can't figure it out. Lin Momo really can't figure it out. After she looked carefully at the room, her beautiful face turned even redder. Because when she saw the room, it turned out to be an interrogation room. And it wasn't just an ordinary interrogation room. It felt like the kind used for torture. She looked at Liu Yang in confusion and said, what do you mean by conjuring up an interrogation room? Liu Yang said, aren't you an investigator? You often arrest criminals for interrogation. You should be familiar with the interrogation room. I think creating a familiar environment will make it easier for you to relax. This reason should be sufficient, right? It's reasonable, right? I'm thinking about you. The female investigator and the interrogation room are a perfect match. Liu Yang licked his lips. It's time to talk to each other about the methods and techniques of interrogating the enemy. As soon as he thought of it, the iron door of the interrogation room opened instantly. So, he held Lin Momo's slender waist with one hand and said, let's go in and have a good chat. Lin Momo blushed. She was startled by Liu Yang's hug around her waist, and her heart started pounding. So the two of them walked into the interrogation room. As soon as Liu Yang thought about it, the door of the interrogation room closed instantly. Hey. Chapter 58, let's go to the bureau together. It's such a joy to be with husband Liu Yang. She blushed and said to Liu Yang, husband, can you come back to the administration with me now? I'll think about going to the administration with you. Liu Yang doesn't know much about this administration. And when the apocalypse broke out, he also killed a lot of people. What if the administration investigates and arrests me as well? I always feel that going to the administration can get some information about the end of the world, but the risks are also quite high. So Liu Yang was a little hesitant. At this time, Lin Momo noticed Liu Yang's hesitation, and she quickly said, "There are many beautiful girls in our management bureau who are even prettier than me." Liu Yang's eyes lit up instantly, and then he said, "Okay, let's go now. I don't care about girls or anything like that. I just want to go to your administration and have a chat." Lin Momo smiled evilly and nodded. She said, "Good husband, of course I know you. I can tell from the first glance that you are not interested in women. Good husband, hee. Liu Yang asked, "Where is your administration? How should we get there?" Lin Momo replied, "The headquarters of our administration is in Baiqing, which is only about 100 kilometers away from here. I received news that these criminals are in this city, so I came to hunt them down. For these criminals, I drove a helicopter here. But before I go back, I have to take a photo of these criminals and remove their wanted warrants." So Lin Momo took out her cell phone and took a picture of the 3 criminals who had been shot in the head. Then I operated it on the phone. With a happy expression on her face, she said, "The wanted order was successfully removed. I got 3 threes in military merit. Haha, I'm rich. I got these 3 merits by myself. I don't have to share them with the team. Thanks to my husband, I was able to achieve this achievement." After saying that, she rushed over and gave Liu Yang a big kiss on the face. Liu Yang enjoyed the beautiful woman's sweet kiss very much. After thinking about it for a few seconds, he said, "How can you, a girl so young, fly a plane?" "Of course. I became a psychic in peacetime and received special training from the administration. I had to learn how to use firearms and drive airplanes and tanks. Moreover, psychics can learn new things twice as fast as ordinary people, so they can learn faster," Lin Momo said proudly. Liu Yang nodded and said, "But the helicopter is too slow, so I'll take you there." After hearing what Liu Yang said, Lin Momo showed an expression of disbelief and said, "A helicopter is still slow? In the end times, road traffic has been paralyzed and is completely blocked. Abandoned cars can only rely on air transportation. Helicopters are already the best means of transportation. This is only available to the government." Liu Yang just waved his hand. A thin layer of metal armor has been wrapped around Lin Momo's body. Looking at this layer of metal armor, Lin Momo was surprised. "Isn't my husband's ability to be invisible? What's up with this armor?" However, before she could resolve her doubts, the next second she began to slowly rise into the air. "Ah!" Lin Momo screamed. I, why am I flying? Help me, I might fall to my death. Why is it flying higher and higher? Ah, husband, help me, I'm so scared." She just asked her husband for help. But she found that Liu Yang had already flown to her side, with a confident smile on his face. He said to her, "What are you afraid of? I will make you fly. There will be something more exciting next. I will let you experience the real feeling of flying into the sky." Fly into the sky? Lin Momo's face turned red. I thought, could it be that Liu Yang's husband wants to have another fight in the air? However, before she could come to her senses, the next second, boom. With a loud bang, she broke through the sound barrier and flew forward at more than twice the speed of sound. That is because Liu Yang was wrapped in metal armor. Otherwise, even as a superpower, she would definitely not be able to withstand such a fast speed, which was enough to make her ascend to heaven. But even though her body didn't feel any discomfort, the change in the scene before her eyes and the extremely fast speed of flight made her heart beat to the extreme. Momo opened her mouth and let out a trembling voice. "Husband, it's too fast, I can't stand it." Liu Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. It's a little uncomfortable the first time, but you'll get used to it after a few more times. Flying at supersonic speeds, don't you feel like a superwoman?" Lin Momo said fearfully, No, I just feel scared." Liu Yang said, "It's okay, you'll get used to it in the future." Liu Yang flew at twice the speed of supersonic speed to Baiqing, which is more than 100 kilometers away. It only takes 100,000 divided by 680 is equal to 147.0588824 seconds. In other words, we can get there in less than 2.5 minutes. It would take an hour to fly a helicopter. This is the difference between Liu Yang and ordinary psychics. 2 kilometers away from Baiqing, Liu Yang brought Lin Momo directly to land. At this time, Lin Momo's face was pale, as if she was still flying and had not come back to her senses. Liu Yang smiled and patted the other person on the back. "Are you okay?" "No. It's okay. It's just that we were flying too fast, and I'm a little uncomfortable with it. Husband, please don't take me flying so fast next time," Lin Momo said a little nervously. Liu Yang nodded and said, "Next we will walk to your base camp, because I don't want to reveal my ability in advance, and you have to keep it a secret for your husband, understand?" Lin Momo nodded and said, "Don't worry, husband. I will never reveal your information. We already have such a close relationship. I will be your woman from now on. How could I possibly do anything that would harm you?" Since communicating with Liu Yang and watching his battles, Lin Momo has fully realized how powerful Liu Yang is. At the same time, he was completely convinced by Liu Yang. Such a powerful man is definitely the best support in the end times. Even in the official management bureau, she couldn't find anyone stronger than Liu Yang. Who doesn't like a hunk? Especially someone as handsome and fierce as Liu Yang. If Liu Yang's husband were in peacetime, he would be the dream of 1.4 billion girls. I wonder how many star-chasing girls would commit suicide for him. That's good. Liu Yang nodded, and then started walking towards Baicheng with Liu Momo. Chapter 59 Little Dog. Following Lin Momo, Liu Yang walked into the headquarters of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. Along the way, they met many people from the Management Bureau. They all gave Lin Momo a friendly smile. When they saw Liu Yang, they all looked curious and asked Lin Momo, "Momo, you are finally back. Did you catch the fugitive?" "Momo, where are your teammates? Why did you bring a handsome guy back? I don't think I've seen him before." "Who is this handsome guy? Momo, please introduce him to me." Lin Momo is one of the goddesses in the official Doomsday Biological Management Bureau and is very popular. Now that they see Lin Momo coming back, the male Management Bureau members naturally surround her, like the moon surrounded by stars, and ask her a lot of questions. Some people looked at Liu Yang with vigilance. Some are even provocative. I think this guy must have other purposes in approaching Lin Momo. We can't let this guy who came from nowhere snatch Goddess Momo away. Faced with everyone's questions, Lin Momo blushed. Before he could answer, Liu Yang said, "I'm her boyfriend. If you had a crush on her before, I'm sorry, but it can end now because she's my woman and won't fall for you." Liu Yang had already noticed that several of these men were interested in Lin Momo and looked at him with hostility. Then you have to show some aggressiveness too. At this time, Lin Momo was already his woman, not someone that anyone could covet. And if there are other beauties in this administration, I will take them all away. Sooner or later, I will become a public enemy, so why hide them? I am so powerful now, can't I do whatever I want? Sure enough, after hearing Liu Yang's words, the hostility on those people's faces became even stronger. A big man jumped out and pointed at Liu Yang and said, "Boy, what do you mean? Don't you know that Momo is one of the goddesses of our management bureau? How many people pursued her, but she never agreed? Who do you think you are? You said you were her boyfriend right away? How shameless. Besides, what ability do you have to be her boyfriend? Have you asked me? Boy, I want to duel with you." Liu Yang glanced at the other person and knew at a glance that this guy was Lin Momo's bootlicker. Normally, you only dared to secretly love Lin Momo and lick her secretly. Now that you saw that I got Lin Momo, you feel imbalanced and you can't stand it, right? You were just Fiang Yang and you dare to duel with me? I even hate you for pushing my butt, and you still want to fight with me? The sturdy man became even angrier when he saw Liu Yang's look of contempt. He rushed directly towards Liu Yang, ready to take action. Unexpectedly, Lin Momo directly blocked Liu Yang's way and said to him angrily, "Li Haixiong, what do you want to do? This is the management bureau. How dare you hit someone here? Don't you know that this is against discipline? Moreover, you want to hit the person I brought back in front of me. Do you still take me seriously? Are you worthy of it?" Li Haixiong never thought that the girl he had been thinking about day and night would help another man and scold him at this moment. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. Could it be that what that man said was true, that he is Goddess Momo's boyfriend? No, not that kind of thing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. The goddess will never fall for this kind of trash. I must have been deceived and cheated by the other party. Li Haixiong said to Lin Momo, "Momo, don't be fooled by him. This guy must have used some method to deceive you. He is a waste. He doesn't even dare to duel with me. What do you like about him? How is he better than me?" After hearing this, Lin Momo showed a contemptuous expression. She said, "With your ugly appearance, you dare to compare with my husband? You are not even qualified to be compared with my husband. In terms of appearance, my husband is 18 blocks ahead of you, and in terms of strength, my husband is 180 blocks ahead of you. Get out of the way." After hearing what Lin Momo said, Li Haixiong completely collapsed, as if something in his heart had been broken and could never be put back together again. He shouted, Momo, you actually said that to me. I will never be your bootlicker again." A companion beside him patted him on the shoulder and said, "Black Bear, I'm so glad that you can figure it out. I wanted to remind you a long time ago that licking dogs will not end well. Yeah, don't be a bootlicker anymore. The fact that you have this kind of awareness shows that you can still be saved." Another companion said, "Although Lin Momo is the goddess of our management bureau, she can't insult people casually. This is all her fault. Don't be too sad." Hearing what his last companion said, Li Haixiong immediately looked at him angrily. "I don't allow you to say that about my goddess. She is not wrong. It's all my fault." The companions were speechless. "Didn't you just say you didn't want to be a bootlicker anymore? We give you some advice, and you turn around and bite us. What a licking dog." They shook their heads. It seemed that it was very difficult to persuade a bootlicker to turn back. At this time, Li Haixiong said to Liu Yang, "You can only hide behind a woman. What is skill? I don't know how you deceived Momo, but I tell you, now that you have met me, Li Haixiong, don't think about deceiving her anymore. Duel. I must duel with you today." Lin Momo wanted to say something else, but Liu Yang stopped her and said, "Forget it. All lickers are like this. They won't turn back until they hit the south wall. Since he wants to duel with me, then I will play with him." Lin Momo nodded obediently. "Husband, then you should be careful." Li Haixiong listened to Lin Momo's words. A smug expression appeared on his face. Momo still recognized his strength very much, and he began to advise the boy to be careful. Unexpectedly, Lin Momo continued, "He is a guy with no brains and no strength. Husband, you must control your strength and don't kill him by accident. If you kill him, it will be difficult to explain to the director." Li Haixiong's confident expression froze on his face. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. At most I'll beat him half to death. Let him lie in bed quietly for a few months and can't get out of bed." After hearing this, Li Haixiong showed an angry expression and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant, you ignorant kid. Today, I will let you see the true strength of the members of the Official Management Bureau." After saying that, he rushed over and prepared to attack Liu Yang. P.S. Thank you for the gifts from the big guys. Some of them even gave me 666 for completion and flowers for the update. I have to update twice even though I have been working overtime until I vomit blood tonight. Chapter 60 tested out. When his companions saw this scene, they did not help but look at the show with an expression of watching the show. This new guy is so arrogant, and they are willing to see how Li Haixiong teaches him a lesson. Although Li Haixiong is not very smart, he looks very rough. But the strength is still there. In terms of close combat, even in the entire administration, there are few people who can match him. Let this new guy see that the people in our administration are not easy to mess with. Don't let him be so arrogant. You think you're awesome just because you can seduce a goddess, right? He's just a pretty boy. In the last days, strength is always respected. What's the use of being handsome? No matter how handsome his face is, it will be beaten into a pig's head. And no matter how eloquent his mouth is, it will be beaten to pieces. He dares to be so arrogant when he comes to our management bureau. If we don't teach him a lesson, do you really think we have no one left? They thought so in their hearts. At this time, Li Haixiong had already rushed in front of Liu Yang. He raised his fist as big as a casserole and punched Liu Yang directly. Lin Momo was not worried at all when she saw this scene. He had long been aware of Liu Yang's strength. His husband could fight at least 10 opponents of Li Haixiong's fighting power at the same time. At this time, Liu Yang also saw the other party's actions. A slight smile appeared on his face. His speed and strength were indeed stronger than Lin Momo's, but unfortunately he was still no different from a newborn baby in front of him. Compared with the average person's strength, which is more than twice as much as mine, which is a full 10 times difference. All his movements were in slow motion in Liu Yang's eyes, and his strength was just a tickle in front of Liu Yang. Even if Liu Yang stood there and let the opponent beat him for a whole day, he would not get hurt, and the opponent would just be exhausted to death. Certainly, Liu Yang is not so stupid as to stand there and let the other party hit him. Just as Li Haixiong's fist was about to hit Liu Yang, he slapped Li Haixiong with his backhand at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye and instantly sent him flying. Bang! Li Haixiong's body was seen spinning in the air like a top, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. The body weighing more than 200 pounds was actually blown away more than 10 meters by the seemingly easy slap from the cow and sheep. Li Haixiong fell to the ground with one side of his face swollen and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The whole person was unconscious and fainted. Seeing this scene, his companions beside him were dumbfounded. Old Black Bear, what's wrong with you? Fuck, I fainted. Li Haixiong is known for his thick skin and strong defense. He has never been knocked unconscious while on a mission. Oh my god, is this slap so powerful? At this moment, the way all of them looked at Liu Yang changed. This guy is too strong. A seemingly light slap almost killed the black bear. He is still so handsome, so young, and so strong. Isn't this the fate of a natural bottle opener? No wonder Lin Momo is so devoted to him. If I were a woman, I would be completely devoted to him. God is so unfair. Why are some people so ugly and some so handsome, some people so weak and some people so strong? The most important thing is that he is both handsome and powerful, and they are both in the same person. Is this going to let other people live? In peacetime, there are at least legal restrictions on monogamy. This is the end of the world. Wouldn't this kind of man be the object of admiration of all women? Marry hundreds or thousands of wives. Change one every day? Envy. It's really enviable. At this time, Liu Yang also cast a cold look at them and asked them, "Does anyone else want to challenge me?" Those people shook their heads again and again. No more. No more. I don't want to. We'll take Black Bear away now. The companions quickly picked up the black bear that had fainted on the ground and left in a hurry. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. As soon as Liu Yang made a move, the other party realized that Liu Yang's strength was not something they could contend with. No wonder he can control the goddess Lin Momo so well. It turns out he is a super strong man. However, there is no shortage of strong people in the administration. If he really meets a top-ranked member of the administration, someone will naturally take care of him. We, the D-level and C-level members, should stay out of the fun and just wait and watch the show. There is no need to step forward at this time. Just let those at level A and level S come to the fore. So they decided not to provoke Liu Yang anymore. Seeing them leave, Liu Yang felt a little bored. He said to Lin Momo, "Your official management bureau doesn't seem to be very strong. I just made a slight move and scared them away. It's a bit boring." Lin Momo said, "That black bear is a C-level 50+ ability user, and the rest are also C-level 50+, and there are even D-level ones. Even in the management bureau, they are the lowest level members, so they are naturally no match for Liu Yang's husband." Are the members of the administration divided into different levels? This made Liu Yang curious, so he asked Lin Momo, "What level are you at?" Lin Momo said, "I am C-level, ranking lower than that Li Haixiong. I am in the top 60. How do you rank them? How many places would I be ranked if it were me?" Liu Yang asked with some interest. Lin Momo said, "People with special abilities have existed in peacetime, and they are under global control. After all, people with special abilities are simply a dimensionality reduction attack on ordinary people. If a criminal with special abilities escapes to other countries, it may cause great harm to ordinary people in other countries. Therefore, they have a unique and independent ranking and control system. As long as they pass the test, they can be included in the psychic rankings. All psychics who have been tested around the world are on that list. With Liu Yang's husband's ability, he must be S level. As for where he ranks in the S level, I can't say for sure, but at least he's within the top 100, right? Can you do tests here? If some psychics have not been tested, then there will be no information about them, and no ranking of their strength, right?" Liu Yang asked curiously. Lin Momo replied, "There are indeed such cases where there is no test. We call those psychics wandering psychics. They have not been officially certified, so they cannot work for the official. Even some bodyguard jobs and mercenary jobs require certification of their strength. The higher your ranking, the more salary you will get. So most people with special abilities will actively request testing and ranking after they find that they have awakened. Unless you don't want to expose your identity as a superpower and want to use your superpowers to commit crimes instead of legitimate work." Liu Yang nodded. "Very good. Then take me to take the test. I also want to see what my ranking is." "Yes, okay, husband." Lin Momo nodded happily. "After my husband finishes the test, he will definitely get a very good ranking. By then, my sisters will definitely envy me to death. I actually found such a powerful husband, Chapter 61. Do you mind having another wife? The two chatted as they walked. Soon they arrived outside the office of the director of the administration. Lin Momo knocked on the door and walked in with Liu Yang. The gray-haired director of the administration showed a curious expression when he saw Liu Yang, and asked Lin Momo, "Momo, who is this?" Lin Momo said, "Director, this is a person with special abilities whom I met while on a mission. His name is Liu Yang. I was originally besieged by the 3 fugitives, but he saved me. He is very powerful, so I want to introduce him to you." The director showed a warm smile on his face and said to Liu Yang, "Oh, very strong? Our management bureau is in great need of talents right now. Little brother, you want to join our management bureau, right? I'm the director of the Doomsday Biology Management Bureau. My name is Chen Yang, and you can call me Director Chen." In peacetime, their administration had enough staff. After all, there were very few people with special abilities. There are even fewer people with special abilities who commit crimes. After most people with special abilities awaken and are discovered by the authorities, the administration will immediately find them and ask them to enter their personal information to test their strength. If they are strong enough, they will be absorbed into the administration. If they are not strong enough, they will be controlled and told to go back and not commit crimes. But now that the apocalypse has broken out, the number of people with superpowers has increased greatly, and the number of people awakening and the probability of awakening are getting higher and higher. In addition to managing those superpowers who commit crimes, they also have to deal with zombies and other apocalyptic creatures. The name of their administration also changed from the Management Bureau of Superpowers to the Management Bureau of Doomsday Creatures. It can be said that we are extremely busy, and there is an extreme shortage of manpower. If Liu Yang is really a powerful psychic, the director would certainly very much like to recruit him. Unexpectedly, after hearing what the other party said, Liu Yang shook his head and said, "I am not here to join you. I am here to ask you some information about the end of the world and to test my strength to see what level I can reach. Let's talk about everything after I finish the test. Otherwise, even if I say I am strong, you won't believe it." Besides, I don't know much about your administration yet, so I can't decide whether to join or not. After listening to Liu Yang's words, Director Chen felt that they made sense. He nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Only after I have determined your true strength can I decide what position you can hold in our administration and how much salary you can have. Don't worry, the treatment given by our administration is absolutely the best, whether in the end times or in peacetime. Joining our administration is the ultimate dream of all superpowers. Come on, I will take you to the test next. I hope you don't let me down." So Director Chen started taking Liu Yang to the place where the strength test was to be conducted. When Liu Yang walked out of his office with Director Chen and Lin Momo, people had already gathered outside. The whole administration was filled with rumors about him. The fact that he had knocked a black bear unconscious with a slap had already spread throughout the administration, and everyone wanted to come and see his true appearance. Now, everyone was surprised to see that Liu Yang was so young and handsome. They started discussing it one after another. He was the one who slapped Black Bear away? Black Bear is ranked in the top 50 of C level. Could it be that this guy is B level? Even if he's at level B, he can't say that he can kill level C so easily. If Black Bear encounters an ordinary level B psychic, he should be able to fight him for a few moves, right? Could it be that he's ranked high among level B? Or even level A? A beautiful member said, "Don't worry about his level of strength, but he is really handsome. Look at the way he walks, he is so majestic and his expression is so resolute. At first glance, he is a super strong man." Another beauty also said, Yes, he is so handsome. He feels more handsome than Lu Qingsong, the 9th S level in our management bureau. If he joins our management bureau, he will be the #1 male god in the future." Didn't you see Lin Momo following behind him like a little fangirl, staring at his back with eyes that were about to tear into silk? The relationship between these two people is not ordinary. Don't say she's a sucker. When I see such a handsome guy, I'm also a sucker. When he joins the administration, I will definitely pursue him. I didn't see it. Has Lin Momo already made a reservation? Who cares? Let's compete fairly. What if the handsome guy wants to change his girlfriend or have another girlfriend? It's good to have another girlfriend. Since he has agreed to have another one, he should agree to have another one too. Just take me away too. Kiki, I can be your mistress. What are you talking about, you little sluts? You are so shameless. Yo, you're acting so noble, as if you don't want to go with me. Of course I don't want to. My dream man is Lu Qingsong. He's ranked 9th in S class, not just a show-off with good looks. Why do you say he is just a show-off? What if he is ranked higher than Lu Qingsong in the test? Haha, looking at him, he is no more than 20 years old. Even if he is a superpower, how strong can he be? Lu Qingsong has been through hundreds of battles. He has become the male god of superpowers 3 years ago. He has carried out hundreds of missions and has never failed. This kind of male god has stood the test of time. As for this pretty boy, I guess he is at most an A level in strength. Let's wait and see. Anyway, Director Chen wants to take him for testing, so let's wait and see. So almost everyone in the management bureau began to follow Director Chen, ready to see what Liu Yang's strength was. Liu Yang also came to the testing machine under the guidance of Director Chen. Director Chen took out a headset-like thing and handed it to Liu Yang, saying, "This is the most advanced test machine in the world, specially built for people with special abilities. Put it on your head, and a virtual picture will appear in your mind, with virtual enemies. You can show your combat effectiveness by killing the enemies, and the computer will calculate your strength through calculations and give you a rating based on that. And this machine is connected to the global network. Once the test is completed, your ranking will be automatically displayed on all machines around the world. The current first place in S level is Orwell from the White Eagle Empire, and the second place is Li Guilong from our Shenlong Empire, but he is not in our management bureau, but has an important position in Dragon City. The third place is Gutung from the Little Sun Empire, and the fourth place is Paradif from the Barbarian Bear Empire. Now, you enter the sealed test instrument, put on this connector, and start testing." Liu Yang nodded. He took the connector from Commander Chen and put it on his head, and then he sat in the sealed test cabin. P.S. Thanks to the big guys for sending me the ending 666 and Dabiojin. It seems that I can't be lazy and go out shopping during the new year. I will continue to work overtime for 2 updates today, 1 for the old book and 3 updates for the 2 books combined. This is my limit. I can only play tomorrow. Chapter 62, What Minotaur Paradise? Killing all the way. As the closed test chamber was closed, no one could see Liu Yang anymore. Virtual images have also begun to appear in Liu Yang's mind. He entered a virtual world and came to an empty space. Then, several Minotaur monsters appeared out of thin air in front of the space. They were tall and held axes in their hands. They rushed directly towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang looked at his body in amazement. What a high-end testing instrument. It's like traveling to a new world. The feeling on my body is no different from that in the normal world. Is this the legendary virtual reality game? I didn't expect that our technology can already make such a thing, but it's not used as a game, but as a testing tool for superpowers. Very good. Next, I will go on a killing spree in this game. As soon as Liu Yang thought about it, a steel needle appeared in front of him. Very good. It seems that even in a virtual game, my system and the abilities it brings can be used. Then the next step is for me, Liu Yang, to perform unilaterally. At this time, the Minotaurs had already started rushing towards Liu Yang with axes in their hands. Several Minotaurs ran together, making loud rumbling noises on the ground, as if even the ground began to tremble. Liu Yang also began to discover their speed, which was about twice the speed of ordinary people. Liu Yang had not tested their strength yet, but seeing how strong their bodies were, their strength was at least several times that of ordinary people. It should not be easy for ordinary psychics to deal with these Minotaurs, unless they are psychics with combat abilities. Otherwise, in terms of basic physical fitness, they have no advantage over these Minotaurs and can only crush them with their IQ. After understanding the opponent's strength, Liu Yang no longer wasted time. As soon as he thought about it, a flying needle flew out quickly and exploded the 5 Minotaur monsters in an instant. A line of text appeared in front of him. Congratulations! You passed the first level in just 0.75 seconds, breaking the record for passing the first level. Now enter the second level. In the second level, 10 Minotaurs appeared. Liu Yang was speechless. As for the garbage-like Minotaur, what's the difficulty even if there are 10,000 of them? With just a thought, he killed the 10 Minotaur monsters instantly. Congratulations! You passed the second level in 0.85 seconds today, breaking the record for passing the second level. Now let's start the third level. 20 Minotaur in level 3. Liu Yang was speechless. Is this test too boring? You're using this VR game to kill Minotaurs? You might as well get me some succubi to play with. Liu Yang still killed those Minotaurs instantly and broke through the level again. He killed them all in 1 second and reached the 10th level. This time, a line of red light flashed in front of him. Attention, the boss of the next level 10 will appear soon. Please be safe. At this moment, Liu Yang felt the sound coming from the ground, and the entire ground began to shake violently, and spiderweb-like cracks began to spread far away. Soon, a black shadow slowly rose from the ground. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang finally came to life. Great. Finally a boss? I hope this boss can give me some difficulty. When the boss emerged from the ground, a line of red words appeared in front of him again. The 10th level boss, the giant Minotaur, has appeared. Please be careful. Liu Yang was speechless this time. You don't know anything else besides the Minotaur, right? The normal monsters are Minotaur, and the boss is a giant Minotaur? At this time, the giant Minotaur had already rushed towards Liu Yang, and Liu Yang also saw the opponent's strength. The speed should be 3 times that of an ordinary person. And the psychic is only twice as strong as an ordinary person, so he is stronger than him. Judging from the opponent's size, he is over 5 meters tall and must be much stronger than the psychic. It is not easy for ordinary psychics to defeat him. At least a powerful combat ability is required. Then, Liu Yang killed the giant Minotaur instantly with just a thought. Congratulations! You defeated the giant Minotaur boss of level 10 in just 0.5 seconds, breaking the level clearance record. Now proceed to level 11. In level 11 there is a giant Minotaur and an ordinary Minotaur. Liu Yang. Level 20, Super Giant Minotaur, plus 10 Giant Minotaurs. Liu Yang. After he killed the giant Minotaur in seconds, he received another game prompt. Congratulations on passing the 20th level in just 0.5 seconds, breaking the level clearance record. You have also become number 1 on the leaderboard. Do you want to continue the challenge? Liu Yang was stunned. They're number 1 so quickly? The strongest Esper, is their limit the 20th level? 1 Super Giant Minotaur plus 10 Giant Minotaurs. After being surprised, Liu Yang felt that it was quite reasonable. After all, the giant Minotaurs are 4 times faster than ordinary people, and their height is over 8 meters. Their strength is at least 10 times that of ordinary people. In addition, their defense is amazing, so it is very difficult for ordinary psychics to blow them up. It is estimated that those who can defeat the giant Minotaurs are already S-level psychics. Not to mention there are 10 giant Minotaurs helping out. It is estimated that ordinary people with special abilities would be overwhelmed when facing these enemies. It's a pity that Liu Yang is different from ordinary psychics. His metal control means that he can face too many enemies and kill them instantly with just a thought, unless the enemy can withstand its metal-controlled shots. Although he had broken the record at the 20th level and reached first place, Liu Yang still wanted to continue challenging himself to see where his limits were. So he chose to continue through. Level 30. A giant Minotaur with 10 super giant Minotaurs. Level 40. A Minotaur leader leads 10 extra giant Minotaur. Level 50. A Minotaur lord with 10 Minotaur chiefs. Level 60. A Minotaur king with 10 Minotaur lords. Liu Yang fought until the 100th level, and a bull-headed monster Saint Lord appeared with a group of bull-headed emperors. However, he was still killed instantly by Liu Yang. At this time, Liu Yang received a prompt from the game. Congratulations, you have become the first person to pass all levels. There is no more test content. You have become the first in the ranking. You can exit the test. Liu Yang couldn't help but complain. What a rubbish test. Just change its name to Minotaur Paradise. I haven't even used half of my strength. I passed 100 levels with a steel needle, and imagine the scene of fighting wits and courage with the big boss, and then stealthily killing the boss from behind. Chapter 63 Shocked. He is the first place. At this time, Liu Yang left the test game directly, put down the connector, opened the door of the test cabin, and walked out. The people outside were stunned when they saw Liu Yang coming out. So fast? It's been less than 10 minutes since I went in. Who didn't spend hours testing it? It is said that Liu Qingsong, the strongest S-level number 9 in the administration, spent 3 hours on the last level during the test. It was completely achieved through hard work. The fact that Liu Yang finished the test so quickly only means that he was killed in the early stages. Because once you are killed by a monster in the test game, you will be forced to exit the game. You will not be able to continue testing within 1 month. This also saves testing resources. Don't give others the opportunity to clear levels infinitely. The male members of the management bureau nearby began to show contemptuous expressions. They all made sarcastic remarks beside him. Ha 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 ha. I'm a C-level psychic, and it took me at least half an hour to test it. This guy finished in just 10 minutes, so the battle was probably D-level, right? It's hilarious. There was a rumor in the bureau that he defeated Li Haixiong with a single slap. Now it seems like it was just luck. Maybe his ranking is not even as high as Li Haixiong's. Li Haixiong is just a C-level 50-something. Even if we really defeat him, what's there to be so arrogant about? That's right, he's just a country bumpkin. He's just a little taller, a little more handsome, and a little whiter. Unfortunately, in the end times, strength is everything. What's the point of being handsome? I just checked. His name is not even in the top 1,000 people in C rank. That means he is not even at C rank. Haha. Could it be that he has not even made it past the first level? His name is not even among the top 1,000 people in D rank. Haha. Could it be that he doesn't even have the qualifications to be on the list? He's an unranked psychic? An unranked psychic doesn't even have the qualifications to join our administration. The first requirement of our administration is to be on the D-level list. Isn't he A-level? A-level for 10 minutes, that would be so abnormal. Impossible. If you don't believe me, let's take a look at the A-level list together. No, he's not even in A rank. He's really not on the list, ha ha ha. Trash. Waste. Pretty boy. Ha ha. Could it be S-level? Do you believe that he can reach S-level in 10 minutes? If he can reach S-level in 10 minutes, I will stand upside down and eat shit. And I will eat only liquid shit. That's right. Liu Qingsong, who was ranked 9th in S-class, fought for 8 hours to get the 9th place. What can he do in 10 minutes? It's just the time it takes me to fire 3 shots. While everyone was laughing and talking nonsense to each other, the old director next to them, who had originally looked old, began to show a bright and energetic expression. In his pair of eagle-like eyes, there flashed a brilliance that was not in line with his age. He was trembling slightly with excitement, and his dry hands were clenched into fists. In a very excited tone, he asked Lin Momo next to him, Momo, the young man you just mentioned is called Liu Yang, right? Lin Momo was also a little depressed. She originally thought that Liu Yang could at least achieve S-level results, but when she saw that the opponent came out in just 10 minutes, she also thought that Liu Yang was defeated. However, she felt that Liu Yang was defeated only because of an accident or because he underestimated his opponent, and that he could still get good results in the next test. Therefore, she did not feel disappointed, but just a little regretful and depressed. Now that she heard the director asking her a question, she came back to her senses and said, Yes, director, his name is Liu Yang. After hearing this affirmative answer, the director's expression became even more excited. He said to everyone, Look, who is the number 1 in S-class? Everyone subconsciously said, Isn't it Orwell from the White Eagle Empire? Could it be? Liu Yang. What the hell? How come Liu Yang is ranked first? This name sounds like someone from our Shenlong Empire. Could it be that there is a new strong man from Longqing who has made the list? How awesome. Wait, didn't Momo just say that this guy's name is Liu Yang? Fuck. He is Liu Yang. He is number 1. The male members all showed shocked expressions and disbelief on their faces. The female members showed surprise. Ah ha ha ha. Awesome. He is Liu Yang. Liu Yang's husband is awesome. Husband. So handsome. I want to be your woman. I must be your woman in this life. This is too amazing. Reaching the top of S rank in just 10 minutes. So fast and fierce. Whoever becomes his woman will die of happiness. I don't care. I want to be his woman too. With great power comes great responsibility. Liu Yang, please take us all in. Wait, you little idiot. Didn't you just say that Liu Qingsong is your idol? Who is Liu Qingsong? I'm not familiar with him, so don't say anything nonsense. I'm afraid Liu Yang's husband will misunderstand. How can the ninth place in S-Class be compared with the first place in S-Class? This is the world's #1, the strongest among all countries. Haha, what a disloyal person. Another beauty said, what about the one who said he wanted to eat shit upside down? Didn't he say he wanted to eat liquid shit? My stomach has been a little bit bad recently. Do you want me to help you poop? Hey, why are you rewarding him? Just let him produce and sell it himself. Eat it quickly, or all of us women will look down on you. That's right, eat quickly. You just wanted to get free food and drinks from the beginning, right? That's why you said Liu Yang's husband is not good enough. If you don't eat now, we won't let you go. Even Director Chun, whose hair has turned gray, looks at Liu Yang as if he is looking at his first love. He quickly said to the person next to him, quickly disconnect the machine from the internet. Don't let this information get to Dragon City headquarters. The person next to him replied, it's useless, Director. This test machine is connected to the internet in real time and cannot be disconnected. Not to mention the Dragon City headquarters. Even other countries have received this news. Director Chen showed a somewhat disappointed expression and cursed directly. Damn it. If this happens, launching might come to ask for people again. Once a strong psychic appears, they will take him away. I was the one who discovered Li Guilong, the second place in S level. Now there is Liu Yang, the first place. I am afraid it will be difficult to keep him. And Director Chen hasn't said the most important thing yet. That is, Liu Yang became the #1 in S level in just 10 minutes. It took Li Guilong a full 10 hours. The difference in strength is not just a difference of one. It is the difference between heaven and earth. P.S. Thanks for the support. Today, another big guy, Little Red from 5 continents, sent me the ending 666 and the big sword. I can't be lazy anymore. It's painful and happy. If it goes on like this, I can only stop updating the old book and write a new one. Woohoo! Chapter 64. You can choose your wife. At this time, Director Chen Kuliang showed a heartbroken expression on his face. The news that Liu Yang won the first place has already spread all over the world. Not only did the launching headquarters know about this, but other countries around the world have also learned the news. Orwell of the White Eagle Empire has dropped from the first place to the second place. Director Chen's brain was spinning rapidly. He wanted to think of a way to keep Liu Yang in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau instead of being transferred to the Dragon Country headquarters. However, while he was thinking hard, Liu Yang shook his head and said with a somewhat disappointed expression on his face, so this is the so-called test for superpowers? There is really no challenge at all. I can only describe it in 2 words, boring. Director Chen, through this test, I have begun to understand your strength. Your administration bureau has no appeal to me. So that's it. However, you female team members seem to like me very much. I'm here now, you can't let me go back empty-handed. Director Chun was originally thinking about how to deal with the pressure from launching and keep Liu Yang, but now after hearing what Liu Yang said, it was obvious that he himself did not want to stay. This was no longer a question of whether the headquarters would rob people or not. Now it's Liu Yang who looks down on your official organization. You can't even keep them here. How can you compete with the headquarters for talent? Director Chen's wrinkled and serious face immediately showed a smile and said to Liu Yang, Brother Liu Yang, our official organization is not what you think it is. There are still many things you cannot touch, and I have not shown them to you yet. As long as you are willing to join our Doomsday Creatures Administration, you will be the captain of our Doomsday Creatures Administration. All members in it are under your control. What do you think? When everyone heard this, they were all surprised. Captain-in-Chief? Isn't the current captain Liu Qingsong? Director Chun, are you going to strip Liu Qingsong of his position as captain and give it to Liu Yang just because of a disagreement? Liu Qingsong was on a mission outside at the moment. If he knew about this, he would probably faint in the toilet crying. I was performing my mission while outside, but how come when I came back I lost my position as captain? This is absolutely an unimaginable temptation for other team members. That's the captain. All the superpowers in the Doomsday Biological Administration. Who wouldn't be respectful when meeting the captain? The captain even has the power to mobilize any other team member and assign them tasks and work. It can be said that this position is second only to one person and above everyone else. The only person who can supervise the captain-in-chief is Director Chun. Moreover, the captain's salary is very generous. There are countless weapon rewards and material rewards. Liu Qingsong is also the richest of all the psychics in their administration. Which one of these people with special abilities doesn't aim to become the captain? Just when they were envious of the fact that Liu Yang received such great attention from the director, Liu Yang, the person involved, just showed a sneer on his face. Then he said to Director Chun, the strongest one among you is only ranked 9th. With such strength, why do you think I need to join the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau? Being your captain? I think it's too low for me. How about this? Call all your female team members over here. Let me choose. Let me pick a few to be my wives. And from now on, I'll owe you a favor. If you need any help, just tell me. I'll do my best. As for joining you, forget it. I can't afford to lose face. When everyone heard Liu Yang's words, they took a deep breath. Good job. Other people with special abilities consider joining an official organization as a sign of respect, but Liu Yang actually feels that joining an official organization is too shameful to be accepted. Is this the difference between ordinary people and Liu Yang, the number one in S-class? However, people do have the confidence to say this. He won the first place in 10 minutes, which makes him the best in the world. As the best person in the world with superpowers, what's wrong with being a little arrogant? After hearing what Liu Yang said, Director Chen's face showed an expression uglier than crying. Yes, now the entire Doomsday Biological Management Bureau seems to have no conditions that can keep the other party. Why should they join you when they are so strong? But from what he said, it seems that he is interested in the female players here. Director Chen thought about it and came up with a solution. He said to Liu Yang, "My dear Liu Yang, as long as you join our Doomsday Biology Management Bureau, I can let you be the Captain Dong. You can choose any team member here to form a general team. You can choose any female team member you want. What do you think? Don't you like beautiful women? You can pick any beauty in our administration. As long as they are selected for your team, whether you want them to be your team members or your wives, it's just a matter of your words, right? Can I finally keep you here this time? I sent your wife directly to you." After hearing what Director Chen said, the female team members nearby were all surprised and said quickly, "Director Chen, this decision is so wise. We all have to join Liu Yang's team. Husband Liu Yang, choose me. I can be your wife. Choose me. Choose me. I can warm your bed. Husband, choose me. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Every inch of my body belongs to you. Hubby, choose me. I agree to any position you ask me to do." Those girls couldn't wait to join Liu Yang's team. The boys showed expressions of deep regret on their faces. They feel sorry that Liu Yang has become the male god of these women. Instead, I feel sorry for myself. Why I am not a woman. I also want to go with boss Liu Yang. He said he doesn't accept men. I can also wash bye-bye and warm his bed. Both male and female players very much hope that Liu Yang can stay. As long as the number one S-level person becomes a member of their Doomsday Creatures Management Bureau, the status of their Doomsday Creatures Management Bureau will rise rapidly in the future, and they, as team members, will also be proud and hold their heads high wherever they go. So everyone hopes that Liu Yang can stay. Seeing that Liu Yang had not agreed yet, Director Chen leaned close to Liu Yang's ear and whispered, "My friend, you join our management bureau. We can talk about our own affairs. You can call me director in front of outsiders, and you can call me Lao Chen in private. Don't worry, you are just an honorary captain here. I won't assign you any tasks. You can receive the salary of the captain, just hold a sinecure here, and you can choose any female team member you want." And looking at them, they are all very willing to follow you. And as our management bureau develops, there will definitely be more female team members joining us in the future. Won't you have more to choose from then? No matter how you think about it, it's a good deal. What do you think? Chapter 65 is really exciting. After hearing what Director Chen said, Liu Yang was also somewhat moved. Just a sinecure, just an honorary captain? In other words, the title of Captain-in-Chief is mine, but the work of Captain-in-Chief is still done by the former Captain-in-Chief, Liu Qingsong, right? You help me with the dirty work, and I'll keep the money and women for you. If you think about it this way, it doesn't seem impossible. So Liu Yang said to Director Chen, "Honorary Captain, I can consider it, but I have to make it clear that I will not stay in your management bureau on weekdays. I want to return to my own base camp, and I want to take my female team members back with me. Also, just like you said, generally don't come to me if you don't have anything to do, unless there is a special task that others can't handle. If you come to me, I can consider it. If I have time, I can help you handle it. If I don't have time, forget it. I don't accept forced tasks. If you think you can do it, I will be your honorary captain." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Director Chen showed a surprised expression. He immediately said, Okay, no problem. Of course no problem. Absolutely no problem. As long as you become our honorary captain, I will agree to all your requests." It's settled this time. With the joining of Liu Yang, who ranks first in S level, the status of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau will rise sharply, and it can also apply for more funds and support from the launching headquarters. And most importantly, Liu Yang is only an honorary captain and is not subject to orders from the bureau. In this case, Long Chung would not be able to get people from the bureau even if he wanted to. Director Chun could easily find an excuse and say that Liu Yang was only the captain in name only, and had his own personal freedom. Unable to accept the order to return to Longshan. Doesn't this mean that Liu Yang can be kept in the bureau forever? Haha. When he thought of this, Director Chen's face was already smiling like a chrysanthemum. When the female team members heard that Liu Yang agreed to stay in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau as an honorary captain, their faces were filled with smiles. Now it's time for the captain to pick someone, right? Hey. Some female players quietly pulled down their suspenders, revealing their white shoulders, and did a shoulder-thumping trick. Some female players quietly straightened their chests to make their pair of E-level breasts more prominent and more eye-catching. Some of them threw flirtatious glances at Liu Yangping, stuck out their tongues, licked their seductive red lips, and their faces were filled with the words, "Husband, come and have sex with me." Liu Yang said to Director Chen, "Are all the members of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau here?" Director Chen replied, "Most of them are here. A small number of them probably didn't receive the news about your test, or they are not interested in it, so they didn't come. But it doesn't matter. I will give an order to have them gather in the playground. As the new captain, you can go to the podium and speak to everyone. Let everyone get to know you." "Okay." Liu Yang nodded. "It would be better if you all gathered here, so I can pick them one by one." Soon, Director Chen gave an order. Less than half an hour. All the members of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau have gathered on the playground. Liu Yang, on the other hand, stood on the platform right in front of the playground with Director Chen. The new team members below didn't understand what was going on. Next to Director Chen stood a handsome young man with an imposing manner and a sturdy build. They began to discuss. Who is that person? How can you stand next to Director Chen? Wasn't that position Lu Qingsong's exclusive position before? This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dared to take Lu Qingsong's position. If Lu Qingsong knew about this, who knows how he would target him? That's right. What qualifications does that guy have to stand in the position of Captain Lu Qingsong? Listening to what these newcomers who didn't know the truth said, those who saw Liu Yang get first place in S level in the test sneered. Then he said to the newcomers, "Where is Captain Lu Qingsong? The position of captain has already been taken by someone else. Isn't it? A mere 9th place in S rank is not good enough in our administration now." After hearing this, those people showed incredible expressions on their faces. They asked, "What do you mean by this? The position of the captain has been replaced?" The young man standing next to Director Chen? He can't be Li Guilong, the 2nd place in S level, right? What? Li Guilong? He came to our management bureau. Oh my god, he looks so young. I thought he was a middle-aged man. They all thought that the person standing next to Director Chen was Li Guilong, who was ranked 2nd in S level. Unexpectedly, the person next to him said, "How could it be Li Guilong? Even if he was ranked 2nd in S class, he wouldn't be treated like this." He replaced Lu Qingsong right away. "Let me tell you, this is Liu Yang, who ranked 1st in S class in the latest test." Upon hearing these words, expressions of shock instantly appeared on those people's faces. What? Number 1 in S class? Li Guilong took the test many times, trying every way he could to dethrone the White Eagle Empire's number 1. However, after so long, he still couldn't get the number 1 spot. Who is this Liu Yang? How could he take the number 1 spot in the first test? They couldn't believe their ears. He was able to win the 1st place in the first test and directly replaced Captain Lu Qingsong's position? Isn't this a bit too awesome? Those people said again. What's even more amazing is yet to come. Not only did he win 1st place, but he also won 1st place in just 10 minutes. Such strength is beyond our imagination. In order to let him stay in our Doomsday Biology Management Bureau as the chief captain, Director Chen almost knelt down and begged him. After hearing this, everyone's jaws almost dropped in shock. What? He took 1st place in just 10 minutes. Is he still a human being? When I tested it, I spent half an hour fighting the Minotaur in the 1st level. Level 2 took me an hour. I spent a whole day trying to get past level 10. How many levels did he beat? The male team members looked at Liu Yang with admiration. And the eyes of those female team members looking at Liu Yang were full of admiration, almost love in their eyes. Reaching 1st place in S class in 10 minutes. What a strong man. Just thinking about it makes one drool. Originally, they were still standing up for Lu Jinsong's position being taken away, but now their attitudes have changed. Lu Qingsong. Who is that person? I don't know him. P.S. Thanks to the big guys from 5 continents for the great God certification. I can't be lazy. I can't be lazy at all. Woo woo woo. Chapter 66. The Goddess Appears. I see that most people have arrived. At this time, Director Chen began to speak to the people below with a microphone. I have called everyone here to announce something. The person standing next to me is Liu Yang, the 1st place winner of S level. He just passed the test and became the 1st place. From today on, He will be the chief captain of our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau, and Liu Song will be the deputy chief captain. Upon hearing this, the crowd exploded again. Although they had already received news that Liu Yang was ranked first in S-class and became the captain when they discussed with each other, the feeling was completely different when they heard these words from Director Chen's mouth with their own ears. This is the real official announcement. At this time, Liu Yang was also observing the people standing on the playground. He discovered that there were only about 100 people present in this Doomsday Biological Management Bureau, and about 50 of them were women. Get rid of some of the older, ugly, and fat ones. There are probably only about 20 or 30 people who can meet the standards of being my woman. I had thought it would be a great harvest, but it didn't seem to be a big surprise. Liu Yang even felt a little disappointed. 20 or 30. I have rescued 30 beautiful girls on campus alone. However, all the beauties in this Doomsday Biological Management Bureau are people with special abilities. It would be a good choice if we could recruit dozens of them to protect our campus. Of course, before making a choice, Liu Yang had to take advantage of the system. So he stood on the platform and asked all the female superpowers on the playground, "Who among you is willing to be my woman?" Upon hearing this, the female psychics on the playground instantly showed expressions of surprise on their faces. Wow, is this so direct? Director Chun said at the beginning that he could choose any female team member. In fact, what he meant was that he could choose any woman he wanted, but it sounded more pleasant and less direct to say choose female team members. But Liu Yang just doesn't play by the rules. Just ask who is willing to be his woman. This kind of man who is straightforward and never beats around the bush is really attractive. We like this kind of man who is strong and straightforward. So they all showed surprise and excitement on their faces and shouted loudly to Liu Yang on the podium. "I do. I really do." A female psychic said, "Husband, please take me away quickly. I am the 58th female psychic in S-class. I am very powerful and can give birth to a child. I don't even need to spend the confinement period." Upon hearing this, everyone cast their eyes on the beauty. The male psychics started discussing. One said, "Oh my God, isn't that the 58th ranked goddess Gu Yunhan from the S-class? Isn't it? It is said that she is called the frozen beauty and the coldest goddess in our administration. Why is she saying such things now? She even calls Liu Yang her husband and wants to give birth to Liu Yang's child. Is this the aloof goddess in front of us?" In front of Liu Yang, she almost throws herself at him. The contrast is too big. Alas, it's too pitiful. Ordinary psychics like us will never feel the goddess initiative. If Gu Yunhan could call me husband, I would be willing to die. Don't even think about it. You can't even get into the A level, and you still want people to call you husband. That's right, a toad wants to eat swan flesh. You're not even worthy of licking someone's shoes. At this time, another beautiful woman said, "Hubby, look at me. I'm the 105th ranked female superpower in the S-class. My superpower can also be used in that aspect. I guarantee that it will make you feel great." Hearing this, the male psychics became more excited. They all said, "S-ranked 105th Yuzuelan." Even she couldn't resist Liu Yang's temptation. It is said that Yuzuelan is the most coveted goddess in our organization. Although her ranking is not as high as Gu Yunhan, but her ability is said to be very suitable for that aspect, which can make men unable to stop. I don't know whether it is true or not, and no one has ever tried it. It must be true, she just said it herself. Yuzuelan is so beautiful and has such a great figure. Plus she has supernatural powers. I can't imagine what it feels like to fly to the sky. How great it must be for a man to be with her. We are just thinking about it. Anyone who can kiss her will be so angry that his ancestors will burst into tears. What's the smoke? Isn't she still sticking to Liu Yang now? Maybe this is the charm of being ranked number 1 in S-class. If you can reach the number 1 ranking in S-class, you can also get these girls to stick with you. At this time, another female superpower puffed out her chest and said, "Husband, take me away. Those people are not worthy of you. Only someone with a perfect body like me is worthy of you." As soon as these words were heard, there was an uproar among the crowd. They all turned to look at the beautiful woman. Big beauty. What a perfect figure. There have long been rumors in the organization that there is a most plump beauty named by Qingqing, but unfortunately most people have only heard of her name, but have never seen her in person. Now I finally see the real person. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. She is indeed the most plump and sexy woman in the entire Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. Oh, she is simply too exquisite. Not only is she good-looking and tall, but her long legs are straight and white. Moreover, her proud stature is particularly dazzling on top of her waist that is less than a hand's length. Gulp gulp. Don't even mention drooling. I've already swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Such a top-notch woman actually confessed to Liu Yang. Isn't this too enviable? These women are all vying to be his wives. If Liu Yang takes them all, he will be so happy. He can have a different wife every day for a month. While everyone was discussing, another cold voice rang out. You guys who are ranked in the tens are worthy of competing with Fang Qingjue for my husband. In terms of strength and looks, which of you can compare with me? When everyone heard the voice, they turned their heads to look over. A stunning face instantly caught their eyes. Chapter 67. Start to get rewards. Fang Qingjue reference picture. Everyone showed shocked expressions after seeing that face. Fang Qingjue. 15S level lands. She is also the most powerful female mutant in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. He is as famous as Liu Qingsong. At the same time, he is not only powerful, but also very handsome. It is said that he has an unparalleled appearance that can overwhelm the whole country. In the past, they had only heard of him but never seen him in person, but now they finally saw him in person. She is indeed as beautiful as a goddess from heaven, with an ethereal temperament and a sense of being out of touch with this world. But on this otherworldly face, the eyes were staring straight at Liu Yang on the platform. Then she opened her red lips and said, "Whoever dares to compete with me, Fang Qingjue, I will challenge her directly and beat her into a pig's head." Upon hearing this, everyone showed a look of shock. Good job. Fang Qingjue, the leader of the four goddesses, actually wanted to fight with others just to snatch Liu Yang? In other words, is the goddess in heaven about to come down to earth to fight for Liu Yang, the number 1S level? This Liu Yang is really awesome. Even the four goddesses wanted to fight for him. And after Fang Qingjue said this, Bai Qingqing, Yu Zuelan, and Gu Yunhan all showed angry expressions on their faces. But he dared not speak out despite his anger. They all recognized the strength of the 15th in S class. If they really fought, they would definitely not be Fang Qingjue's opponent. But they still comforted themselves deep down in their hearts. Who stipulates that men should rank women based on their strength? What if Liu Yang prefers someone weaker? After all, who doesn't like a girl who is cute and likes to act coquettishly? It's useless no matter how strong you are. Can you be stronger than the number 1S level player? When these girls were arguing and competing with each other secretly, even a male psychic called out to Liu Yang. Boss Liu Yang, please select me into your team. I am the 75th in S level. I am very strong. From now on, you can let me do all the dirty work in your team. I can be your loyal little brother. Master Liu Yang, choose me. I'm ranked 38th in S rank. I'm even stronger. From now on, I'll go through fire and water, and I'll be there for you as long as you say the word. I won't refuse. Look at me, boss. Although I am only S level 98, my ability can increase my defense. I can be your bodyguard and shield. When there is danger, I will be the first to rush forward. As long as I am alive, I will never let boss Liu Yang get hurt. Almost everyone in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau admires Liu Yang very much and wants to join his team. Seeing this scene, even Director Chen showed a look of surprise on his face. He originally thought that these top-ranked S-class psychics would be able to maintain some of their pride even when facing the number 1, and even inspire some fighting spirit in their hearts, wanting to work hard to become stronger and catch up with Liu Yang. He really didn't expect that they would directly transform into Liu Yang's little fans. But think about it. Facing Liu Qingsong, the 9th in S level, they may still have some goals to strive for. They feel that if they work hard, they may be able to catch up with Liu Qingsong. But when facing Liu Yang, they realize that the gap between people is really too big. Getting first place in S level in 10 minutes is not something that can be achieved by just trying hard. They have all taken the test and understand how difficult it is. Naturally, we understand how valuable Liu Yang's 10-minute S-level first place is. Everyone was vying to be his team member, but Liu Yang didn't say anything, just a smile on his face, because he had been receiving inspiration from the system in his mind. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Successfully save the beautiful girl. Strength attribute plus 10. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Rescued the beautiful girl successfully. Speed attribute plus 10. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Rescued the beautiful girl successfully. Physical attribute plus 10. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Successfully save the beautiful girl. Spiritual attribute plus 10. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Rescued the beautiful girl successfully. Invisibility skill increased by 1 level. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Rescued the beautiful girl successfully. Iron control skill increased by 1 level. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Rescued the beautiful girl successfully. Storage space skill increased by 1 level. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Rescued the beautiful girl successfully. Zombie control skill increased by 1 level. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Rescued the beautiful girl successfully. Gained a new skill, combat focus. Ding. Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Rescued the beautiful girl successfully. Gained a new skill, sky-breaking slash. Liu Yang was very happy after receiving these tips. This system has a good bug card. No matter whether she is pretty or ugly, fat or thin, as long as she agrees to be his woman, she will get a reward, and he can take the reward and leave. They are willing to be my women, but I didn't say I am willing to accept them. After hearing the reward prompt from the system, Liu Yang said to Director Chun, Director Chun, I will start selecting people next. You don't mind if I hand them over to you randomly, right? No objection, of course no objection. You are already the chief captain of our administration. It is your freedom to choose the team members you want. Director Chun had a smile on his face. Such a powerful S-level number 1 would be worth it even if you exchanged it for 100 other psychics. Not to mention, Liu Yang only selected a few team members. So Liu Yang began to walk down the platform and came to the playground, choosing a suitable candidate from a group of female psychics. When those female psychics saw Liu Yang coming down in person and being able to observe Liu Yang up close, they were all overjoyed and could no longer contain the excitement on their faces. Some of them even blushed and trembled slightly, just by seeing Liu Yang's appearance up close and smelling the charming masculine scent on him. They couldn't help but come. Liu Yang pointed at a female superpower and said, You, follow me later. Me? Is it really me? Haha, that's awesome. After hearing what Liu Yang said, the female psychic suddenly showed an excited expression on her face. She screamed and jumped more than 2 meters high on the spot. The happy expression is beyond words. Liu Yang continued to select and pointed at a female psychic and said, You, come with me later. Chapter 68, The Underground of the Administration. A few minutes later, 23 beautiful girls were following Liu Yang. This was selected by Liu Yang himself, and he viewed it up close. He can see even the slightest flaw on a face. These 23 beautiful girls are the best of the best. Each of them is above the level of class beauty. The 4 goddesses, Yu Zuolan, Gu Yunhan, Bai Qingqing, and Fang Qingjue, are even more outstanding. In terms of appearance, they are definitely more beautiful than big stars. In terms of temperament, as top S-level superpowers, their strong temperament is even more unique. It seems that they have the kind of sentiment that looks down on all men in the world in their eyes. If I could hold such a gorgeous goddess under me, that feeling would make me so excited just thinking about it. This sense of contrast, this joy of conquering a cold goddess, can probably only be experienced by truly strong people. Seeing Liu Yang taking away so many goddesses, the other male artists' faces were full of envy, but also full of submission. You can't refuse to accept it. If you don't accept it, you can also get the number 1 S level in 10 minutes, and there will still be women throwing themselves at you. Can you do it? The testing machine is right here. You can test it at any time. It's not that I don't give you the opportunity, but that even if I give you the opportunity, you are useless. Liu Yang led these beautiful girls to Commander Qin in front of everyone's envious gazes. She said, If there's nothing else, I'll take these female team members back first. We'll contact each other when we have time. Now that the beauty is already in hand, there seems to be no point in staying in this so-called Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. Therefore, Liu Yang didn't want to waste his time and was ready to slip back to his safe zone immediately. Unexpectedly, Director Chun has no intention of letting you go so soon. Liu Yang took away more than 20 beautiful women with special abilities for you, and you left as soon as you said you would. You don't even know when you will come back next time, and you don't even know how to contact you. So Director Chun said to Liu Yang, Little friend Liu Yang, don't be so anxious. You have already become the chief captain of our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. It's the honorary captain. Liu Yang corrected. There is a difference between the captain-in-chief and the honorary captain-in-chief. Honorary captain is just a title. Liu Yang is a bohemian and freedom-loving person, and he doesn't enjoy being bound by these rules and regulations. Although he really wants the beautiful women with special powers in this organization, he cannot lose his freedom because of them. Of course, I know you are the honorary captain, but even if you are the honorary captain, if something serious happens, I still have to ask you to come back and make some decisions, show up, etc. Moreover, our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau has just started not long ago. Now that the Doomsday is coming, more ordinary people will awaken and become superpowers. There will be more and more beautiful superpowers joining our management bureau. Then I can contact you and come back to continue selecting team members, don't you think so? Hiki. Director Chen said with a sly smile on his face. Director Chen finally understood that Liu Yang was a person who would not show his strength until he saw the rabbit. If he wanted him to do something or invite him to join the organization, he had to use beautiful women as bait. The more beautiful it is, the faster he comes. But Director Chen can understand. Heroes love beauties, it's always like this. As expected, after listening to Director Chen's words, Liu Yang smiled. He said, "It seems to make sense to listen to Director Chen. We should come here from time to time to see if there are any new female team members who can be trained. Teach them. That's right. With our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau here, are you still worried about not having new female team members? This is a military satellite phone. You can make calls even in places without signals. Take it. In this way, you can contact me at any time, and I can also contact you," Director Chen said, handing a mobile phone directly to Liu Yang. Liu Yang nodded, then put the phone in his pocket. At this time, Director Chen said with a smile, "Since Liu Yang has joined our Doomsday Biology Management Bureau, I will show you the important secrets of our Doomsday Biology Management Bureau. At the same time, I will also explain to you some information about the end of the world. Of course, I can only tell you what I know. There are still many mysterious things that I cannot touch at my level. I can only wait for you, Liu Yang, to explore them yourself." Information about the end of the world? Liu Yang instantly became interested. Although he is very powerful now, he can be said to be the #1 supernatural person in the world. But Liu Yang's understanding of the Doomsday is definitely not as good as that of these official personnel. These officials had already established the Management Bureau for superpowers before the end of the world. Liu Yang had never seen any news about someone becoming a person with superpowers before. This was enough to show that the government was under strict control and the news was blocked. Ordinary people can't even come into contact with it, and can't even hear the slightest movement. Therefore, regarding the information about this model, these official people must know more. As for ordinary people, they are always kept in the dark and only have a vague understanding. Although Liu Yang's strength is not that of an ordinary person, his understanding of the end of the world is still at the level of an ordinary person. Therefore, the information in this administration is still very important to him. So Liu Yang nodded. "Okay, let's talk while we walk." Then Director Chen began to walk out of the playground. Along the way, Director Chen began to explain this end-of-the-world information to Liu Yang. The end of the world is not as simple as you think. You may think that it is just a virus outbreak that turns humans into zombies. In fact, in addition to the virus, all kinds of mutant creatures and strange creatures that have never been seen before have appeared all over the world. The reason why our Management Bureau changed from the Management Bureau of Superpowers to the Management Bureau of Doomsday Creatures is because we discovered the existence of these mutant creatures and even alien creatures. As he was talking, he had already brought Liu Yang to a huge closed door. Then he used his pupils to scan and open the heavy iron door. Took Liu Yang into an elevator. He chatted with Liu Yang again in the elevator. "Next, I will take you to the underground control area of our Doomsday Biology Management Bureau. There are various research laboratories there. Every day, we are conducting research on doomsday creatures and some new drugs. At the same time, we also imprison some strange and mutated creatures that we have captured." As Director Chen spoke, the elevator arrived at the -15th floor. Then the door opened. Liu Yang followed him out of the elevator and saw the vast space underground of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. Even Liu Yang felt extremely shocked. It's worthy of being an official organization. It's like owning your own dungeon. Is this the power and resources of the government? I don't know how many times longer it is than my own school district. It seems that I have to make good use of the skill of steel control to build a steel city for myself with more complete facilities. P.S. Thanks to Miao Bing for his master certification. Both books have master certifications, which is really impressive. I can't be lazy about writing both books tonight. Woo woo woo. Chapter 69 Strange Creatures. After arriving at the underground space, Liu Yang began to be shocked by the complete facilities and spaciousness of this space. Commander Chen took Liu Yang for a walk and introduced the various facilities in the underground space. Liu Yang discovered that there were various laboratories in the underground facility. He curiously moved closer to the transparent glass to observe the staff working inside. Director Chen said, "This is a doomsday new weapon research room. Although guns in peacetime are powerful against zombies, the loud noise will attract more zombies. In the doomsday, guns are not easy to use. Therefore, we are actively researching new weapons that are useful for dealing with zombies." Liu Yang nodded. Then he continued to move forward and came to another laboratory. Director Chun introduced Liu Yang again. This is the Doomsday Drug Laboratory. We are actively developing antiviral drugs, striving to block the virus after a person is bitten and not turn into a zombie. We are also actively developing curative drugs, hoping to turn our fellow zombies back into humans. Liu Yang nodded. The official organization is indeed much bigger than ordinary people. Even in the end times, they are still thinking about all mankind. While researching weapons, they are also researching drugs to cure zombies. Then they continued walking and came to another laboratory. Several zombies were tied to the bed. There were male zombies, female zombies, and even child zombies. All of them were stripped naked, with their hands and feet tied, unable to move. Some even had their stomachs cut open, revealing their blackened internal organs. Although Liu Yang had killed many zombies, he had never dissected one and did not know the inside of a zombie. Seeing this scene, he felt a little curious and quickly moved to the front of the glass to observe carefully. He saw one of the female zombies. Although she was grinning, she had a very good figure. She was big where it should be big, thin where it should be thin, and had all the necessary curves. She was probably a great beauty when she was alive, and there must have been a lot of dogs chasing after her. At this moment, she was stripped naked and tied to the bed. She kept struggling. Black blood vessels could be vaguely seen on her skin, which was as white as paper and had no trace of blood. Liu Yang stroked his chin and thought to himself, this female zombie looks no different from an ordinary person except that she has a ferocious expression on her face, except that she's a little paler. She looks a little different than an ordinary person. Director Chin seemed to see that Liu Yang was interested in this female zombie, so he explained, this is a laboratory that specializes in studying zombies. We dissect zombies to understand how their body structures are different from humans, and at the same time study their various physical characteristics, including their athletic ability, digestive ability, fertility, etc. Finally, we came to a preliminary conclusion that ordinary zombies have very low IQs, and their actions are completely driven by the desire to be eaten. At the same time, they have the ability to hibernate like snakes and can enter a dormant state with extremely low energy loss. But once they hear a sound, they will immediately break out of this dormant state, return to normal, and chase their prey. This is why zombies can go without food for so long and still not starve to death. At the same time, zombies also have reproductive ability. When they have enough food, they will even have reproductive behavior. Therefore, the way zombies increase their numbers is not just to infect humans, they can also give birth to little zombies themselves. But at this early stage of the apocalypse, their desire for reproduction is not high. Liu Yang showed an interested expression and asked Director Chun, zombies have reproductive ability? Have you ever tried to see if a male zombie and an ordinary female human, or a female zombie and an ordinary man, can give birth? If so, is the child born a little zombie or a little human? Director Chun was stunned. He didn't seem to expect Liu Yang to ask this question. He was stunned for 2 seconds before answering. We haven't studied this. But research in this area doesn't seem to have much value. Who would create a zombie? Even the most thirsty man wouldn't do that, right? Liu Yang touched his nose awkwardly and said, I'm just asking casually. If you haven't tried it, forget it. Let's keep going. Director Chen nodded and continued to move forward with Liu Yang. Soon they arrived at a laboratory. However, the subject of the experiment in this section of the laboratory was no longer a zombie, but an ugly beast-like creature with long fangs protruding from its mouth. It was extremely tall and strong, estimated to be more than 2 meters tall, with high bulging muscles all over its body. Its skin was blue-green and covered with thick blood vessels. It also had sharp claws on its hands, which looked sharper than those of wild animals. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang showed a surprised expression again. He said, what is this thing? It looks so ugly. It's uglier than a zombie. If there is a female of this creature, I guess even an Indian wouldn't be able to kill it. Director Chen introduced. This is a creature that has never appeared on our planet before, and it does not look like a doomsday mutated creature. Because we compared their DNA and found that their DNA sequence is completely different from that of the creatures on our planet, which means that these may be alien creatures that have come to our planet. We have discovered many types of alien creatures like this, not just this one. But some of them we can't catch. They have only been seen by eyewitnesses. That's why our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau is so eager to research new weapons and these alien creatures and mutants, because if humans don't catch up quickly, they will most likely be eliminated. In the future, these monsters will become the masters of our planet, and humans will completely become history and be wiped out from this planet. Liu Yang nodded. The apocalypse broke out, and the zombie virus alone reduced the living space for ordinary people to an extremely small level. Not to mention the mutated creatures and those alien creatures. For example, This work in the laboratory looks very powerful. Even 100 ordinary people are no match for the other side. It must have taken a lot of effort for the psychics from the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau to capture him. If this thing were everywhere, wouldn't ordinary people be wiped out? So humanity is now facing the biggest crisis. If you don't speed up time and become stronger, you will be eliminated. Because if you fall behind, you will be beaten, and the truth is within the range of the cannon. Therefore, if humans want to continue to maintain their dominant position on this planet, they must defeat all these mutant and alien creatures. Then Director Chun took Liu Yang to observe other places. Chapter 70, returning with more than 20 women. Then Director Chun took Liu Yang to observe other places underground. The lower level, floor -16, is the residential area. Director Chun introduced. This floor is for ordinary people to live in. It is a vast residential area for survivors. If humans are really eliminated in the competition and cannot defeat those mutated creatures and creatures with different appearances, then this floor will be the last refuge for humans. It stores enough food and has good living facilities to support 5,000 people for 50 years. This is an underground shelter that was built in peacetime. I don't know the original purpose of building it. Maybe the higher-ups know more than I do, and they may have discovered some clues a long time ago. Liu Yang nodded. Naturally, people at higher levels know much more information than those at lower levels. Even someone at Director Chin's level has many things he doesn't know. Not to mention that Liu Yang is just an ordinary college student. College students are the easiest to be brainwashed. They have not experienced the dangers of society, let alone such confidential information. They are even lacking in some social experience. Director Chin continued. I've shown you so many of our Doomsday Biology Administration's facilities and secrets because I want to tell you that our Doomsday Biology Administration is not as useless as you think. Although your strength is indeed among the top among the psychics, and you possess the ability of the number 1S level, this is only your personal ability. For the official, personal ability is not everything. The information, resources, and support that the official organization possesses are given by the entire country. It can also bring you great help. Strong people like you will be trained by the organization. Therefore, although you are only an honorary captain, I still hope that you can come to our management bureau more often and show up from time to time so that everyone can get familiar with you. At the same time, you can perform some tasks and obtain military industry in exchange for some resources in the management bureau. As they talked, they began to walk into the elevator and return to the ground. Liu Yang nodded and said, "Okay, I know what you said. Next, I should take my wife." Bah, it's the female team members who are going back. See you later. The information Liu Yang got from Director Chin today really shocked him. At the same time, Liu Yang also liked the underground shelter very much. The only drawback was the underground space, which was indeed a bit depressing. If Liu Yang were asked to build a shelter, he would prefer to build it on the ground or even in the air. But even though Liu Yang didn't like it, that underground shelter was still pretty cool, and he got a lot of inspiration from it. It was time to go back and strengthen his own safe zone. After listening to Liu Yang's words, Director Chin nodded and said, "Okay, then you can take them back, but I have to tell you, these are the elite female members of our organization. You have to treat them well and not let them get into danger." Some of these female team members have been members of the organization for several years. Director Chun treats them like his own daughters. Now, watching them being taken away one by Liu Yang, my heart is bleeding. But there's nothing I can do. In order to keep the talent Liu Yang, we have to sacrifice our own flesh and blood. We can only let these female players suffer. Look at them. They are all smiling with grievance and excitement on their faces, and they can't wait to throw themselves into Liu Yang's arms. Director Chen knew that these female team members were reluctant to leave him, and their behavior was definitely just a way of finding joy in misery. Don't worry. As long as women follow me, Liu Yang, they will have a good life, Liu Yang said confidently. Then with a thought, he wrapped all the women in a layer of steel armor and then took them directly into the sky. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky, and Liu Yang led the women to fly towards the school at supersonic speed. The people from the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau who saw this scene showed shocked expressions. They discussed one after another. Oh my god, is this supersonic? As expected of Liu Yang, he can actually fly at supersonic speed. He can even carry people. I want to experience it too. He wrapped all the girls in a layer of metal armor. Is this his ability? Directly controlling metal? So he can fly? And he dared to show it to us without any hesitation. He is not only awesome, but also confident. That's right. None of us know what Liu Qingsong, the 9th ranked S-class, has a special ability. Look at Liu Yang. He clearly told you that my special ability is metal control. What can you do to me? This is the confidence of the strong. Even Director Chen showed a somewhat surprised expression. He muttered to himself, "This ability is great. The upper limit is definitely very high. As expected of the number 1S rank, our administration will make a lot of money this time." Soon Liu Yang returned to his school. He landed safely with more than 20 beautiful girls. Those beautiful girls all had shocked expressions on their faces. Just now, they were flying at supersonic speed in the sky. Even as psychics, they felt very scared. At the same time, they felt very excited. Now that they have landed and gained their footing, they can still feel their hearts pounding. They all looked at Liu Yang in shock. Oh my god, is this the strength of the number 1S class? Not only can he fly at supersonic speed himself, but he can also take others to fly at supersonic speed. This is too amazing. The feeling of flying into the sky is really scary and exciting. Only Lin Momo remained calm. She said with some pride, "What's the point of flying into the sky now?" At night Hearing Lin Momo's words, the other girls blushed and lowered their heads slightly, their eyes full of shyness and expectation. This is what Liu Yang said to them. "Okay, follow me into the teacher's dormitory area. You can find a place to stay. Tonight, Fang Qingjue will come to my room to find me. I have something very important to talk to you about." A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Fang Qingjue's face. "I told you, you sluts, are you any better than me in terms of strength or looks? Do you still want to steal my husband? You wish. I must be the first one among you to climb into your husband's bed." Hey. Chapter 71. Back to the safe zone. Moon Drunk Blue reference picture. Liu Yang brought these 20 or so beautiful women with special abilities back to the teacher's dormitory. Haven't even walked in the door yet. Baihu's extraordinary hearing had already detected Liu Yang's footsteps, and he ran out happily, twisting his white tiger butt. After seeing Liu Yang, he pounced on Liu Yang and jumped around on Liu Yang's face. I felt the little white tiger's wet tongue licking my face. Liu Yang hugged the other's tiger head and said, all right, stop licking. Men and women should not be intimate with each other, understand? Although I know you are very happy, but in front of so many women, can you restrain yourself a little?" Ayo. The white tiger cried out, and then stopped licking Liu Yang's face. Fang Qingjue and the others were all shocked when they saw the little white tiger. They said, "What a big and fierce tiger. Is it a mutant tiger? I didn't expect that you, Liu Yang, could tame the mutant tigers. Isn't that amazing? This tiger is so fierce, strong, and big. It's almost as fierce as Liu Yang. It must be a male tiger. Let me take a look. Oh, it's a female. No wonder she's so good at acting like a spoiled brat. Turns out she's a female white tiger." Seeing how intimate the white tiger was with Liu Yang, they were even wondering about the relationship between the man and the tiger. Could it be unusual? Oh my god, Liu Yang has such a strong taste. He is really not picky. But this also shows that he is very strong. If they can even conquer such a huge female white tiger, let alone humans. Anyone who wants to chat with him will probably be exhausted by him. The girls looked at Liu Yang and couldn't help but look forward to it. At this time, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Chen Lixia, Li Mingyao, Li Mange and others also came out. Seeing that Liu Yang brought back so many women at once, they were all a little surprised. "Where did you go this time, husband? You brought back so many survivors." Li Mingyao said, "My husband, these sisters are so beautiful. Where did you bring them back from? The way they dress doesn't look like survivors struggling to survive. Instead, they look like urban beauties. They are all dressed brightly and beautifully. They are much more beautiful than us back then." Chen Zi said, "Isn't it? At that time, I was about to be eaten by zombies while staying on the tree. I was about to give up. Thanks to my husband who rescued me. I guess when my husband rescued me, I looked like a wild man, right? I haven't showered for a few days, so I must have a smell on my body. I haven't washed my hair for a few days, so it looks like a chicken coop. They are nothing like me. It's been almost a month since the apocalypse. How come they are still so beautiful?" Chen Ting said, "I was trapped in the toilet and almost ate shit out of hunger." Li Mange said, "Husband, didn't you find a city that has not been invaded by zombies? Were these beauties brought out from that safe city?" They were indeed very confused. Just 3 days after the apocalypse broke out, they were almost starving to death. They were all disheveled, pale and thin. But now, almost a month after the apocalypse, all the women Liu Yang brought back are glamorous and beautiful, and do not look like they are troubled by indifference at all. They seem to eat well, drink well, sleep well, and are all beautiful. It's much better than they were back then. Is there really no city affected by zombies? If that's the case, we'll have to ask my husband to take us there. Who doesn't want to live in a safe city? Listen to these women. Fang Qingjue said, "It's not what you think. This time the virus outbreak is global, not just your city. The reason why we don't seem to be affected by the doomsday is just because we are official superpowers. Yu Zuilan also said, yes, with the apocalypse, if you don't have awakened superpowers, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to survive outside, not to mention dressing up. It's almost impossible to find food. How is it possible to maintain such an elegant figure? Bai Qingqing said, we were a little surprised when we saw you. Obviously, each of you is an ordinary person, not a superpower, but like us, you seem to be able to live a carefree life without being affected by the end of the world. This is the most surprising thing. Gu Yunhan said, I'm afraid only Liu Yang can do such a thing. With his own strength, he can protect so many women, dozens of them. Even for people with special abilities like us, without the support of an official organization, we dare not say that we can protect so many survivors and let them live such a good life. After hearing what these people said, Li Mengyao's people showed a proud expression on their faces. Of course, our husband is the best. Not only can he provide us with food, but he also turned the entire campus into a safe zone. We can move freely. He even built a wall several dozen meters high and a huge protective shield. No matter how powerful the zombies are, they can't invade. Li Mange said, what do you mean by superpowers? You are all superpowers. Are you very powerful? Fang Qingjue showed a proud expression on his face. He said, of course, even without the bonus of superpowers, the basic physical quality of superpowers is already twice that of ordinary people. With superpowers, their combat power is at least dozens of times that of ordinary people. Not to mention ordinary zombies. Even level 2 zombies are no match for us. Fighting hundreds of zombies at the same time is no problem. Hearing this, Li Mengyao and others showed expressions of shock and envy on their faces. They all said, isn't this too amazing? I also want to become a superpower, so that I can fight zombies and don't have to hold my husband back anymore. Shen Ting also said, yes, when we become superpowers, we will be able to help. Chunzi said, I don't mind if you help me, but it would be better if you could give me a special ability that can be used in that area, so that I can give my husband a better experience. After saying this, she even showed a sly smile. At this time, Liu Yang said, okay, now that everyone knows each other, let's go to the dormitory. You are new here, you can find an empty room to stay in. Also, Fang Qingjue, you should take a good bath tonight. Wash yourself white and tender, and then come to my room to chat with me. We will have a good chat all night. Hearing this, Fang Qingjue blushed immediately. She nodded and said, I know. It will definitely make you smell nice and white. Just wait. Chapter 72. The attributes have been strengthened too much, and I chat with the beauties. After having dinner with the girls, Liu Yang returned to his room, lay on the bed, and began to look at his attribute panel. Because he conquered more than 50 beautiful girls in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau today, Liu Yang also received more than 50 system rewards. He didn't have time to take a closer look at how much his reward was. Now it's time to take a look at your properties panel. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1,550 points. Speed, 1,550 points. Spirit, 1,550 points. Speed, 1,550 points. Maximum speed, 279 meters per second. Possessing skills. 1. System space. Level 8. You have a system space of 80 meters x 80 meters x 80 meters. 2. Metal control. Level 7. You can control any metal, control their movement, and change their shape. 3. Invisibility. Level 5. You can be invisible for 24 hours a day. 4. Zombie control. Level 5. You can control up to level 5 zombies, up to 5 in total. 5. Sky breaking slash. Level 2. When you use a weapon to attack, you can launch a 20-meter long sword energy to attack the enemy. 6. Combat concentration. Level 2. When you use this skill, you will devote yourself to the battle, increasing all your basic attributes by 20. This lasts for 10 minutes and can be used twice within 24 hours. 7. Virus immunity. You can be immune to the zombie virus. 8. DNA gene enhancement. You can reproduce with any suitable species. 9. Attribute enhancement. You can gain 0.1 attribute point for each zombie killed. 10. Soul control. Level 5. You can use soul control on all the people you control within a 50-meter range. After 1 minute, they will become your most loyal servants. Looking at his attribute panel, Liu Yang was extremely happy. The reinforcement we got from joining the official organization this time is really huge. Not only did he gain 2 new skills, Sky Breaking Slash and Combat Focus. His basic attributes have also been enhanced by several hundred points. reaching 31 times that of an ordinary person. His speed has reached 279 meters per second, almost reaching the speed of sound. At the same time, his various skills have been upgraded in level. The storage space has reached level 8. 80 times 80 times 80 is equal to 512,000 cubic meters. Such a large space can hold a lot of supplies. Liu Yang looked at the empty space and felt a sense of urgency. It's empty again. It looks like I have to continue collecting supplies and fill it up. Liu Yang's metal control skill has reached level 7. He can control metal more easily, with a faster speed, a longer range, and a heavier weight. Now, he can even directly control an aircraft carrier to fly in the air with just a thought. The stealth skill has reached level 5, which is probably the maximum level. Because the daily invisibility time has reached 24 hours, Liu Yang can even be invisible for a whole day without being discovered. Zombie control has also reached level 5 and can control level 5 zombies. But so far, the highest level zombie Liu Yang has encountered is only level 2. It seems that the upgrade speed of zombies is not as fast as the upgrade speed of my own control skills. Through his discoveries in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau, Liu Yang already knew that level 2 zombies had higher IQs than level 1 zombies, and were even more like humans. So after reaching level 3, level 4, and level 5, will you be more like a human? And zombies can reproduce. I also have a genetically enhanced skill. If the 5th level female zombie is a little prettier, it's not impossible. It might add a different flavor. The soul control skill, after reaching level 5, actually becomes a range skill. All enemies within a range of 50 meters can be cast at the same time, which is definitely much more efficient. As for the skill of breaking the sky, Liu Yang didn't think it was of much use. After all, he could use a steel needle to blow someone's head off with just a wave of his hand. When the apocalypse just started, the 20-meter-long sword energy was indeed a sharp weapon for mowing the grass, and he could rush into a pile of zombies and directly become invincible. But now Liu Yang has too many skills, and basically won't use close combat. So Liu Yang focused his attention on the last skill. Fight with focus. You can improve your basic attributes by 20 in 10 minutes. Liu Yang's current speed is 279 meters per second. If 20 is taken, it would be 279 times 1.2 is equal to 334.8. It's almost the same as the speed of sound, 340 meters per second. As long as he uses this skill, Liu Yang can reach a speed that is extremely close to the speed of sound. It can be said that this new skill is the most awesome. And it's only level 2. At level 3, can it increase by 30, at level 4 by 40, and at level 10, directly by 100? The upper limit of this skill is also very high. This may be the best reward I got from this trip to the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. All in all, Liu Yang felt that this trip to the administration was really worthwhile, thanks to Lin Momo, who kept asking him to go with her. This little girl is not only beautiful and pretty, but also my lucky star who has brought me many benefits. It was worth it that I made her feel like she was in heaven in the torture room. Just when Liu Yang was feeling happy, there was a knock on his door. Boom, boom, boom. Although the knocking was not loud, it was urgent, and it was obvious that the person knocking could no longer contain his excitement. I can't wait to get into the room and have a good chat with Liu Yang. When Liu Yang heard the voice, he immediately regained his composure. He said to the door, "Come in." Soon the door was pushed open. A slender, white jade foot stepped in first. When Liu Yang saw this leg, he was suddenly shocked. What a beautiful leg. It's straight, long and white, and I don't know who it belongs to. Soon after, a graceful figure slowly walked in. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Liu Yang showed an expression of, "I see." It was indeed Fang Qingjue. She went to take a shower right after dinner, and came to find me as soon as she finished her shower. Now when I pushed the door open, there is a scent of fragrance. She had also changed into tight-fitting silk pajamas. The perfect figure looks particularly attractive against the translucent pajamas. The perfect curves of her body are displayed vividly. Even Liu Yang couldn't help but get excited when he saw it. The 15th ranked female psychic in S class. The aloof goddess in the Doomsday Biological Administration. She was an existence that other men could only dream of, but now she took the initiative to wash herself clean and crawled into her room like a lamb to be slaughtered, waiting to be picked. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil, and I can't help myself. Facing Liu Yang's fiery gaze, Fang Qingjue showed a shy expression on her beautiful face. There was an abnormal blush on both cheeks. Even my breathing began to tremble. Liu Yang patted his bed and said to her, "Don't be nervous. I'm very gentle. Come and sit down. Let's have a good chat about life, ideals, and the contributions we will make to the reproduction of mankind." Fang Qingjue nodded. then nervously sat down next to Liu Yang. Chapter 73, Discovering the Dwarf Tribe. Looking at Fang Qingjue, who was sitting next to him, with her breath as fragrant as orchid and a faint fragrance all over her body, and with a beautiful face and a hot body, Liu Yang began to get excited. Compared to those female students, this Fang Qingjue looks more mature, and her temperament as the 15th in S class is unmatched by any other female student. Liu Yang couldn't help but scan the other party with the system. Name, Fang Qingjue. Age, 24. Height, 166. Weight, 52 kilograms. Chest, a pair of C+. Appearance score, 95 points. Body rating, 93 points. Charge times, 0. After seeing this message, Liu Yang showed a somewhat surprised expression. Not only are the body and appearance scores both above 90 points, but the number of charging times is also 0. This is a 24-year-old beauty, and it is said that she has already entered the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau and became a supernatural being several years before the outbreak of the apocalypse. How come you haven't been defeated by other psychics after being a psychic for so long? Liu Yang asked directly. I didn't expect that you have never had a boyfriend before. Fang Qingjue opened his mouth with a somewhat surprised expression. He said, How did you know? Liu Yang touched his chin and said, Seeing you are so nervous, sitting next to me cautiously, your whole body is shaking. You have obviously never experienced sex before. Don't be nervous. I am the gentlest person, and all my women are first-timers, so I have the most experience with first-time women. You are so beautiful, have a great figure, and are already 24 years old. Why don't you have a boyfriend yet? You don't like girls, do you? After hearing what Liu Yang said, Fang Qingjue's face turned red like an apple. This guy even noticed that I had never had a boyfriend before and had never experienced sexual intercourse. Could it be that the rumor that was circulating on the internet before, that you can tell whether a woman is having sex for the first time by looking at her walking posture or certain behaviors? Is this true? I don't know how he figured that out. Fang Qingjue replied, I became a superpower when I was 20 years old. At that time, my awakened superpowers were still very powerful. I was trained by the organization. It can be said that I was in great glory. Naturally, I looked down on ordinary men. Even Lu Qingsong, who is ranked 9th, I don't think he is that strong. But I am somewhat interested in Li Guilong, who is ranked 2nd, but it's a pity that he is already over 30 years old. So, he has never found a suitable man to be his boyfriend. But now I am lucky to have met such a strong man like you. You are really suitable to be my boyfriend. As a woman who doesn't admire the strong. There is a saying in peacetime that money is for women to look at, not to spend. A rich man does not depend on how much money he spends on women. Instead, he only needs to show his strength and women will come to him for money. For example, in peacetime, if you can drive a $1 million car and just drive around in front of a university, you can easily pick up a college student. After all, one of the biggest drawbacks of luxury cars is that the air conditioning in the passenger seat is too hot, making those beauties want to take off their clothes as soon as they get in the car. In peacetime, money is equivalent to strength. The end of the world is coming. Fighting power is the real strength. And Liu Yang happened to be the number 1 among all the superpowers at this time. And it became the first place in 10 minutes. This kind of strength is of great value, and naturally all women like it. Even Fang Qingjue, who was ranked 15th, admired Liu Yang so much that he wished he could eat Liu Yang alive and squeeze him dry right now. After hearing what Fang Qingjue said, Liu Yang nodded and said, That's right. A peerless beauty like you can only be possessed by the strongest. And I, Liu Yang, happen to be the strongest one. Today, I will let you feel my strength. Fang Qingjue blushed and said, Captain Liu Yang, you. Liu Yang smiled and said, You're still calling me captain. You should start calling me husband. Fang Qingjue's face turned even redder, but she still nodded obediently and said, Hubby, you have to be more gentle with me then. Don't worry. I'm just chatting with you. Liu Yang nodded with a sly smile on his face. Liu Yang woke up early the next morning. At this time, Fang Qingjue was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly because he was too tired from chatting yesterday. But I have to say that the goddess of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau is a goddess. Even when she is asleep, she is still so beautiful and charming. That peaceful face looked like Sleeping Beauty, and Liu Yang couldn't help but reach out and pinch it. Fang Qingjue made an indistinct sound. He patted the back of Liu Yang's hand and said, Woo, stop touching me. Didn't we agree to just chat last night? You started to fight while we were chatting. You almost made me die of exhaustion. Get some more sleep. Hearing the other party's words, Liu Yang showed a smug smile on his face. So what if I'm ranked 15th in S class? It still can't withstand my level 8 gale. After getting up, washing and having breakfast, Liu Yang began to think about what he should do today. The nearby supplies have been almost completely looted. Liu Yang used to build a huge metal mesh enclosure around the entire school area to prevent the invasion of zombies, because his woman has no fighting power. But now it's different. Brought back more than 20 people with special abilities. Each of them is very powerful. They can easily resist thousands of zombies. In this way, Liu Yang can start collecting supplies from farther places without worrying about a fire in his backyard. So today Liu Yang plans to go to the neighboring city to collect supplies. After all, Liu Yang's storage space has been upgraded. The space has become larger and more spacious, and Liu Yang can't wait to fill it up. So after breakfast, Liu Yang prepared to go out directly. Gu Yunhan and others saw this scene and came over and said to Liu Yang, "Captain, where are you going? We want to go with you." Yu Zuelan also said, "Yes, we female superpowers are all your team members. No matter where you go, we will follow you." The other female psychics also said, "Yes, yes. When the team members are on a mission, they must be with the captain." Liu Yang thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then Gu Yunhan, Yu Zuelan, and Bai Qingqing, the three of you will be on my team." Fang Qingjue was too tired from chatting with me last night, and now she is still awake, so I won't take her with me. The rest of you will stay in the safe zone first, and I will assign you tasks later. You can also form a team of 5. Gu Yunhan and the other 2 showed surprised expressions on their faces and were very happy. But the other dozen or so female team members were somewhat unhappy. They also want to act with Liu Yang. But think about it. How could there be more than 20 people in a team? There are too many people, and the target is too big. Even in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau, they carry out missions in groups of 5. Therefore, they couldn't say anything. After all, Gu Yunhan and the others were all S-level female psychics. Most of us are at level B and A. It can't be compared with the S-level ones. I could only nod reluctantly. Afterwards, Liu Yang began to lead the 3 beautiful psychics out of the teacher's dormitory building. It does feel different to search for supplies with 3 gorgeous psychics. Moreover, the 3 of them would compete with each other for beauty around Liu Yang from time to time. They all want to attract Liu Yang's attention and hope to climb into Liu Yang's bed tonight. This made Liu Yang feel a little uncomfortable. Was he really that handsome that every woman liked him and wanted to go to bed with him? Alas, it seems that being handsome is also a kind of trouble. After walking out of the teacher's dormitory, Liu Yang used his mind to wrap the 3 beauties in a layer of metal armor and prepared to take them off to the next city to search for supplies. However, at this time he discovered a pile of earth appeared on the ground not far from the teacher's dormitory. This caught Liu Yang's attention. He frowned and walked over. It turned out to be a hole. Can you actually make a hole in the concrete floor? Could it be that the school area has been invaded? This aroused Liu Yang's vigilance. At the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau, Liu Yang has discovered the existence of superpowers and found that more and more superpowers and mutated creatures appear in the Doomsday. If someone, or a mutated creature, awakens and has the ability to dig holes, it is not impossible. He looked at the hole carefully. I found that the cave was dark, deep, and damp. It was pitch black inside, and I couldn't see the end at a glance. There was fresh soil at the entrance of the cave, and the soil was still a little moist. It looked like it had been dug not long ago, perhaps just last night. Moreover, it looks like the hole was dug from the bottom up, not from the top down, which means that it is possible that some creatures have invaded from outside the campus through this hole. At this time, Gu Yun, Hanyue, Zuelan, Bai Qingqing, and the other 2 also came to see the hole, and they also showed some surprised expressions on their faces. Gu Yunhan bent down and touched the moist soil and said, "This soil is still very fresh. This hole should have appeared not long ago. It may have appeared last night. The hole is not big enough for a normal adult to pass through. Maybe it is a mutant mouse, groundhog, or something like that." Yu Zuelan said, "Captain, the upper part of your safety zone is indeed impregnable, but it's a pity that the ground protection is not in place. For our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau, even the 15th underground floor is our territory. Moreover, we have built an extremely thick concrete reinforcement layer under the 15th floor, which is not only waterproof, but also prevents underground biological invasion. I think you can ask for help from official organizations and ask them to help you reinforce this school directly." Bai Qingqing said, "It's the end of the world now, and the official organization doesn't have that much manpower and resources. Can you help? Is that okay?" Yu Zuelanlu said, "Even if we don't have the manpower or material resources, we have to spare some to help. Our captain is the best of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. If he encounters danger, the loss will be even greater." After hearing this, the other 2 women nodded. Since they came back with Liu Yang, they have already put Liu Yang first. For For the safety of the captain, why don't you, the Doomsday Biology Management Bureau or the official organization, contribute some effort, some people, and some resources? Isn't it right? At this time, Liu Yang said, if we want to find out what exactly invaded our campus, we must go into this cave and take a look. Maybe that guy is still in the cave. At this time, Gu Yunhan next to him said, this cave entrance is too small. Ordinary people can't get in. Let Li Mingyao go in. Maybe she can. She's only about 1.5 meters tall, right? Liu Yang shook his head and said, even if it's Li Mingyao, she may not be able to crawl in. Besides, Li Mingyao is not a superpower. She is just an ordinary person. What if the creatures inside are very ferocious? We can't let her take the risk. After he finished speaking, he tilted his head and thought for a while, and finally his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. He then said to the girls, wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Then, without waiting for the girls to answer, he jumped up and flew directly out of the school. A few minutes later, he flew back again. Flying back with him was a little kid wearing full steel armor. When the two of them landed, Gu Yunhan and the others discovered that the little brat was not a human being, but a little girl zombie. See this scene. Gu Yunhan and the others all showed somewhat shocked expressions. Captain, what's the point of you bringing back a little girl zombie? Liu Yang smiled and said, let her go in and find out the situation for me. She happens to be the size of a 5 or 6-year-old girl, so she can crawl in. Yu Zuelon said, but zombies won't listen to your orders, and even if they can listen to your orders, they can't speak. In that case, even if they find the enemy, they can't tell you the enemy's situation. Liu Yang smiled and said, I have my own way. I have the skill of zombie control, and it has reached level 5. I can control level 5 zombies. This little brat zombie is only level 1. As long as he controls him, he can gain her vision, control her actions, and make her do whatever he tells her to do. Isn't it easy to let him drill a hole? Zombies have no IQ and can't speak. I don't need her to speak at all. I just need her eyes to help me see things. So Liu Yang sent a command to the little girl zombie in his mind. Climb in. The zombie instantly began to crawl down the cave. Gu Yunhan and the others were very shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't understand why Liu Yang could make the zombies so obedient. Just crawl into a hole, as he said. Their Doomsday Biological Management Bureau has been researching zombies for a long time, but they haven't even developed an antidote to the zombie virus, let alone a way to control zombies. If there really is a way to control zombies, wouldn't it be great to control all the zombies in the world and make them into a labor force? From now on, when we go into the factory to screw screws, we won't need workers anymore. We can just let the zombies in. If all the zombies could be controlled, the post-apocalyptic reconstruction would take less than a year for the world to return to its peak, and then reach a more modern society than its peak. Liu Yang ignored the women's shock and continued to control the zombies to climb down. It has to be said that this hole is really dark, deep, and narrow. Even the little girl zombie was squeezed tightly in the hole at this time. The crawling speed is very slow. Finally, Liu Yang simply started using the iron control skills to push the little girl zombie to move rapidly through the cave. After dozens of seconds of movement, they finally arrived at another place. Seeing the scene in front of him, Liu Yang was shocked. Liu Yang hadn't expected that as he continued to go deeper into the ground, he would find a vast space. Under the ground was a natural mine, and there were several figures busy working in the mine. And without exception, these figures are very small, appearing to be only about 1.3 meters tall. But they swung their hammers with great force and kept mining underground. Liu Yang watched all this through the eyes of the zombies and was shocked. I didn't expect that there are other humanoid creatures underground in my school area. Judging from their size, they look a lot like the dwarves in the old cartoons. Could there be Snow White as well? Liu Yang looked at these dwarves working there. There were both men and women among them. It was the end of the world, and he didn't know what the purpose of them mining was. And at this moment, one of the dwarves discovered the little girl zombie controlled by Liu Yang. He immediately pointed at the little zombie and shouted to his companions, "Hey, look at when that guy appeared. What is he?" His companions also paid attention to it after being reminded by him. When they saw the little zombie, they showed surprised expressions on their faces. "It looks like a little human." "No, it's a little zombie. Kill him quickly, or he will definitely bite us." A male dwarf rushed over with a hammer. Then a hammer hit the little zombie on the head. Boom! A loud sound of metal collision was heard in the underground space. The hammer was instantly knocked away. Since the little zombie's body and head were covered with steel made by Liu Yang, even the hammer swung by a strong male dwarf could not break through its defense. The male dwarf showed a shocked expression and shouted, "This zombie has a really hard head." The other dwarves laughed. "Ha ha, Olaf, I think you and your wife work too much overtime at night, so your whole body is weak. Ha. I think so. Why would you open a mine if you were like this? You can't even crack a skull, so what's the point of opening a mine? The dwarf named Olaf showed an unhappy expression and said, if you don't believe me, come and hit it yourself. You see, this zombie seems a bit stupid. It won't fight back when we hit it. You will know if you try it yourself. Just try it. He's just a child zombie. How can he really cause trouble? I don't believe he is really an iron-headed kid. Another dwarf picked up a hammer and rushed over, hitting the zombie on the head with it. Boom! There was another loud noise, but the zombies were unharmed. The dwarf also showed a puzzled expression. Get out of the way, let me do it. Another dwarf rushed over. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. All the dwarves hit the zombie with hammers, but no one could break his defense. Olaf laughed. I said you guys keep working hard. Why are you so weak? Did you work too much overtime with your wife at night? Ha ha ha. A dwarf looked at the zombie and said, this zombie is not right. The zombies we encountered before would rush over and bite us when they touched us. But this zombie didn't even move after being hit by us so many times. Moreover, I found that his head and body were covered with metal like steel. It is definitely not an ordinary zombie. Look at him. He's so stupid. Let's tie him up and take him back to show the tribe leader. That makes sense. We can't kill him anyway. So why not tie him up and let the clan leader figure out a solution? So the dwarves took out a hemp rope, tied up the zombie, and stuffed a big stone in her mouth to prevent her from biting people. When Liu Yang saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Very good, this is the effect I want. As long as they bring the zombies back, I can follow the zombies' vision to find out where their base camp is. These damn dwarfs almost dug out the entire underground of my school area. How can I not go to their base camp and cause some trouble? And it seems that their job is mining. Maybe there are countless metals in their base camp that I can collect and use for my own benefit. What if the entire dwarf race was controlled by soul chains? If a mine is opened specifically for me, won't I have endless supply of metals in the future? This is much easier than collecting cars on the road. Thinking of this, Liu Yang's face was filled with excitement. Underground. In the dark mine, the dwarves threw the tied-up zombie directly into the ore-carrying cart and then pushed him forward. After more than an hour's journey, we still haven't reached the exit. Gu Yunhan, Yu Zuelan, and Bai Qingqing didn't know what was going on down there. They were getting impatient and said to Liu Yang, Captain, could that zombie have escaped on its own? Why hasn't there been any movement in over an hour? Yu Zuelan said, could there be a monster underground that killed all the zombies directly? Bai Qingqing said, why don't we just use metal to block the hole, and then cover the entire ground with metal, then we won't have to worry about invasion anymore, right? Liu Yang smiled and shook his head, signaling them to be patient. Don't be impatient. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It's only been more than an hour. If you go to my room to chat in such a short time, you won't even come down from the sky. After listening to Liu Yang's words, Gu Yunhan and the other two blushed immediately. Hate it. Then you have to make a promise. We have to talk for at least an hour. On the other side, after more than an hour's journey, the dwarves finally reached an elevator. They pushed the zombie into the elevator and slowly rose to the ground. The moment he appeared on the ground, Liu Yang finally saw the dwarf tribe. It looked like a village in the wild, with many wooden houses built by the dwarves. There was a huge smelting furnace in the open air, and many dwarves were pushing carts and pouring ore into it. At the same time, there were dwarves forging weapons, constantly working on the iron. It seems that this tribe is quite large. Liu Yang was a little confused. How come these creatures were never discovered before the apocalypse? When the apocalypse breaks out, not only do humans turn into zombies, but even the dwarves that only appear in fantasy worlds and legends have come into reality. However, through his own perception of zombies, Liu Yang already knew the location of this location. It was probably somewhere in the suburbs of Haiqing, about 10 kilometers away from Liu Yang's school. Now it's time to go to the dwarf tribe and plunder them. Chapter 74, I think you are looking for death. So Liu Yang said to Gu Yunhan and others around him. Very good. Next we will go find the culprit who dug through our ground. Gu Yunhan and the others were a little surprised. Captain Liu Yang, do you already know their location? Liu Yang nodded. That's right. Let's go now. He moved his mind slightly and took the three women directly into the sky, because his steel control had been upgraded to level 7. The speed of controlling steel has also become faster, and now his flying speed has exceeded 4 times the speed of sound. It only took a dozen seconds to reach the dwarf tribe, which was more than 10 kilometers away. At the same time, the dwarves who were mining in the tribe had brought the metal-wrapped zombie to their tribal chief. After seeing the zombie, their chief showed a very puzzled expression and asked the dwarves, What do you want to do by bringing a zombie back to the tribe? Although we are not native to this world, we can also be infected by the zombie virus. Do you want to become dwarf zombies? The dwarf said quickly, Chief, we found this zombie in the underground mine. We don't know how it got to our mine. However, it is covered with a very special metal. Even with a mining hammer and a chisel, it cannot be broken. Moreover, this zombie is a bit stupid and will not attack anyone. So we brought it back. Please make your decision. After hearing this, the clan leader showed a somewhat surprised expression and said, Oh, there is such a thing? A zombie won't attack others according to its true identity. After saying that, he walked up to the zombie with his short legs. He drew the dagger from his waist and stabbed the zombie's head. Since the zombie's head was protected by armor, it was impossible to cause any harm to her, but her head was shaking from side to side after being stabbed by the dagger. The zombie didn't show any expression or even react. The dwarf leader struck the metal with his dagger again, and after hearing the crisp sound, he said in surprise, The armor on this zombie is made of extremely powerful metal. It is harder than the metal forged by our dwarves, who are famous for their forging ability. It looks like it was artificially made, and it fits so well, it must have been specially made for this child zombie, who has been tamed. That's why I won't attack others at will. The other dwarves asked, Master Chief, what should we do next? The leader of the dwarves replied, Take off this armor and wear it whoever fits. As for this little zombie, just chop off her head. Yes, chieftain. The dwarves dragged the zombies and were about to strip her armor, but at this moment, several black shadows flew towards them in the sky at supersonic speed. Immediately following, boom! With a loud bang, Liu Yang fell to the ground with 3 beauties. The dwarves were shocked when they saw this scene. All the dwarfs jumped up, then quickly drew the weapons on their waists and looked at Liu Yang and others vigilantly. Liu Yang discovered that this dwarf tribe was not very big. It's probably only as big as a village. There are only about 200 dwarves in total. Liu Yang showed a relaxed expression on his face, while Gu Yunhan and the others were very shocked. I couldn't help but ask Liu Yang, Oh my god, why are there a group of dwarves here? These guys, although short, but the muscles of the male dwarves are bulging high, and their faces are full of beards. The beards are almost dragging on the ground. They look very rough and not cute at all. Yu Zuelon said, They don't look like the dwarfs in Snow White at all. Bai Qingqing said, Those female dwarves over there are pretty good looking. Although they are very short, their body proportions are good. They are not like those of a dwarf. They seem to be smaller versions of normal people. Instead, they look delicate and beautiful, like porcelain dolls. At this time, the dwarves saw Liu Yang and Bai Qingqing and the others, and they also showed a vigilant expression and asked aggressively, Humans, what are you doing here? This is our dwarf tribe. Do you want to invade us? The dwarves, although short in stature, have very bad tempers. In their world, there have been wars between the dwarves and the humans. At that time, they won more and lost less, and they were not afraid even when facing orcs. Their tiny bodies contain enormous energy. In terms of strength, a 1.2-meter tall dwarf has more strength than a 1.8-meter tall strong man. Liu Yang listened to what the other party said. He said, You little guys have dug up the mines under my school, and you still ask me what you want to do if you continue like this. You will dig down our entire school. Where did you little guys come from? You are not the original creatures of our planet, right? The bearded dwarf chief stepped forward and said, We are indeed not native to this planet, and we don't know how we were teleported to this world. However, most of the humans on your planet have turned into zombies. It is normal for us dwarves to form a tribe to protect our own safety. But why do you come here aggressively? Do you want to be enemies with us dwarves? As soon as these words were spoken, the other dwarves around the dwarf chief also showed solemn expressions on their faces. They began to become serious and grasped their weapons, ready to attack Liu Yang. After hearing what these people said, Liu Yang smiled and said, Are you dwarves qualified to be my enemies? I see that you are good miners. I will give you a chance to be my subordinates. If you mine and refine metals, you can give them to me. Then I will let you become my subordinates. In the future, the safety of your tribe will be protected by me, Liu Yang. How do you think? Isn't this a good condition? Unexpectedly, these dwarves started laughing after hearing Liu Yang's words. It was as if I had heard a huge joke. A strong dwarf said, The leader is really stupid. He actually wants to recruit us dwarves as his subordinates. Moreover, he only has a few people, but he wants to subdue hundreds of us. It seems that the IQ of humans on this planet is not good enough. Don't waste your time talking to him. Just go for it. Lord Chief, I want to challenge him in a duel. Let him know how powerful we dwarves are. The dwarf leader said, Everyone, attack together. This guy fell from the sky. He's probably not an ordinary human. Let's kill him together. Don't be careless. Yes, Lord Chief. The dwarves took the order and rushed directly towards Liu Yang. He raised his weapon and prepared to attack Liu Yang. However, Liu Yang just glanced at them. The weapons in their hands began to change instantly. Why did my axe melt? The weapons in the hands of the dwarves instantly melted into strange shapes, and then spread all over their bodies like a snake. Next second, all the dwarves were tied up like dumplings with metal ropes. They fell to the ground one by one, unable to move. Even the dwarf chief was no exception. Only at this time did expressions of fear appear on their faces. They never expected that this human guy was so strong. Liu Yang said with a smile, "You want to attack me with metal weapons? Aren't you looking for death?" Chapter 75 Conquer the Dwarves and Get Rewards. Liu Yang used his metal control ability to control the metal ropes that bound the dwarves, and brought them all to a pile and gathered them together. More than 200 dwarfs were all captured by Liu Yang. Because Liu Yang's soul control skill has been upgraded to level 5 and can control all enemies within a range of 50 meters, Liu Yang is ready to control these more than 200 dwarfs at once. The dwarves were gathered together, all with expressions of fear on their faces. The chief of the dwarf tribe shouted at Liu Yang, "Damn you, what on earth do you want to do? We, the dwarf tribe, will never surrender to anyone. Even if you kill us, we will not surrender." His daughter also said, "In our original world, we never surrendered even to orcs and elves, let alone you humans. Damn you, your world has come to an end, and you will perish sooner or later." Listening to what the two said, Liu Yang sneered and said, "Don't worry about whether we humans will perish or not. You are just my mining tools." After saying that, Liu Yang directly began to use soul control. A minute later, he received a system prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host. The soul control was performed successfully. They have become your most loyal servants and will never betray you. At the same time, the way the dwarves looked at Liu Yang had completely changed. At first, they were very angry and disdainful. But now, the look in his eyes when he looked at Liu Yang was filled with only obedience and respect. I wanted to hug Liu Yang's feet and lick them right away. The dwarf chief's daughter looked at Liu Yang with eyes full of admiration. There was even a hint of coquettishness in the depths of her eyes as she secretly flirted with Liu Yang. At this time, Liu Yang said to the dwarves, "From today on, your dwarf tribe is my property, Liu Yang. You dwarves are all my assets. You continue to mine here. You don't need to smelt the ore after you dig it. I will come here regularly to smelt it myself. You just need to dig the ore out from deep underground." The leader of the dwarf tribe said, "Yes, Lord Liu Yang. We must hurry up and mine. Bring more resources to Lord Liu Yang." The daughter of the leader of the Lion tribe said, "Lord Liu Yang, Sigrid is at your service. You can order me to do anything, including serving you in bed, hiki." As she spoke, the beautiful dwarf showed a seductive smile on her face, stretched out her pink tongue, licked her lips, and cast a very affectionate wink at Liu Yang. Liu Yang looked at the other person. It must be said that this dwarf is indeed a little different from the others. Perhaps because she is the daughter of the clan leader, she does not need to go down the cave to dig. Her clothes are very clean and more gorgeous than others. Her skin is not bronze but flawless white, and she looks like a porcelain doll. Coupled with her height of 1.23 meters, she really looks like a little beauty who walked out of an anime. Liu Yang asked her, "Little dwarf Sigrid, how old are you? Are you less than 18 years old?" Sigrid covered her mouth and laughed. "Haha, we dwarves have a lifespan of 200 years, twice that of ordinary humans. Although I look like a young girl, I am actually 28 years old, and my father is over 80 years old. And don't be fooled by my short stature. I am actually the size of an adult, because we dwarves can only grow to 1.2 meters or 1.3 meters tall at most." Liu Yang was somewhat surprised after hearing what the dwarf beauty Sigrid said. Even dwarves have longer lives than humans? Human beings are so miserable. Liu Yang asked, "Why do you have such a long lifespan?" Sigrid tilted her head and thought for a while, with a cute expression on her face. She said, "I don't know either, but 200 years is not a long time for creatures in our world. It is said that elves can live for more than 2,000 years. People from the elves?" Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Elves are legendary creatures, and it is said that all elven women are extremely beautiful. People often use the beauty of an elf to describe beautiful women. Real female elves are probably the most beautiful creatures in the world, right? If I could get a beautiful elf girl, wouldn't I be so happy? He asked Sigrid, "Did the elves come to our world with you? If they did, do you know where they are?" Sigrid shook her head. "After we accidentally traveled to this world, we didn't find any creatures from our world, but we did find quite a few zombies, so I don't know if there are any elves." Liu Yang showed a somewhat disappointed expression as he thought he could get the elf girl. "It seems that I think too much. But even though the elves can't get it, it's great that the dwarves can get it." He coughed and cleared his throat. then stood up straight, puffed out his chest, and asked everyone, "Women of the dwarf tribe, I ask you, are you willing to be my Liu Yang's women?" Upon hearing this, the dwarf women immediately showed expressions of surprise on their faces. They had already been completely conquered by Liu Yang's soul control. Who among them didn't want to follow Liu Yang? Not to mention being Liu Yang's women. Even if they could be Liu Yang's dogs, they would be very willing. Even the husbands of the married dwarf women had no objections. After all, their husbands were also controlled by Liu Yang. So the women said in unison, "We do." At the same time, Liu Yang began to receive system prompts in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. Receive system rewards. All attribute points increased by 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. You have received a system reward and your storage space skill has increased by 1 level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the girl. You have obtained a new skill, Passive Shield. At level 1, a layer of shield will be passively generated around your body to resist any attack once. The cooldown time is 24 hours. Seeing himself constantly receiving system prompts in his mind, Liu Yang was overjoyed. In the end, he received a total of 84 tips. But Liu Yang found something wrong. Because there are more than 84 dwarf women here. He counted them, and there should be more than 90. And all the dwarf women agreed to be his women. Logically, there should be more than 90 rewards. Why are there only more than 80? This made Liu Yang very confused. Chapter 76: How to Do It. Logically speaking, Liu Yang has genetic enhancement and can make any species reproduce, including the dwarfs. So it was within Liu Yang's expectations to be able to obtain rewards from the dwarf woman. But not all dwarf women get the reward they want. Why is there such a difference? The system seemed to detect Liu Yang's thoughts. A mechanical voice sounded. Only women who can be impregnated by the host can get the reward. Instead of just one woman, you can get the reward. Isn't that a bug? Liu Yang was stunned. My goodness, your system is aware of the bug? He had a somewhat guilty expression on his face. I asked myself in my mind, I have enhanced my genes so that I can have children with any species. Why can't I handle this group of dwarfs? Why are there only 10 or so of them who can't have children? The system replied, although the host's genetic genes have been strengthened and can break reproductive isolation with any species, some of these dwarves are infertile. It is useless to strengthen the host's genetic genes. No matter how strong your seeds are, how can you grow without soil for them to develop? Liu Yang was stunned. He was a sports student and didn't know much about these physiological knowledge. He continued to ask, why are some dwarves infertile? The system replied, you are too old and have entered menopause. Liu Yang then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. I see. No wonder the prompt given by this system always says that the girl was rescued successfully. It seems that if you are too old, you will not be able to have children, no matter how strong you are. However, Liu Yang felt that it was enough to receive more than 80 rewards. And knowing that I am too old to get the reward, I won't waste time when I meet older women in the future. If they dare to pester me, I will just kill them. After communicating with the system, Liu Yang regained his composure and focused his attention on the dwarf woman. I have to say that the dwarves are indeed a very rugged race. Even the women have muscular bodies. Even women have to work in the mines, unlike the pampered human women. This also results in most of these dwarves having dark and rough skin and bulging muscles. The hands and feet are not as long and slender as those of humans. It doesn't conform to Liu Yang's aesthetic at all. The only one who met Liu Yang's aesthetic standards was their clan leader's daughter, Sigrid. So Liu Yang said to Sigrid, next, you will come back to my base camp with me, and the others will continue to stay here to mine. Although you are all willing to be my women, some of you are already married, so don't think too much. I will not take you away, just work peacefully. When Sigrid heard this, an expression of surprise appeared on her face and she was overjoyed. She said to her father, Dad, I'm leaving here soon. Please take care of yourself in the future. Higi, it's exciting to be able to follow Master Liu Yang. Don't worry, every time Master Liu Yang comes back, I will come back with him to see you. The dwarf chief showed a gratified expression on his face. He said, my dear daughter, I am very happy that you can follow Master Liu Yang. You can follow Master Liu Yang with peace of mind from now on. Don't worry about me. I will lead the dwarfs here and open the mine for Master Liu Yang. So Sigrid followed Liu Yang obediently. She is 1.25 meters tall and looks like a little kid when standing in front of Liu Yang, who is 1.85 meters tall. Looking at this 28-year-old daughter of the dwarf chief, Liu Yang's face showed a somewhat complicated expression. Is this dwarf really a match for me? Can you give birth to a child? It really makes me curious just thinking about it. Originally, the baby-faced class beauty Li Mingyao was already very stunning. With a height of 1.5 meters, she could be easily picked up by Liu Yang, who was 1.85 meters tall. That's better. Here comes another 1.25 meter tall dwarf beauty. It's really unbelievable just to think about it. However, dwarves are different from humans. Their bodies are stronger and denser. Although they are only 1.2 or 1.3 meters tall, their weight is almost the same as that of an adult who is 1.8 meters tall, and they are also stronger. If it were really a 1.25 meter tall human adult, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand Liu Yang's torment. But the dwarves are different. Their strong bodies should be able to withstand it. Liu Yang took his attention away from the dwarf Sigrid. Looking at the tribe, he found that there were still unfinished walls around them and a large pile of, or on the tribe's rank. He asked the dwarf chief, "What are you going to do with these walls and or?" The dwarf chief replied, "The wall is to resist the invasion of zombies. We first use logs to stand side by side to form a high wall, and then we surround the wall with iron sheets we have made. In this way, no zombies can invade. We dwarves make a living by forging on our original planet. We not only forge weapons and make armor for ourselves, but even other races buy weapons and armor from us, such as humans and elves. The arrows shot by the elves have arrowheads made by us dwarfs." As the dwarf chief spoke, a proud expression appeared on his face. Their forging technology is absolutely top-notch on their planet. Through mining, iron smelting, forging, making weapons and armor, and using these weapons and armor to exchange for resources and food from other races. This is the way of survival for the dwarfs. They are short in stature but powerful and sturdy. It is absolutely perfect for underground mining. After listening to the other party's introduction, Liu Yang nodded. On their planet, the other party relied on forging weapons in exchange for food and resources. Now that they have come to this planet, they are still using the same old tricks and doing things the same way. It's a pity that there are probably no more people who can exchange food and resources with them. If they continue to live their life as before, they will starve to death. Fortunately, they met me. Liu Yang said, "Very good. Then you will mine for me from now on, and I will provide your food. And you only need to mine, not smelt iron. I can do it myself." So Liu Yang had an idea and waved his hand towards the pile of metal ore in the distance. The metal components in the metal ore began to gather into a ball like flowing water, leaving only some useless stone slag on the ground. Seeing this scene, the chief of the dwarf tribe was stunned. His lips trembled as he said, Master Liu, Yang, how did you do this?" Chapter 77 opened the door. Everyone knows. If iron ore is to be smelted into iron, blast furnace iron making technology is required. This will require a lot of manpower and material resources, as well as a large amount of fuel such as coal. Therefore, the cost of smelting ore into iron is not low. But Liu Yang can skip this step. You can directly complete iron smelting with your mind. Then Liu Yang directly cast the iron into a wall and surrounded the village. In an instant, the tribe was completely sealed off, and it was as solid as a rock. Seeing this scene, the dwarf chief showed an excited expression on his face. This is too amazing, right? Lord Liu Yang, your iron-making technology is 10,000 times more advanced than our dwarfs. You are the real king of steel. Are all humans in this world as powerful as you? If so, our dwarf group's eating skills are worthless. For the dwarfs, their greatest pride is their forging and mining technology. But now Liu Yang's technology is many times more advanced than theirs. Blast furnace iron making? I don't need it at all. With just a wave of his hand, the iron was sawed into a ball like flowing water. With another wave of his hand, the flowing metal began to turn into indestructible steel plates, which formed the walls of the tribe piece by piece. To these dwarves, this was like a miracle. With their level and skills, they could never imagine how Luoyang City could do such a thing. Liu Yang said, "Not everyone has the same ability as me. There is only one Liu Yang in this world. You only need to mine in the future, not smelt iron. You can plant crops in the rest of the time. I will leave you enough potato, sweet potato, corn, and other crop seeds. At the same time, I will provide you with food until you can plant crops that are self-sufficient. You don't have to worry about food." Hearing this, all the dwarves cheered. "Really? You can provide us with food and seeds? Lord Liu Yang, you are simply our savior. In the past, we could only use weapons and armor made from smelted iron to exchange for food on our planet. So after coming to this planet, we have been very hungry these past few days. When we didn't know how to get food, Lord Liu Yang came. You are really our great benefactor." Yes, Master Liu Yang, you are a great benefactor." The dwarves were all grateful to Liu Yang, because when Liu Yang came here, he not only built the wall of their tribe, but also provided them with food. He was simply a savior. Facing the gratitude of the crowd, Liu Yang smiled and said, "Being my younger brother, you will naturally benefit from it. From now on, you can just open the mine here with peace of mind. I will come to collect your ore every once in a while, and also bring food until you can be self-sufficient. Before that, I will take care of your food. Work hard. I'm leaving first." "Yes, Master Liu Yang," the dwarves said respectfully. So Liu Yang began to wrap the women in steel armor, and took Gu Yunhan, Yuezue Lambai Qingqing, and Sigrid, the daughter of the dwarf tribe's chief, and flew into the sky and left here. Flying in the sky, Sigrid showed a surprised expression on her face. She asked Liu Yang, Master Liu. Master Liu Yang? How can you fly? And can you take us flying? Liu Yang smiled and said, I know a lot of things. Come to my room tonight and I'll show you something even more amazing. After hearing this, Gu Yunhan and others showed a somewhat lost expression on their faces. Tonight Liu Yang actually asked the dwarf Sigrid to enter his room? Damn it. In this case, we will have to wait in the back row. Damn it, this dwarf got there first. But this little man is indeed unique. Although she is very short, the proportions of her limbs are very coordinated, and even her chest is not small at all. Her face is also very delicate and beautiful, and she has the face of a super beauty. After all, she is 28 years old and not a little kid. However, the height difference between her and Liu Yang is a bit too big. Can the two of them really match up? Gu Yunhan and others expressed great doubt. I really can't understand how someone who is about 1.3 meters tall can play with someone who is 1.85 meters tall. That scene is so exciting just thinking about it. However, the dwarves are known for their strong bodies, so maybe they can really withstand it. After hearing Liu Yang's words, the dwarf Sigrid blushed and smiled shyly. There was a joy in her smile that was hard to conceal. Lord Liu Yang told me to go to his room to find him, so doesn't that mean I can have close contact with Lord Liu Yang? Oh my god, it's really exciting just thinking about it. Hee, I'll do everything I can to make Lord Liu Yang very happy tonight. I understand, Lord Liu Yang. I will come to see you tonight. Sigrid said happily, and then showed a puzzled expression. Asked, Master Liu Yang, where are we going next? Liu Yang smiled and said, my purpose of coming here today is not just to find you dwarves. You dwarves are just an accident on the road. My real purpose is to search for supplies. Since I have brought you back, you can come with us. Hearing this, Sigrid showed a happy expression on her face. She said, Great, it is my honor to be able to work with Lord Liu Yang. From now on, I will obey Lord Liu Yang unconditionally, and I will do whatever you ask me to do. You don't have to do anything, just follow me and watch my performance. I, your master, am very strong, Liu Yang said with a smile. Then, with one thought, everyone accelerated their flight together, and instantly a sonic boom was made in the air. At the same time, in Nanshan City, more than 20 kilometers away from here, a dusty team arrived outside a survivor base. This surviving base was spontaneously organized by the survivors after the outbreak of the apocalypse and was led by a person with special abilities. The top brass of the base are all talented people. In peacetime, they are professional mercenaries, professional killers, etc. The combat effectiveness is very strong. It is precisely because of this that we can control thousands of people in the base. Just when the top leaders of this base were drinking and chatting, the leader of the team outside the base smiled ingratiatingly and began to shout to the gatekeeper, Brother, we are here to take refuge in your base. Can you open the door? Chapter 78. What are you doing? The survivor who was guarding the gate heard the accents of these people who came to seek refuge and felt a little strange. They didn't seem to be locals. He frowned, but didn't think much about it. After all, it has been a month since the apocalypse broke out, so it wouldn't be surprising even if people from the neighboring city fled here. As for whether to accept these survivors, he needed to ask the senior management in the base, so he turned around and rushed to the office of the senior management of the base. At this moment, the top leaders of the base were drinking tea and chatting inside. The boss of the base was a tall, middle-aged man with dark skin, well-developed muscles. His name was Li Hanyu, and he looked to be about 35 years old. He took a sip of tea and said to the others, There are more than 1,000 survivors in our base now, and we receive a lot of tribute every day. As the base develops, our strength will become stronger and stronger. It seems that the end of the world is not a completely bad thing for us. This Li Hanyu was caught having an affair with someone else's wife in peacetime by that person's husband. During a fight, he killed the husband and was thrown into prison for this incident. It was originally a death sentence. He was to be executed in 2 months, but he didn't expect the apocalypse to break out and the people in the prison turned into zombies. He managed to escape by accident. It even awakened his special powers, making him the king of this apocalypse. He gathered a lot of ruthless people to form this survivor base. They lived a life of luxury every day and even had more than a dozen wives. They are all beauties, and some are even the wives of other survivors whom he robbed. This guy, even if the apocalypse breaks out, he still won't change his nature as a thief. I'm not that fond of ordinary girls. He wants other people's wives as soon as he sees them. Moreover, he is a superpower and the leader of this base. If he takes a fancy to anyone's wife, he can just snatch her away, and those men dare not say anything. Dare to have an opinion? Just break his legs and throw him outside to feed the zombies. Moreover, if you want to join their base, have a place to shelter from the wind and rain and not be invaded by zombies, you have to supply supplies every day. When your supplies are insufficient, you will be driven out. Once the survivors go out and are left alone, it will be extremely difficult for them to survive. In the surviving base, you can team up with other survivors, and you don't have to worry about it at night. You can sleep well, which is much safer than being alone. As long as you can endure the oppression of the top leaders of the base, you can actually survive better than fighting alone. At this time, another person in the manager's office also took a sip of tea and said, "It's all thanks to our brother Hanyo that we can live such a luxurious life. In the past peacetime, who among us didn't commit some crime? Who dares to say that he is innocent? It must be the end of the world, otherwise we will probably spend the rest of our lives in prison, right?" Another high-ranking survivor also said, "Isn't it? Thanks to Brother Hanyo's leadership, we were able to set up this survivor base and live like local tyrants. Compared to the previous peaceful times, we are now like in heaven. This end of the world is just as good as it gets." The third senior executive also said, "Brother Hanyo is simply our light in the end times. He leads us to become bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Brother Hanyo, I toast to you. Let's all give a toast to Brother Black Bull." Everyone raised their teacups and toasted Li Hanyo. Li Hanyo showed a happy smile on his face. He felt very happy to be flattered by these younger brothers. It must be said that under the praise of these younger brothers, even he felt a little bit proud. "I feel like I'm the god around here. You can do whatever you want, without any rules." Just as this group of people were happily toasting to each other, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. "Come in," Li Hanyo said calmly. Soon the door was pushed open, and a younger brother walked in and reported to Li Hanyo, "Brother Hanyo, there is a group of survivors outside the base, saying they are here to seek refuge with us. Should we let them in?" Hearing this, Li Hanyo's face suddenly lit up. He said, "Oh, there are survivors coming to seek refuge. How many are there? Are there any women?" The younger brother said, "There are about 10 people, both men and women, all young people." Li Hanyo showed a happy expression and said, "Great. Being young is good. I like young women. Come on, brothers, let's go and see what these new survivors are like." Okay, it seems that Brother Hanyo has found a new concubine. Ha. Only Brother Hanyo is so strong that he can stand up to more than a dozen concubines. Moreover, all of them are young women around 30 years old, mature and plump, full of experience. At this age, who else can stand up to them? Brother Black Bull is invincible. With the flattery of his younger brothers, Li Hanyo arrived at the gate of the base. Through the gate of the base, I saw a group of new survivors. The survivors said to Li Hanyo, "Brother, I am here to seek refuge in your base. Please let us in. We will abide by the rules of your base as long as you are willing to protect us." Listening to the other party's words, Li Hanyo always felt that something was wrong. He couldn't help but frowned. The younger brother next to him had already revealed a sly smile. He whispered in his ear, "Brother Hanyo's girls are pretty good, very pretty, with good figures, and they look petite, so I guess you can hold them and play with them." After hearing this, Li Hanyo also took a glance and found that those women were indeed very good-looking and had a unique charm. So he nodded to the younger brother next to him and said, "Open the door and let them in." So the younger brother nodded and opened the door, and the survivors walked in directly. The leading survivor asked, "Are all the senior executives of our infrastructure here?" Li Hanyo was still wondering why the other party asked this question, but the younger brother next to him had already answered it first. "Yes, these 4 are the 4 leaders of our base, and Brother Li Hanyo is our boss." "Very good." The survivor nodded, and then glanced at his companion next to him. Those men suddenly jumped up, drew their weapons from their waists, and rushed towards the 4 senior executives in the base at an extremely fast speed, and the younger brother had already been controlled. Before anyone could react, the sharp dagger was already on their necks. Li Hanyo was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat and asked these people, What do you want to do?" Those survivors showed a cold smile on their faces. Chapter 79, 10 Superpowers. 4 high-ranking officials of the base and 1 subordinate were subdued by the other side in an instant. An expression of fear appeared on Li Hanyo's face. As the only psychic in this base, even I couldn't react, which shows that the other party is also a psychic. He saw that there were exactly 10 people on the other side. All 10 people are superpowers. This team is too strong, isn't it? At this moment, Li Hanyo felt like he was going to pee his pants. Because after he discovered the opponent's strength, he understood a fact, that is, the entire base combined was no match for the opponent. 10 psychics are enough to wipe out a base of 1,000 people. He showed a flattering smile on his face and said to those people, "Brothers, let's talk it out. We can discuss anything. You can take whatever you want. Just leave me alive." At this time, Li Hanyo had already understood that the base had been invaded and he was powerless to reverse the situation, so he had to surrender. The leading intruder took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a few black pills. He gave one to each of them and said, "Take this pill." Li Hanyu showed a bad expression. He could realize that this medicine was definitely not a good thing. It might be poison. He continued, "Brother, can we discuss this again? Can we not take this medicine?" A female intruder said, "Stop talking nonsense. Don't you want to eat? I'll just chop you up." Then, each of the 5 people took a pill. As soon as they ate it, they felt tremendous pain in their stomachs, as if there were countless bugs in their stomachs, biting them nonstop. Several of them fell to the ground, holding their stomachs. "Help! Help! My stomach hurts so much. What on earth did you feed us? Ah, damn it, damn it. Give me the antidote quickly. Give me the antidote quickly. It hurts. Kill me, please kill me." As the drug took effect, they rolled on the ground in pain, and some even wanted to die. At this time, the leading intruder took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a few pills, giving them to the 4 leaders, one for each. After Li Hanyu and the others took the pills, the pain in their stomachs disappeared instantly. But that little brother didn't have the antidote and kept rolling on the ground. His face was already pale, and his entire expression was distorted. He kept holding his stomach and screaming on the ground. "Ah, help! Brother Hanyu, save me. My stomach hurts so much. Oh, please, save me. Give me an antidote too. Give me an antidote too. As long as you give me an antidote, I'll do anything you want me to do." However, the invaders just watched the scene coldly. Hanyu and others were also trembling all over. Having just experienced such pain, they deeply understood how painful it was, as if their hearts and lungs were being eaten out. The little brother who fell to the ground was still screaming, "Ah, Brother Hanyu, kill me. If you don't give me the antidote, just kill me. Please, big brother, just give me a quick death." Seeing the other person's painful expression, Li Hanyu also showed a look of fear on his face. These people are too strong, and this poison is too terrible. If I hadn't surrendered and got the antidote, I would have been the one begging for mercy on the ground, living a life worse than death. Although the little brother rolling on the ground was his most loyal follower. But Li Hanyu didn't even dare to say a word of pleading. He didn't even dare to take action on his own to inflict a fatal blow on the other party. Because the invaders haven't spoken yet, he was now trembling with fear even to move a finger. The little brother who fell to the ground rolled around in pain. Finally, he showed a fierce look, pulled out the dagger at his waist, and cut open his stomach with one knife. Crash! A horrible bloody hole suddenly appeared in the little brother's stomach. I have to say, this little brother is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. He can even perform a cesarean section on himself. He held it in his hand with a crazy expression, laughed loudly, and said, "Haha, it doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore." Looking at this horrifying scene, even Li Hanyu, who had been through hundreds of battles and killed countless people, couldn't help but squint his eyes. Isn't this poison too horrible? It can be so painful that a person would rather cut open his own belly and remove his stomach. Horrible. It's so terrible. Who are these horrible guys? It's really heart-wrenching. In the end, after suffering for several minutes, the little brother finally died from excessive bleeding. See this scene. Everyone under Li Hanyu felt a chill down their spine. He was so painful that he died from self-mutilation. Who could have imagined what was going through his mind at the end of his life? At this time, the invaders finally set their sights on Li Hanyu and others. The leading invader showed a half-smile and said, "You have to take the antidote for the poison in your body every 7 days. Otherwise you will be like him, suffering from the pain worse than death. I believe you should have known the power of this poison, right? Next, listen to us. We will give you the antidote regularly. If anyone dares to have other intentions, you will end up like this person who was ripped out alive. Do you understand?" "I understand. Sir, don't worry. We will never do anything to disobey you. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will go east. If you tell us to go west, we will go west. You are our boss. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." The top leaders of the 4 bases said hurriedly, patting their chests. From what the other party said, it seemed that they wanted to use poison to control me and do things for them. This meant that I was still somewhat effective and my life would not be in danger in the short term. After reaching this conclusion, Li Hanyu and his colleagues felt more relieved. In the end times, death can happen at any time. It's better to live one more day. What does it matter if you become someone else's dog? Being alive is the most important thing. But when I think about the fact that I used to be the god in this base, but now I have suddenly become someone else's dog, this feeling of contrast still made him a little unacceptable. He clenched his fist calmly, but there was still a flattering smile on his face. The leader of the invaders said at this time, "Gather everyone in the base and tell them that from today on, we are the bosses of the base. At the same time, take us to visit the base and introduce ourselves." From today on, we will take over this base. Li Hanyu nodded and said, "Yes, sir, I'll do it right away." Chapter 80. Prepare to ask official organizations for help. The top leaders of the 4 bases immediately went to gather everyone in the base. The 10 invaders stood on the high platform in the square, waiting for the arrival of everyone. Seeing that those people didn't follow him at all, a big man said to Li Hanyu, "Boss, they didn't follow us. Should we run away now? These people are too scary. If we stay here, we will die sooner or later." Li Hanyu said, "You are usually a bully, but now you can say such things? Didn't you listen to them? You have to take the antidote once a week, otherwise we will die in pain. Didn't you see how that henchman died just now?" The big man said excitedly, "What should we do? Are we really going to be their slaves or dogs? Damn it. Just now we were drinking tea, lamenting the coming of the end of the world, which is a huge opportunity for us, and lamenting that we are living a fairy-like life. Who knew that we would be tricked by these people before we could be proud for long? I am so angry." For him, such a drastic change in status was really unacceptable. The big man's name is Eru. He is both silly and fierce. He was a man of one mind, and spoke without thinking. If the invaders heard what he said, he would be killed without leaving any trace. Li Hanyu said, "It's okay for you to say these words in front of me, but if you say them in front of those people just now, you will definitely be chopped into pieces. Don't talk nonsense anymore in the future. Let's just take it one step at a time now. Let's do what they say first and wait until we find an opportunity." I think these people's movements, expressions, and tones are all a little strange. Just observe them for a while, and you'll always find a way. Li Hanyu is a person with special abilities, and he is the only one here. His observation ability is naturally much stronger than the other 3 ordinary people. During the period of contact with those invaders, he has discovered the strangeness of these invaders. In fact, when he was outside and hadn't opened the door yet, he had already found these intruders a little strange. It was because that younger brother said that the woman next to him was good-looking, which attracted his attention, that he relaxed his vigilance. Otherwise, he would never let these invaders come in so easily. Now after face-to-face contact, Li Hanyu became even more suspicious of these people. The accent is wrong. The body movements are wrong. He suspected that these people were not from Dragon Country at all, but foreign invaders. If they are foreign invaders, then they can still be saved. You can join the official organization. As long as you provide the official organization with useful clues and make amends, then all the things you have done in the end times, including those you have done in peacetime, will be written off. Thinking of this, Li Hanyu's heart was filled with energy. As long as it is an official organization, no matter how toxic the poison is, they will be able to research an antidote, right? After listening to Li Hanyu's words, the other 3 men also calmed down. Since Big Brother Hanyo has already said that he can definitely think of a solution, then he will definitely think of one. After all, Brother Hanyo is the strongest among them all, and the only one with superpowers. He is the one that all of them trust the most. Soon Li Hanyu and his 3 brothers gathered everyone in the base and came to the square. The invaders stood in the square and spoke to the crowd. "From today on, your base is our property. The 10 of us are the top leaders in the base, and Li Hanyu is our subordinate. Anyone who dares not obey our management will have only one outcome, and that is death. Face these invaders." The ordinary survivors in the base began to discuss. A survivor said, "Who are these guys?" They took away Li Hanyu's position, and Li Hanyu is still standing beside them, looking humble and as if he has no opinion. It's a bit abnormal. Another survivor said, "I guess these 10 newcomers are very strong, stronger than Li Hanyu and his men. So Li Hanyu and his men dare not say anything, but it has nothing to do with us. After all, we are at the bottom of the society, so it doesn't make any difference to us who becomes the management of the base. That's right, maybe these new management will be nicer to us. Isn't it? That guy Li Hanyu stole my wife, damn it. I wish he was dead. Even my wife has been stolen. What else do I have to lose? No matter how bad these new guys are, can they be worse than Li Hanyu?" For the ordinary survivors in these bases, they don't care who sits in the base management position. Anyway, they, the ordinary survivors, are the lowest level of existence, the most oppressed, and it's just that someone else is oppressing them. Li Hanyu is not much better. Not only did they plunder their supplies, they even robbed their wives. If they hadn't been unable to defeat Li Hanyu, they would have killed Li Hanyu long ago. Moreover, Li Hanyu is a person with special abilities, and he even seems to be omnipotent. The survivors whose wives were robbed had united before. Dozens of them had secretly discussed killing Li Hanyu. I don't know how Li Hanyu heard this news. Before they took action, they already knew their plan. They just killed all the survivors who were plotting rebellion and threw them out to feed the zombies. Ever since that incident, no one dared to resist Li Hanyu. There are even rumors within the base that Li Hanyu is omnipotent and omniscient. Even if you say bad things about him behind his back, he will hear it. And now seeing that this omnipotent and omniscient god was also frustrated, these ordinary survivors even felt a little happy in their hearts. I told you to steal my wife, and now you have come to this day? After the announcement, the 10 invaders left immediately. He moved directly into the leadership building where Li Hanyu and his team used to live. Li Hanyu and his friends had no choice but to settle for the next best option and live in other buildings. Seeing his former assets and base being taken away like this, Li Hanyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth secretly. I have already started to plan for revenge. Foreign invaders? Once I figure out your purpose and your true identity, I will find someone from the Superpower Management Bureau to deal with you. I just don't believe that you can be a match for the official Superpower Management Bureau. At night, 10 invaders started drinking and eating in the leadership building. Everyone had an arrogant expression on their face and started chatting. In the corner, a little mouse hid among the debris, gnawing on a peanut that the intruders had dropped on the ground while drinking. Chapter 81, Ask Liu Yang to help. Then the invaders began to chat. An invader said, Lord Miyamoto is really smart. He only used a little trick to subdue all the people from the Shenlong Kingdom. We made them work for us, and they didn't even dare to resist. Another intruder said, in the words of the Shenlong Kingdom, this is called killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, right? Killing one of their companions will intimidate the remaining ones. This method is great. You are worthy of being Lord Miyamoto. The third invader said, we need to take poison with an antidote once a week? We don't have that kind of stuff. Haha. It's just that the person who died took real poison, and the others took fake poison. These people from Shenlong country are so stupid. If everyone has this kind of IQ, our little Japanese empire will sooner or later occupy the entire Shenlong country. Once we have established a firm foothold here, we will notify the main force to come and occupy this city first, and then advance step by step. By then, the entire Shenlong kingdom will belong to our little Japanese empire. Haha. We are the first batch of heroes who came here to open up the wasteland. This doomsday outbreak is a great opportunity for our little sun empire. In peacetime, we cannot defeat the Dragon Kingdom, but after the doomsday outbreak, the gap in our strength will not be that big. We must work hard to seize this opportunity. That's right. Let's drink to the future of our little Japanese empire. It turned out that these people came from the little Japanese empire. The purpose is to infiltrate the Shenlong Kingdom and occupy its territory step by step. They will start from the south coast and then advance from the inland. In the end, their goal is to occupy the entire Shenlong Kingdom. What a bunch of Japanese pirates from the Japanese Empire with wicked ambitions. At the same time, Li Hanyu, who lived in another building, had clenched his fists. I couldn't help but curse in a low voice. You bastard! How dare you lie to your grandfather Hanyu? The 3 senior executives nearby heard what Li Hanyu said and asked with puzzled expressions, Brother Hanyu, what's wrong? Who are you scolding? Li Hanyu regained his composure. It's okay. It's too stuffy in the room, and I'm a little irritated. I'm going outside to get some fresh air. With that, Li Hanyu walked out of the house directly, and the other 3 companions didn't care too much. At this time, Li Hanyu walked out of the house and went straight out of the base. Now that he had discovered that he was not poisoned, of course he would run as far away as possible. And we already know that these guys are invaders from the Little Sun Empire. So as long as we report to the Dragon Nation's Superpower Management Bureau, we will definitely get support. Although the apocalypse has broken out, and I am not a good person, compared to these invaders who invaded the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how bad I am still a compatriot. And reporting intruders can also be a meritorious service. This is called making amends. From now on, if I, Li Hanyu, can join the Superpower Management Bureau, I will be able to eat the Emperor's food. From then on, I will join the Shenlong Kingdom and no longer have to struggle in the end times like before. When he thought of this, Li Hanyu became full of energy. After leaving the base, he ran all the way, trying to get away from this dangerous place. As for why he didn't tell the 3 companions, it was because although the 3 companions were also high-level officials in the base, they were ordinary people, not psychics, and their speed could definitely not keep up with his own. If he took them away, they would only hold him back. Although they were brothers in the base, when danger came, protecting their own safety was the most important thing. This is the end of the world. This is human nature. Li Hanyu thought to himself, if I can find the official organization and come back to rescue them, then they will be truly saved. If I take them with me to escape and get caught by those little Japanese devils, they might even be killed directly. So think about it. It's not that I abandoned them, but I am trying to find a way to save them. They should be grateful to me. Li Hanyu ran all the way. Although he didn't know the specific scope of the Superpower Management Bureau, he knew that when the apocalypse broke out, the Superpower Management Bureau would send people to patrol and even capture those wanted superpowers. As long as you leave the base, you are likely to run into the official administrator. He had encountered them from a distance when he was collecting supplies before. At that time, he deliberately avoided the official organization personnel because he was afraid that his identity as a fugitive would be discovered. I didn't expect that I would have to take the initiative to find official personnel now. It's really amazing. Li Hanyu ran for more than 10 kilometers. He was exhausted, panting, and sweating profusely, but he did not dare to slow down. After all, those psychics from the Little Sun Empire are stronger than himself, and they can definitely run faster than himself. If he is discovered, he will most likely be caught up. Once caught up by the other party, the only consequence is death. So now it's a matter of life and death. He was running at the speed of a 100-meter sprint all the way, just as he was running forward at full speed. Suddenly, several figures came in front of him and blocked his way. Those people showed serious expressions on their faces and asked, "Who are you? Where are you going so fast? Judging from your running speed, you must be a superpower, right?" Li Hanyu stopped and saw the uniforms on those people, and an expression of excitement suddenly appeared on his face. He asked them happily, "Are you officials from the Superpower Management Bureau?" The men nodded. "Yes, but we have become the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. We are in charge of all creatures in the Doomsday, not just the mutants." "Who are you?" Li Hanyu said breathlessly. "I am a superpower who awakened after the outbreak of the apocalypse. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, I saved many ordinary people and formed a surviving base. But someone invaded my base, and I found out that they were invaders from the Little Japanese Empire. That's why I ran away all the way, trying to find an official organization to report the news. Now I finally found you. I'm so happy." After hearing what Li Hanyu said, the officials immediately showed solemn expressions. "What? Invaders from the Little Japanese Empire? How dare these damn bastards invade our Shenlong country? Where are they? Take us there." Li Hanyu said, "They are very strong, and there are 10 of them, and you are only 5. I am afraid you are no match for them. I suggest you report to the headquarters and send more people to support you. Their methods are very cruel and terrifying. If you can't beat them, you will die if they catch you." Without complete certainty, Li Hanyu didn't want to return to the survivor base. There are only 5 of these official psychics. Li Hanyu didn't trust their strength. After hearing what Li Hanyu said, the team leader thought it made sense, thought for a while, took out a satellite phone from his pocket, and called the headquarters. "Report the situation to headquarters." The headquarters immediately reported to Chun Kulyang, director of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. After hearing this, Chun Kulyang frowned and said, "The invasion of the superpowers of the Little Japanese Empire? This is no small matter. This invading force may be a test. If we don't handle it well, they will have the illusion that the Dragon Kingdom is weak. If all the foreigners unite to invade the city Dragon Kingdom, it will be difficult to deal with. So we must use thundering means to kill them all." Chun Kulyang asked the secretary, "How many S-level teams are there in our management bureau?" The secretary said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "At present, everyone is on a mission, and there is no S-level team. Because the last time Liu Yang came to our management bureau, he took away too many female S-level psychics, resulting in a shortage of S-level psychics." Director Chen sighed. But soon, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something, and he said, "The place where the incident happened seems to be not far from the city where Liu Yang is. Let Liu Yang take action directly. No matter how powerful the invader is, he will be killed instantly. Is there any need to find other S-level teams? Quick, call Liu Yang for me." The secretary also showed an excited expression on his face and said, "Yes, Liu Yang is our honorary captain, number 1 in S-class. If he takes action, it is 100 certain to win." So the secretary quickly picked up the satellite phone and prepared to call Liu Yang. Chapter 82, Captain General. At the same time, Liu Yang was originally collecting supplies in the supermarket with the dwarf beauty Sigrid, by Qingqing and 3 other beauties. At this time, they had collected supplies from 3 whole supermarkets, and Liu Yang's storage space was full again. The 4 beauties watched as Liu Yang waved his hand, and the supplies disappeared, and they all began to marvel at Liu Yang's power. Although they could see Liu Yang conjuring up supplies and food with him, but he could only produce a small amount each time. He never expected that Liu Yang could make the entire supermarket's food disappear. This is so awesome. At the same time, the 4 people looked at Liu Yang with stars in their eyes. So handsome. This man is so handsome. I love him so much. Just as Liu Yang finished collecting the items in this supermarket and was about to go to the next supermarket amid the admiring gazes of the girls, His satellite phone suddenly rang. Liu Yang showed a puzzled expression, but still answered the call. Liu Yang said on the phone, "Hello, who is this? Why are you calling so early in the morning?" From the other end of the line came Director Chun Klyang's good-natured laughter. "Haha, my friend Liu Yang, I'm Chun Klyang. Today I received a message that there is a surviving base not far from your city. It has been occupied by the supernatural beings of the Little Japanese Empire. It is said that there are many beautiful women in that base who are in dire straits. Now we urgently need our management bureau to rescue them, but we don't have the manpower, so we can only ask if Liu Yang is free. I really can't bear to see those people being ruined by those little days." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang showed a somewhat surprised expression on his face. How could such a thing happen? The people of the Little Japanese Empire actually dared to invade our Shenlong country, and they also occupied the survivors' base? After the apocalypse, the population of Dragon Kingdom decreased by at least 90. Every person is a resource for Liu Yang, especially beautiful girls, who can also provide rewards to Liu Yang. We can't let these people from the Japanese Empire snatch it away. Moreover, you, a small Japanese empire, have come all the way here to snatch a woman from me, Liu Yang. Aren't you looking for death? Liu Yang felt that he really needed to meet with these people from the Little Japanese Empire. But you can't show it in your mouth. He said to Director Chun on the phone, "Director Chun, I am very busy now, and I am only your honorary captain. I have no obligation to carry out any mission for you. Why don't you find someone else?" Director Chun said quickly, "Friend Liu Yang, if I could find other people, would I still need to call you? I also know that you are very busy with your own career. I really have no other choice. Don't worry, as long as you help me kill or capture all these people from the Little Japanese Empire, I will give you special military merits, which you can use to exchange for resources in the administration." Hearing that Director Chun had begun to tempt him with military merits, Liu Yang smiled and said calmly, "But I really don't have time." Director Chun was silent for a few seconds and finally gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give you 2 special military merits. At the same time, everything I got from the superpowers of the Little Japanese Empire will be yours, so you don't have to hand it in. I only want their people, or their corpses." Seeing that the other party remained silent for such a long time before giving 2 special military merits, it seems that he has reached his limit. So Liu Yang said, "Okay, then I'll put aside the things on hand and take some time to deal with these superpowers from the Little Japanese Empire for you." Upon hearing this, Chun Klyang immediately showed a happy expression and quickly said to the phone, "That's great. Since our S-level team has gone out to perform tasks, we haven't found anyone to send out. If Liu Yang is willing to go, it will really make me feel at ease." "Very good. Then I will hang up first and wait for your good news." "Yeah." Liu Yang nodded and then hung up the phone. After seeing Liu Yang hang up the phone, Bai Qingqing asked, "Liu Yang, who called you?" Liu Yang said, "That old guy Chun Klyang asked me to do something for him in exchange for 2 special military merits. I have never worked in your management bureau before. How much are 2 special military merits worth? Or how much rice can they be exchanged for in materials?" Liu Yang had no idea about military merit, so he didn't know what the 2 special military merits meant. "I don't know how much food I can get." After hearing Liu Yang's words, Bai Qingqing and the other 3 showed shocked expressions on their faces. They are all S-level psychics. He is also the team leader in the management bureau. Of course, he understood very well what special military merit meant. Bai Qingqing said, "Director Chen actually agreed to give you 2 special military merits? Oh my god, this is too generous." Yu Zuelan said, "In our administration, only Liu Qingsong has ever received a special military merit, and he was defeated and seriously injured when he was chasing a top-ranked S-level supernatural fugitive. I didn't expect you to get 2 at once. What kind of dangerous mission did you have to perform?" Gu Yunhan said, "Special military merit cannot be measured by money or material things. It can be exchanged for things that cannot be obtained anywhere else. If you are willing, if you meet someone in need of a special military merit, others will at least be willing to pay hundreds of tons of food to buy it. Of course, first you have to find such a rich person in the end times." After hearing what these 3 people said, Liu Yang showed a happy expression on his face. "Very good. In that case, I, Liu Yang, must go on this trip. Invaders from the Little Japanese Empire. Huh? Take my, Liu Yang's, hard and big iron fist." So Liu Yang took the 3 beauties and a dwarf beauty and flew directly into the sky, heading to the place Director Chen mentioned. In less than a minute, Liu Yang arrived at the location given by Director Chen. I saw Li Hainiu and the team from the administration. When Liu Yang landed, the team members showed surprise on their faces. They reported to the headquarters, and the headquarters said they would send reinforcements, But they didn't expect that the person sent to reinforce was actually the honorary Captain Liu Yang. They have long admired Captain Liu Yang. If they were not men, they would all want to follow Liu Yang. Now seeing Liu Yang again, everyone's face showed excitement. They all shouted to Liu Yang, "Master Liu Yang, you are here to support us. Isn't this too exciting? With Lord Liu Yang's help, we're safe this time." "Haha, invaders from the little Japanese empire? They'll be in trouble this time." Liu Yang nodded to them and said, "Tell me about the situation and the location of the intruder." "Yes, Captain Liu Yang." The team leader nodded, then looked at Li Hanyu and said, "You, come over here and report the situation to our captain." Chapter 83 set out to rescue the beauty. At the same time, inside the survivors' base, the invaders from the little Japanese empire have discovered that Li Hanyu is missing. So they gathered everyone in the base. In front of everyone, tortured the 3 remaining senior officials severely. A woman from the little Japanese empire was whipping a senior official at the base with a whip. Bang! A bloody scar instantly appeared on the man's back. The leader of the invaders from the Little Sun Empire said, "Tell me, where on earth did your boss go?" The senior executive of the base was already very weak and covered in blood. After being whipped, he instantly trembled with pain all over. He kept begging for mercy. "I really don't know. We were all poisoned." How could he lie? He said he went out to get some fresh air, and then he disappeared. "We really don't know anything. He is the only one with superpowers in the entire base. How can we control him?" Pulling the leader of the invaders, he frowned. Then he pulled out the dagger and put it on the other person's neck. He said coldly, "I'll ask you one last time. Do you know where he ran off to?" "Sir, I really don't know." The manager was about to cry. Li Hanyu ran away without a word, leaving the 3 brothers behind. How would they know where Li Hanyu had gone? "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I really don't know." But the invaders ignored him. The leading invader had a cold look in his eyes, and then he slashed the dagger hard. Puff! In an instant, a deep bloody wound was made on the opponent's neck, and a torrent of blood spurted out directly. The man's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground after just a few seconds. His legs twitched a few times, and finally he became motionless. The leading intruder wiped his dagger clean, and then said to everyone, "Your boss has escaped. If anyone knows the clue, please report it immediately. I will reward you handsomely. From now on, I will kill 1 person every hour until someone tells me the clue to his whereabouts." When these words were spoken, everyone gasped and fear appeared in their eyes. This group of invaders killed people without blinking an eye. Everyone was trembling with fear, and the entire base was shrouded in an atmosphere of fear. The other side, Li Hanyu came in front of Liu Yang and looked at Liu Yang's resolute figure. He felt a sense of oppression he had never felt before. This young man looked to be no more than 20 years old, but the feeling of strength he gave people was something he had never seen before. Even when he was just within a meter of him, he felt his hair stand on end and dared not look directly at him. Facing Liu Yang's sharp eyes, he felt a fear of being seen through. It was as if Liu Yang had stripped him of his underwear. "This is the Captain General of the official administration. I didn't expect him to be so young. You see, those players were arrogant in front of me, but in front of the captain, they wanted to lie on the ground and lick his feet. This kind of strong temperament is definitely not something that ordinary people can possess. Maybe even the director of the administration would have to be in awe of him. He was just a prisoner in peacetime. He escaped after the doomsday and awakened his special powers, which enabled him to become the leader of a base. In front of such a strong man, I am no match for him." A deep sense of inferiority and fear made Li Hanyu start to speak incoherently. His lips trembled as he spoke hesitantly. Sir, it's like this. I was originally the leader of a base, but one day 10 uninvited guests came and threatened me to hand over the base to them. Later, by chance, I heard that they were actually from the little Japanese empire. So I ran out without caring about my life and reported to the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. We must not let these people from the Little Sun Empire succeed. They are going to start from this city and eat away at the territory of our Shenlong nation step by step. After hearing what the other party said, Liu Yang nodded. The information was almost the same as what he knew, just a little more detailed. This was not what he wanted to know. So Liu Yang asked, "Are there many people in your base? Are there many beautiful women? Are there any women among the invaders? Women of the little Japanese empire. I've only seen them in movies before, but if I could get a few in real life, it would be really exciting just to think about it." Li Hanyu was stunned when he heard Liu Yang's question. He didn't expect Liu Yang to ask this. But how can we guess the boss's train of thought at will? The reason why the boss asked this must be that it has its uses. It must be for the overall situation. So Li Hanyu answered truthfully. There are more than 1,000 people in our base, and there are more than 500 women. As for beauties, I don't know what the standard is, but I think there should be dozens of pretty ones, right? As for the invaders, they have 2 women and 8 men. Are those 2 women pretty? Liu Yang continued to ask. Beautiful, very beautiful, but I didn't dare to look at it for long, said Li Hanyu. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Dozens of beauties plus 2 invading super beautiful women with special powers, right? Then I, Liu Yang, have a reason to go. He couldn't wait to say, let's go now. You take me with you. How dare these people from the Little Sun Empire invade our Shenlong country? This is simply unforgivable. I don't want to wait even a second longer. When Li Hanyu heard this, he immediately showed a happy expression and said to Liu Yang, okay, sir, I will take you there right away. Please follow me. So Li Hanyu turned around and prepared to leave. Then the next second, he found that his whole body seemed to be wrapped by something and he could not move. Then his whole body's feet left the ground and floated directly in the air. This scared the shit out of him. A 1.9-meter tall man with dark skin and bulging muscles was so scared that he screamed like a woman. Help me. Help me, sir, help me. What's going on? Help. At this time, Liu Yang also floated beside him and said with a smile, don't panic, stay calm. As a person with special abilities, is it difficult to understand the ability to fly? I let you fly. It was only then that Li Hanyu realized that everyone was floating. The trembling heart finally calmed down a little. At the same time, he was even more shocked at Liu Yang's strength. The ability to fly. But not only can he fly by himself, he can also take others flying with him. This is so awesome. No wonder he could be the chief of the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. This strength is too strong. In the other party's shocked eyes, Liu Yang then said, please show me the way. Which direction? Li Hanyu stretched out a finger and pointed in the direction of the base. But the next second, boom! There was a loud noise in the sky. Everyone exceeded the speed of sound and began flying at high speed. In less than 10 seconds, they arrived at Li Hanyu's base. Then there was a loud bang. Land directly. Chapter 84 Never Surrender. Everyone was startled when they heard the loud noise. When the smoke cleared, they saw a burly and handsome figure standing proudly, his whole body shining with silver light. Both the survivors and the invaders in the base showed shocked expressions. They never expected that someone would suddenly drop from the sky and attack them from nowhere. Could it be that he was also invading, but his method of invasion was more direct? But when they saw clearly the black bull next to Liu Yang, they immediately reacted. This is not an intruder, but it was the reinforcements that Li Hanyu found. Seeing this scene, the 10 invaders from the small Japanese empire all showed solemn expressions. The opponent descended from the sky, and his strength was not weak. When I saw the silver armor on the other person, it looked like it had high defense and was very handsome. The opponent might be a flying-type psychic. At the same time, he might be an official elite of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, ordinary people in the end times would never be able to get such a handsome set of armor. However, for people with special abilities, armor is of little use and is useless except for looking cool. This kind of thing has been eliminated by the times and can't even stop bullets. What's the point of wearing it? It's better to get a bulletproof vest. The combat power of a mere flying ability itself is not strong. So what if it can fly? Can you fly faster than a bow and arrow? If it flies in the sky, it will be a sitting duck and can be shot down with just one arrow. The 10 little Japanese invaders all smiled. When Li Hanyu's 2 companions saw Li Hanyu coming back, expressions of gratitude appeared on their faces. They all said to Li Hanyu, Boss Hanyu, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. It turns out you want to get reinforcements to save us. We are so touched. Boss Black Bull, I deserve to die. I am guilty. At that time, I secretly cursed your ancestors for 18 generations in my heart and cursed you for not having an anus when giving birth to a child. I thought you would just abandon us and run away. It turns out that you were just enduring humiliation. I wronged you. It's a pity that the 4th brother was killed and didn't wait for you to come back. You really died with hatred. Hearing the words of the 2 brothers and seeing the body of the other brother, Li Hanyu's expression also looked a little sad. At the beginning, he was indeed planning to escape, and in fact he had no intention of coming back to save his brothers. But now I see that my brothers are looking forward to me so much. Li Hanyu puffed out his chest and said, once a brother, always a brother. Brothers, I will not abandon you. Everyone in this survivor base is my brother. I, Li Hanyu, a man of the Shenlong nation. How could I let these little Japanese scare me away? Upon hearing this, everyone in the base showed shocked expressions. These invaders turned out to be people from the little Japanese empire? They had been controlled by these little things for so long that they hadn't even discovered each other's identities. They spoke the language of the Shenlong nation, and although there was some accent, it didn't sound like Xiari at all. The people in the empire thought they were from a small city in the south. Now when they heard Li Hanyu say that the other party were all from the Japanese empire, the survivors in the base all showed angry expressions. Damn little days. The apocalypse has broken out, and you still dare to invade our Shenlong kingdom? This time, they must never return. All the survivors who were kneeling on the ground stood up. They kneel to heaven, to the earth, and to their parents, but they will never kneel to their daily lives. Even if I die, I will die standing. Seeing the survivors in the base standing up one by one, the invaders from the Japanese empire showed shocked expressions on their faces. How dare these people stand up without my permission? Who gave them the right to stand up? The leader of the small Japanese invaders shouted, "Kneel down. You bunch of rubbish, who told you to stand up? Are you tired of living? I'll count to 3. Whoever dares to stand up and doesn't kneel down will be killed." However, in response to his threat, he was met with an unwavering look filled with hatred. All the people in the base, some of them were ragged, some were unkempt, some were pale and thin, and some had black dirt on their faces. He looks frail and alone. But the tenacity and indestructible will revealed in their eyes surprised the 10 invaders from the Japanese empire. Why do these guys dare not listen to me? Aren't they afraid of death? Why do they dare to look at me like that? Who gave them the confidence? Li Hanyu also showed an excited expression on his face at this time. Thousands of survivors kneeling on the ground stood up in an instant. The scene was so spectacular. Although they were all ordinary people and none of them had special powers, the aura they exuded was like a mountain torrent, surging higher and higher, as if it was going to swallow up all the 10 invaders from the little Japan empire. Burning. It's really burning. At this moment, even Li Hanyu, an individualist who only cares about himself and sits on the side of the wind, felt his blood boiling. It was as if the words, "Every man has his share of responsibility for the fate of his country," popped up from deep in my heart. Even he wanted to take the lead and defeat these invaders. Seeing this scene, seeing those apparently impoverished survivors showing such overwhelming momentum, the invader leader frowned and said to Li Hanyu, "Where have you been, kid? Did you go to get help? Have you forgotten that you were poisoned by us? Without an antidote, you will die in a few days. You have experienced that kind of pain yourself. Do you want to experience it again?" Li Hanyu said, "Even if I die, I will die standing up. You little bastards will definitely die in front of me. You want me to surrender to you little bastards? You wish." When the other survivors heard this, they shouted, "Never surrender. Xiaori must die. Never surrender. Xiaori must die." More than 1,000 people shouted in unison. The sound is deafening. When the leader of the invaders heard this, he turned around and yelled at the survivors, "Are you looking for death? Who gave you the confidence to look at me like that? How dare you say such things? You pigs, aren't you afraid of death?" No one answered him. Only cold, hateful looks responded to him. The man drew out the dagger from his waist. He was ready to kill a survivor to establish his authority, but at this moment a cold voice sounded in his ears. "I gave them the confidence. You little bastards dared to invade the Dragon Empire, and you happened to meet me. Then, the few remaining days you have will be spent in regret and pain." After saying that, Liu Yang jumped up and rushed towards the invader leader at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Liu Yang rushing towards him at high speed, the leader of the invaders widened his eyes and could not believe what he saw. This guy was wearing heavy silver armor, but he ran as fast as the wind. Who is this windy man? Chapter 85, Feeling Despair Every Second. The leader of that invader was an S-level psychic, although he was ranked only over 500, not at the top. However, among all the superpowers in this world, S-level superpowers are a very small minority. The higher the level of the psychics, the fewer there are. Most psychics are low-level C and B levels. The flying ability, as a power that cannot provide combat power, is usually not even rated A level. The guy's mind was still racing, but Liu Yang was in front of him the next second. The speed is dozens of times faster than that of an ordinary person, which is no joke. Even if you don't fly, you can leave an afterimage just by running. In an instant, Liu Yang punched the invader. The other party couldn't react at all. Boom! With a loud bang, the guy flew dozens of meters away, his chest was deeply sunken, and at the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. He fell to the ground. His whole body looked deathly pale, his lifeless eyes staring at the sky. But there was no thought in his mind, only the oppressive feeling brought by Liu Yang's last punch and the fear that made him tremble from the bottom of his heart. As the leader of the invaders, a powerful psychic of more than 500 S level, he felt the threat of death for the first time. In the past, he always looked arrogant wherever he went. Even when facing those top S-level psychics in the Little Sun Empire, he had never felt such oppression. Because the strength difference between the 1st and 500th S level, the 10th and 100th S level, and the 500th S level is actually not that far. At most, the difference is just 1.8 meters, 1.7 meters, and 1.6 meters. Who can guarantee that a 1.6 meter tall person cannot beat a 1.8 meter tall person? There is still a chance to fight back. But when facing this young man now, what he feels is not just 1.8 meters, but the pressure of 18 meters or 180 meters. It was as if I was lying at his feet. He could step on me to death just by moving his toes. In front of the other person, it seems as if the other person is an elephant and you are an ant. As the leader of this intruder team, Guteng began to regret for the first time his decision to enter the Dragon Kingdom. He was full of confidence when he invaded. He planned to start from one city, then to a province, then to a region, and finally to the entire Shenlong Kingdom. Try step by step, invade step by step, control step by step. Eventually, we will be able to control the entire territory of the Shenlong Kingdom. But now it seems that it has been ruthlessly strangled just at the first step. At this time, Liu Yang stood in front of the other party and looked down at Guteng. His eyes were full of disdain, and there was a slight smile on his face. In Guteng's eyes, this slight smile was as terrifying as the demon under the ground. Then Liu Yang stepped directly on Guteng's chest. This kick made his already sunken chest even deeper. Puff! Guteng spat out a large mouthful of blood again. I wish I could vomit out my lungs. His ribs had been broken by Liu Yang long ago, and now pierced deeply into his lungs. There are blood blisters in the mouth and nose. Even speaking became difficult. But he still showed a fierce expression on his face and threatened Liu Yang. You? Who are you? We are the superpowers of the Little Sun Empire. If you dare to attack me, we in the Little Sun Empire will not let you go. Hearing the other party's threat, Liu Yang immediately laughed. He spun his feet vigorously. Stepping on the other person's chest is like stepping out a cigarette, but... Oh! Guteng screamed in pain again. Liu Yang sneered and said, You prisoners dare to threaten me? Don't you know that your death is imminent? Go! Kill this guy? Are you just standing by and watching the show? Guteng yelled at his teammates. After hearing this, his teammates realized that their captain had been knocked to the ground, spitting blood, with a sunken chest, and they were still watching the show. However, they were indeed shocked by Liu Yang's strength, so they didn't react for a while. At this time, the captain yelled at them, and they finally started to act. 9 enemies rushed directly towards Liu Yang from different directions. When outnumbering the enemy, what you need is a surround. You can't let the enemy defeat you one by one. You have to attack at the same time. At this time, the strength shown by Liu Yang had been seen by them. If they fought alone, they would definitely not be Liu Yang's opponent. Captain Guteng is an S-level master ranked over 500. The 9 players they have left are all A-level. Even the S-level ones were killed instantly. If they, the A-level ones, attack one by one, wouldn't that be a waste? In an instant, they rushed to Liu Yang's side. Having reached this breakthrough, they all showed some surprise on their faces. So at the same time, 9 people instantly drew out their weapons and slashed directly at Liu Yang. At this time, Liu Yang still didn't move. Without even looking at them, the invaders thought Liu Yang didn't react. However, just when their knives were about to hit Liu Yang, but in an instant, it hovered in the air. The 9 intruders' eyes widened instantly. They continued to exert force with their hands. I want to push the knife down. However, the weapon in his hand did not move at all. Just when they were shocked, Liu Yang slowly turned his head and looked at them. With a slight smile on his face, he said, From now on, feel the despair every second. Then the weapons in the hands of the 9 people slowly turned and began to point at himself. They were suddenly even more shocked. He used all his strength to chop Liu Yang with the knife, but the knife kept turning uncontrollably, and finally, the sharp blade was pointed at him. At this moment, the 9 invaders trembled all over, and even their backs began to feel cold. The clothes on my back had already been soaked with cold sweat. Seeing that the weapon that originally belonged to them was now pointed at their necks, they even felt that this scene was a bit weird. Isn't this what the legend says, that only demons and monsters have control abilities? My mind was already filled with fear, and at this moment, Liu Yang's cold voice came to my ears again. You are just a bunch of lowly people, and you dare to invade our Shenlong Kingdom? Kneel down. Bang! The 9 invaders fell to the ground at the same time. They had no idea what was going on. Why did their knees just bend without them noticing? The Bushido spirit of the Japanese Empire does not allow them to kneel before the enemy. But when they wanted to get up, their legs were so sore and weak that they couldn't even straighten them. When the survivors in the base saw this scene, they all showed shocked expressions. Then this shock turned into extremely happy excitement. They all started shouting. These little days are down on their knees. You were so arrogant in front of us just now, but now you have to kneel down. Who is that young man? How come he's so strong? He's so handsome. With one move, he instantly killed 10 invading supernatural beings from the little Japanese empire, subdued them, and made them kneel down and beg for mercy. This strength is too strong and too fierce. Chapter 86, A Bunch of Trash. Gu Tong saw that his 9 teammates knelt in front of each other within 3 seconds. He immediately showed an expression of disappointment on his face and cursed at the 9 team members. Waste, you bunch of waste. We are the superpowers of the little Japanese empire. Following the spirit of Bushido, how can we kneel down to the enemy? Where is your dignity? Where are your ideals? Damn it. Sister, stand up, you are my sister. I won't let you kneel. Listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang frowned, glared at him, and stepped directly on his mouth. He said coldly, how dare you shout? Bang! The back of his heel crushed all his front teeth, causing Gu Tong's mouth to be filled with blood and his speech to lisp. Then Liu Yang looked down at the 2 female intruders. It was just as Li Hanyu said. Both invaders were very beautiful. Although they are women from the little Japanese empire, they have a unique style. Liu Yang has many women from the Shenlong kingdom. He also has a dwarf girl, but he has never played with the women of the Japanese empire. Wouldn't this let them experience the might of the dragon from the Dragon Kingdom? Liu Yang took his foot out of Bone's mouth. He walked slowly towards his sister. Seeing this, Gu Tong became anxious instantly. He shouted at Liu Yang. You, what do you want to do? Come at me if you dare. Don't touch my sister. What kind of man are you if you hit a woman? Isn't the status of women in your Shenlong country very high? I heard that men in your Shenlong country will give in to women. Liu Yang listened to the other party's words without even turning his head. He came straight to his sister, put one hand on her smooth chin, and slowly lifted her head up. Then Liu Yang saw a stunning face in his eyes. This Japanese woman is really good. She has fair skin, delicate features, and a unique charm. Her eyes always give people a feeling of being humble and pleasing to the eye, as if she can absolutely obey any request and order given to her. You can manipulate and control her at will. This kind of weak woman is most likely to arouse men's desire. Liu Yang is no exception. Who doesn't want an absolutely obedient little life empire beauty? In the past, in peacetime, some people have done research and found that the most suitable women in the world to be wives are the women of the Japanese empire. The advantages include the following. Once married, women in the little Japanese empire will quickly enter the state of being a wife. Japanese women become loyal to their families and children once they have them. This does not mean that they give up their careers. They just try to find a balance between different areas of their lives without compromising. Eventually, they manage to allocate time to clean the house, cook a nice dinner, take care of their children, and fulfill their work responsibilities. Every man will be happy to have such a loyal partner by his side. They are supportive. Even in the most desperate situations, a Japanese married girl will try her best to comfort you. In the local culture, a woman is expected to protect her man by giving him absolute love and proper care. She considers the happiness of her boyfriend or husband to be one of the most important things. This is the kind of woman that is definitely missing in today's world. They are wise. Japanese brides have a great deal of life wisdom to share with the world. At a young age, they receive their first lessons in the philosophy of life from their parents and grandparents. This is where their patience and decency come from. You can safely consult your Japanese girlfriend or wife because she will always have some advice for you. They are hard workers. Japanese women are not afraid of work, both in terms of daily tasks and career prospects. They do not consider financial issues as a priority for a successful relationship. Therefore, they will not start dating Western men for financial benefits. It does not make sense for them. This is indeed much better than the women in the Shenlong kingdom, where feminism is rampant. Of course, this is also the result of the hard work of the men in the Japanese empire. In the past, women's rights were very rampant in the Japanese empire, and even once pushed men into a desperate situation. In the end, the man had a showdown with the woman. Let them be equal to men, compete with men, and grab jobs with men. But in the end, the women of the Japanese empire were no match for men in terms of workability, tolerance for hardship, or tolerance for pressure. In the end, I failed and couldn't even find a job. I can only return to my family and be a housewife. From then on, she no longer had any arrogance and became the most humble and pleasing woman in the world. So Liu Yang decided to give it a try today. What does it feel like to be the most obedient woman in the world? He pinched the other person's chin with a smirk on his face and made him stand up. Gu Tong was about to go crazy after seeing this scene. He struggled desperately to get up, but he couldn't. He could only lie on the ground helplessly and screamed furiously. You let my sister go. What on earth do you want to do? Damn it. Come at me if you dare. What's the point of hitting a woman? Liu Yang ignored him and scanned the Japanese woman with his system. Soon, her information appeared in his mind. Name, Aoki. Age, 18. Height, 158. Weight, 43 kilograms. Breast size, a pair of DS. Appearance score, 91 points. Body score, 90 points. After seeing this message, Liu Yang's face showed excitement. Very good, very good. The girl, who just turned 18, is so tender and beautiful. Liu Yang likes her the most. Both the appearance score and the remaining score reached more than 90 points, which can be said to be very perfect. In terms of appearance and figure, she is no worse than Li Mengyao and Li Mange. And the other party is a mutant. Who knows how great a reward it will bring to me if I conquer this beautiful psychic. So Liu Yang pinched the other person's chin and asked him, Qingmu, let me ask you, are you willing to be my woman? Upon hearing this, the woman from the little Japanese empire was stunned. She never expected that the enemy would ask this question after defeating her. Before he could answer his brother, Gu Tong was already anxious. Aoki, ignore him. We are from the little Japanese empire, and we cannot surrender to them. Don't agree to be his woman, or he will torture you to death. Even if we die, we will die standing. You talk a lot of bullshit, Liu Yang said coldly, and then with a thought, a steel ball instantly took shape and flew directly into Gu Tong's mouth, filling his mouth so full that he could no longer speak. Woo-woo, woo-woo. He stared with his eyes wide open and could only make a humming sound like Liu Yang. Liu Yang said coldly, I originally prepared this for your sister, but I didn't expect it to be used by you. What a waste. Then Liu Yang picked up Aoki and walked to the next room. Today he is going to let this little Japanese woman taste how powerful he is. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Gu Tong kept making desperate whimpers, but no one paid any attention to him. The 8 Japanese invaders kneeling on the ground didn't even dare to move, because there is a steel needle hovering on the forehead of each of them. They knew that as long as Liu Yang had the thought, the steel needle would instantly blow his head off. Chapter 87 Complete Conquest of Aoki. Inside the room, Aoki was extremely nervous. Although she couldn't accept Liu Yang, and she thought Liu Yang was forcing her, she was no match for him in terms of strength. If she wanted to resist, she would surely die. She didn't have the courage to resist at all. When she saw Liu Yang's strong physique and cold eyes, her whole body went limp. I can't exert any strength at all. His mind was already filled with the fear that Liu Yang had deeply instilled in him. It was completely blank. At this moment, she seemed timid in the room, not knowing what to do next. Liu Yang had a cold face and didn't say anything. Instead, he started to use soul control directly. These people's networks of the little Japanese empire are not effective. Even if she verbally agrees to be his woman and his captive, Liu Yang may not be able to fully trust them. 1 minute later, Liu Yang received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully performing soul control. The other party has become your most loyal servant. You can use him at will from now on. At the same time, the other party's eyes looking at Liu Yang had become submissive. That kind of almost pious obedience would never exist in an ordinary relationship. Even in ancient feudal society, servants would never look at their masters with such respect. How many eunuchs in history dreamed of wearing the yellow robe? Isn't the emperor's majesty great enough? Isn't it because someone wants to rebel? But Liu Yang's soul control is different. It is a direct control from the soul. No one will have the thought of resistance. They will only think about Liu Yang forever, and everything is based on Liu Yang's interests. She licked her lips and said to Liu Yang, Dear Lord Liu Yang, Qingmu is at your disposal. Please use me as you wish. You can do whatever you want of me. I will agree to any request you make. Now, deep in her heart, she has regarded Liu Yang as the person she admires most. Not to mention letting her have children with him. She would not hesitate even if he killed her brother Gu Tong with his own hands. Liu Yang was very satisfied with her performance, so he asked her, Honey, let me ask you again, are you willing to be my woman? When Aoki heard this, his face suddenly turned red. He buried his head in his plump chest. In the end, she bit her red lips and shook her head at Liu Yang. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was stunned. Could it be that soul control might fail sometimes? He clearly had control over her, but when he asked her if she was willing to be his woman, why did she still shake her head? Liu Yang couldn't understand because he had never failed before. Just when he was still confused, Qingmu spoke again. She looked at Liu Yang's face with her big watery eyes and finally said, Lord Liu Yang, we are invaders. We came from the little Japanese empire to invade the Shenlong kingdom. We were your enemies before. We have made the biggest mistake of our lives. I am not qualified to be your woman. You should just treat me as a captive, a lowly servant. After hearing this, Liu Yang showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Oh my God, it turns out that the woman who said she didn't want to be his woman actually wanted to be his obedient dog. As expected of a woman who lives a simple life, she is indeed aware. Liu Yang nodded. Okay, since you don't want to be a human being and insist on being a dog, then I won't stop you. From now on, you are my dog, Liu Yang. Yes, Lord Liu Yang. From now on, Qingmu will definitely meet all your requirements and orders. I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation, Qingmu said seriously with his big eyes open. At the same time, Liu Yang also received a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the girl. Obtain system reward. All attributes enhanced by 50 points. Wow. All hints add 50 points, which equals to a total of 200 points. Rewards like this don't come often. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang looked at Qingmu with satisfaction and said to this beautiful lady, Very good, she is a sensible woman, and the reward she brought me is also good. As he said that, Liu Yang walked towards the other party step by step. Liu Yang smiled and said, Don't reminisce about it when you have free time. Now is the time to go and see if your brother is dead or not. When Qingmu heard about his brother, he immediately showed a contemptuous expression on his face. He said, He is just a waste. Why should I care about him? A waste like him dares to attack Lord Liu Yang. He really doesn't know how high the sky is. A mere ant dares to blaspheme God. Not only can he not complete the mission of that shitty little Japanese empire, but it also indirectly proves that the people of the little Japanese empire are rubbish. With this level, he dares to be an enemy of Lord Liu Yang. He really overestimates his own abilities. Listening to Qingmu's words, Liu Yang was very satisfied. It seemed that this woman had been completely conquered by his own big wind, and she didn't even want his brother's affection. Now he wanted to slap his brother to death. Liu Yang said, Let's go. Even if your brother is a loser, we should now check whether this loser is dead or not. Yes, okay, Lord Liu Yang. Aoki nodded and followed Liu Yang. They walked out of the room together. At this time, everyone outside was stunned. Liu Yang took Qingmu into the room and didn't come out until 4 or 5 hours later. Even the dwarf princess, Sigrid, was stunned. I thought, this guy is too strong. I don't know if my small body can withstand it. Chapter 88. No matter how vicious the means are, they are not too cruel. At this time, Gu Teng was so angry that his eyes burst into tears when he saw Liu Yang coming out. His face was full of anger, and he wished he could eat Liu Yang alive. That's his biological sister, and she is also an A-level mutant. They can be said to be two heroes in one family. The two of them grow up together, and their future prospects are limitless. From childhood to adulthood, his sister has been treated like the apple of the family's eye. Gu Teng is no exception. His favorite person is his sister. Since childhood, I have saved all the delicious and fun things for my sister and protected her well. But who would have thought that today my own sister would be insulted by someone in front of me? This is a huge stimulation for Tingyun. He felt his heart was bleeding. However, the metal ball was filled with something in his mouth, so he couldn't utter a complete sentence and could only make a humming sound. Looking at the other person's miserable appearance, Liu Yang simply waved his hand and controlled the iron ball in the other person's mouth to fly out. Gu Teng felt that the thing in his mouth was gone, and he was finally able to speak. He cursed Liu Yang directly. Damn you! How dare you do that to my sister? I will kill you. I must kill you. Even if I turn into a ghost, I will not let you go. You are dead. Puff! But before he could finish his words, a pair of white tender hands holding a sharp dagger had already stabbed into his chest. Gu Teng looked at his chest in disbelief, and at the owner of those hands. His whole body showed an extremely shocked expression. Because the person who killed him was not someone else, but his own sister, Aoki. Gu Teng never thought that her sister, who had grown up with her, treated her best and admired her the most, would stab her in the chest with a dagger at this moment. After several seconds, he opened his mouth and said, Sister, what are you doing? Why? Tell me why. I'm your brother. Damn it. After hearing what the other party said, Aoki pulled out the dagger and then stabbed it in another place. Puff! Ah! Gu Teng screamed in pain again. At this time, Qingmu spoke indifferently. A loser like you is worthy of scolding Lord Liu Yang? Damn it. If you dare to scold Lord Liu Yang, it would be worth dying 10,000 times. What are you talking about? Do you know what you are doing? I am your biological brother. I was the one who changed your diapers when you were a child. Gu Teng shouted angrily. Shut up, you useless piece of shit. You are not even an ant in front of Lord Liu Yang, and you dare to scold Lord Liu Yang. Aoki said as he turned the dagger. The dagger crushed the internal organs of Gutong, making Gutong wail in pain. The remaining 8 invaders were simply stunned. They never thought that Aoki would attack his own brother and be so cruel. He refused to even give his brother a quick death and even tortured his own brother with a dagger. It's cruel, so cruel. What kind of special ability does Liu Yang have? Can a girl be conquered to the point of killing her own brother? Their little Japanese empire is the best at brainwashing, and generally those militarists are severely brainwashed. Including these psychics who came to carry out the mission, they were severely brainwashed before coming out. He would never do anything to betray his empire. Liu Yangshi's face had turned pale, and he looked desperate after being stabbed twice by his sister. When they came, they were full of enthusiasm and said they would occupy the Shenlong kingdom, starting with one city, then a region, and then the entire country. They wanted to take over the entire territory, turn all the people of the Shenlong kingdom into slaves, and make them forever submit to the little Japanese empire. But now, at the very beginning, it has suffered such a devastating blow. Not only was he killed instantly by the enemy, but even his sister became the enemy's captive, allowing the enemy to play with her, vent his anger on her, and even brainwash her into killing his brother. Despair. Complete despair has filled Gutang's heart. Now he looked as pale as death and just wanted to be killed as soon as possible. He said to his sister Aoki, "Kill me. This is a failed mission, and as the captain, I should indeed die to atone for my sin. If I die in your hands, I think it will be the greatest punishment for me. Sister, do it." However, even when he heard his own brother begging him to kill him, Aoki did not act immediately. Instead, he looked at Liu Yang and said, "Master Liu Yang, should we kill him?" Puff. Upon hearing this, Gutong's blood rushed to his heart, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As her own brother, she actually asked him to kill him. She didn't even agree to such a simple request. Do you still need to ask the enemy for instructions? Damn it. Gutong collapsed and shouted, I don't want to live anymore. Kill me if you dare. Damn it. Kill me. Kill me. Seeing the other parties collapse, Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not time for you to die yet. I want you to watch your teammates surrender one by one and worship me as their master. I want you to watch them insult the Japanese empire that gave birth to them and raised them. I want every one of your teammates to stab you, so that you will completely lose hope and regret your decision to invade the Dragon Kingdom on your way to the underworld." Gutong collapsed even more and yelled, Damn you. They say the people of Shenlong country have martial ethics, but you are simply a devil. Liu Yang said with a smile, "For you little guys, even the most vicious means are not too much." After saying that, Liu Yang directly began to control the souls of the kneeling invaders. A minute later, he received a prompt. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully performing soul control. These 8 people have become your most loyal servants. At the same time, the 8 people who were originally trembling because of fear no longer trembled, and the fear on their faces had disappeared without a trace. Instead, they looked at Liu Yang with admiration in their eyes. Chapter 89. It's not that easy to die. So far, the 9 invaders from the small Japanese empire, including Gutong's sister, have all been conquered by Liu Yang. The only thing that Liu Yang had not conquered was the ancient vine that was lying on the ground, unable to move or get up. At this time, he was covered in blood and his chest was sunken. Looking at his own sister and 8 subordinates who had become Liu Yang's servants, he was filled with remorse. There was also an expression of despair on his face. Now he felt that there was no meaning in living. He wants to die. Every extra second he lives feels like he is being greatly insulted. As the most loyal person in the little Japanese empire, he will never allow such an insult to happen to himself. He yelled at Liu Yang, "Kill me, just kill me. You insulted my sister and forced all my men to submit to you. These people are a disgrace to us Japanese people. But I, Gutong, will never surrender. Not even if I die. Kill me if you dare." Liu Yang stepped on the other person's face. Gutong screamed in pain again. At this time, Liu Yang said to him, "Do you think you are still qualified to decide whether to live or die? Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly." Liu Yang then said to the 8 invaders he had conquered, "Each of you stab him once. But don't stab him in the vital parts. After stabbing him 8 times, he can't die." Hearing these words, the 8 invaders broke out in cold sweat. This is very technical. If everyone stabs him, won't he be killed? Even though Gutong was originally an S-level psychic with great strength, he had been beaten half to death by Lord Liu Yang, and now he only had half his life left. Each of these 8 strikes could be the last straw that breaks the camel's back and kill him. The female psychic said, I'll go first, ladies first. I've been annoyed with this damn Gutong for a long time, and I've wanted to stab him for a long time. Don't fight with me." After hearing what the other party said, the men knew that the other party was just making excuses, but it was not easy to argue with her. After all, that woman was the first to speak. And now that things have been said like this, you would feel too embarrassed to take the first place from others, right? Although everyone knows that the first stab is the least risky, the last stab is the most risky. If he stabs Gu Teng to death, he might be punished by Lord Liu Yang. But they are also embarrassed to compete with girls. So he said to the girl, "Fengya, you better stab him carefully. Don't kill him halfway with one blow, leaving only one breath for us." Fengya nodded and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Before the apocalypse, I was a doctor. Although I wasn't the chief surgeon, I was very familiar with the distribution of human internal organs. I can avoid his vital points. Even if I pierce his intestines, he will be in pain for a few hours before dying." Hearing this, Gu Teng, who was standing next to him, felt his hair stand on end. "Good fellow, you guys were my teammates, but now you have betrayed me and are thinking of how to torture me without torturing me to death." Despair. Gu Teng was completely desperate. He understood that Liu Yang deliberately didn't let him have a good time just to have fun with him. Gu Teng cursed loudly. "Damn you, just kill me if you dare. You traitors actually dared to betray the little Japanese empire. You will not have a good death." After stabbing, Fengya left the dagger in Gu Teng's body without pulling it out. Because if it was pulled out, the loss of blood would make him die faster. Then she stood up, walked in front of the other 7 people, and said, "Look, he's still full of energy." The other 7 people were relieved after seeing this scene. One of them said, "Then no matter who is the second person, it will be unfair to the others, so I decided to use dice to decide. I happen to have 3 dice here, and each of us will roll once. Whoever has the highest number will be the first, and so on. We will rank according to the number of points. The second highest will be the second, and the third highest will be the third. What do you think? Do you have any objections?" After hearing this, the others also felt that it was very fair, so they shook their heads and said, "No objection. We all have no objection. Then let's start rolling the dice." So the 7 people started rolling the dice. Soon, the results came out. The person with the most points became the first one to stab someone among the 7. An excited expression immediately appeared on his face, and he shouted happily, "Ha! Number 1, I'm number 1. I can finally compete with that bastard Gu Teng. He actually dared to attack our Lord Liu Yang and invade the Shenlong Kingdom. Isn't this courting death? Look at my heart. I'm going to stab him." Puff! The knife stabbed into the opponent's stomach. Gu Teng screamed miserably again. "These are my former teammates, and can be said to be my brothers and sisters." Now he stabbed him in both sides of the stomach. What a brother stabbing him in the back. "You traitors, all of you deserve to die. Have you forgotten that you swore allegiance to the Japanese Empire? Have you forgotten your promise? You are all my former teammates. I know you. You are not afraid of death. What benefits did this guy give you? To make you his servants?" There were 8 knives stuck in Gu Teng's belly. Screaming in despair at his teammates. A teammate looked back at him. "Hot away." A mouthful of thick phlegm was spat on his face. The teammate said, "Little Japanese Empire? It's just a dirty and weak empire. You are also a weak and dirty person. What qualifications do you have to be the enemy of Lord Liu Yang?" After hearing what his teammate said, Gu Teng really felt like he had no desire to live anymore. The teammate who used to be as close as a brother to me was now speaking harshly to me. It was as if I had become the enemy who killed his father. What happened? What on earth happened? What was so charming about that guy from the Dragon Kingdom that he could make all my teammates betray the little Japanese empire in such a short time? The survivors in the base were also stunned. Good job. The people from the official organization were so arrogant when they arrived at the little Japanese empire, but now they have turned against each other and teammates have started killing their captain? Those 8 knives stabbed in the stomach must have made the captain of the little Japanese empire feel like dying, right? But this kind of pain is probably not as great as the psychological pain. Betrayed by all his teammates, betrayed by his own sister. I guess he has wanted to die for a long time, right? Cool. The survivors felt very happy when they saw this arrogant guy being tortured beyond recognition. Didn't you just say that you would kill one of us in an hour? Aren't they treating the people in our base like dogs and killing them? Now you have become a lost dog yourself. How does it feel? This is called you reap what you sow. Liu Yang thought it was almost enough and had enough fun. He walked directly in front of Gu Teng and said to him, "Very good. Your teammate has completed my request perfectly. You are still alive after stabbing you 8 times. You are quite tough. It's my turn next." After saying that, Liu Yang kicked Gu Teng directly. Boom! The powerful force kicked him like a football and sent him flying dozens of meters into the air. At this time, a huge metal blade appeared in front of Liu Yang and hovered in the air. Then Liu Yang gave him a look. "Call out." The metal blade flew towards the ancient vine that was kicked into the air at several times the speed of sound. The next moment, it hit the ancient vine directly, making a loud bang. Boom! Bone's body was like being hit by a tank shell. There was a loud bang, and it instantly exploded into countless blood mist, leaving no trace of the body. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Ruthless. It's too cruel. Is this the thundering method of the strong? How to deal with the invaders from the little Japanese empire? No matter how vicious the torture is, it is not enough to vent their anger. Everyone in the base looked at Liu Yang with admiration. Chapter 90, Becoming the Boss of the Base. After killing the team leader Gu Tong, Liu Yang said to the others, "You two female little Japanese empire superpowers, stay here and give birth to my children. The remaining 7 men, return to your troops and wait for the opportunity to act. When the time is right, I will give you the mission orders." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." 9 people nodded at the same time. Then the 7 male invaders began to leave quickly, preparing to return to their small Japanese empire base. And the remaining 2 women, Aoki and Fengya, stayed. After the 2 stayed, expressions of gratitude appeared on their faces. Being able to stay by Lord Liu Yang's side is truly a blessing from my previous life. After all, they were invaders, and being defeated by Liu Yang meant they became captives. There is no such thing as preferential treatment for prisoners in the end times. Even if it was Liu Yang, he deserved to cut them into pieces. But Lord Liu Yang did not do so. Instead, he asked her to stay and be his woman, to follow him, and even to help him have children. This is such a great honor. How many women would be eager to help a peerless strong man like Lord Liu Yang give birth to a child? They all said to Liu Yang, "Master Liu Yang, thank you for letting us stay here without any grudges. From today on, we are your most loyal servants. We will not refuse anything you ask us to do. We will obey absolutely." After hearing what the 2 said, Liu Yang nodded. Liu Yang knew this was the case without them telling him. After all, soul control has the highest priority. You can change the other person's mind at the soul level, and they will never betray you. Liu Yang never worries about betrayal from those whose souls are locked and controlled. After all, anything produced by the system must be of high quality. There should be nothing in this world that can surpass the system. At this time, the other survivors in the base saw the 2 women bowing their heads to Liu Yang, accepting his orders and being absolutely obedient. They all showed admiring eyes. It has to be Lord Liu Yang. These women in the small Japanese empire are all completely obedient to Lord Liu Yang. Just let them do whatever they want. This is going to the bed, TSK, TSK. It's really exciting just thinking about it. At this time, Liu Yang stood up and said to everyone, "I saved your base from the invaders of the Japanese empire. If it weren't for me, you might have been killed. So, from today on, I, Liu Yang, will be the boss of this base." Who agrees and who disagrees? After hearing this, everyone was instantly shocked. This. Didn't Boss He Nyo ask people from the official management bureau to help? I just heard that he seemed to be the captain of something. Why does it seem a bit different from this? How could someone from the official management bureau ask to be the boss of this base? Would the people from the administration look down upon such a small base? Their leaders wouldn't let them do that, would they? However, he wants to become the boss of this base. What will happen to Boss He Nyo? Boss He Nyo won't agree, right? Everyone in the base turned their eyes to Li Hanyu, especially the 2 high-ranking survivors. Originally, they had 3 surviving senior executives, plus Li Hanyu. There were 4 of them. Among them, Li Hanyu ran off to seek reinforcements, leaving the 3 of them to bear the wrath of the little Japanese empire. The Japanese empire used one as an example to scare the others, and after killing one, there were still 2 left. They both felt that Li Hanyu was absolutely loyal in coming back to save them. So in his heart, he always supported Li Hanyu and hoped that Li Hanyu would become the boss of the base instead of Liu Yang. Therefore, they all set their sights on Li Hanyu. As long as Li Hanyu said a word of opposition, the 2 of them would follow suit and oppose together. Unexpectedly, after listening to Liu Yang's words, He Nyo did not express any objection. Instead, the first one agreed and said respectfully, "Master Liu Yang is right. From today on, this base is Master Liu Yang's base. From now on, I will be Master Liu Yang's most loyal little brother. If anyone dares to object, I, Li Hanyu, will be the first to disagree." Boss Black Bull. Boss you? The 2 former high-ranking officials of the base showed incredible expressions on their faces after hearing what Li Hanyu said. In the past, Boss He Nyo was the god in the base. Who dares not listen to Boss He Nyo? Those people didn't even dare to say a word when their wives were stolen by the Black Bull boss. But now, Boss He Nyo has become so humble? What on earth happened? "You two shut up," Li Hanyu said viciously. These ordinary people know nothing. Only Li Hanyu, who is also a psychic, knows how strong Liu Yang is. That kind of power could never be shaken by anyone. In front of Liu Yang, Li Hanyu was not even as good as an ant. Aren't those 10 invading supernatural beings from the Japanese Empire arrogant enough? Wasn't he killed directly? A small fry like me is not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the invaders from the Japanese Empire. Not to mention that in the eyes of Master Liu Yang, he is nothing but a hare. Li Hanyu is a smart man. The reason why he dared to act lawless and do whatever he wanted in the base was because he knew that he was the strongest man in the base, and the strongest man should be able to do whatever he wants. Now that Liu Yang has become the strongest person, it is natural for him to do whatever he wants. Strength is respected, and this is the law of doomsday. Li Hanyu is a smart man, so he knows this. After hearing what Li Hanyu said, the two senior executives had no choice but to shut up. Even their eldest brother has surrendered, so what else can I say? At this time, Liu Yang said directly, "Great. Since everyone has no objection, from today on, I will be the boss of this base." This base has a population of more than 1,000. In the end times, population is a resource. Liu Yang was very happy to see that he had gained so many population resources. He asked Li Hanyu, "How did your base operate in the past?" Li Hanyu said, "The top leaders of the base are responsible for protecting their safety. They don't have to worry about being attacked by zombies in the base, and they can also trade items with others. Ordinary civilians are responsible for forming teams to search for resources. They have to hand in a portion of it every day as their protection fee. If they don't have any resources to hand in, they have to leave the base." After hearing this, Liu Yang shook his head. Resources in the apocalypse will eventually run out. This kind of operation is only temporary and cannot last long. It cannot achieve sustainable development. If you want to live a better life, you must learn to grow crops. Only in this way can you be self-sufficient. Chapter 91 Sustainable Development. Aoba reference picture. After listening to Liu Yang's words, Li Hanyu showed a hesitant expression on his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth and plucked up the courage to say, "Lord Liu Yang, although our base also wants to develop sustainably, it is now the early days of the apocalypse. The outside world is full of dangers. It is difficult to collect practical and necessary items and food to fill the stomach, not to mention looking for seeds and farming tools. Without seeds and tools, even if there are many of us, we cannot feed ourselves by planting." Other survivors also said, "Every time we go out to look for food, many people die in the process. They are either eaten by zombies or bitten and turn into zombies. Every time we fight for our lives, we don't have time to collect tools and seeds. Even if we have seeds, we just eat them directly. After all, no one knows whether they will die in the next action, so who would plant precious food in the ground as seeds?" "Yes, Lord Liu Yang, a person as powerful as you cannot empathize with us. Every time we fight zombies, we risk our lives. We take huge risks. When the apocalypse breaks out, we live one day at a time. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Maybe this base will be destroyed tomorrow." I escaped from another base. That base was much bigger than this one. There were more than 2,000 people there. But once it was invaded by a zombie army led by a high-level zombie, and all of them died overnight. Only a few were able to escape, and I was the lucky one in that zombie wave. This base is even smaller than the last one I was in. Who knows how long it can last? Yes, there are too many possibilities and too many accidents in the end times. Ordinary people like us can't see the future at all. Maybe we will die tomorrow. How can we develop? Although there are more than 1,000 people in this base, their strength is not strong. 10 invaders almost wiped out the base. It is difficult for us to have confidence in this base. What if our crops are ripe and a group of Japanese invaders come? Wouldn't that just steal the fruits of our labor? Listening to the survivor's words, Li Hanyu showed an expression of shame on his face. It is true that he is a poor leader. Their strength was too weak. When 10 people from the small Japanese empire invaded, they had no ability to resist at all. Li Hanyu's special ability is to control rats. He can control up to 10 rats. He can put his vision and feelings on the rats. He lets the rats see, hear, and feel for him. It is still somewhat useful when searching for supplies. You can let the mouse take the lead and check if there is any danger. That is why Li Hanyu is able to thrive in the doomsday. So far, he has not encountered any danger. It was precisely because he possessed the ability to control mice that he was able to hear the conspiracies being discussed by the little Japanese empires and knew that he was not poisoned at all and that the other party was just trying to scare him. That's why he dared to run away and look for reinforcements. This ability is still very useful for eavesdropping on the enemy and for reconnaissance. But for combat, this skill is too weak. What can 10 rats do? Even if it is a big rat weighing 1 pound, even if there are 10 strengthened rats, they cannot defeat a mutant. It's not like I can control 10,000 of them. Therefore, the reason why the survivors of this base have no hope for the future is actually because Li Hanyu, as the boss of the base, was too weak, unable to provide confidence to other survivors. After listening to the survivors, Liu Yang certainly understood their concerns, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He flew up into the air and stood in midair. Then he waved his hand. The iron blocks in the storage space began to turn into tools continuously, and then were released from the space by Liu Yang and fell from the air. Spear, hoe, shovel, sickle. Those tools kept appearing out of thin air in the sky, and then fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Everyone was dumbfounded seeing this scene. Liu Yang, wearing silver armor, was shining brightly under the sun, and tools and weapons kept falling behind him. Everyone looked at Liu Yang as if they were looking at a god. Is this the legendary god of weapons and tools? Another important reason why they are no match for the zombies in the apocalypse is that they do not have enough weapons. Who can beat zombies with bare hands? Even if there are weapons, occasionally picking up a fruit knife, a pair of scissors, a kitchen knife, and a wooden stick, you can only make a simple spear. This simple spear is unlikely to penetrate a zombie's head with one shot. After all, the skull last time was not covered. You can only penetrate the brain if you poke the eyes. Otherwise, if you poke the forehead, you will be stuck in the skull. The backwardness of their weapons meant that they had no advantage when fighting the zombies. But the spear Liu Yang made for them at this time was 2 meters long and made of fine steel, and looked indestructible. Even if the zombie's head is made of iron, it can still be pierced. Soon a mountain of weapons piled up under Liu Yang's feet. He said to the crowd, "Everyone can choose a spear as a weapon, a hoe, a shovel, and a sickle. These are my gifts to you." Liu Yang did not forge these weapons with his mind, so they are not indestructible, but they are enough for ordinary people. After hearing what Liu Yang said, the survivors showed expressions of gratitude on their faces. Having weapons means having hope, and having weapons means having self-defense equipment. A 2-meter-long gun is enough to stab zombies to death before they can get close. This weapon is really useful in the end times. Everyone's heart was filled with emotion. In the end times, this kind of weapon can be said to be extremely precious. A 2-meter-long spear can definitely be exchanged for a lot of supplies. But since Lord Liu Yang said he would give it to us, he gave it to us. This kind of boss is so much better than Li Hanyu, the boss who only knows how to steal other people's wives. This is the true boss style. Thank you, Master Liu Yang. Master Liu Yang, you are our savior. Master Liu Yang, we will follow you forever. Master Liu Yang, you are our boss, forever our boss. Everyone was so moved that they burst into tears and fell to their knees, kowtowed and thanked Liu Yang in the sky. Liu Yang was very satisfied with their performance, and then continued, "Not only that, I will also lend you seeds. Sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, 20 kilograms of each. You can use them for planting, but after 1 year you need to pay me back 10 times, which means 200 kilograms of each." After saying that, sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes began to fall from the sky, and soon formed 3 piles under Liu Yang's feet. Looking at the countless amounts of food, at least a dozen tons, everyone was dumbfounded. How much supplies does Lord Liu Yang have? Chapter 92. You still dare to go crazy, right? After all the supplies had been distributed, Liu Yang said to everyone in the air, "These seeds will be distributed equally to each of you, 20 kilograms. After 1 year, you need to return me 200 kilograms, which is 10 times. Of course, if some of you don't want them, you can give up the 20 kilograms of seeds." Give up? I will only give up if my brain is stuck in the door. Corn, sweet potatoes and potatoes are crops that are not picky about the land. You can plant them anywhere by digging a hole. It is so easy to increase the corn produced by 20 kilograms of corn seeds by 10 times. You have to know that 1 acre of land only needs 5 kilograms of corn seeds. 20 kilograms of corn seeds are enough to plant 4 acres of land. 4 mu of land can yield 500 kilograms of corn. In other words, he would return 200 kilograms to Liu Yang, and he would still have 300 kilograms left. It's simply perfect. As for sweet potatoes and potatoes, they are even more convenient. Potatoes can be planted in pieces, and sweet potato seedlings can be planted by cuttings. You can just stick a sweet potato seedling into the soil, and it will survive. In the end times, these are all good things. Moreover, Lord Liu Yang also provides planting tools such as hoes, sickles, and shovels, which are simply perfect. At this time, Liu Yang was like a savior who came at the end of the world, giving everyone hope to survive and long-term development. At this time, Liu Yang saw the grateful eyes of the crowd. He nodded with satisfaction and then asked, "Women in the base, are you willing to be my Liu Yang's women?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. I originally thought that Liu Yang would say something to motivate them or encourage them, but who knew that he would just ask directly if they were willing to be his women? Isn't Lord Liu Yang too direct? But he is so handsome. Perhaps only the strong can have such direct confidence. The women nodded quickly and said, I do. I really do. Some women still have their husbands around, and they look at Liu Yang in the sky with longing, but are too embarrassed to say that they want to be Liu Yang's woman. Their husbands encourage them. Hurry up and tell me. As long as you follow Master Liu Yang, you will be absolutely safe in the future, and you will not have to worry about food and clothing. Even if you leave with Master Liu Yang, I won't blame you, as long as you can live well. The woman immediately showed a touched expression. Then she said, Husband, thank you for helping me. Then he said to Liu Yang in the sky, I am willing too. At the same time, Liu Yang began to receive system prompts in his mind. Ding. It is detected that the beauty is willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward. All attribute points are increased by 10 points. Ding. It is detected that the beauty is willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward. The metal control skill is increased by 1 level. Ding. It is detected that the beauty is willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward. The storage space skill is increased by 1 level. Ding. It is detected that the beauty is willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward. The reward is a new skill. Time restart. Ding. It is detected that the beauty is willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward. The restart time level will increase by 1 level. Liu Yang kept hearing system prompts in his mind, and he was extremely happy. When the system prompt stopped, Liu Yang began to speak to the people below. Those who are willing to be my women, stand on this side. But I only want those who are between 18 and 25 years old and have never been married or had a boyfriend. The rest of you can stay where you are. Upon hearing this, most women showed disappointment on their faces. It would be okay if they were not married. At least half of the women were not married. But never having a boyfriend has at least screened out 90 of women. Come to think of it, a man like Lord Liu Yang would definitely only want a clean woman. How can a withered flower be worthy of Lord Liu Yang? Those women who met the requirements showed extremely happy expressions and began to stand at the place designated by Liu Yang, with eager eyes on their faces. Each of them wanted to be picked by Liu Yang. Liu Yang also found that there were only about 50 women who were able to stand up. If we remove those with poor figures and bad looks from these 50 women, there are only 20 to 30 left. Liu Yang walked among them and began to choose under everyone's eager eyes. He pointed at a girl who looked only 18 years old, had fair skin, a pair of long white legs, and a tall and plump figure, and said, You, follow me later. Me? That's great. Ha ha ha. Okay, I will follow you forever from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. The girl was so happy that she jumped up. Then Liu Yang walked towards another girl. You come with me too. Okay, Lord Liu Yang. Thank you for choosing me. I have no way to repay your kindness. I can only give you my body. The girl was also very happy. When passing by a woman who looked ugly and very fat, Liu Yang just jumped over her. When the woman saw Liu Yang skip over her face, she was immediately surprised and said to Liu Yang, Master Liu Yang, why did you skip me? I completely meet your requirements. I just turned 18 this year, and I have never had a boyfriend. Why did you skip me? Liu Yang glanced at her. She was 1.6 meters tall and weighed at least 180 pounds. Heavier than Liu Yang, who is 1.85 meters tall. With this weight, why did they skip you? Don't you have any idea? Liu Yang said directly, You are too fat. After hearing this sentence one day, the woman instantly got furious. What? You actually said I'm too fat? Do you know how to respect women and not objectify them? Can women give each other the most basic respect? What's wrong with fat people? Why discriminate against fat people? Can't fat people lose weight? Fat people are potential stocks, don't you know? You are so blind. Liu Yang frowned and walked in front of her again. The woman thought Liu Yang had changed his mind and was going to take her away, so she had a smug look on her face. She said, She is a fairy. Now that you have made her angry, you must apologize to me quickly, and I will go with you. Liu Yang snorted from his nose, frowned, and showed a somewhat incredible expression. In the end times, there are still such stupid people? How dare they go crazy in front of me, Liu Yang? If she hadn't appeared, Liu Yang would have almost forgotten that his nickname was Wanhao. It looks like I have to perform another deliberate punch today. Take my punch. Find me in the game. Chapter 93 Management Base. After hearing what the fat woman said, Liu Yang came to her. Standing in front of the 1.6 meter tall small tank, The 1.85-meter tall Liu Yang looked down at her. I have to say, the other party is really like a pillar. She is 1.6 meters tall and weighs 200 kilograms. It has been so long since the apocalypse, and it is not easy for her to maintain this weight. Maybe this is the legendary talent. You can get fat just by drinking water. It would be disastrous if her talent was discovered by survivors with bad intentions. Give her water every day and cut meat from her body every day. Isn't it like having a perpetual motion machine? No matter how much you eat, you can never finish it? Seeing Liu Yang standing in front of her, the fat woman thought that Liu Yang realized his mistake after being scolded by her and came to apologize to her specially, with that condescending expression on her face again. But unexpectedly, Liu Yang didn't say anything. Instead, he raised his hand and slapped the other person's face with force. Pa! There was a loud bang. The fat woman was instantly blown several meters away. Her face, which had originally looked like a pig's head, was now swollen even more like a pig's head. He fell directly to the ground without a word and fainted. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. The men all cheered secretly in their hearts. Handsome. So handsome. This woman's brother was the only high-ranking member of the base who was killed. Under the protection of her brother, this woman could be said to have had a life of luxury, which is why she did not lose weight until the end of the world. Seeing her brother being killed, she was only sad for a few minutes. She thought that if she could cling to Liu Yang's thigh, she would still be able to eat and drink well and live a life of luxury. Who knew that Liu Yang didn't take her away, so she couldn't stand it and started to blame and scold Liu Yang. But she didn't expect that Liu Yang would not buy it. He slapped her and sent her flying. This woman is not only fat, but also has a bad temper and is petty. She always acts superior and doesn't take other people seriously. Except for a few high-ranking officials of the base, such as Liu, all other survivors were called useless pigs by her. When she sees a woman who is prettier than her, she will even deliberately target her. Let others call her big sister. All the delicious and fun things should be handed over to her. Treat her like a maid. No matter men or women, they dared to be angry with her, but dared not speak out. After all, her brother was one of the 4 top leaders of the base. Under the tyranny of this fat man, the other survivors in the base have long been angry. Now seeing Liu Yang slap the woman away with one slap, everyone felt very relieved. This is how a haughty woman like this should be. Tell her to bully ordinary people in the past. Do you know you were wrong now? Suddenly, there was a burst of warm cheers from the crowd. He shouted to Liu Yang, Master Liu Yang is so handsome. This girl used to be arrogant in the base, and now someone can finally punish her. A man said viciously, Bah, my wife's gold bracelet was taken away by her. She bought it when we got married. Damn it. A beautiful girl said. She asked me to wash her feet last time. Her feet are really like pig's trotters, fat and smelly. A little girl said. She even snatched my lollipop. She even snatched a child's lollipop. How shameless. Thank you, Master Liu Yang, for punishing this abominable guy for us. Master Liu Yang, you are truly our savior. Listening to what everyone said, Liu Yang frowned. It seemed that the ordinary people in this base had been oppressed miserably in the past. He said to Liu, although indifference is a very cruel era now, anything can happen outside. I hope that in my base, there will be no more bullying. In this base, as long as they abide by my rules, they will be treated fairly. Do you understand? After hearing what Liu Yang said, Liu had already broken out in cold sweat on his face. He nodded quickly and said, Yes, yes, yes. Sir Liu Yang, I will manage this base well in the future. It was my negligence that allowed such a thing to happen. From now on, the people in this base will never bully the weak again. Liu Yang nodded and said, Well, it's good that you understand. What happened in the past was because this base belonged to you, so I can't control the past. But from today on, this base belongs to me, Liu Yang, so you should abide by my rules. Whoever dares not to abide by them will have only one consequence, which is death. Liu said, Okay, Master Liu Yang, we obey your orders. When the survivors of the base heard that Liu Yang was standing up for them and scolding Hanyo on their behalf, they were all moved to tears. This is simply a savior. His appearance makes this base fair and just. Everyone feels that the future life is full of hope. With tools to till the land and seeds to plant, and a superpower to make rules to prevent bullying, everyone in the base has equal rights. They can protect their families and their property, unlike before, when a superpower would take a fancy to something and it would be taken away. This kind of life has slowly begun to enter the track of peacetime. Let them begin to have hope. Crash! The survivors all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Liu Yang. Bang, bang, bang. Master Liu Yang, from today on, you are the savior of our base. Your presence gives us hope to survive. Thank you, Master Liu Yang. More than 1,000 people said in unison, making a deafening sound. Thank you, Master Liu Yang. Get up, Liu Yang said to them. Liu Yang doesn't think he is a good person. The reason for making this rule is to prevent ordinary people from being bullied, to give them enough confidence and hope to survive and not be oppressed. Because people are like springs. The more pressure they put on them, the more energy they accumulate. Once an honest person explodes, it can cause great harm. This is not conducive to the development of the entire base. What Liu Yang wants is stability. Only if this base can develop stably and more people are inside, will he be able to collect more and more supplies. Because according to Liu Yang's rules, these survivors must hand over 20 of all items they obtain. The more people there are, the more they will hand in. After finishing the work in the base, Liu Yang said to the people in the management bureau, "Take this corpse back and report. Also, Director Chun, I have completed my mission. Remember the special military merit. The next time I come to your management bureau, I will start exchanging military merit for items." "Yes, Captain General." The members of the Administration Bureau immediately said respectfully, and then took the corpse to the Administration Bureau. Chapter 94, taking them back to school. Those team members were happily preparing to return to the administration with the bodies of the Japanese invaders. This time they took action without paying any price or putting in any effort. It was basically Captain Liu Yang who was doing the work, and they were only responsible for finishing the work. However, they could also get some benefits and make a small contribution, which made people happy just thinking about it. It's basically a free gift. Isn't it too easy to follow Lord Liu Yang to carry out missions? In front of such a powerful captain, all enemies have nowhere to hide and can only surrender. And they, the ordinary team members, don't have to do anything but shout 666 beside them. Who doesn't like such a powerful captain? Other captains wouldn't be like this. They usually act arrogantly and let the team members do all the dirty work. When encountering a strong enemy, he would let his teammates test their strength first and would never go in alone without saying anything. Compared with Lord Liu Yang, he is far behind. You see, Master Liu Yang doesn't need to be tested at all, because Master Liu Yang has absolute confidence, and all enemies are no problem in front of him. Even the strongest person will be shattered at the first touch when he meets Master Liu Yang. Seeing those men taking the corpses away, Liu Yang also prepared to take the women away. In this base, he selected 25 beautiful girls. Although it has exceeded the system's reward, the system has said that an even greater reward can be obtained after the child is born. Of course, Liu Yang would not let go of these beautiful girls with good looks and good figures. Have more children with them, and when they give birth to children, your rewards will be even greater. Liu Yang waved his hand, and all the women were covered with a layer of silver, shiny metal armor. Then Liu Yang moved his mind, and everyone flew into the air. Bai Qingqing and the others have experienced this several times, so they are naturally not afraid of flying. But the girls in this base all had expressions of fear on their faces. They are all ordinary girls, not people with special powers. When have they ever experienced the feeling of flying into the sky? Everyone was so frightened that their whole body was shaking and their faces turned pale. At this time, a magnetic voice sounded in their ears, saying, "Don't panic. You are wrapped in metal armor. You will not be in any danger. And then you can experience the feeling of being made to fly into the sky by me, Liu Yang. Get used to it in advance. Otherwise, when you reach my safe zone, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it." As soon as the words fell, everyone has started to exceed the speed of sound and is flying directly towards Liu Yang's safe zone. After more than 10 seconds, they landed safely in the safe zone. Liu Yang has now transformed the entire school into an absolutely safe place, and even the basement has been paved with metal floors. There will never be another incident of dwarves digging through the floor. After landing, the girls who came out of the base still had expressions of lingering fear on their faces. A pale girl even swayed, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Seeing that she was about to fall heavily to the ground, Liu Yang rushed over and hugged her. Feeling Liu Yang's warm embrace, the girl regained some consciousness and looked at Liu Yang with her eyes open. Her originally pale face instantly turned into a big red apple. Lord Liu Yang. The girl was surprised and happy. She didn't expect that she would be held in the arms of Lord Liu Yang. As an ordinary girl, she was originally very weak and was often bullied in that base. My physical fitness is not good. After experiencing such a supersonic flight, she felt dizzy and her eyes went dark. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in the arms of Lord Liu Yang, which made her shy and happy. Lord Liu Yang is not only handsome and capable, but also very considerate, isn't he? I was about to faint and fall to the ground. If I hit my head, it would definitely cause a big bump. I didn't expect Lord Liu Yang to be so fast. He rushed over in an instant and hugged me in his arms, protecting me perfectly. That's so thoughtful. He is even more fascinating than the domineering presidents in novels. Liu Yang helped her sit on the ground. Are you okay? It seems that it was a bit difficult to take you on this first flight. I flew too fast. I should slow down next time. After hearing what Liu Yang said, the beautiful girl blushed and said, No, it's okay, Master Liu Yang. As long as it's Master Liu Yang's words, I can bear it no matter how fast it goes. Liu Yang nodded. Well, as long as you can bear it. Let's go. We should go to the teacher's dormitory. So Liu Yang took them into the teacher's dormitory. After entering the teacher's dormitory, Li Mingyao, Li Mange, Chen Ting, Chen Zi, and others saw Liu Yang bringing back so many beauties, even a dwarf, and they all surrounded him with curious expressions. Especially the dwarf. Attracted everyone. Li Mingyao was particularly happy. She jumped and danced around the dwarf for a few times, laughing. Good, good. This is great. Li Mingyao, am finally no longer the shortest woman in the safe zone. Haha. Liu Yang, where are you going to find her? This dwarf is so beautiful. Her body proportions are so perfect. She doesn't look like a dwarf at all. Instead, she looks like a character from a comic book. She shouldn't be human, right? Li Mange said, She is definitely not human. Look at her ears. They are so pointy, much different from humans. They look a bit like elf ears. Her hearing should be very sensitive, right? Chen Ting said, Look at her skin. It's so white and soft, just like a baby's skin. I guess she rarely sees the sun. It looks so delicate. Chen Zi said, Her face is so white, tender and cute. Can I pinch it? It's so cute. Woo woo woo. I really want to pinch it. Sigrid said, No. My mom said that pinching someone's face will make it bigger, and I don't want to have a round face. What a pity. Chen Zi showed a lost expression on her face. Liu Yang introduced them to everyone. This is Princess Sigrid of the dwarves. These are the survivors I brought back from a survivor base. They will be my women from now on. From now on, everyone must live in peace. Don't worry. We are so happy to have another sister joining us. That's right. In the apocalypse, there are zombies everywhere. It's not easy to see other humans. Don't worry. We will take good care of our little sisters. Come on, let's go cook some food. Let's entertain these new sisters. So, Chen Zi and the others jumped up and down, ready to do it. Li Mingyao was still beside Sigrid, and seemed to like this dwarf princess very much. After all, this dwarf princess took her place as the shortest person in her safe zone. Li Mingyao couldn't wait to be happy. Chapter 95, World Number 1. The meal was ready soon. Thanks to everyone's research these days, the food they cook is getting more and more delicious. After all, there is nothing to do in the end times. They stay in this school every day. There is nothing else to do except playing cards, playing landlord, running on the playground, and playing ball. Studying recipes is also a pleasure for them. Moreover, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, water, electricity, and the internet have not been cut off until now. If you don't know how to cook a dish, just search it online and you can get it. This made them all feel very happy. Every time they make a new dish, they feel a new sense of accomplishment. When Liu Yang eats it and praises them, they are so happy. Moreover, in this school, the only thing they can do for Liu Yang is to prepare meals for him to eat when he comes back, so they are very happy to be able to demonstrate their own value. But the situation was different for the more than 20 women who were brought back from the survivor base. These women were previously exploited in the base. Even if their parents collected supplies, they had to hand over a large portion of them. They usually live a life of hunger and cold. Each loaf of bread had to be broken into 2 halves and eaten over 2 days. Now I see that I can eat fresh food in Liu Yang's safe zone. It's hot rice, for dishes and a soup. This kind of life is better than what some of them had before in peacetime. They were so moved that tears welled up in their eyes to be able to eat such hot meals in the end times. Li Mange's people looked at them crying while eating and asked with puzzled expressions, What's wrong? Is the food not tasty? The new girls were in tears but kept shaking their heads. She choked up and said, It's not that it's not delicious, it's too delicious. After the apocalypse, we couldn't even get enough food, let alone eat fresh, hot meals like this. People fight to the death for a piece of bread. There was a 30-year-old woman who married a 50-year-old man just for a piece of bread. In that surviving base, we were hungry and cold. Now that we are here, we are living such a good life. It feels like a dream and unreal to us. We are so moved that we cried unconsciously. Wow, it's so delicious. This feeling is so blissful. Am I dreaming? I'm really scared that once I wake up, everything will be back to square one. We'll still be staying in that terrifying survivor base, fighting for a few pieces of food every day. I'm really scared to go back to that kind of life again. After hearing their words, Li Mingyao, Chen Ting, Chen Zi, and Li Mange all felt the same way. When the doomsday first broke out, some of them were trapped in trees, some were trapped in toilets, and which one of them wasn't dizzy with hunger? Faced with those ferocious zombies, they all thought they were dead, either starving to death or being eaten by the zombies. There was even a possibility that they would starve to death first and then be eaten by the zombies, leaving no intact body. At that time, Liu Yang's appearance was like a god descending from heaven, giving them hope of survival in their despair. They were rescued by Liu Yang, and then the entire school was emptied out, turning it into a safe zone. They were able to move freely in the school. Over the past few days, they had begun to forget the cruelty and terror of the doomsday. Now, the emotions expressed by these new girls also infected them, making them recall the terror of being dominated by zombies. Even Chen Ting and the others had tears in their eyes. Yes, if it weren't for the appearance of Liu Yang's husband, they would be no different from those young and beautiful women and might even have a worse life than them. Fortunately, they met Liu Yang. If they had met someone else, they might have insulted them first and then killed them and eaten their meat. After all, there are no laws or moral constraints in the end times, and everyone has to harm others with the greatest malice in order to survive. You can't trust anyone, otherwise you might be sold out in the next second. But Liu Yang is different. Although he can be quite fierce sometimes, as long as you don't do anything that is detrimental to his interests and listen to him, he will do his best to make you live a better life. He is definitely a reliable partner in the end times. They comforted the new beautiful girls, saying, "Don't worry, as long as you come to our safe zone, you will all be a family from now on. You will no longer encounter danger, nor will you have to endure hunger and starvation. With the protection of Mr. Liu Yang, we will be safe. No matter how many zombies there are, they are no match for Mr. Liu Yang. Mr. Liu Yang is very strong. You will know when you go there to experience it at night." Chen Zi said, "Isn't it? Liu Yao's husband is definitely the most powerful man in the world. Whether it is his fighting power when facing zombies or his fighting power when facing women, he is the best in the world, unprecedented and unrivaled." Lin Momo said, "I can testify to this. Liu Yang's husband has passed our test for superpowers and has become the world's #1 superpower, the #1 S-level superpower. There is no superpower in the world stronger than him." After hearing this, the girls were all shocked. Although they also believed that Liu Yang was the strongest, this kind of official certification was indeed more convincing. They asked Lin Momo, "Really? Has your husband really become the world's #1? And is it officially certified?" Lin Momo nodded affirmatively and said, "Of course it's true. I saw my husband become the first with my own eyes. Even our director Chun praised my husband highly and insisted on making him the captain. In the end, my husband was only an honorary captain. He didn't have to obey the organization's discipline at all, but he could enjoy all kinds of benefits from the organization. It can be said that he was treated extremely well." Wow! After hearing Lin Momo's words, the girls looked at Liu Yang with stars in their eyes and admiration. They said in unison, "Hubby, you are so handsome." "Of course, who am I?" Liu Yang said with a confident smile. Chapter 96. The dwarf is cheap. After finishing his meal with the girls, Liu Yang also showed a relaxed expression on his face. Then he said to everyone, "Okay, I'm going to go back and rest. Next, Sigrid, after dinner, take a shower and come to my room to find me. I have something to talk to you about." The dwarf princess Sigrid had never experienced Liu Yang before. At the same time, it was her first time to come to Liu Yang's safe zone. She didn't know what Liu Yang meant by this sentence. She thought he really wanted to chat with her. She didn't know why she had to take a shower before chatting. Although she had doubts in her heart, she didn't ask. Maybe Lord Liu Yang liked people who smelled good, so she nodded naively and said, "Okay, Master Liu Yang. Sigrid will come find you later." So Liu Yang went straight back to his room. After Liu Yang left, the other women began to show envious expressions on their faces. She said to Sigrid, "Wow, congratulations, Sigrid. On the first day of coming here, you can go into Liu Yang's husband's room to chat. Some people may have to wait in line for several months. You are so lucky." "That's right. We weren't as lucky as you back then. I waited for several days. I've been waiting for more than 10 days. Chen Lixia is so lucky. She was able to have sex with Liu Yang's husband on the first day." "That's right. I heard that she was a little reluctant at that time." Listening to everyone discussing her, Chen Lixia showed an embarrassed expression on her face and said, "Don't laugh at me. The apocalypse had just broken out at that time. How could I know it would turn out like this? Moreover, Liu Yang had pursued me in peacetime before. How could I know that he would become so strong and powerful after the apocalypse broke out? If I had known this would happen, I would have stuck with him a long time ago. You little bastards wouldn't have the chance to laugh at me here." Listening to the discussion, Sigrid showed a puzzled expression on her face and asked, "What do you mean by this? Aren't we just going to his room to chat? Is there any queue or no queue? If you want to chat, can't you go in any time?" The women smiled evilly and said, "When a man says he's just chatting, do you really believe he's just chatting? Don't even mention the end of the world. Even in peacetime, you can't trust a man." At the beginning, they said, "I have a cat that can do backflips. Come over to my house and take a look. Come over to my house and chat. Don't worry, just chat." Then as they chatted, they started to make advances. Men can be honest. Even sows can climb trees. That's right. In the past, many innocent girls believed what men said, thinking that they were just chatting, and then they slowly fell into their trap. It's just a chat, and that's just as unbelievable as it is just a rub. If you really believe that he's just chatting, then you're done. The dwarf princess Sigrid asked with a puzzled look on her face. "If not to chat, what else can we do?" Li Mingyao said, "Think about it. What else can a man and a woman do in a room when they are so passionate about each other? There will definitely be some intense behavior." The dwarf princess didn't understand. She had never experienced this before and had never been alone with a man. Moreover, at the age of 28, she was still very young for the dwarfs, and she was not eager to get married. So her parents had never taught her about the relationship between men and women. She still shook her head and said, "I don't really understand. What would you humans do if a man and a woman were in the same room?" Chen Zi said directly, "Of course it's about giving birth to a child. Can it really be a chat?" When the dwarf princess Sigrid heard this, she was shocked, but also a little happy and a little worried. She blushed, covered her mouth, and said, "Having a child with Lord Liu Yang is too embarrassing. Besides, Lord Liu Yang is so tall and strong, and I'm a dwarf girl. Is it really possible? You should know that Liu Yang is 1.85 meters tall, which is a big and strong man among humans. You can basically find the street in seconds when you walk outside. He used to be a sports student in school. He had well-developed muscles and looked very strong. Although he was poor and was secretly despised by others, basically no one dared to provoke him openly. If a 1.85-meter tall athlete really goes crazy, who can withstand him? Although those rich second generations like to bully others, they are not stupid. Now compared with the dwarf princess who is 1.2 or 1.3 meters tall, Liu Yang looks even taller. The height of dwarves is generally around 1.2 to 1.3 meters. Anyone who is over 1.3 meters tall can be considered a big and strong man. But their density is very high. A 1.3-meter tall body can weigh 150 kilograms, yet still looks well-proportioned. Their body density is at least several times that of humans. Although the dwarf princess felt that she was very strong, compared to Liu Yang, she was like a little chicken after all. "How can we bear this?" Li Mingyao said, "I am 1.5 meters tall, but I was fine at the beginning, right? Don't worry, you may still want to talk more." Chen Zi said, "That's right. Although you dwarves are somewhat different from us humans, you are basically the same. Even among humans, your appearance is considered very beautiful. No wonder Liu Yang specifically asked to chat with you tonight." Li Ming said, "You are so lucky. Some people don't know how long they have to wait for Liu Yang. If you don't want to go, others are eager to go." Bai Qingqing said, "That's right. If you are really scared, I can take your place." Yu Zuelan said, "I can also take your place." The dwarf princess Sigrid shook her head. "I won't let you take my place. I just want to chat with Lord Liu Yang. You guys just wait here and line up. Well, I'm full. Thank you for the delicious food. I'm going to take a shower next." But, after saying that, the dwarf princess left. Seeing the dwarf princess leave, everyone else showed envious expressions. Looks like this little dwarf has a great deal tonight. Chapter 97, The Strong Dwarf. Liu Yang was waiting peacefully in his room, so that he could have a good chat with the dwarf princess Sigrid tonight. You can get a good understanding of the customs of the dwarves. You must have a deep understanding and in-depth communication. After all, this kind of dwarf has never appeared in this world before. Liu Yang was probably the first human to encounter them. I must have a thorough communication with this dwarf princess. On the other side, the dwarf princess Sigrid took a good bath in her room. Liu Yang did leave a lot of clothes from the supermarket for these women. But Sigrid, as a princess of the dwarves, was not tall enough. She wanted to wear some sexy clothes, but found that she could not fit them at all because they were several sizes larger than her. After much selection, I finally picked a skirt that fit me fairly well. As soon as I went out, all the women gathered around me. They looked at the dwarf princess Sigrid and smiled. "Ha! Sigrid, why are you wearing this outfit? Isn't this children's clothing?" Li Mingyao said. "Ha ha, I'm 1.5 meters tall, so at least I can still find suitable clothes. It's too difficult for you to find suitable clothes with your height of 1.3 meters. Sigrid, Where did you find this children's clothing? You know what? It fits me really well. And it really suits your temperament. Ha ha ha. Listening to the laughter of the crowd, Sigrid curled her lips in displeasure and said, "What do you know? This is not children's clothing. I looked at the label on it. It says Lolita. Is this your human erotic clothing?" The women laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, what's Lolita? That's the Lolita that children wear." You are the kids. You are 18 years old and still laughing at me. This 28-year-old is really shameless. Call me sister quickly, or I will throw you out myself. Humph. Sigrid raised her hand and showed her biceps. The muscles of the dwarves are not comparable to those of ordinary humans. Sigrid is 1.3 meters tall and weighs more than 150 kilograms. When she exerts force, the muscles in her hands bulge even higher. He could definitely throw a woman out of the house with one hand. After hearing what Sigrid said, the girl smiled and said, Okay, Sigrid. We were just kidding. Now that we know you are wearing Lolita, please don't throw us out. Although you are a dwarf, your strength is several times stronger than ours. We all heard it from Liu Yang. And Liu Yang also said that you dwarves have bad tempers. And it seems to be true. Ha ha. Let's see how Liu Yang teaches you a lesson tonight and makes you behave yourself in the future. Don't think that you dwarves can withstand Liu Yang's Force-8 Gale just because you are strong. We will be begging for mercy on your behalf when the time comes. Sigrid showed a face that refused to admit defeat and said, The dwarves will never beg for mercy. Just watch me tonight and see how I make your legendary Liu Yang beg for mercy. Don't think I have no strength just because I'm short. Have you ever heard of the saying that concentration is the essence? After saying that, the dwarf princess walked directly to Liu Yang's door and knocked on it. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Liu Yang had already been waiting in the room. Since we have agreed to chat with the dwarf princess, of course I have to be prepared today. We can't let these dwarves look down on us humans. This was the first communication between the two ethnic groups, with Liu Yang representing humans and the dwarf princess Sigrid representing the dwarves. This is the battle of the century that involves the honor of mankind. I can't just admit defeat. Soon, the door was pushed open. The dwarf princess Sigrid walked in, and Liu Yang's eyes lit up instantly when he saw what she was wearing. Unexpectedly, she found a suitable Lolita dress. The fluffy Lolita skirt had bows and bear patterns on it, which looked very cute. And it suits Sigrid very well. The dwarves are only about 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, but their body proportions are very perfect, unlike human dwarfs. Dwarfs always have larger heads and shorter and thicker hands and feet. They look very uncoordinated and have an awkward walking posture. But the dwarf princess Sigrid has perfect proportions, has a very small head. Possessing slender limbs, Liu Yang made a rough estimate and found that even though she was only about 1.2 meters tall, she had a body size of 7 heads. And her breasts are very big. Considering her body proportions, she is definitely very plump. Moreover, the body density of dwarves is much greater than that of humans. They are very strong and their skin is very elastic. They can adapt to working in mines and will not have their skin scratched by rugged rocks. I don't know if it's the same in other places except that the skin on the surface is stronger and more elastic than that of humans. Liu Yang said to Sigrid, Come here, little dwarf. Let's have a good chat. Sigrid sat next to Liu Yang with a red face and a stubborn expression on her beautiful little face. At this time, Liu Yang took off his bathrobe, showing off his strong muscles, and said, How about it, a 1.85 meter tall dark-skinned athlete with big chickens all over his body? Are you scared? Sigrid said, It is indeed quite big and strong, but it is still a little inferior to us dwarves. We dwarves never judge strength by muscle. Don't look at my short stature, but my strength is not necessarily less than yours. Although I am definitely not as good as Lord Liu Yang, if it is an ordinary human, I may not be able to beat me. Liu Yang said curiously, Oh, really? Then show me your strength. Okay, Lord Liu Yang. Sigrid came directly to Liu Yang and picked him up. A woman of about 1.2 meters tall was carrying a 1.85 meter tall athlete, and they were even able to jump around. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was a little surprised. He said, It's really fierce. Sigrid nodded and said, Yes, come and spar with me without worry, Master Liu Yang. We dwarves are famous for our toughness. In your human terms, we are tough. Awesome. Liu Yang gave the dwarf princess a thumbs up, then got down to business and started chatting. Outside the door, the women leaned in to listen to their voices. An expression of contempt appeared on everyone's face. Chapter 98, It's delicious. This dwarf princess spoke in a rather arrogant manner. Li Mingyao said, I thought this dwarf princess was so powerful, but she is no different from me. She even seems to be even weaker than me. Oh, whoa. The little white tiger also joined in the fun, stretched out its long tongue, and licked its lips. The next day, Liu Yang woke up refreshed. He stretched his male waist and slept very comfortably last night without saying a word. Just get up and wash up. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he walked out of his dormitory. At this time, Chen Lixia and the others were already having breakfast in the dormitory. As soon as she saw Liu Yang, she called out to him, "Husband, come and have breakfast. Sister Momo made breakfast. It's so delicious. Well, I have to try it," Liu Yang said and walked over. Lin Momo is older than Li Mengyao and the others. Moreover, he had already joined the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau and knew much more than these female students. It can be said that she is a very powerful female agent. Not only does she have combat skills, she also has life skills. Making breakfast is a piece of cake for her. Liu Yang took a bite of the sandwich made by Lin Momo, and it tasted really good. He praised Lin Momo, "It's delicious. I didn't expect Momo's cooking skills are so good. She is worthy of being the woman I tortured for several hours in the torture room." Hearing this, Lin Momo's face immediately turned red. She recalled the scene when she chatted with Liu Yang in the torture room. I remembered how powerful Liu Yang's husband was back then. Just thinking about it makes me shy, blushing, and unbearable. She blushed and said shyly, "As long as my husband likes it, I will cook it for him every day in the future. I will cook whatever my husband wants to eat." Liu Yang touched her head and said, "Then I'm in for a treat." After breakfast, Liu Yang prepared to go out and continue collecting supplies. Now, at the beginning of the apocalypse, the supplies in the supermarkets have not yet deteriorated. In another month or two, I'm afraid most things will go bad and become inedible. Therefore, we must seize the time and collect more in the early stages. In the later stages, one can only be self-sufficient. We rely on those bases to grow crops and provide food. Just when Liu Yang was about to go out, the little white tiger came skipping over. He followed Liu Yang, raised his big head, and looked at Liu Yang with a pair of bright blue eyes. "Oh, woo-woo. It seems to be saying, 'Take me away, take me away.'" Liu Yang looked at the little white tiger and said, "Is your leg healed?" The little white tiger nodded. "Oh, woo. Okay, now that your leg is healed, I will take you to collect supplies today. With such a cool mount like you, when we meet ordinary survivors, I won't need to say much nonsense and I will be able to intimidate them. Let's go." Liu Yang went out first, and the little white tiger followed behind Liu Yang happily. As soon as he went out, Liu Yang rode directly on the little white tiger. Metal armor enveloped them. Then the man and the tiger flew directly into the sky. When Liu Yang and the little white tiger approached, the metal net covering the entire school area instantly opened a wide hole for them to escape. After they flew away, the opening closed again. The safe zone has become impregnable again. Chapter 99, The Fourth Campus Beauty. All supermarkets within a 10-kilometer radius of the safe zone have been cleaned out by Liu Yang. Next, Liu Yang had to go a farther distance, so he expanded the range to 20 kilometers. It has covered their entire central urban area. Any distance beyond 20 kilometers is considered suburban. In that case, the number of large supermarkets and shopping malls will become fewer and fewer. However, there are probably quite a few wholesale markets, grain factories, feed factories, etc. in the suburbs. However, Liu Yang was not familiar with the suburbs. After he had collected all the supermarkets and shopping malls that were easy to collect, he would then collect the wholesale markets and grain factories. After flying for about 10 kilometers in the air, Liu Yang indeed found a large supermarket. So he slowly descended with the little white tiger. When they descended to a certain height, Liu Yang discovered that there were several survivors sneaking around at the door of the supermarket, carefully preparing to go in. Liu Yang took a look and found that there were a total of 6 people on the other side, 5 men and 1 woman. This discovery caught Liu Yang's attention. The sports student in the school discovered the female classmate and tortured her to death. These 5 men and 1 woman have been together for such a long time, and the woman is still fine? Liu Yang couldn't help but scan the woman with the system. The other party's information appeared in my mind. Name, Zhang Woman. Age, 18. Height, 1.68 meters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance score, 94 points. Body score, 93 points. After seeing this message, Liu Yang was shocked. What's going on? Her appearance and figure are both over 90 points. She can be said to be a 1 in a million beauty, similar to Li Mengyao and others. She has reached the level of a top female star. So beautiful, with such a great figure. But she has never had a boyfriend? It has been so long since the apocalypse broke out, and those 5 men haven't pushed this woman away yet? What is going on? Even Liu Yang began to be noticed by this woman. Could it be that this woman has awakened supernatural powers and is stronger than these men, so these men can't push her away? This is very possible. After all, there are a lot of zombies in the supermarket during the apocalypse. To dare to take food in the supermarket, you must be a superpower at least. For ordinary survivors to go in is just like delivering food to the zombies. Liu Yang was feeling confused. Suddenly, he came back to his senses and muttered to himself. Wait, Zhong Wenwen. Why does this name sound so familiar? Oh, right. Isn't she the fourth school beauty who is as famous as Li Mange, Li Mingyao, and Wang Muling? Yes, it's her. I didn't expect that when I came out to collect supplies today, I would actually have an unexpected surprise. I met the fourth school beauties. In this way, I have collected all the 4 school beauties in the school. I have to say that my luck is really good. I didn't expect that these 4 school beauties didn't turn into zombies, nor were they eaten by zombies. They were all left for me, Liu Yang. It's just right. Today, not only are the things in this supermarket mine, but this Zhong Wenwen is also mine. Liu Yang rode on the little white tiger and hovered in the air, lowering his altitude a little so that he could better observe their movements. Directly to the 4th school beauty, Zhong Wenwen said to the men, Wang Chong, you promised me that you would go into the supermarket to collect supplies today. I haven't had a full meal all day. You said at the beginning that you would protect me well and would not let me starve or put me in danger. Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Hurry up and go in. A man next to him said, Brother Chang, after the apocalypse broke out in this supermarket, most people have probably turned into zombies. Even if the rest haven't turned into zombies, it's hard for them to escape. There are at least a few hundred zombies in there. There are only 5 of us, and I'm afraid we don't have enough strength. Going in would be like sending ourselves to death. Another man also said, Yes, Brother Chang, although we also know that you are anxious to find food for your sister-in-law, we should think of other ways. It is better not to go into this supermarket unless it is absolutely necessary. The third man said, Yes, Brother Chang, let's take a long-term view. Zhong Wenwen showed an unhappy expression beside her. She said sarcastically, What a bunch of cowards. How shameful. After hearing what Zhong Wenwen had said, the 4 men showed expressions of anger but not courage to speak. If Wang Chong hadn't been here, the 4 of them would have slapped this woman to the ground and raped her. Damn it, if you want to eat something delicious, just go find it yourself. Why should we risk going to the supermarket to find food for you? Wang Chang is also a die-hard bootlicker. You can agree to such conditions. But after the doomsday broke out, Wang Chong awakened his superpowers and became the only one among them with superpowers, with extremely powerful strength. The 4 of them combined are no match for Wang Chong. Therefore, even if they had a lot of opinions about Zhong Wenwen, they didn't dare to say it out loud. As expected, after hearing Zhong Wenwen's word trash, Wang Chong's face immediately showed an angry expression. He said to his men, Wenwen is right, you are a bunch of trash. It has been so long since the apocalypse broke out, and we have already collected all the food around here. If we don't start from the supermarket, we will all starve to death. Do you think I'm only thinking about Wenwen? I am also thinking about you and myself. But Brother Chang. The men wanted to say more, but Wang Chong waved his hand to stop them and said, Stop talking. I have made up my mind. I must collect enough supplies from the supermarket today. Isn't it just zombies? Haven't we killed enough zombies these days? A man muttered, That's because there aren't many zombies, and they're not in a confined space. We used the kite-flying tactic to kill them, but you can't fly a kite in a supermarket. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll throw you in to feed the zombies. Wang Chong said viciously. These people actually dared to talk back in front of their goddess. It's simply not giving myself face. The subordinate was so frightened by Wang Chong's words that he dared not speak. At this time, Wang Chong said to Zhong Wenwen, Wenwen, but this time I have collected enough food from the supermarket. You can be my girlfriend, right? Chapter 100, Dog Licking. Wang Chong has been licking Zhong Wenwen for a long time. When he was in school, he confessed his love to Zhong Wenwen countless times. In the summer, in order to buy Zhong Wenwen a cup of her favorite milk tea, he was willing to ride a shared electric bike for an hour in the hot sun and 40 degrees Celsius at noon to the milk tea shop 30 kilometers away. In order to buy Zhong Wenwen her favorite Apple mobile phone, Wang Chang once ate steamed buns for 3 months just to save 6,000 yuan in food expenses to buy Zhong Wenwen a new phone. It can be said that Wang Chong is the biggest bootlicker in the school. People call him a licker. I didn't expect that after the doomsday broke out, this bootlicker Chang actually awakened his superpowers, and his strength seems to be pretty good. However, the awakening of his strength did not awaken his heart. I still have a dog-licking heart. Even if it is the end of the world, the licker is still a licker. In order for Zhong Wenwen to be his girlfriend, he took the risk and prepared to go into the supermarket with his brothers to look for food. And those brothers dared to be angry but not to speak out. After all, this is the end of the world, and strength is everything. If they dare to go against Wang Chong, they might be killed by Wang Chong in the next second. After all, this licking dog is strong. Although he is very good to Zhong Wenwen, he holds her in the palm of his hand, almost to the sky. But to others, he is cruel and ruthless. Last time, they met a survivor while searching for food. Because the survivor had some food on him, Wang Chang wanted to take the food, but the other party didn't give it to him. He killed the other person without saying a word. They also used the other party's corpse as bait to lure away the zombies, in order to find more food. Not only was the other party killed, but not even a complete body was left. They still remember that scene vividly. If you dare to go against the bootlicker now, you might become a corpse in the next second. However, after listening to Wang Chang's words, Zhang Wenwen did not agree to him. Instead, she said earnestly, "Wang Chang, don't be so impatient when doing things. Do you understand? Didn't I tell you at the beginning? As long as you pursue me for 3 years, I will consider being your girlfriend. But now you have only been pursuing me for a year. Even if the end of the world comes, this agreement cannot be changed. Besides, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Don't you understand this sentence? If you just chase me for a while, I will agree to you. Isn't that disrespectful to me? I am serious about finding a boyfriend. This is a major event in life. I can't just find someone to be my boyfriend casually, right? If that's the case, as one of the school beauties, the boys chasing me in school would cost at least 800, if not 1,000, and many of them are rich second generations. Wouldn't I have already promised them? So, don't be impatient. Just treat pursuing me as playing a game to achieve something. I will see every effort you make, and it will leave a better impression on you in my heart and give you more points. When your achievement score reaches 100, it will be time for me to be your girlfriend." After hearing this, Wang Chang actually nodded. He said, "Okay, Wenwen, what you said makes sense, and I have figured it out. People should not be so eager for quick success. I like you, and I have the obligation to provide you with food. How can I let you be my girlfriend just because I go to the supermarket to find some food? Isn't this treating you as having the same value as those foods? Damn it. Wenwen, don't be angry. I will go to the supermarket to get you food." Zhang Wenwen said, "Yeah, that's right. I'm so happy that you can figure it out. You are worthy of being the man I like. Don't worry. In the past, you had many rich second-generation competitors, but now, the apocalypse has broken out, and those rich second generations have all died. Only you survived, so I will be yours sooner or later. Don't worry. I see every effort you make, and maybe one day I will be moved." Wang Chang said, "Yes, Wenwen, I understand. I will treat you wholeheartedly in the future and never rush for quick success again." Hearing this, Zhang Wenwen nodded with satisfaction and a smile appeared on her face. The other men next to Wang Chang had disgusted expressions on their faces. "But I dare not show it too much. I want to laugh, but I dare not." His face looked extremely distorted and ugly. This bitch really knows how to CPU others. The key point is that Wang Chang, this bootlicker, really falls for it. The people involved didn't think anything of it, but we felt disgusted just listening to it. Liu Yang, who was riding the little white tiger in the Sky City, saw this scene and showed contemptuous expressions on their faces. He said to the little white tiger under him, "Little white tiger, this woman is too abominable. She fooled Wang Chang and made him a clown. You must not learn from this kind of woman in the future, understand?" "Oh, whoa, the little white tiger raised its head and called out twice under Liu Yang. Although she didn't understand what Liu Yang meant, she just had to nod in response to what her master Liu Yang said. Liu Yang continued, "Seeing Wang Chang's current behavior reminded me of when I was pursuing Chen Lixia. It was exactly the same. However, after being rejected and insulted by Chen Lixia, I suddenly realized my mistake and changed my behavior. I can be considered to have returned to the right path. Unlike this licking dog Chang, he has been licking even after a month of the apocalypse. He is indeed a natural licking dog. When Yang comes, I have to give him a cigarette. He has been waiting for such a beautiful girl in class for so long, but he still hasn't won her over. Let me, Liu Yang, help him experience it." Liu Yang continued to observe their behavior. Seeing that Wang Chang had already led his men into the supermarket, he was not in a hurry and continued to wait for them to come out. At that time, you can snatch the food collected by the other party and also snatch the other party's goddess. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then Liu Yang told Wan Qing in person exactly how his goddess used it. Let him know that in the end times, women are to be played with, not licked. A few minutes later, a man screamed in the supermarket, "Ah, don't bite me. Help, Brother Chang, save me." Ah. Screams continued to be heard in the supermarket. Then 3 figures ran out. It was Wang Chang and 2 other survivors. There were 5 people who went in, and after just a few minutes, only 3 came out. At the same time, the backpacks on the 3 people were already stuffed full, and each of them was holding 2 boxes of instant noodles in their hands. It can be said that they gained a lot from this trip to the supermarket. Liu Yang said to the little white tiger, "Very good, it's time to go down." Chapter 101. I'm easy to chase. Wang Chang and his friends had just run out of the supermarket, and not long after, a dozen zombies inside rushed out following them. They quickly reunited with Zhang Wenwen and ran away together, running into an alley. The zombies couldn't see them, so they lost their target and just wandered around the street doing nothing. Wang Chang and the 2 strong men were breathing heavily. The two sturdy men still had expressions of lingering fear on their faces. He said to Wang Chang, "Brother Chang, this is terrible. These foods were bought with the lives of two companions." Wang Chang said, "Those two guys were too timid. Who can they blame if they fall down while running? Don't they deserve it?" After hearing this, the two survivors became unhappy. "We are all brothers, but when you see your brother being eaten by zombies, you don't show any expression and even say that he deserves it?" A male survivor said directly, "Brother Chang, you can't say that. Accidents happen all the time. If the two brothers hadn't fallen and been eaten by zombies, delaying us for some time, we might not have been able to escape. Entering the supermarket this time was already very risky." Another survivor also said, "Yes, Brother Chang, don't let the brothers take risks like this in the future. Isn't it obvious that the time has not come yet? With our strength, entering the supermarket is a life and death situation." An unhappy expression suddenly appeared on his stubborn face, and he said, "Huh? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? And you even talked back to me in front of women?" The two survivors said, "Boss, although we are following you, you can't treat our lives as nothing, right? You don't have any brothers in your eyes, only this woman, right? This woman asked you to go to the supermarket to get something, and you ordered us to go. Next time, if she asks us to go through fire and water, will we go? Just for a woman? You dare to bark like a dog. Isn't that right? Damn it, you dare to talk back. Take my kick." An angry expression appeared on the stubborn face, and he kicked the survivor in front of him directly. As a mutant, his basic attributes are twice that of an ordinary person, and he kicked the man several meters away with one kick. The survivor was kicked to the ground with a look of fear on his face. Another survivor spread his hands over his chest and said quickly, "Boss, stop kicking me. I won't talk nonsense anymore. If you two losers hadn't followed me, you would have starved to death. It's an honor for you to follow me to get food. Hurry up and bring the food over so I can distribute it." The two men dared not say anything but handed all the food in their backpacks to Wang Chang. At this moment, a huge tiger fell from the sky, with a handsome figure sitting on his back. The sudden appearance of the huge white tiger scared Wang Chang and his friends. But Wang Chang soon calmed down. As a person with special abilities, even the mutated white tiger was no match for him. He looked at Liu Yang on the tiger's back and felt that this person looked familiar. After several seconds, he finally reacted. He pointed at Liu Yang and laughed. "I remember you. Aren't you the famous sports student in the school? It is said that you are known as the school's #1 bootlicker. I didn't expect that you were not dead." Liu Yang was stunned, with a face full of question marks. "You're a fucking sheep, and you actually said that I'm the biggest bootlicker in the school? Are you kidding me? I just failed to confess my feelings once, and it was posted on the school forum. Everyone in the school laughed at me. You are still licking the apocalypse. Who can compare to you in licking the dog?" Liu Yang said with a face full of sarcasm. "I am indeed Liu Yang, but I am not a bootlicker. Unlike some people who say others are bootlickers, they are actually the bootlickers. Just because of a woman's words, you let your brothers go into the supermarket to risk their lives to find food with you, and then give all the food to this woman. Is there something wrong with your brain? Don't you know that in the end times, you can exchange a chicken leg for a beautiful woman?" Listening to Liu Yang's words, Wang Chang felt that he was insulting his girl. What does it mean to exchange a chicken leg for a beautiful woman? All you get in return are withered flowers and vulgar women. A fairy-like goddess woman can only be conquered bit by a strong man like me. He said to Liu Yang fiercely, "Boy, leave the white tiger on you. This tiger weighs at least 1,000 pounds and is a rare food. Also, leave the food on you, and you can get out. Brother Chang will spare your life." Liu Yang smiled and said, "This is really the funniest joke I have ever heard. Next, I will show you how your goddess kneels in front of me and begs for mercy." Liu Yang's eyes suddenly became sharp. The next second, two steel needles flew towards each other at high speed. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises were heard. Wang Chang's legs were instantly broken by Liu Yang's steel needle. "Ah, my legs, my legs. Ah, my legs are broken." He screamed and fell to his knees. He looked at Liu Yang with fear on his face. What did you do to me? How did you do it? Why did my legs break just by your look?" Wang Chang is a person with supernatural powers. After the apocalypse, he had not met any other people with special abilities, and he always thought that he was the chosen one, and that he might be the only one in the world who had awakened. So during this period of time, he was somewhat arrogant and even did not regard the lives of ordinary people as his own. He only regarded the younger brothers around him as pawns. When necessary, you can always give it up and throw it to the zombies to eat. Only the goddess Zhongwenwen is the most important. But now that he met Liu Yang, he didn't expect that he would be defeated by just a look from the other party. The constant flow of blood from his legs and the severe pain almost made him faint. At the same time, a fierce feeling of fear swept through his entire heart, and his whole body began to tremble constantly. Liu Yang said with a smile, "Is it necessary for an ant to know so many things? Just watch how I conquer your goddess. Look carefully, this is how the goddess uses it." Liu Yang walked up to Zhong Woman step by step, looked down at her, and said, "Kneel down. I've been a little irritable lately." Zhong Woman showed a frightened expression on her face, but she still pretended to be calm and said, Liu Yang, I have heard about your confession to Chen Lixia before. I don't think you're a bootlicker. I think you're a real man. You dare to confess in front of the whole class. You are really amazing. I am easy to pursue. If you pursue me now like you pursued Chen Lixia, I will definitely agree." Liu Yang didn't waste any words and slapped him directly. "Pa, I told you to get down on your knees. Should I chase you? I'd rather chase this little white tiger than you. The end of the world has come, and you still want to treat me like a licking dog? Do you think I'm as dumb as Wang Chang?" Chapter 102, I'm the Big Brother. Zhang Wenwen, who was slapped to the ground by Liu Yang, showed an expression of shock and fear on her face. She never expected that this man would dare to hit her without saying a word. This shock and fear slowly turned into anger of humiliation. The contrast between this and the way she was usually treated like a spoiled brat was so great that it made her a little overwhelmed and even a little confused. Whether before or after the apocalypse, she was licked by countless dogs. In the past, there was not only Wang Chang, a bootlicker in the school, but also various other rich second generations, at least dozens of bootlickers at the same time. Wherever you go, you are surrounded by stars. With her perfect figure and appearance, she has won the love and pursuit of countless people. In the past, I was so overwhelmed by the gifts and brand name bags that others gave me that my house couldn't even hold them all. This also made her develop the appearance of a green tea girl. It can be said that this allows her to handle men with ease and understand men's psychology perfectly. This is also why she was able to train Wang Chang into a super bootlicker in the end times. Make him serve you wholeheartedly and agree to anything you say. They're even willing to sacrifice their own lives in search of food. But now I meet Liu Yang. The trick that had always worked on other men actually had no effect at all, and he even got slapped in the face. This was not only a slap in the face, but also a slap in the heart. The green tea girl who never gets ahead in anything was so angry and embarrassed. There has never been a man who could ignore his own beauty and temptation before. Is this man a eunuch? Wang Chang was heartbroken when he saw this scene, and he cursed at Liu Yang. "Damn it, what the hell are you doing? How dare you hit my goddess? Don't you know that woman is as noble as a fairy in the sky? I usually don't even dare to touch her delicate face, but you slapped her directly. You damn guy. I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost." Liu Yang smiled and said, "This is your goddess. What does it have to do with me? You want to be a licker? Do I have to be like you? Didn't you just hear what he said? As long as I chase her, she will be my woman. Don't you know her nature? But I don't like chasing others the most. So, I'm going to make her beg to be my woman." Wang Chang said with tears on his face, "No, my goddess won't. Even if you use violence, she will never surrender. My goddess is sacred and inviolable. You damn guy. You will never succeed. A waste like you still want to get the favor of the school belle? Don't you know that Zhang Wenwen is one of the 4 school beauties?" He said it with no confidence, as if to comfort my own heart. He held Zhang Wenwen in his hands. He had been chasing her for a year before the apocalypse broke out, and after the apocalypse broke out, he took care of her for a whole month among the many zombies. Even so, he was unable to hold the beauty in his arms. How did Liu Yang get the goddess on his first day here? He wishes. Wang Chang didn't believe that Liu Yang could conquer Zhang Wenwen in front of him. At the same time, Zhang Wenwen, who was knocked to the ground by Liu Yang, also got up. Her mind was instantly filled with humiliation and anger. She had completely lost her mind and stood up and rushed towards Liu Yang, shouting, "You dare to hit me? No one has ever dared to hit me since I was a child. I will beat you to death. I will fight you." When she came in front of Liu Yang, she stretched out her 9 white bone claw and prepared to attack Liu Yang, wanting to scratch Liu Yang's face. However, Liu Yang just sneered, and before the other party's hand touched him, he slapped him again. Bang! This slap was more powerful than the previous one, and Zhang Wenwen was immediately slapped several meters away. The other half of his face was also swollen. Now both sides of his face were swollen, and he looked like a pig. Where's the beauty she once had? Zhang Wenwen was knocked to the ground. Her mind went blank, and she felt dizzy. She tried to crawl for a long time, but couldn't get up. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang's eyes were red with anger. He was extremely angry. He shouted, "Ah, you dare to hit my goddess Liu Yang. You are such a hateful guy. I will remember you. You will not have a good death. If you have the guts, come at me. What's the point of hitting a woman? Liu Yang, you coward. You will not have a good death." Seeing that Liu Yang didn't even bother to pay attention to him, he turned to the other 2 brothers and said, "Brothers, help me kill him. As long as you help me kill him, you will be my best brothers, and I will give you 10 more food in the future. As long as I, Wang Chang, am alive, I will never let you be threatened, and I will never let you starve." But even though he said this, the 2 brothers didn't move at all. They're not stupid. Wang Chang's legs were broken by the opponent at the first encounter. It was obvious that the opponent's strength was much higher than Wang Chang's by many levels. The two of them are just ordinary people, and they will be killed instantly even if they attack Liu Yang. Moreover, both his legs were broken at the end of the world, so Wang Chang is now useless. Even if you are a person with superpowers, you don't have the ability to heal yourself. So the two Wang Chang's brothers said, "You idiot, it's fine if you're just a bootlicker, but you want to drag us into being bootlickers with you? Look at how that handsome guy treated Zhang Wenwen. You should have done this a long time ago, don't you understand? You idiot, you still want us to help you? Just wait to die here." After hearing what the two men said, Wang Chang showed an extremely angry expression, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He pointed at the two men with a trembling finger and said, You dare to talk to me like that? Is this how you treat your eldest brother?" The two younger brothers said with a sneer on their faces, "Big brother? Two brothers died in the supermarket, and you didn't even look at them. And you said they deserved it. How can you be a big brother like you? We wanted to kill you a long time ago. If you were not weak enough, would you have waited until now? You are a dead bootlicker and will never amount to anything." Wang Chang was so angry after being scolded that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, the zombies coming out of a supermarket in the distance were also attracted by the sound here. As soon as I smelled the blood flowing from Wang Chang's legs in the air, the dozen or so zombies rushed over like crazy. The two younger brothers were instantly frightened. They quickly took a few steps back, but they didn't dare to run until Liu Yang gave the order. Wang Chang was also frightened, and the angry expression on his face was replaced by fear. Zhang Wenwen was knocked to the ground by Liu Yang. She felt dizzy and clearly saw zombies rushing towards her from a distance. However, she wanted to get up and run away, but she couldn't. Soon the zombies rushed in front of Liu Yang and the others. Chapter 103. You're a waste. Seeing the zombies coming, Quan, his two younger brothers, and Zhang Wenwen were all frightened and looked as pale as death. At this time, several bosses gnawing at them together are enough to gnaw them into a skeleton. Although Wang Chang is a psychic and is very powerful compared to ordinary people, his legs were broken by Liu Yang, and he couldn't run away at all. Once the zombies get close to him, he will be a living target to be slaughtered at will. He couldn't help but yell to Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, the zombies are coming. This is a dead end. If they surround us, you can't escape no matter how strong you are. Find a way to kill them quickly. Otherwise, once they rush into the alley, it will be difficult for us to get out." Liu Yang smiled and said nothing. He walked a few steps deeper into the alley, so that Wang Chang, Zhang Wenwen, and others were placed between him and the zombies. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenwen and the others' expressions suddenly changed. Wang Chang said to Liu Yang again, "What's the point of hiding in the alley? You can't run away, unless you can fly." Liu Yang ignored him. The zombies rushed over at high speed and arrived in front of Wang Chang's men in a few seconds. They pounced directly on them. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenwen was so scared that she screamed, "Ah, help, help, I don't want to be eaten. Someone come and save me. As long as someone can save me, I'm willing to do anything. Woohoo. I don't want to be eaten by zombies." The two male survivors were so frightened that their legs went limp and they fell to the ground. They were so scared that they peed themselves, and their crotches were soaked. The two of them were just ordinary people without any special powers. They were oppressed by being with the stubborn ones, just like the poor people who were bullied in the school. I am very timid and cowardly. Otherwise, under Wang Chang's oppression, anyone with a little ambition would leave and find a way to survive on their own, rather than following Wang Chang and risking their lives like a dog. Now they saw their boss coming directly in front of them, baring his teeth at them, and the fishy smell from his mouth was overwhelming. It was as if they could smell the scent of death. This feeling is really terrible. Wang Chang was a person with special abilities, so he was relatively calm, but his legs were broken and he was completely filled with fear. He kept crawling on the ground with his hands, trying to crawl deeper into the alley. Unfortunately, how could he crawl as fast as a zombie? He was about to be caught by the zombies. Just then Liu Yang waved his hand. Brush. An iron fence suddenly appeared between the people and the zombies. The zombies didn't see the fence and ran at such a fast speed that they couldn't stop, and crashed into the fence with a bang. One by one, their heads were broken and bleeding, but they kept reaching out their hands from the gaps in the fence, trying to catch Wang Chang and the others. Zombies are not afraid of pain. As long as they are not dead, they will continue to attack. The zombies' faces were covered with black blood from their foreheads, making them look extremely disgusting and terrifying. When Zhang Wenwen and the others saw this scene, they all showed expressions of surprise. What's going on with this iron fence? Why did it suddenly appear? Could it be that God heard our prayers and sent down a miracle? Looking at their dazed expressions, Liu Yang smiled and said, "No, it's not God, it's me. I'll give you one last chance, Zhang Wenwen. Kneel down and submit to me, and I'll save your life. Otherwise, I'll remove the fence and let you be eaten by zombies." After saying that, he waved his hand. The fence moved back 10 centimeters. The zombies were getting closer to Zhong Wenwen and the others, and it seemed like they were about to grab them. Zhong Wenwen was shocked when she saw this scene. She quickly took a few steps back, trembling all over. Now they finally believed that this fence was built by Liu Yang. As long as Liu Yang thinks about it, he can put away the fence and let the zombies tear them all to pieces. He himself could hide behind the fence and would not be attacked by zombies. Moreover, he can easily make metal fences, so maybe his special ability is to control metal. With such a powerful ability, he could kill all these zombies in an instant. At this moment, Wang Chang was completely in despair. Zhong Wenwen came to Liu Yang's side, knelt on the ground, and said to Liu Yang, "I am willing to submit to you. Don't let me be eaten by zombies. As long as you can save me, I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will serve you well in bed. You can do anything you want me to do. Didn't you just say that you were angry? I will help you calm down now." As she spoke, Zhong Wenwen, who was kneeling on the ground, reached out to unbuckle Liu Yang's belt. Liu Yang slapped her to the ground and said with a sneer, "Weren't you so cool just now? You still wanted to treat me as your licking dog? How come you were the one licking me now?" I was wrong, Liu Yang. From now on I will be your dog. You tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to wag my tail, I will never move my ears. You can do whatever you want to me, as long as you can save me. I don't want to become a zombie. Those zombies are too ugly. I don't want to be eaten by them. Having my flesh bitten off by my boss bite by bite. It's more painful than being tortured to death. Please, Liu Yang, save me. I am your dog. As she spoke, she kept knocking her head on the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang was completely dumbfounded. The girl whom he had licked for so long was now kneeling down in front of Liu Yang and begging for mercy. So what does what I did when I licked him before count? Is this a joke? Clown. I'm such a fucking clown. Wang Chang regretted it so much at this time. He cursed at Zhong Wenwen. Zhong Wenwen, you bitch. What did you tell me at the beginning? You said that a woman's money is the most important, more important than life, and you told me to continue licking you. As long as I pay enough, you will agree sooner or later. Otherwise, you will never give a man a chance even if you die. Didn't you say that you value chastity more than your life? Didn't you say that this was your first time, so it was very precious and you wouldn't give it to anyone easily? Didn't you say that you would rather be eaten by zombies than let a stinky man take advantage of you? Why are you kneeling on the ground begging Liu Yang now? You bitch, how dare you lie to me? Zhong Wenwen didn't show any shame on her face, but said sarcastically, you are such a loser. How dare you say that to me? I have good vision, so you didn't get her. Look at you now, lying on the ground like a dog, unable to stand up with both legs, just like a dog in the village whose legs were broken. What future is there in following a man like you? The fact that you didn't get her shows that I have foresight. Compared to Liu Yang, you are nothing. Zhong Wenwen's words seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. It hurts. It hurts so much. It doesn't matter how others scold me, but now the person who calls me a waste, a short-legged dog, is my goddess. The goddess I have been licking for more than a year is now kneeling on the ground begging others and scolding me in front of others. Isn't this a kind of minotaur? Wang Chang fell into a state of madness. Hey, kill me, kill me. I won't live anymore. Chapter 104. Fortunately, I am smart. At this time, Wang Chang wanted to die. He finally understood that compared with Liu Yang, he was indeed a waste, a dog with a broken leg. There was no meaning in him living anymore. Even the goddess began to despise him. In the past, he thought that he was the chosen one, the only person with supernatural powers in the world, and that he would definitely be able to get Zhong Wenwen. I even secretly rejoiced. The doomsday outbreak made him a superpower. His spring has finally come. He will definitely be able to reach the peak of his life and marry a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman. When he was in school, he was one of Zhong Wenwen's many suitors, and he didn't have any advantages. Compared with those rich second generations, his family conditions were not worth mentioning at all. Although he was a little better than ordinary students, he was still a little behind the top rich second generations. At that time, he knew that his chances of pursuing Zhong Wenwen were slim, and he could only move her with his sincerity, so no matter rain or shine, no matter what Zhong Wenwen asked for, no matter when, where, or under what circumstances, no matter how excessive it was, he agreed. He thought that as long as he gave enough, the other party would be touched. Even after the apocalypse broke out, when there were no longer any legal or moral constraints, and he was very lucky to meet Zhong Wenwen, he did not force it. Don't force the other person to become your woman. It is because deep down in his heart he still wants to move the other person with his actions. But now everything I have done is just a joke in the eyes of the other party. He himself has become a complete clown. Then what's the meaning of living? Wang Chang shouted to Liu Yang. Kill me quickly. But Liu Yang, just wait, you stole my goddess. I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Listening to Wang Chang's words, Liu Yang just smiled. Then he said, what's wrong? What do you mean by stealing your goddess? Didn't you see? She voluntarily knelt on the ground and begged me. She even said she wanted to be my dog. Is this the goddess you hold so high? You lick dog. Watch out. This is how you use the goddess. After hearing what Liu Yang said, Wang Chang completely collapsed and let out a scream. Hey, don't do that kind of thing. As he said that, I took out a dagger from somewhere. He just threw it directly at Zhong Wenwen. A fierce expression appeared on his face. He shouted, if I can't have it, no one else can have it. I'm going to die, Zhong Wenwen. You have to die with me. Even if I become a ghost, I will continue to lick you. The dagger flew towards Zhong Wenwen at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Zhong Wenwen also saw the dagger flying towards her, but with her ordinary person's reaction ability, she was unable to do anything in such a short time. She was clearly very scared in her mind, but it was too late to dodge. I didn't even have time to scream. At this moment she felt that her life was about to end, and everything she had experienced in the past 10 years began to flash through her mind. She also regretted it very much. Maybe she shouldn't have raised fish before. Maybe she shouldn't have kept Wang Chang hanging around before. She should have rejected this dog licker earlier. If that were the case, this bootlicker wouldn't become so crazy that he would drag himself down with him even when he was about to die. He has become so crazy with licking that he has turned into a Yandra licker. Just when Zhong Wenwen felt that she was going to die in the next second. Buzz. A soft sound was heard. The dagger was only 1 centimeter away from Zhong Wenwen's neck. It was completely suspended in the air, unable to move forward even a single step. After seeing this scene, Zhong Wenwen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Call. She took a deep breath, and a feeling of escaping death came over her. For the first time, I felt that the world was so beautiful and the air was so fresh. It feels so good to be alive. Liu Yang kicked Wang Chang in the face, instantly breaking several of his teeth. Wang Chang screamed. There was also an incredible expression on his face. How is this possible? Why? Why did my flying knife stop? Liu Yang said coldly. She is already my licking dog, and you still want to do something to her? Huh? What are you thinking? You bastard. You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Don't you understand? Wang Chang shouted frantically. She is my goddess. Even if I die, I will take her away. Zhong Wenwen yelled. You'd better die here. How dare you, you bastard, kill me. Watching Zhong Wenwen and Wang Chang arguing with each other, Liu Yang rode directly on the little white tiger and said to Zhong Wenwen, sit on it yourself. An expression of surprise appeared on Zhong Wenwen's face. I didn't expect that Lord Liu Yang would let me sit on it. This means he wants me to go with him. This is such a surprise. As long as I can follow Liu Yang, there will never be any safety issues in the future. So she nodded quickly, climbed onto the little white tiger's back with great effort, sat behind Liu Yang, and hugged Liu Yang's waist. With just a thought, Liu Yang made the little white tiger fly into the air. Seeing this, Wang Chang showed a puzzled expression on his face. He had been desperate, but now he regained confidence. He muttered to himself, what's going on? He won't kill me. His 2 younger brothers also showed surprise. We are saved. We are saved. We can escape now. But the next second, the iron fence in front of them that blocked the zombies suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it disappeared out of thin air. The zombies were originally surrounded outside, but when they saw the fence disappear, they rushed over like crazy. Seeing this scene, his 2 little brothers screamed, we are going to die here. And he was eaten alive by zombies. Help. In an instant, more than a dozen zombies surrounded Wang Chang and his 2 younger brothers and started biting them. Although Wang Chang was a superpower, he had no ability to resist after his leg was broken. His 2 younger brothers were cowards to begin with. It was even more impossible for them to be a match for a dozen zombies. Soon, horrific screams were heard in the alley. Zhong Wenwen, who was flying in the air, saw this scene and an expression of relief appeared on her face. Fortunately, I was smart and took the initiative to kneel on the ground and surrender, otherwise, I would be the one being bitten. Chapter 105 Entering the Supermarket. Liu Yang and Zhong Wenwen rode on the little white tiger's back and stopped in midair. They did not fly away immediately. Instead, he continued to watch the people on the ground being eaten by zombies. Wang Chang was originally a person with superpowers, but his legs were broken by Liu Yang, so he had no ability to resist the zombies. I saw several zombies surrounding him and biting him. At first, he was able to fight back against the zombies with his hands. I have to say that he's also a ruthless man. Even with both legs broken, he still killed 5 or 6 zombies. But soon the zombies continued to swarm towards him. One of the zombies found the right moment, bit his neck, and then tore off a large piece of flesh. Blood began to flow out of his neck, but fortunately the artery was not bitten, so Wang Chang did not die immediately. But the other bosses were not idle either. They started biting and scratching his stomach. Soon, his belly was bitten open. Blood gushed out wildly, and at the same time, the zombies started to dig out his internal organs. They even started fighting over it. Even his intestines were pulled out to several meters long by the zombies, and the zombies sucked all his intestines into their mouths like sucking noodles. He just watched helplessly as the zombies hollowed him out and ate his internal organs, and he didn't die yet. He was still screaming. Hey, my stomach, my stomach. Who come to save me? Who come to save me? Hey, help, Poochie Poochie. Blood began to spurt out of his mouth. Finally, a zombie ripped out his heart. Took a bite. Bah. There was an explosion. And this zombie finally ended Wang Chang's life. As expected, it's Wang Chang. It was really tenacious. It was gnawed by zombies for several minutes before it died. Miserable. It was so miserable, it was simply too miserable to watch. In the sky, Zhang Wenwen, who saw this scene, was already terrified. Vomit. Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but vomited while sitting on the little white tiger's back. This bloody scene was too hard to accept for a female college student like her who had not yet graduated. If Liu Yang hadn't appeared, she would have been the one being bitten. She felt relieved again. At the same time, I feel very regretful. At the beginning, I actually wanted to treat Liu Yang as my dog and let him lick me. I'm afraid that my actions have left a very bad impression on Liu Yang. I must find a way to make up for it. But, as a fish farming expert, Zhang Wenwen has long studied the issue of making up for men. Men and women always quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. There is a saying that goes, one shot can save all grudges. As long as I serve Liu Yang well in bed, Liu Yang will definitely forget about this little episode today. By then, I will become Liu Yang's real woman. I believe he will no longer continue to be prejudiced against me. Finally, under Liu Yang's gaze, Wang Chang and his two younger brothers were gnawed into skeletons. Then Liu Yang gave him a look. A steel needle flew out, instantly blasting all the zombies' heads like a string of gourds. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenwen was surprised again. At the same time, a somewhat happy expression appeared on his face. Strong. Really too strong. I didn't expect Liu Yang to have such a powerful skill that he could directly control the steel needle to shoot people in the head. With such powerful superpowers, even 100 zombies cannot defeat me, the god of war Liu Yang. Following such an extremely powerful person, I will definitely be safe. She said to Liu Yang, Liu Yang, should we leave here now? Liu Yang shook his head and said coldly, why are you in such a hurry? Just follow me wherever I take you. Why are you wasting your time? Have you forgotten who you are? Huh? Zhang Wenwen was startled and said quickly, sorry, I was too reckless. Liu Yang, you can go wherever you want. As long as you don't abandon me and don't let me be eaten by zombies, I'm willing to follow you. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Liu Yang snorted and said nothing more. Zhang Wenwen, one of the 4 school beauties I met last, can be said to be the one who is best at keeping fish among the 4 school beauties, and also the most green tea bitch. Liu Yang would not give her the opportunity to take advantage of others. It must be suppressed severely. After killing all the zombies, Liu Yang controlled the little white tiger and came to the ground. He said to the little white tiger, next, let's go into the supermarket to collect supplies. Oh woo. The little white tiger raised her huge tiger head and nodded happily. After staying in the villa area for a few days, she was already almost restless. As a naturally playful cat, the little white tiger has mutated, but it still retains its feline nature. Now that he heard that he could finally go shopping in the supermarket, the little white tiger was of course happy. Then Liu Yang took Zhang Wenwen and walked down from the little white tiger's back. Prepare to take the little white tiger into the supermarket. Zhang Wenwen showed a look of fear on her face and said, Liu Yang, are we really going in? When Wang Chang and his group went in, 2 people died inside. There may be hundreds of zombies in here, which is too dangerous, right? How about we think about it carefully and come up with a way to lure the zombies out first, and then go in? Liu Yang sneered. Now that we're taking you in, did you know to make a plan? When Wang Chang and the others went in, why didn't you ask them to make a plan? Zhang Wenwen said with a wrong look on her face. That's different. I'm not sad that Wang Chang died, but I don't want anything to happen to you, Liu Yang. How can that liquor be compared with you? Liu Yang smiled and said, you are really good at talking. You are indeed a green tea bitch. Zhang Wenwen smiled and said, hee hee, thank you for the compliment. As long as I can follow you, Liu Yang, you can call me anything. Don't even mention calling me a green tea bitch. Even if you call me a dog, I will agree. Liu Yang said, okay, follow me into the supermarket. Don't worry, you won't be in danger if you follow me. Zhang Wenwen nodded and said, yeah, I'm just reminding you. Since you are so confident, I will go in with you. Then 2 people and a white tiger walked into the supermarket together. Sure enough, there were hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. There were also 2 skeletons that had been gnawed clean. Those were Wang Chang's 2 good brothers who were killed. At this moment, the zombies saw Liu Yang and his group coming in, and they roared in anger and pounced directly at Liu Yang and his group. Chapter 106, How did he do it? See this scene. Zhang Wenwen was completely frightened. There are hundreds of zombies rushing towards us at the same time. As an ordinary girl, she was of course very scared when she saw this scene. I couldn't help but hold Liu Yang's arm. He said to Liu Yang, you must protect me. These zombies are so scary. If I am caught by them by accident, I am afraid that even my bones will be gnawed by them. I don't want to die. As long as you protect my safety, when we leave here safely, I will agree to whatever you want to do to me. Faced with these hundreds of zombies, she was really panicked. Moreover, in Zhong Wenwen's opinion, Liu Yang's character was cold and ruthless. He might abandon her to the zombies at any time. So of course she was afraid. She was even afraid that Liu Yang was deliberately trying to trick her into entering the supermarket just to throw her to the zombies to eat. Liu Yang ignored her. But with just a thought, a steel needle was already suspended in front of him. Seeing the zombies getting closer, Liu Yang hasn't started to act yet. Zhong Wenwen was really anxious this time. He had directly behind Liu Yang, closed his eyes and curled up into a ball. At this time, Liu Yang waved at the zombies in front of him. The steel needle instantly turned into a stream of light and flew straight away. Call out. Immediately afterwards, the zombie closest to Liu Yang was shot in the head. Bang! With a crisp sound, the zombie's head exploded into pieces in an instant, and black blood splattered everywhere. After hearing this voice, Zhong Wenwen opened her eyes. What you see is the black blood mist in the air, and the corpses of zombies lying on the ground. Then the steel needles became unstoppable and began to pierce the heads of zombies one after another. Bang, 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 bang. Countless zombies fell to the ground in an instant. Less than 3 seconds. In the entire supermarket, all the zombies were shot in the head by Liu Yang. The steel needle flew back to Liu Yang's side again, flashing a frightening cold light. It spun rapidly in the air, instantly shaking off all the zombie blood it had stained. Liu Yang waved his hand. He directly put the steel needle into the space. When Zhong Wenwen saw all the zombies falling to the ground, she was filled with surprise. I couldn't help but yelled, Great, great. Husband Liu Yang, you are so handsome. You killed all these zombies directly. Your ability is too strong. You can shoot the zombies to death in one go. Now when we get to bed, you have to be gentle to me. Don't kill me too. When Zhong Wenwen saw how powerful Liu Yang was and that he could kill a zombie with just a glance, she was instantly and completely impressed by Liu Yang and even started calling him her husband. I wish I could climb into Liu Yang's bed right now and consolidate this relationship between him and her. After all, super strong people like Liu Yang are absolutely in great demand in the end times. As for a rubbish psychic like Wang Chong, he is not even worthy of carrying Liu Yang's shoes. Wang Chong brought 4 of his brothers into the supermarket, but he failed to kill a zombie and lost 2 of his brothers. Liu Yang doesn't even need to move when he comes in. He can kill all the zombies with just a glance. That's the difference. This is true power. Elegant and calm. Instead of being chased around by zombies like Wang Chong. A loser dog who runs away in panic. How does he look like a supernatural being? I don't know what kind of supernatural power he is that has risen. Zhong Wenwen also asked Wang Chong about his special abilities at the beginning, but he just refused to tell her. It is probably just a very rubbish superpower, so rubbish that he can hardly even talk about it. Otherwise, with his show-off personality, he would have said it out loud and let everyone know. Therefore, when Liu Yang's ability is compared with that useless Wang Chong, Liu Yang is even more powerful. It has to be said that at the beginning Zhong Wenwen agreed to be with Liu Yang and to be Liu Yang's bootlicker only because she was afraid of death, but now, she has been conquered by Liu Yang from the bottom of her heart. Following such a powerful man is the best choice. Listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang just smiled and said nothing, because he had already received the system's prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 350 zombies this time. Together with the 50 zombies outside the supermarket, you have obtained a total of 40 attribute points. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang was very happy. Although 40 attribute points are not many, it is almost twice that of an ordinary person. Keep it for now, and add more at once when you have more. He said to Zhong Wenwen, Okay, now start looting the supermarket. Yes. Okay, husband. Zhong Wenwen said very obediently. So Liu Yang walked into the supermarket. There is a lot of food in this big supermarket. Because there are hundreds of zombies guarding, ordinary survivors dare not come in. Even those with special abilities have to think twice. Take Wang Chong for example. His skills are not powerful combat skills, so it is not easy for him to deal with zombies. So because there are so many zombies in the supermarket, even though it has abundant supplies, few people dare to venture in, unless they are really starving. Liu Yang was very happy with the food. Instant noodles, vacuum-packed cupcakes, shakima, vacuum-packed chicken legs, chocolate, candy, jelly, take them all away. Rice, corn, flour, noodles, and other staple foods, all taken away. Black beans, mung beans, soybeans, all kinds of beans, take them all away. Clothes, toothpaste, soap, wash basins, towels, various daily necessities, pots and pans, and various kitchen utensils. All taken away. Milk powder and other baby products? Take them away. Most of the fruits and vegetables that were placed outside had already rotted. But there were probably still a lot of them in the supermarket's freezer, so after Liu Yang collected the items on the shelves. Before long, Liu Yang had collected all the usable supplies placed outside into the space. Zhang Wenwen, who was following behind him, was completely shocked. What was going on? Why did all these things disappear when he waved his hand? When Wang Chang and his younger brother entered the supermarket, they had to carry a backpack. When they left, the backpack was full of food, and they each held 2 boxes of instant noodles in their hands. But Liu Yang doesn't need a backpack or a container for food at all. How did he make food disappear out of thin air? At this moment, Zhang Wenwen felt that Liu Yang was simply a god. There was a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Liu Yang said to her, "We have collected all the things outside. Let's go and search their warehouse now. There may be more supplies inside their warehouse than outside." Zhang Wenwen nodded quickly. Okay, husband. Chapter 107 Level 3 Zombies. Then, Zhang Wenwen followed Liu Yang towards the warehouse area of the supermarket. There is a lot of food in the warehouse area. Liu Yang first went to the grain warehouse and collected more than 10 tons of rice and flour. He then went to the cold storage warehouse and collected more than 10 tons of fruits such as apples and pears, as well as fresh vegetables such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and tomatoes. Then I went to the clothing department's warehouse and collected a lot of men's, women's, and children's clothing. Finally, we entered and marched towards the freezer. There must be a lot of fresh meat and frozen fish in the freezer. This is also the only place in the entire supermarket that Liu Yang has not explored yet. He said to Zhang Wenwen, "After searching this freezer, we can move on to the next supermarket. Today's goal is to search 5 supermarkets." Zhang Wenwen followed behind Liu Yang and nodded obediently. "Yes, whatever my husband says, I'm willing to follow him even if he raids 50 supermarkets." So Liu Yang took her and opened the door of the freezer. And then the door just opened. A crackling sound suddenly came from the freezer. Liu Yang took a closer look and found that it was a zombie, which had been frozen into an ice sculpture in the freezer. When Liu Yang and the others came in, the zombie that had been frozen into an ice sculpture and had gone into hibernation actually woke up again. As soon as he started to move, the ice on his body began to make crackling sounds. Then the zombies covered with ice instantly rushed towards Liu Yang and others. They were very fast, much faster than the zombies outside. "Ah!" Zhang Wenwen screamed. She was actually shocked by the speed of the zombie. Zhang Wenwen had also seen the zombies outside, but their speed was definitely not as fast as the zombie inside. And Liu Yang didn't expect the speed to be so fast last time. A somewhat surprised expression appeared on his face, and he whispered, "How come this zombie is so much faster than the other zombies? Could it be a level 2 zombie? No. I also saw Little White Tiger fighting a level 2 zombie before, and it was definitely not this fast. It has surpassed a level 2 zombie. Could it be a level 3 zombie?" Level 3 zombies. That's something Liu Yang has never seen before. Liu Yang only took a glance and discovered that this zombie's speed was at least 6 times that of an ordinary human. The corresponding one is the 3rd level psychic. It's probably a level 3 zombie. A whoa! The little white tiger let out an angry roar, rushed directly towards the zombie that was rushing towards him. Then it slapped the opponent with its front paw, instantly knocking the opponent several meters away. This high-level zombie reminded Little White Tiger of the humiliation he had experienced when he was teased by that 2nd-level zombie. Today she will regain her dignity from this level 3 zombie. Although I am a female, I am the king of beasts, the Little White Tiger. The dignity of a tiger must not be trampled upon by zombies. Wearing the metal armor made by Liu Yang, Little White Tiger's confidence increased greatly at this time. Even when facing a level 3 zombie, she was not afraid at all. When the 3rd-level zombie saw that Little White Tiger was so brave and dared to attack him, he also roared. "Roar, bastard! You're looking for death!" Liu Yang was surprised to hear this. A level 3 zombie can actually talk? Has their IQ evolved to such a high level? Looking more closely at this zombie, I found that its face was no longer grinning like the other zombies. Instead, it had a somewhat calm expression. If you didn't look closely, you might even mistake it for a human. Then he saw the zombie rushing towards the Little White Tiger. The degree of mutation of the Little White Tiger should not be as high as that of this zombie. At most it is a level 1 mutant beast. Facing a level 3 zombie, the Little White Tiger may have some advantages in size and strength, but in terms of IQ, it is probably not as good as this level 3 zombie. As expected, when this level 3 zombie attacked Little White Tiger, it actually used the ice in the freezer as a feint to affect Little White Tiger's vision, and then made a feint to the east and hit Little White Tiger in the face with a punch. Boom! The Little White Tiger's huge head was knocked to one side by the blow. The third-level zombie looked at his broken fist and couldn't help but frown. This extremely human expression caught Liu Yang's attention again. Good job. This zombie has evolved to such an advanced level that it can even use facial expressions to express its inner emotions. The third-level zombie was very depressed. He punched the little white tiger on the head, but he didn't expect that his fist was broken and even his hand bones were fractured. Although he didn't feel any pain, he knew that such an injury was not good for him. The armor covering the opponent's entire body is too hard. It seems that if you want to cause harm to the opponent, you can only attack the opponent's eyes, nose, and other important parts that are not covered by armor. Roar! Damn beast, you know how to wear armor. The zombie roared again and rushed towards the little white tiger. This time, he quickly approached the little white tiger with his flexible body and punched it on the head, but he didn't use his full strength in this punch, just to influence the little white tiger's judgment. The next second, he stretched out 2 fingers from his other hand and directly stabbed them into the little white tiger's eyes. When the little white tiger saw the 2 fingers, he felt something was wrong and subconsciously closed his eyes. But she understood that with the strength of a third-level zombie, even if she closed her eyes, they would be pierced and exploded, just when she thought she was dead. Next second, the third-level zombie's entire body was frozen, unable to move at all. The little white tiger opened his eyes and saw that Liu Yang had wrapped the zombie's entire body with a metal net. At this time, the zombie couldn't even move a finger. He looked at the hard metal net on his body in shock. He shouted angrily at Liu Yang. Roar! Damn human! Did you do this? Liu Yang walked towards the zombie with great interest. He came in front of the zombie and observed him carefully. It was discovered that the zombie's face was still pale and the pupils of his eyes were still white, but there were more expressions on his face, and he also learned to speak. If you look closely, you can still see that they are not like ordinary humans. He did not answer the other party's question. Liu Yang was thinking in his heart, should he use zombies to control him and make him a zombie puppet, or should he dissect his body to see if there are any changes in the internal structure? The next second, Liu Yang had made a decision. There was a long knife in his hand. Just slash at this level 3 zombie. Brush! Liu Yang chopped the zombie in half from the top. The whole body is split into 2. Chapter 108, A Group of Survivors. Starting from the top of the head, the body is divided into 2 halves from the middle. The internal organs of the body were scattered all over the floor. A fishy smell also wafted into my nose. When Zhong Wenwen saw this scene, she let out a low scream, turned her head away, and began to dry heave. The little white tiger couldn't help but cover his pink nose with his huge furry paws when watching this scene. Still very humane, he frowned. Liu Yang, however, was observing these internal organs with great interest. The zombie's blood is black, and their internal organs are also black. Your brain has turned black. And deep inside the brain there is a dark, sticky mass that looks very elastic, like a jelly-like ball. Liu Yang thought to himself, high-level zombies usually have zombie crystal cores. The crystal core in the brain of this third-level zombie is still soft, like jelly, and it breaks when squeezed. It seems that in order to form a real crystal core, it has to upgrade to another level. After checking the zombie's body, Liu Yang shook his head in disappointment. For someone who likes to read science fiction novels and watch science fiction movies, it is almost common knowledge that zombies have crystal cores inside their bodies. Moreover, the crystal core in the zombie's body is the most valuable and precious thing on him. Contains powerful energy. It is very useful. So far, no crystal core has been found in the body of a level 3 zombie. If I had known earlier, I would have controlled this zombie instead of killing him and used him as guard. He looked at the cold storage again. I found out that it was originally used to hold frozen meat. I didn't expect that they were all eaten by the zombies. It is estimated that this zombie has been trapped in here for more than a month. I survive on frozen meat every day. When he finished eating the meat, he also upgraded himself to level 3. Then it went into hibernation without food. He is considered a lucky zombie, because other meals don't have as much food as he does. I guess his job for the past month was to eat 24 hours a day. It's a pity that all the frozen meat in the warehouse was wasted by him. Then Liu Yang said to Zhong Wenwen, who had already vomited all over the floor. All right, let's go. We have already searched this supermarket. Let's go to the next one now. After hearing this, Zhong Wenwen showed a relieved expression. She didn't want to stay here anymore. After the zombie was chopped in half, the foul, disgusting smell emanating from its hands filled the entire small cold storage. Disgusting, she said quickly. Yeah, okay, let's go. Get out of here quickly. I don't want to stay here for even a minute. So Liu Yang took her and the little white tiger out of the supermarket. After going out, Zhong Wenwen said to Liu Yang, I know there is a big supermarket not far from here. When Wang Chong and his friends were searching for food, they and I had already surveyed the terrain. That supermarket is bigger than this one, but there must be more zombies. Wang Chong and his friends didn't attack that supermarket because they were afraid of too many zombies. I can lead you there. It's less than 1 kilometer from here. They started to head to the next supermarket. Because the distance was very close, Liu Yang did not use flying, but let Zhong Wenwen lead the way. However, he had just left for a short time. A group of strong men suddenly appeared on the road ahead. When they saw Liu Yang and the others, they immediately showed a wicked smile on their faces and surrounded them. Zhong Wenwen's face suddenly changed when she saw them. It is obvious that the survivors in this area have communicated and known each other. Zhong Wenwen and those strong men recognized each other. I saw a wretched, burly man over there, more than 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles on his body. From a distance, he looked like a black bear. After seeing Zhong Wenwen, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips and said to Zhong Wenwen, "Hey, isn't this the school beauty Zhong Wenwen? Where did your flower protector Wang Chong go? Did he get bitten to death by zombies? You can't be without someone to protect you in the future, or you can just follow me. From now on, I will be responsible for protecting your safety, and you just need to be responsible for serving me behind the bed every night." As soon as these words were spoken, the companions next to the strong man burst into laughter, and each of them showed an evil expression on their face. Brother Dazhuang's suggestion is great, but this beauty only looks about 1.6 meters tall. She is like a little chicken in front of Brother Dazhuang's 2 meters height. Can she withstand Brother Dazhuang's strength? Will she be killed in a few nights? That's right. With his body size, he would probably be killed if he got into Brother Dazhuang's bed. It's just like Beauty and the Beast. Brother Dazhuang, you have to be gentle with us. When you get tired of playing, you can give us some of your meat. Brother Zhuang, even if you eat meat, you should give us some soup. The man called Dazhuang showed a smug expression on his face and said, "Don't worry, brothers. I will always leave some soup for you. I will get tired of women like this after playing with them for a week at most. I won't be a bootlicker like Wang Chong. But then again, you are a cruel woman. Wang Chong has been licking you for so long, but you turned around and found a gigolo? You just abandoned Wang Chong. Without Wang Chong's protection, do you think you can still be as proud as before? I tell you, not to mention that Wang Chong is not here. Even if Wang Chong is still here, I must get you today. I have already joined the tiger base, and our tiger brother is also a superpower, and he is even more powerful than Wang Chong. Follow me obediently, kneel down and lick my ass, and then I will be gentle when I play with you at night." Listening to their words and seeing the evil expressions on their faces, Zhong Wenwen was so scared that she hid behind Liu Yang. At this time, they also noticed Liu Yang. He threatened Liu Yang fiercely. "Get out of the way, pretty boy, and give us all the food and supplies you have. Then we will let you live. Otherwise, we will kill you and eat your flesh." A slight smile appeared on Liu Yang's face. After the doomsday broke out, I haven't met anyone who dared to talk to me like this for a long time. He rushed towards the burly man. Seeing Liu Yang take action, the sturdy man was shocked. I never thought that Liu Yang would dare to take action in front of so many people. But the next second, boom! Liu Yang kicked him in the stomach, and he flew sideways more than 10 meters away. Puff! A large mouthful of blood spurted out. It was obvious that Liu Yang's kick had injured his internal organs. A look of shock appeared on the sturdy man's face. I am a professional mercenary in peacetime. He even fought on foreign battlefields for several years. I never expected that I would be kicked away by a pretty boy. And this kind of power is definitely only possessed by supernatural beings. Chapter 109, Bringing Zhong Wenwen Back. The younger brothers nearby saw Dazhuang being kicked away. One by one, they showed angry expressions and rushed directly towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang looked calm and kicked them one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Those little brothers were kicked and flew in all directions. 2 of the younger brothers might have had weaker constitutions, and they were kicked unconscious and seemed to have died. Can you kill someone with just a light kick? Is this guy still human? Those people covered their stomachs with expressions of fear on their faces. Even Dazhuang's eyes when he looked at Liu Yang changed from contempt to fear. As a professional mercenary, he could see the murderous intent in Liu Yang's eyes. Yet, on such a calm face, there was such a strong, murderous aura, which was enough to show that this person would kill without blinking an eye. I'm afraid he has killed more people than I have on the battlefield. At this moment, he was really scared. He covered his stomach and yelled at Liu Yang. "Big brother, spare me. Big brother, spare me. We were blind and didn't recognize you. I didn't expect you to be a noble superpower. If you had revealed your identity earlier, we would have immediately kowtowed to you. How could we dare to offend you? As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. Please spare us this time." Liu Yang did not waver in the face of their pleas for mercy, but instead sneered and said, "To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Don't you understand this sentence?" "No, it's not that you don't understand. On the contrary, you actually understand it better than anyone else. You just hope that I don't understand." After saying this, Liu Yang's eyes suddenly showed a fierce light. Following right on, dozens of steel needles flew towards those people's heads in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of headshots continued. In less than a second, more than a dozen strong survivors were all killed by Liu Yang's headshots. Zhong Wenwen had already vomited once in the supermarket's freezer. Now she saw more than a dozen people being shot in the head at such a close distance, and the strong smell of blood made her vomit continuously. At the same time, she was very shocked at the ruthlessness of Liu Yang's methods. Although Wang Chong and 3 others were killed by Liu Yang, it was Liu Yang's failure to stop the zombies that led to their deaths. To put it bluntly, it was the zombies that killed them. Compared with the violent headshots of today, it is not that shocking after all. Now, these dozen people were killed by Liu Yang himself. He killed more than a dozen people without blinking an eye. So decisive, so straightforward. He really kills without blinking an eye. At this moment, Zhong Wenwen was very glad that she did not continue to fight with Liu Yang to the end, but after seeing the threats from Liu Yang, she knelt down and begged for mercy. If I continue to fight with Liu Yang, I might be killed by Liu Yang in the end. She didn't think that a man as cruel as Liu Yang would not kill women. So after seeing Liu Yang killing more than a dozen people at once, Zhong Wenwen became more obedient to Liu Yang. She had already made up her mind that no matter what request Liu Yang made of her, she would not refuse. "I don't want to die? Even if Liu Yang is a pervert and makes some extremely perverted requests in bed, I will definitely try my best to satisfy him." After killing these dozen people, Liu Yang still had a calm expression on his face. He said to Zhong Wenwen, "Continue to take me to that supermarket." Zhong Wenwen nodded quickly and said, Okay. Liu Yang, come with me." Under the leadership of Zhong Wenwen, Liu Yang and Little White Tiger finally arrived at the supermarket. This time Liu Yang walked directly into the supermarket. Zhong Wenwen didn't say anything, but just followed Liu Yang. Because she knew that Liu Yang was very strong, no matter how many zombies there were in the supermarket, they would not cause any harm to Liu Yang. As expected, as soon as he entered the supermarket, hundreds of zombies appeared and pounced directly on Liu Yang. Liu Yang gave him another look. A steel needle flew out. Bang, bang, bang. Countless crisp sounds continued to ring out. In less than 2 seconds, all the zombies fell to the ground, completely dead. Zhong Wenwen felt that this was all expected. Following Liu Yang, she felt that there was no enemy that Liu Yang could not defeat. She was a little panicked when she encountered the first zombie in the supermarket. But the zombies in the second supermarket, she had completely regarded them as corpses. No zombie in front of Liu Yang can survive more than 2 seconds. And after the first experience, her psychological endurance became much stronger. Seeing so many zombies being shot in the head, the strong fishy smell no longer made her gag. Liu Yang is also very satisfied with the growth of this fourth school beauty. This woman has a good psychological endurance. By then, even if he saw his own big storm, he would probably be able to accept it with pleasure. Taking Zhong Wenwen, Xiao Baihu and others, they continued to search for supplies in this supermarket. Soon, all the supplies in the supermarket were loaded into the storage space by Liu Yang. Then they started to head to the next supermarket. But this time Zhong Wenwen didn't know where the supermarket was, so Liu Yang took them into the air to start looking for it. The target was found quickly. I have to say that the flying ability brought by Metal Control is really useful. It is not only useful for traveling, but also for finding targets. Then Liu Yang took Zhong Wenwen to search the remaining 3 supermarkets nearby. After searching 5 supermarkets in total, Liu Yang's space now had several hundred tons of supplies. "Now you can go back." Liu Yang said to Zhong Wenwen, "Very good. I have plundered all supermarkets within a 10-kilometer radius. Now it's time to return to my safe zone." Zhong Wenwen, as the 4th campus bell, are you mentally prepared? Li Mingyao, Li Mange, and Wang Muling have all been saved by me, and you just happen to be the one who got all the campus beauties. What kind of status you can get in my safe zone depends on your performance tonight. After hearing this, Zhong Wenwen showed a surprised expression on her face. She couldn't help but ask, "Have you found Li Mange, Li Mingyao, and Wang Muling?" Liu Yang said noncommittally, "Why? Is it difficult to find them with my ability?" Zhong Wenwen said quickly, it's not difficult. Husband, you are the best. Don't worry, I will use all my skills to serve you beautifully tonight. Although I have not experienced it, I have read a lot of novels and watched a lot of movies. I am very good at it. Okay, let's go back to the safe zone." After saying that, Liu Yang took them into the air and flew back at supersonic speed. Chapter 110, I don't believe he is that powerful. Zhong Wenwen reference picture. Soon Liu Yang brought Zhong Wenwen and Little White Tiger back to the villa area. As soon as they landed, the women surrounded them instantly. After all, although Liu Yang is very strong, he will still encounter some dangers when he goes out to look for supplies, and the women don't know how strong Liu Yang is, nor how dangerous the dangers outside are, so they are always a little worried. Seeing Liu Yang return safely, everyone naturally showed surprise on their faces and gathered around him. And when they saw Zhong Wenwen next to Liu Yang, Li Mange, Li Mengyao, and Wang Muling all showed shocked expressions. They shouted in surprise, Zhong Wenwen? Aren't you Zhong Wenwen? Zhong Wenwen was also very surprised when she saw these 3 school beauties. What Liu Yang said was indeed right. He has saved 3 of the 4 school beauties, and he is the last one. I originally thought I was lying, but it turns out to be true. She nodded to Li Mange and the others and said, Hello, I'm Zhong Wenwen. I didn't expect that you sisters have already arrived here. You are all my seniors. I will ask for your guidance in the future. Chen Tingxia said, Wow, Liu Yang's husband has gathered all the top 4 campus beauties. Awesome. Zhong Wenwen used to be known as the sexiest campus belle, but I didn't expect that she wouldn't become skinny after more than a month of the apocalypse. She's still so plump and charming, worthy of being the sexiest campus belle. Li Mengyao said, That's right, Kardashian, a socialite who travels among Western celebrities, has a very hot body. Compared with her, Zhong Wenwen is simply on par. Chen Zi said, It seems that Liu Yang is blessed. Looking at the impatient expressions of the crowd, Zhong Wenwen knew without a second thought that these people were really hungry. Still want to grab your own position? You wish. She said seriously. No, let me bear this pain by myself. Everyone knows that things between men and women are painful and joyful. Besides, who wouldn't like a strong man like Liu Yang's husband? I see you are thirsty. After hearing what Zhong Wenwen said, the girls showed somewhat embarrassed expressions. It seems that I was a little too hasty. Aroused the other party's vigilance. What a mistake. What a mistake. Everyone suddenly put on a smiling face and said to Zhong Wenwen, Okay, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's go inside. It's time to eat. Sister Wenwen has been wandering in the apocalypse for so long. I'm afraid she doesn't have enough to eat or wear. Right, let's give you some fresh food to try. Our cooking skills have improved a lot in this month. It will definitely suit your taste. Yeah, okay. Thank you all the sisters. Zhong Wenwen nodded obediently and then followed everyone into the teacher's dormitory. At the dinner table, Li Mengyao, Chun Lixia and others brought out plate after plate of food. Look at these hot and fragrant dishes. Zhong Wenwen was completely shocked. When he first followed Wang Chong, he had no worries about food, but what he could eat were basically snacks. He had never eaten fresh meals like this. In the end, even the snacks were finished, so she forced Wang Chong and the others to risk entering the supermarket. However, they did not expect to suffer heavy losses, and 2 people died directly. Now I see that Liu Yang's women can eat so well. Moreover, the campus is equipped with steel walls and steel mesh, which can be said to be completely safe, and there is no need to worry about zombies at all. Isn't this kind of life a little too comfortable? Zhong Wenwen asked in surprise. Is this chicken stewed with mushrooms? Oh my god, this is chicken. It smells so good. It's delicious. And it's been so long since the apocalypse, and we can still eat fresh chicken and mushrooms. It's great. Chen Ting said with a smile. Wenwen, come and try the beef and green pepper dish I made. As he said that, he picked up a piece of beef and gave it to Zhong Wenwen. Zhong Wenwen took a bite and showed a shocked expression on her face. She said, It's delicious, really delicious. I didn't expect Sister Chen Ting's cooking skills are so good. I will learn more from you how to cook in the future. Sister Chen Ting, you have to teach me well. Chen Ting smiled and nodded, saying, No problem. We're all going to live together anyway, so you can come with us. And we don't have much to do in this safe zone, so cooking is one of the few hobbies we have. Well, then I would like to thank all the sisters first. Zhong Wenwen said happily. This meal can be said to be very satisfying. After finishing her meal, she touched her round belly. With a satisfied smile on his face, he said, It's delicious, so delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. I feel like I ate a month's worth of food in one meal. While Lin Mengyao was cleaning up the dishes, she said to Zhong Wenwen, Wenwen, you have to be careful. You've eaten so much, it won't be good for your exercise later. Chen Zi also smiled and said, I think so too. Hearing Chen Zi's words, the other women also smiled wickedly. Zhong Wenwen was still skeptical. She decided to go to Liu Yang's room and have a good chat with him to see if he was really that awesome. Chapter 111. Can't be learned. Night. Liu Yang lay on his bed and checked the materials he had obtained in his space. I found that after today's collection, there were several hundred tons more. With so many supplies, and the women around him now, it won't be a problem for him to last for hundreds of years. Not to mention that there are survivors at base number 1 who are growing crops. When their crops are harvested, 20 will be handed over to Liu Yang. By then, Liu Yang will have an endless supply of supplies. Not only will you not spend your savings, you will even have a surplus. By then, I won't have to worry about supplies anymore, and I won't even have to collect them. Just as Liu Yang was thinking that the future would get better and better, and he could become the king in the end times. There was a knock on his door. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the knock on the door, Liu Yang collected his thoughts. It goes without saying that the person knocking on the door must be the 4th school beauty, Zhong Wenwen. As the last of the 4 school beauties, Liu Yang has high expectations for her. So Liu Yang shouted to the outside of the door, "Very good, come in." Soon the door was pushed open. Zhong Wenwen, who had already changed into a set of tight silk pajamas, walked into Liu Yang's room. There was a shy expression on her face, but her eyes were full of desire. After entering Liu Yang's safe zone, he realized how powerful a man Liu Yang was, how much food he had, and how many women he had. If you want to stand out among these women, you must have some real skills. For Liu Yang, the only value of these women is to serve him. Therefore, I must work hard to serve Liu Yang well, so that I can demonstrate my own value and gain a foothold among these women. Otherwise, you might be eliminated if you're not careful. After all, the competitive pressure in Liu Yang's safe zone is very high. Not only are there 4 school beauties, but there are also various beauties with special powers, and even a dwarf princess. Maybe more women will join in the future. Therefore, we must firmly grasp the initiative and stand firm on our feet. Looking at the other person's flattering expression, Liu Yang just smiled. A cool school beauty? When you get to my Liu Yang's room, don't you still have to smile at me like a dog? Thinking back to when I was in the Hepping era, I was played around by that girl Chen Lixia. Just like Tomcat and Boiling Sheep. Liu Yang felt like slapping himself hard in the face. Now the apocalypse breaks out. I am the master of my own affairs. These women look at me as if I were a rich bachelor who keeps licking me. It really is a changing world. There is a saying that goes, in prosperous times, women are like gold, while in troubled times, women are like dirt. It's really well said. In the last days, women who lack physical, mental, and willpower can only rely on men to survive. In the end, you will just become a man's accessory. It doesn't matter how beautiful you are. The 4 great school beauties have now been gathered together by me, Liu Yang. Moreover, everyone was fawning on him. This doomsday has created a fairy-like life for me. After Zhong Wenwen walked into the room, she said to Liu Yang in a flattering manner, "Husband, let's have a good chat tonight." Liu Yang smiled and said to the 4th school beauty, "Why? Weren't you quite aloof before? When facing Wang Chong, weren't you so high and mighty, controlling him at your fingertips, telling him to go east and west, and he would go east and west? Why did you become so submissive in my room?" Zhong Wen had said to Liu Yang, "Hubby, how can Wang Chong compare to you? He has nothing in front of you. I have a unique vision, and I saw that he had no future, so I always treated him as a backup. I never let him succeed. But you are different, husband. You must be the most powerful and handsome man in the world. I am so lucky to be your woman." Listening to Zhong Wenwen's words, Liu Yang laughed and said, "You are quite direct, woman." The sentence that was circulating on the internet before was indeed true. Ugly people will never know how proactive women are in front of handsome men. Just like Zhong Wenwen at this moment. In front of Wang Chong, she is a goddess who is high above everyone else. No matter how attentive Wang Chong is, she always has the upper hand over him, and he can't even hold her hand. However, it was different in front of Liu Yang. "Come on, now I ask you, are you willing to submit to me?" Liu Yang waved at Zhong Wenwen. Zhong Wenwen immediately rushed to Liu Yang as if she had received a great gift from heaven. She kept saying, "Husband, I am willing to submit to you." At the same time, Liu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding. Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman. Successfully save the beautiful girl. Obtain system reward. All attributes are enhanced by 50 points. After hearing this reminder, Liu Yang was very happy. Although no new skills were acquired, nor was the level of supernatural powers upgraded, all attributes were enhanced by 50 points, which is already very good. Because this means that all attributes have been strengthened to twice the level of ordinary people. A basic attribute of 200 is equivalent to killing 2,000 zombies. Zhong Wenwen alone can fight against 2,000 zombies. Chapter 112, Tracking the Murderer. Zhong Wenwen murmured to herself, "Really?" Seeing the other person's look, Liu Yang immediately laughed. Said, "Isn't this normal? My physical fitness has reached dozens of times that of ordinary people. Zhong Wenwen said, what else is there to say? Liu Yang said, okay, I won't bother you anymore, and you can go to sleep quickly. As soon as the words fell, Zhong Wenwen closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep, looking at the fourth most beautiful girl in school, lying quietly beside him. Liu Yang also showed a somewhat smug expression on his face. This campus beauty is a famous fish-breeding master in the school. Unfortunately, I got it done the first time I saw him. Even the fish-raising master is no match for me, the god of war in the apocalypse. Men have to be tough and never be bootlickers, otherwise, your goddess will only appear in someone else's bed. It is better than that, king. I don't know how long Zhong Wenwen has been licking her, from the peaceful times to the outbreak of the apocalypse. In the end, I got nothing. Not to mention any intimate behavior with Zhong Wenwen. They didn't even hold hands. It can be said that he was played around by Zhong Wenwen, who would go east or west whenever she told him to. But what about now? Zhong Wenwen got on Liu Yang's bed and became Liu Yang, doing whatever Liu Yang asked her to do. This is the difference between a tough man and a bootlicker. Wolves eat meat and dogs eat shit. But the lickers don't even get to eat shit. Wang Chong wanted to know that his goddess had been played with by him for several hours. I guess he would be so angry that he would jump out of his coffin. Thinking of this, Liu Yang's heart was filled with a sense of superiority. This end of the world has brought about earth-shaking changes in my life. The school beauties who used to not even look at me are now scrambling to get into my bed one after another. To me, the end of the world is like a paradise. So cool. With a happy smile on his face, Liu Yang fell asleep contentedly. The next day, Liu Yang woke up refreshed and stretched his iron waist. As for Zhong Wenwen, she was still sleeping soundly at this moment because she was too tired last night. Looking at the other person's beautiful sleeping face, Liu Yang reached out and pinched her delicate cheek. Zhong Wenwen murmured and said incoherently, Stop making trouble. Stop making trouble. Let me sleep for a while. I was so tired last night. Liu Yang smiled and said, Okay, then you can sleep for a while. I'm going to have breakfast. So Liu Yang got up, washed his face and brushed his teeth, then went out to have breakfast next door. Zhong Wenwen continued to sleep soundly while lying on the bed. At the same time, the place where Liu Yang killed the group of survivors yesterday. Another group of survivors arrived, looking dusty and fierce-eyed. A wretched bald man was holding a huge black dog in his hand. The black dog looked as big as a lion, weighing at least 300 or 400 kilograms. And its long fangs protruded directly from its mouth, making it look like a saber-toothed tiger. It's obvious that this dog is a mutant dog, not an ordinary dog. Under the guidance of this huge mutant dog, the bald man saw the bodies of those people killed by Liu Yang yesterday, because all the zombies nearby were killed by Liu Yang. Therefore, these corpses showed no signs of being eaten by zombies. However, each body was killed by a headshot. The brains were all over the floor. Seeing this scene, the bald man showed a shocked expression. This is De Zhuang and the others. I was wondering why they went out to search for supplies and didn't come back for a whole day. They were killed by someone. Who? How dare they kill the members of my Qinglong base? Brother Long. They all seem to have been shot in the head. I feel like they were ambushed and killed with a sniper rifle. Damn, these people have no moral principles. I guess Brother Da Zhuang and his friends found some food, but someone ambushed them and took the food away. The bald man called Brother Long nodded, thinking it made sense. Da Zhuang and his men are very strong. They are all strong and have experienced life and death battles. Although they are not people with special powers, with so many people, even if they encounter people with special powers, they may not be able to kill them so quickly and leave no one alive. Woof woof. Just at this moment, the black dog in Bald Dragon's hand barked a few times. The bald dragon showed a puzzled expression on his face and asked, Hypey, do you mean to say that you smelled the other person's scent? Wang Yang. The black dog barked twice again and even nodded in a very human way. It is obvious that after the black dog mutated, not only did its size become larger and its teeth became longer, but its IQ also improved, and it can even understand human language. But this is normal. After all, the little white tiger is much smarter than ordinary tigers after the mutation. It makes sense that dogs are smarter than other dogs after mutation. After watching Black Tiger's performance, Bald Dragon showed a sinister expression on his face and said, Very good, since we have already smelled the other party's scent. Then, let's chase him now. I want him to know that the supplies in our Qinglong base are not something that anyone can rob, and people are not something that anyone can kill. If we don't make him pay a little, how can our Qinglong base survive in this area in the future? Brothers, don't you agree? Yes. The boss is right. We all listen to Brother Long. Chase him straight to his lair and make him pay the price. I don't know which surviving base is so blind that it dares to attack people from our Qinglong base. Let them know how powerful we are. Seeing his brothers so motivated, Bald Dragon also showed a gratified expression. With so many good brothers, why worry about not achieving great things? He raised his arms and shouted, "Very good, brothers, follow me. We will go find him now." So the big black dog led the way. Bald Dragon and his brothers followed behind and began to follow the scent, looking for the murderer. Chapter 113, Stealing a Woman. The people in this base began to track Liu Yang and his group along their route. I have to say that the mutant dog's sense of smell is really sensitive. Liu Yang flew back to his safe base. But this dog could actually smell Liu Yang's remaining scent in the air and track him all the way. Along the way, everyone in the survivor base had a solemn look on their faces. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, we still haven't reached our destination. They encountered several waves of zombies along the way, but they killed them all. It can be seen that the people in this Qinglong base are quite powerful. It took more than an hour to get there. Everyone's clothes began to be soaked with sweat. One of the big men couldn't help himself and said directly to the bald boss, "Brother Long, we have been walking for such a long time and still haven't arrived. Is there something wrong with your dog's sense of smell? Logically speaking, even if there are survivors, the base will not go out more than 10 kilometers to collect supplies. After all, it is only the early stage of the apocalypse. A distance of more than 10 kilometers is already very far for the survivors. Why go further to find food when there are supermarkets and convenience stores closer by?" So the big guy felt a little strange. Being able to come from such a long distance to kill and rob. Is it really just for stealing goods? If he had the time, he could just go to any supermarket and kill all the zombies. After all, those dozen or so team members were killed by headshots. With this ability, wouldn't it be easy to shoot zombies in the head? So they thought this matter was very strange and bizarre. Was it because De Zhuang offended someone that he was killed? However, after hearing what the team members said, Bald Dragon showed a disdainful expression on his face. "Don't worry, my dog's nose will never be wrong. If we continue to track him, we will definitely find him. Our people from Qinglong base have been killed, and he will definitely pay the price. I don't care what his purpose is, and I don't care who he is. Anyway, killing someone means paying with his life. Otherwise, how will our Qinglong base survive in this area in the future? Moreover, all the things in that supermarket have been taken away. The enemy now has too much supplies. If we take them all back, it will be enough for our base to eat for a while. So this time of revenge is not without benefits. Maybe we can get more than what we get by collecting supplies. Maybe there are beautiful women around that guy. Hee. When the time comes, we will be very happy." Upon hearing these words, the sturdy men's eyes suddenly lit up and each of them showed excited expressions. "What a beautiful lady. Damn, the woman I picked up last time was too skinny. I killed her after just 2 weeks of playing with her." After hearing what the big man said, the person next to him immediately showed a teasing expression and said, "What are you afraid of? This time, the boss will lead us to find the guys who killed De Zhuang. Maybe we can find dozens of beauties. By then, not to mention one for each person, even if we have 2, we will have more than enough." That's right. It's really exciting just thinking about it. Seize resources, seize women, seize territory. Our Qinglong base is the best. Go, go, go. Everyone was full of energy. I have to say, it's no wonder that Bald Dragon can become a leader. He is very good at motivating his subordinates. Knowing what they like most, the word rob women, makes everyone excited and full of fighting spirit. A female superpower member showed a contemptuous expression to these excited men. She said, "Look at you. When talking about women, you all show expressions like mad dogs. Men, even in the end times, only think with their lower body. Sister Hongdo, please don't blame us. At worst, if we meet a handsome guy later, we won't kill him and leave him for you. That's right. Sister Hongdo, you have too high standards and too high tastes. You don't like so many men in our base. If we can meet some handsome young male celebrities during this mission, we will definitely keep them for you first." As a capable female in the Qinglong base, Hongdo is not only beautiful, but also very powerful. But so far, no man has been able to possess her discerning eye, so she is still single. Others don't know how high his requirements are and why so many men in the base look down on him. But it makes sense. She is so beautiful, has such a hot body, and is also a powerful psychic. In terms of combat power, she is probably not much lower than the Bald Dragon. It's normal to have higher demands for such an outstanding woman. At least he has to be a young and handsome male star to be worthy of her. After listening to everyone's words, Hongdo nodded, stretched out his pink tongue to lick his seductive red lips, and said, "Okay, if there really is a male star, keep him for me." Ha ha. Sister Hongdo is really a person of temperament. Don't worry, I'll definitely find some handsome guys to help you replenish your yang this time. But Sister Hongdo, you have to hold back a little. Men can't stand your squeeze. If a male star gets into your bed, it won't take more than a few days for you to suck Edison Chun like Xiao Binshan. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and the atmosphere was full of joy along the way. The laughter attracted a dozen zombies to gather around, but they were quickly killed by these powerful survivors. These dozen or so people are all ruthless. As long as they are not surrounded by hundreds of zombies, an ordinary small group of zombies is not a problem for them at all. Everyone continued to move forward. Bald Long was leading the way. In one hand, he was holding a black dog bigger than a tiger, and in the other hand, he was holding a machete more than 1 meter long, searching for Liu Yang's trace all the way. The teammates behind him also had excited expressions on their faces. When I thought about snatching a woman, I suddenly felt less tired. At this moment, Liu Yang was taking his little white tiger to a large shopping mall to collect supplies. He didn't know that he was being watched. Chapter 114 Level 4 Zombie. This large shopping mall has a wide variety of supplies. There are 6 floors in total. -1 floor is also a large supermarket. The 5 floors upstairs sell food, entertainment, and clothing. It can be said that every floor is worth exploring. Liu Yang said to Little White Tiger, "Let's start collecting supplies from the supermarket on the -1st floor, and then search the floors above after searching the supermarket." Awoo! The Little White Tiger opened its mouth wide and let out a roar, then nodded. Follow Liu Yang respectfully. So Liu Yang went straight to the supermarket. There were indeed hundreds of zombies in the supermarket. Moreover, these hundreds of zombies actually started collecting food in the supermarket. Even the packaged vacuum foods were eaten by them. The floor of the supermarket was a mess, full of discarded packaging bags. Moreover, these zombies seemed to be organized and disciplined. They stood in one place in an orderly manner. When they saw Liu Yang and the Little White Tiger coming in, they did not pounce on them immediately. Instead, he was waiting for some orders. Liu Yang looked towards the zombies. At first glance, I saw a tall and strong zombie with sharp eyes. This zombie is different from other zombies. There is no distorted and angry expression on his face, nor is there a grinning mouth and black saliva flowing out. Instead, while Liu Yang was observing him, he was also observing Liu Yang. There was even a look of doubt and scrutiny in his eyes. Awoo! The Little White Tiger roared at the zombie. Even she, who had a low IQ, could see that something was wrong with this zombie. At the beginning, the Little White Tiger was crushed by the level 2 zombie in terms of IQ. At the same time, she was severely beaten by a level 2 zombie, and she still remembers it clearly. At the same time, Little White Tiger had already fought against the 3rd-level zombies in the previous supermarket. And now the zombie in front of him seems to be stronger than the 3rd-level zombie. The zombie in front of him was even more different from the 2nd-level zombie. It looked more like a human, calmer, and more intelligent. Especially those eyes, which were a little pale but full of emotions, and could even show confusion and anger. This cannot be seen by other zombies. Other zombies would only attack living things driven by instinct, but this zombie would look at the enemy and think about it. Obviously, his intelligence was higher than that of a level 3 zombie. Awoo! The Little White Tiger looked up at Liu Yang and let out a puzzled growl at him. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Although he looks strange and powerful, he is just a level 4 zombie." Then Liu Yang thought to himself, except for the whiteness of the eyes, the level 4 zombie is no different from a real human. It looks very humane and has the intelligence of an ordinary person. It's a pity that this is a male zombie. If it was a female zombie, I guess it would be no different from a woman to use, and it might even be more enjoyable than an ordinary woman. Liu Yang didn't expect that he had just encountered a level 3 zombie yesterday, but today he encountered a level 4 zombie. It seems that zombies are evolving very quickly, especially when food is plentiful. Zombies are easier to evolve, and with each level up, their wisdom will be greatly improved. Level 3 zombies have begun to speak, although they still stutter a little, but they can even have some basic communication with humans. And level 4 zombies are even stronger. Maybe it is already able to communicate normally with humans. So Liu Yang shouted directly to the zombie, "Hey, if you don't want to die, kneel down and surrender. Maybe I'm in a good mood and can spare your life." Roar! The level 4 zombie let out a fierce roar at Liu Yang. Then he said to Liu Yang in his hoarse voice, "Arrogant human, how dare you point fingers at our superiors? Don't you know that we are the masters of the new era?" Then he suddenly waved his hand and ordered his superior next to him. "Kill! Kill him!" Roar! The zombies received the order and instantly let out a deafening roar. Then, the black mass of zombies all rushed towards Liu Yang. The little white tiger bared its teeth and roared at them. At the same time, the hind legs are slightly bent, ready to pounce at any time. Liu Yang stroked the soft hair on the white tiger's head and said, "Little white tiger, don't get excited. With the master here, these zombies can't cause any trouble." After he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly changed. Waved at the zombies. A steel needle appeared out of thin air, and then with a whoosh, it turned into a stream of light and shot directly at the zombies. Bang, 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 bang. There were frequent reports of violent headshots. In an instant, countless zombies fell down, and the air was filled with the stench of zombies' blood. Within a few seconds, hundreds of zombies were instantly skewered. Each one was killed by a headshot. In his mind, Liu Yang had already received the system's prompt. Congratulations to the host for killing 320 zombies and gaining 32 attribute points. After hearing this hint, Liu Yang showed a satisfied expression on his face. When the 4th level zombie saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. From the moment Liu Yang came in, he had already seen that Liu Yang should also be a powerful master of superpowers, and the huge white tiger above Liu Yang should also be a mutated white tiger. He thought that these one man and one tiger had some strength, but he didn't expect Liu Yang to be so strong. There were more than 300 zombies in the supermarket under his command, and all of them were shot in the head in less than 3 seconds. How fast was the flying speed of the steel needle? This is simply unimaginable. The level 4 zombie had a very high IQ. Seeing that he might not be able to defeat Liu Yang, he turned around and ran away immediately. However, Liu Yang had a sneer on his face. He glanced at the zombie. The level 4 zombie, who was originally running very fast, suddenly braked and stopped. Then he slowly turned around and walked step by step to Liu Yang. Zombie control. Even a level 4 zombie can be controlled instantly. Unfortunately, the zombies controlled by Liu Yang had no thoughts of their own, so even if he wanted to ask him some questions about zombies, he would not be able to get answers. If only he could keep his own thoughts and wisdom while controlling it. So an idea came to Liu Yang's mind. Can soul control be used to control zombies? Does this zombie still have a soul? He tried it. A minute later, he received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully performing soul control. The other party has become your most valued servant. Hearing this hint, Liu Yang showed a surprised expression on his face. It really works. This soul control is awesome. Chapter 1:15 Zombies Controlling Zombies. Zombies can maintain their own IQ after soul control. So Liu Yang asked the level 4 zombie, "How long have you been in this supermarket? Why are you the only level 4 zombie in the entire supermarket?" Liu Yang was very curious about the conditions for zombies to upgrade. Why can some zombies rise to level 4, while some remain at level 1 forever? Are there any requirements for them to upgrade? Liu Yang wanted to find the answer from this level 4 zombie. The 4th level zombie said respectfully to Liu Yang, "Master Liu Yang, from the moment I regained my wisdom, I found that I had been staying in this supermarket. I should have never left from the beginning to the end. In other words, I turned into a zombie in the supermarket. And what was very coincidental was that when I turned into a zombie, I was in the fresh food section of the supermarket, where there were a lot of meat, fish, and other foods. So after I turned into a zombie, I started eating the meat in the supermarket. I became the strongest zombie and also the latest zombie to be upgraded to level 2. After I upgraded to level 2, ordinary zombies were no match for me, and they gave me priority when there was food. That's why I was able to surpass them all and directly upgrade to level 4. For zombies, in addition to talent, food is also important if they want to upgrade. Only with sufficient food can the zombies' levels be upgraded. Otherwise, hungry zombies will just fall into hibernation and will always be only level 1. After hearing what the level 4 examiner said, Liu Yang's face showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Food is the most basic condition for dietary evolution, and there must also be evolutionary talent. It seems that not all zombies can evolve to level 4. Liu Yang continued to ask, "What is the difference between your level 4 zombies and ordinary zombies? Besides being more powerful, what else?" The basic attributes of a level 4 zombie are already 8 times that of an ordinary human and zombie. It can kill ordinary humans instantly, and it can also command zombies below level 3. Liu Yang nodded and said, "How many zombies can you command at the same time?" The 4th level zombie said, "With my current abilities, I can control about 1,000 zombies. I can order them to do anything and assign them tasks." Hearing this answer, Liu Yang showed a somewhat shocked expression on his face. A level 4 zombie can control 1,000 zombies. If a level 4 zombie leads 1,000 zombies to attack a base, an ordinary base probably won't be able to defend itself at all, unless there is an S-level psychic in charge. Moreover, the level of the psychic cannot be lower than level 3, Otherwise, he will be no match for the level 4 zombies. Zombies don't have superpowers, but psychics do. This is the difference between the two, and it can narrow the gap to 1 level. But if it is higher than 2 levels, you can't say that you are sure to defeat the zombies. When Liu Yang heard this zombie say that he could control so many ordinary zombies, an idea suddenly came to his mind. If I let the 4th level zombies go out every day to find ordinary zombies, and bring those ordinary zombies back for me to kill, wouldn't I be able to gain skill points continuously? Damn it. If you think about it this way, a level 4 zombie is simply a perpetual motion machine for generating points. You don't need too many. If you bring back 1,000 zombies to yourself every day, that's 100 skill points. 100 points in 1 day, 1,000 points in 10 days, 10,000 points in 100 days. With your basic attributes, you will become invincible in just a few months. So Liu Yang said to the level 4 zombie, "Very good. Next, you follow me. I will assign tasks to you when the time comes." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." The level 4 zombie nodded respectfully and followed Liu Yang. Then Liu Yang started searching for this supermarket directly. More than a month has passed, and most of the supplies in the supermarket have gone bad. Some packaged rice flour noodles, instant noodles, etc. are still edible. So Liu Yang put all the food into his own storage space. There were also some packaged drinks, which Liu Yang took away. At the same time, all daily necessities, clothes, towels, etc. were taken away by Liu Yang. It's a pity that the meat resources have been eaten up by the zombies in this supermarket under the leadership of this city-level zombie. So Liu Yang collected all the resources in the supermarket but found no edible meat. However, the meat Liu Yang had collected before was enough for him to eat for a long time. Liu Yang didn't care too much. After collecting the supplies from the supermarket, Liu Yang said directly to the zombies, "Very good. Next we will start collecting the supplies from the shopping mall upstairs." "Oh whoa." The little white tiger called out and nodded obediently. The 4th level zombie also said respectfully, "Okay, Master Liu Yang." So Liu Yang started walking upstairs with the tiger and the zombie. There is also a lot of zombie data in the shopping mall upstairs. It is precisely because of this that this mall has not been visited by survivors from nearby. There are hundreds of zombies on each floor, which is not something ordinary survivors can fight against. Even the survivors, the elite troops in the base, rarely dare to risk entering shopping malls and large supermarkets directly. As expected, as soon as Liu Yang entered the 1st floor, the zombies in the shopping mall on the 1st floor instantly discovered Liu Yang and rushed towards him directly. Just then, this level 4 zombie roared at the zombies rushing towards him. Roar! The zombies' faces changed instantly. Their ferocious expressions turned into obedience. Then they stood still, not moving a muscle. The 4th level zombie said respectfully to Liu Yang, "Master Liu Yang, these zombies have been controlled by me. They will not take any action anymore and have become sitting ducks. Next, you can kill them all." Liu Yang nodded. Then with a glance, a steel needle flew towards the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. A few seconds later, these hundreds of zombies were all shot in the head by Liu Yang. At the same time, Liu Yang also received a prompt in his mind that the system was rewarding skill points. Although Liu Yang could still kill these zombies without the control of this level 4 zombie, the performance of the level 4 zombie this time made Liu Yang see his ability. He is indeed adept at controlling ordinary zombies. From now on, you can score points every day? When he thought of this, Liu Yang's face showed excitement. After the excitement, we started collecting supplies. Most of the stores on the 1st floor of the mall are clothing stores, with only a few restaurants, fried chicken shops, and milk tea shops. Unfortunately, the food inside has gone bad and cannot be eaten. So Liu Yang started collecting clothes directly. This shopping mall is considered a high-end shopping mall, and the clothing stores inside are also high-end brands, with all kinds of brand name clothing, which is really good. One of the sexy lingerie stores caught Liu Yang's attention. There are all kinds of sexy underwear in it. When Liu Yang saw this store, his eyes suddenly lit up and he walked straight in. Chapter 116 Black Dog explores the way. Inside is a wide variety of underwear. Liu Yang waved his hand and put all the clothes into his own space. After closing the lingerie store, Liu Yang continued to move on to the next clothing store. Soon, all the shops on the 1st floor were taken over by Liu Yang. In addition to the clothing store, there is also a baby products store, which brought Liu Yang a lot of benefits. There are many baby clothes, baby milk powder, baby diapers, and so on. These things will be very useful in the future. After all, Liu Yang is destined to have many children and grandchildren after awakening the system of having many children. The things in this baby product store are not enough for him. Immediately afterwards, Liu Yang started to head towards the 2nd floor. And at the same time, the outside of this mall, a dozen dusty survivors have arrived here, led by a bald man holding a huge black dog. The big black dog stretched its neck and sniffed the air. Finally, it barked a few times towards the mall with a fierce look in its eyes. Woof, woof, woof. Are you saying that guy is in there? The bald man asked Black Dog with a serious look. Woof, woof. The black dog nodded affirmatively and then barked twice. Good boy. The bald man touched the black dog's head and then said to the mall with a fierce look in his eyes, we finally found it. Could these guys be using this mall as their base? The other members nearby also had solemn expressions on their faces. Use the entire mall as a base? Then the strength of this survivor base is probably not low, because the Qinglong base is just a villa community. The villa community is sparsely populated and there are only a few houses. It was very easy for them to clean up the zombies. But it's different inside the shopping mall. There are a lot of people and zombies inside. Hundreds of zombies attack at the same time. Ordinary people probably don't dare to go in. This existing base was able to clear out all the zombies in the entire shopping mall, which means that their strength is probably stronger than the Qinglong base. Those people began to back off. They were the attacking party, but the team that came, although they were the elites in the base, only consisted of a dozen people. There are only a dozen of us on someone else's territory, facing hundreds or thousands of people. How can we possibly win? A psychic said to the bald dragon. Brother Long, it seems that these guys are very powerful. They were able to occupy the entire mall as their base, which is enough to prove that they are not afraid of the zombies. Moreover, the mall is full of food. I'm afraid that they are in full force right now. We are just a dozen people, so we may not be their opponents. Another psychic also said to Bald Dragon, that's right, Brother Long, let's take a long-term view. The fact that the other party was able to occupy an entire shopping mall shows that they are quite powerful and even have more psychics than our base. Otherwise, there are at least 1,000 zombies in the mall, and the average survivor base is no match for these 1,000 zombies. Another psychic said, besides, De Zhuang and the others were killed by headshots, which means that the enemy is not only strong, but also well-equipped. If they act rashly, they might be in danger. Listening to his brother's worried words, Bald Dragon himself was actually very worried. But we have already walked more than 10 or 20 kilometers. Moreover, we have already discovered the opponent's position. If we just go back in disgrace, wouldn't all our efforts be wasted? Didn't De Zhuang and the others die in vain? Besides, what if all the zombies in this mall have been killed by the other side? Doesn't that mean that all the resources inside belong to their base? If I could keep it for myself, it would probably be enough to last me several months. There is a saying that goes, people die for money and birds die for food. In the end times, resources are the greatest wealth. The food in this mall is worth the risk. Bald Dragon said, brothers, we have come here. Are you willing to go back empty-handed? Those who were killed are all our good brothers. If we don't let them pay a price, how can our Qinglong base survive in the future? Besides, there are countless resources in this entire shopping mall. If we can get it, we won't have to worry about food and drink in the future, right? Moreover, even if we can't kill them, we have to do some damage. At worst, we can burn down their base. In the end times, the fire protection system may not be useful. A random fire may destroy the entire mall. We can't do it openly, but we can do it secretly. We must make them pay the price. After hearing what Bald Dragon said, the others were also inspired to fight. Yes, the entire mall has 6 floors. There are countless resources in there. If you can get them all, you will have a great time. Why did De Zhuang and his men go to the supermarket? Wasn't it because there was a shortage of food in the base, so they had no choice but to attack the supermarket? This shopping mall has much more resources than the supermarket. Because in addition to the supermarket on the -1 floor, there are also a lot of resources on the 5 floors above. If you get all of them, you will be rich. The people showed excited expressions on their faces and said to Bald Dragon, Brother Long, what do you think we should do? You make a plan, and we will listen to you. That's right. As long as Brother Long gives the order, we will go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. Seeing that his brothers all supported him so much, Bald Dragon was also very happy. He tilted his head and thought for a while, and finally said to the big black dog, Go explore the way and see what's going on inside. Woof, the big black dog barked, and then rushed directly into the mall. Chapter 117. The mall is completed. A few minutes later, the black dog quickly ran out of the mall with a somewhat panicked expression on its face. After arriving in front of the Bald Dragon, he gasped heavily. He hid behind the Bald Dragon in a very human way. The Bald Dragon saw this scene. Suddenly, I felt something was wrong. He squatted down and touched the big black dog's head, soothing its panicked mood, and then asked it, Why are you so panicked? What happened inside? Has the entire mall been reduced to survivors, and is the base full of people? Woof, woof, woof. The big black dog barked a few times and shook its head. He raised his front paws and let the bald dragon see that they were covered with fresh black zombie blood. Bald dragon frowned and understood what big black dog meant. You mean, all the zombies on the first floor of the mall have been killed, and just killed? There are zombie corpses everywhere. Even the blood is still fresh. Woof woof. The big black dog barked twice and nodded. Hearing this affirmative answer, a solemn expression appeared on Bald Dragon's face. Were all the zombies on the first floor of the shopping mall killed? The big black dog upstairs didn't dare to go up to see. Maybe they were all killed by someone. And they were just killed. That means this mall is not the chosen base, but the group of survivors who killed De Zhuang just happened to come here? Thinking of this, Bald Dragon's face suddenly relaxed, and he said to his brothers beside him, according to Xiao Hei's observation, that group of people hid in this mall and killed all the zombies on the first floor of the mall. There are hundreds of zombies on each floor of the mall, and these hundreds of zombies must have weakened their combat effectiveness. And if they have hot weapons, the zombies upstairs will rush downstairs when they hear the sound, and they are likely to have had a fierce battle with thousands of zombies in the entire mall. Now is the time when they are weak. Brothers, we can take advantage of them. After hearing what Bald Dragon said, the others also showed excitement on their faces. They just fought with the zombies in the mall. They must have been exhausted, and they must be out of breath by now. And they shot De Zhuang in the head with a gun. Ammunition is the most scarce in the apocalypse. After killing all the zombies in this mall, their ammunition must have been almost used up, right? This is a great opportunity for us. This mall is so big, and there are so many superiors inside that even we don't dare to provoke them easily. Now that they have killed the zombies, can't we just go to the mall to collect supplies? This is a case of the fishermen benefiting from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam, right? Haha, we got a great bargain. Brothers, let's go together and avenge De Zhuang and the others. Grab their resources, territories, and women. From now on, this mall will be our branch base. Go, go, go! Everyone's face was filled with fighting spirit, and they could hardly wait to rush into the mall. In their opinion, those people killed the zombies in the mall, and now they are in a lose-lose situation. Going in now would be a great bargain as you can directly plunder the battlefield and loot resources. Seize this cleaned-out shopping mall and make it your own territory. Very good. Since everyone is so motivated, then brothers, follow my footsteps and let's go together. Bald Dragon waved his arms, walked directly in the front, and rushed into the mall with a big black dog in his hand. At this moment, Liu Yang and Little White Tiger were in the mall, having just finished looting the 5th floor. This time's search was quite fruitful, allowing him to obtain a lot of supplies. His storage space was filled with a lot of things. He saw an empty shopping mall and a level 4 zombie and 2 level 3 zombies standing behind him. Liu Yang also showed a satisfied expression on his face. There is more food in the basement, so a level 4 zombie was raised, but only 2 female level 3 zombies appeared on the 5th floor upstairs, which is enough to show that food is very important for the upgrading of zombies. These high-level zombies are useful to Liu Yang, so he didn't kill those above level 3. Instead, they are all controlled by soul chains, ready to be used for one's own purposes. Now that the mall has been looted, he said to the 3 zombies behind him, "Let's go. It's time to go back." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang," the 3 zombies responded respectfully. Level 4 zombies speak more fluently. The 2 female level 3 zombies spoke with a stutter. Obviously, their IQ is still a little behind that of level 4 zombies. But I can't help but think that she is a woman. The 2 third-level zombies had perfect bodies. They were tall and plump, and their skin was bloodless, but instead showed a unique snow-white beauty. From a distance, the 2 third-level zombies looked no different from humans. Only when you look closely will you notice that their eyes are still a little white. Liu Yang planned to take good care of these 2 female zombies until they reach level 4. Maybe you can use it directly. Zombies don't have body temperature. I don't know how it's different from ordinary humans. It's really exciting just thinking about it. Liu Yang just walked towards the 1st floor with a white tiger and 3 zombies. At this time, Bald Dragon and his brothers had just walked into the mall and entered the 1st floor. They found the ground was full of zombie corpses. At the same time, black blood covered the entire ground, and the fishy and disgusting smell filled the air, making people unable to help but cover their noses. So the ones lying on the ground are zombies, but, from a distance, they are no different from humans. Bald Chong, who is also a human, felt like he was in hell when he saw this tragic scene. Miserable, terrible, horrible. The bodies were lying on the ground in all directions, and all the heads were blown to pieces. Although you know that they are zombies, when you see these headless corpses, you can't help but think of them as humans. Everyone frowned, covered their noses, and felt a little numb in their hearts. And the more important point is that after walking for so long, we only saw zombie corpses and no human corpses. This means they killed hundreds of zombies without losing a single person. This strength is a little different from what they imagined, where both sides would suffer losses. At this time, Liu Yang also came to the first floor with the zombies and the little white tiger. The two sides finally met for the first time. Liu Yang looked at these people. His eyes instantly locked onto the bald dragon. The black dog that little white tiger saw immediately let out an angry roar. A roar. The dog was so frightened that its legs went limp and it fell to the ground, whimpering in grievance. The tiger's roar also scared the other survivors. Everyone's eyes were on Liu Yang and others. There was a vigilant expression on their faces. Chapter 118, It's Too Scary. Bald Dragon looked at Liu Yang with a strange expression on his face. Some are afraid, some are vigilant, and some are unwilling to accept it. The one he was holding was a black dog, while the one following the other was a huge white tiger. In terms of momentum, his black dog was so scared that it peed its pants just by being barked at by the other white tiger. This is simply slapping yourself in the face. And there were only 4 people and a tiger on the other side. So it was impossible for him to kill the zombies in the mall. This guy is probably here to pick up some bargains. There are more than a dozen people and a dog on my side. In terms of strength, it is obvious that our people are stronger. Why should his tiger scare my dog? Guang Tuqiang's face suddenly showed an angry expression, and he pointed at Liu Yang and said, "Boy, who are you? What are you doing in this mall? Which base are you from? Don't you know that this mall is the territory of our Qinglong base? In fact, this shopping mall is more than 10 kilometers away from the Qinglong base and cannot be considered their territory at all. However, in order to put themselves in a moral position, they naturally have to say so. This is called having a legitimate reason." After hearing what the other party said, Liu Yang smiled lightly. "Your territory? I said that this whole city is my territory. You are standing on my territory. Have you paid the protection fee?" A superpower person stood up from behind Bald Dragon and shouted at Liu Yang. "How arrogant. How dare you talk to our brother Long like this and say that the whole city is your territory? Who do you think you are? Do you have the strength to do this? Let's see whether you are more stubborn than just talking." The big man pulled out a machete and prepared to rush towards Liu Yang. At this moment, the black dog barked softly a few times in Bald Dragon's ear. Woof, woof, woof. Bald Dragon's expression changed instantly. He quickly grabbed the psychic and stopped him from moving forward. The psychic said in confusion, "Boss, don't stop me. If I don't kill him today, I'll call him daddy." "Damn it, you dare to talk to our boss like this. You think you are so awesome. I can't stand this kind of arrogant people the most." Bald Dragon shook his head calmly at him, then whispered, "Don't act rashly. Xiaohei just told me that he was the one who killed De Zhuang and the others." The psychic's arrogant face instantly withered. He asked the Bald Dragon with panicked eyes, "What? It's him? But he doesn't have a gun. Could it be that he killed all the zombies in this mall?" The sturdy man took half a step back instantly and became completely cowardly. So far, there hasn't been a single living zombie seen in this shopping mall. Instead, there are hundreds of zombie corpses on the ground. And this is just one layer. That guy came down from upstairs. There are 4 floors upstairs. If there are hundreds of zombies on each floor, then there are nearly 2,000 zombies in this shopping mall. If they were all killed by these few people, how strong must they be? I'm so scared. Brother, I was too loud just now. Please don't take it as an offense. Bald Dragon said, "What are you afraid of? Look at your cowardly look. Since he shot the zombie in the head with a gun, and now he has no gun in his hand, does that mean he has run out of bullets, so he just threw the gun away? Then he is no threat to us, right? I guess anyone can kill him now. What the hell are you afraid of?" What the boss said makes sense. Since this guy's ability is to kill zombies with hot weapons, and now he has no hot weapons, doesn't that mean he is just an ordinary person? How can I, a discussant, be afraid of him? "Don't worry, boss, I will kill him." After hearing what Bald Dragon said, the psychic suddenly felt that he was fine again. He immediately took another step forward. This time he didn't waste any words, but rushed towards Liu Yang as fast as he could. He raised his machete and was ready to chop Liu Yang's neck. At this moment, Bald Dragon looked at his companions with a serious expression as they attacked Liu Yang. The reason why he was able to become the leader of the Qinglong base was not only because of his strong strength, but also because his brain was quick enough. If Liu Yang really used thermal weapons, how many bullets would it take to kill more than 1,000 zombies? Even if he hits the target every time, it would still take more than 1,000 bullets. Where did he get so many bullets? Even if he can get it, can he carry it? So there must be something wrong here. The reason why he told his companion that Liu Yang had no bullets was just to trick him into testing Liu Yang's strength. Sure enough, when the psychic came to Liu Yang, picked up the machete, and was about to chop Liu Yang, Liu Yang just looked at him. The man was shocked instantly. This cold look made my whole body numb, and goosebumps appeared. The murderous intent in those eyes seemed to have become real, and he could kill people with just his eyes. Next second, bang! The psychic's head suddenly exploded. It exploded into a bloody mist in the air. When the people at Qinglong Base saw this scene, they were shocked. Fuck! Headshot! There's a sniper! Hide quickly! Those people dodged and hid in an instant. Some hid behind pillars, and some hid behind walls. No one dared to even breathe. A superpower hid behind a pillar and shouted to Liu Yang, "Boy, come out and fight me if you have the guts. It's no use letting a sniper attack you from behind." He had just finished speaking. Bang! There was a loud noise. He was instantly shot in the head while hiding behind a pillar. Then, on the pillar, a hole as thick as a thumb ran through the entire pillar. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Can it even penetrate a circular column with a diameter of 1 meter? Is this still a sniper rifle? Even the anti-material sniper rifle Barrett can't do this, right? There was an expression of fear on everyone's face. This time they were really scared. It doesn't look like there is a sniper, and the other party doesn't seem to be attacking with firearms. This is more like a 100 headshot ability. Brother Long, what should we do? The opponent seems to be very strong. How about we talk to him? Let's just forget about this matter. De Zhuang was killed by him. Maybe De Zhuang provoked him first. There's no need to go to war with such a strong man just for a dead person, right? The people at the Qinglong base were really scared, and now they just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. In their eyes, that tall and handsome young man was indeed more terrifying than the devil of hell. Chapter 119. Come back with me and give birth to a child. Now it is no longer a question of whether you can win or not, but a question of whether you can save your life. Everyone who hid behind a pillar was shot in the head. Such supernatural powers are too strange and powerful. They are now so scared that their legs are weak. At this time, the bald dragon was also frightened and his face turned pale. It's just that as the boss of the base, he didn't dare to show it. In fact, he now wished he could kneel down in front of Liu Yang, lick his shoes, and beg Liu Yang to spare his life. Although he was scared to death in his heart, he pretended to be calm on the surface and said to the people next to him, "Brothers, we have already offended him. In the end times, trying to steal other people's resources is equivalent to taking their lives. Do you think he will let us go now? If we want to survive, we can only fight him." After hearing what Bald Dragon said, everyone still had expressions of fear on their faces and answered, "But how can we fight, Brother Long? We don't even know how the other party shoots people in the head. We will die if we hide behind the pillars. Won't we die as soon as we show our heads?" "Yes, Brother Long. Why don't we just surrender and kneel on the ground to beg him? Maybe he will spare our lives." These people have already been scared silly. Thousands of zombies died in the mall. Their companions were shot in the head again in front of them. The feeling of horror was too shocking. They no longer have the courage to resist. The bald dragon's voice became fierce, and he scolded them. "It's already the end of the world, don't you understand? Without the constraints of law and morality, it's either you die or I live. Surrender? Why should he accept your surrender? Only by fighting to the death can there be a chance of survival. There are more than a dozen of us here, and he is alone. If we all attack him at the same time, he won't be able to react in time. Moreover, his headshot skill should have a cooling time, and it is impossible to use it indefinitely. By then, we can kill him with at most 1 or 2 casualties. As long as we kill him, all the food in this mall will be ours. If you want to escape, you will die? No matter how fast you run, can you outrun a bullet?" After hearing this, everyone felt that there was some truth in it. They looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. In this situation, if you try to escape, you will be killed one by the enemy. It would be better to fight to the death together. No matter how strong the opponent is, it is impossible to shoot so many people in the head at the same time. Moreover, some of them are also psychics, and they understand that the attacks of psychics have a cooldown, because they consume mental energy and they have to wait for the mental energy to recover, and it is impossible to launch them indefinitely. So if we attack together, we can defeat the opponent. Besides, those with long-range attack abilities often have poor melee combat abilities, and the thing they hate most is being approached by others. Just like playing a game. If the top lane warrior can touch the shooter will definitely be killed instantly with one move. They nodded and said to Bald Dragon, "Brother Long, tell me, when should we attack? As long as you give the order, we will charge immediately." The Bald Dragon showed a satisfied expression and then said, "I will count to 3. Everyone attack together. Attack him from different directions. He will definitely not be able to react. 3, 2, 1. Everyone come together." Swish, swish, swish. The survivors hiding behind the bunkers quickly rushed out, and pounced on Liu Yang from all directions. He immediately drew his weapon and attacked Liu Yang. However, when they were halfway charged, they were surprised to find something. After counting the numbers, Brother Long didn't even rush out. Look back. What caught my eye was a head reflecting light, running towards the door at a very fast speed. They braked suddenly and stopped. Everyone was stunned. Fuck. Brother Long sold us out. He asked us to charge, but he ran away himself. Damn it. Bald Dragon, you will die miserably. Facing the abuse from the crowd, Bald Dragon not only did not stop, but ran faster and faster, and in an instant he ran several hundred meters. He said without looking back, "Brothers, hold on. Go with peace of mind. I will help you take care of your wife and daughter in the future." Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the survivors became even angrier. Damn, you sold us out, and now you want to fuck our wives and daughters? Damn Bald Dragon. They looked angrily at the smug figure of the Bald Dragon as he fled. However, at this moment, bang! With a loud bang, the back of the Bald Dragon's head, which was full of bright sunlight, suddenly exploded. The running body seemed to have not yet reacted and generally continued running for 3 or 4 steps before falling heavily to the ground. Oh, fuck. It exploded. Good death. The survivors realized that this young man must have done it. At the same time, they were even more shocked. The Bald Dragon had already run several hundred meters away and was running at a very fast speed. Even a sniper rifle might not be able to hit it at such a fast speed. But this young man blew the other man's head off with just a look. This strength is so terrifying, there's no point in fighting. Bang! A survivor's knees went weak and he fell to the ground, begging for mercy from Liu Yang. Handsome man, please be magnanimous and let us go. It was Bald Dragon who asked us to come here. We were all bewitched by him. Pa pa pa. The others also fell to their knees. They kept begging for mercy from Liu Yang. Yes, handsome guy, please let us go. We know we were wrong. As long as you let us go, you can ask us to do anything. From now on, you are our big brother. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Liu Yang sneered, said nothing, and just waved his hand gracefully. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of headshots was heard everywhere. The dozen or so survivors kneeling on the ground instantly turned into headless corpses. The only remaining female survivor was trembling with fear. Although she is also a superpower, she is also a strong one known as Sister Hongdo. Even the Bald Dragon was polite to her. But now I see that all the teammates around me were shot in the head instantly. Hongdo was really scared. She almost peed herself. Liu Yang looked at her and said, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" Hongdo shook her head and replied with a trembling voice, "No, I don't know. Because you are a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Come back with me and give birth to a child for me. Do you want to do it?" "I'll do it. I'll do it," Hongdo said quickly. The fear in his eyes also dissipated by more than half. Chapter 1:20 Go to your base. After hearing that Liu Yang didn't want to kill her, but only wanted her to go back with him to have a baby, Hongdo felt a lot more relieved. In front of such a powerful man who kills without blinking an eye, it is a great blessing to be able to keep your life. Not to mention going back with him to have a baby. Even if I just went back with him to be his dog and wag my tail at him every day, I would be willing. As long as you can live, everything is fine. As for dignity, is dignity still important in the face of life? When Liu Yang saw Hongdo, he agreed immediately. He also gave him an admiring look. In the last days, the one who knows the current affairs will be a hero. This woman is able to clearly understand her own situation. She is much better than other women. At the same time, she herself is also a superpower. She will be much more useful than other ordinary women. Liu Yang glanced at the other person, and the other person's basic information appeared in his mind. Name, Anko. Age, 22. Height, 1.65 meters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance score, 91 points. Body score, 96 points. After seeing this system prompt, Liu Yang was very satisfied. Both the figure score and the appearance score reached over 90 points. In addition, Liu Yang also liked the proud and majestic pair of D+ breasts very much. He likes this feeling of wanting to master it, but being unable to do so. Liu Yang's cold voice softened a bit, and he said to Hongdo, "Okay, don't be too nervous. Since you have agreed to be my woman, I will not hurt you. Follow me, Liu Yang, and you can just enjoy that without suffering." I'll eat it. I'll eat even the bitter ones," Hongdo said quickly. "Show your loyalty to Liu Yang tonight. Not to mention suffering. You even have to eat shit yourself? As long as you are alive, what is there that you can't let go of?" Liu Yang couldn't help but sigh that this woman was really capable and really smart. Such a woman will be successful no matter in the end times or in peacetime. He then turned to Hongdo and asked, Where are you from? Why did you come to this mall? Did you come here by chance? Or did you come here specifically to see me? Hongdo replied, because yesterday, De Zhuang, a member of our base, led a dozen teammates to collect supplies, but they were all killed, so the boss of the base, Guang Tulong, led his black dog to look for the murderer. The black dog followed the smell all the way here. After saying that, she pointed at the little black one. But he found that the white tiger was gnawing at the little black fish, eating it with a delicious smell, and had already eaten half of it. It seems that the rumor that dog meat is so delicious that it would make monks jump over the wall is true. Even the little white tiger couldn't help it and started eating it raw on the spot. Seeing how fierce this little white tiger was, even Hongdo showed a bit of fear on her face. Although she was a superpower, she was afraid that she would not be a match for this white tiger if she fought alone. She said to Liu Yang, Master Liu Yang, your white tiger is really fierce. After listening to Hongdo's words, Liu Yang realized that these superpowers were chasing him. Because wasn't that guy named Da Zhuang the one he killed yesterday? Because Da Zhuang was killed, the people in their base used the dog to smell the scent and find himself in order to avenge him. Liu Yang said to Hongdo, where is your base? Take me there. Since you have come to me, I must reciprocate and go to your base to play. I just got base number 1, and now base number 2 would be great. I wonder if there are many beauties in your base. Plenty. Master Liu Yang, I'll take you right away. Hongdo said, and prepared to walk out of the mall. Liu Yang followed with the little white tiger and 3 high-level zombies. At this time, the little white tiger was holding a dog leg in his mouth and chewing it. She is much bigger than the black dog, and she only feels 70 full after eating a whole black dog. It means that Liu Yang has a lot of supplies, so he can afford to raise such a huge white tiger. Even if other people could tame this white tiger, they wouldn't be able to afford to keep it. After walking out of the mall, Liu Yang said directly to Hongdo, okay, you don't have to leave. Let's fly over next. Fly over? Hongdo was stunned, thinking she had heard it wrong. Liu Yang nodded. Then a thought came. Metal armor began to wrap around everyone. Seeing the gleaming silver armor on her body, Enko was shocked. What is this? Why am I covered in metal? Liu Yang said with a smile. Don't panic. This is the metal armor I made for you. It can protect you from getting hurt when flying at supersonic speeds. From now on, you point the direction and I'll take you flying. After saying this, everyone's body began to slowly rise into the air. Hongdo was trembling with fear, but still pointed in the direction of a base. Although she was a supernatural being, her supernatural power was not strong. Flying in the air was something she couldn't even think of. Now seeing herself slowly rising into the air, even though Liu Yang told her not to panic, she still felt very scared. Before she could come to her senses, her body suddenly accelerated. Boom! There were loud noises coming from the sky. Those were the sonic booms when Liu Yang and his companions broke through the sound barrier. A dozen seconds later they had arrived above the Qinglong base. Afterwards, Liu Yang and Hongdo's men landed with a bang. At this moment, there are only 3 psychics left in the Qinglong base. When they saw Liu Yang, Hongdo and others falling from the sky, the 3 psychics were shocked. After seeing Hongdo's face clearly, they were even more surprised. They asked Hongdo directly, Sister Hongdo, why are you back? Where are the others? Where is Brother Long? Who are those people next to you? At this time, Hongdo said to them, Bald Dragon is dead. From today on, this base belongs to our Lord Liu Yang. Anyone who dares to disobey will be seeking death. Upon hearing this, the 3 psychics showed shocked expressions on their faces, and then this shocked expression turned into anger. He pointed at Hongdo and cursed. Hongdo, you bitch, how dare you betray the base? How dare you betray Brother Long? You are colluding with people from other bases to seize our base this time, right? Wait until Brother Long comes back and see if he wants your life. Haha, I've disliked you for a long time. You took advantage of Brother Long's absence to collude with others to steal our house, right? When Brother Long comes back, you will be dead. By then, Brother Long will definitely rape you and kill you. Maybe after Brother Long is done, he can even give us some soup. Chapter 121. Who else is dissatisfied? Hearing what those psychics said, Hongdo smiled slightly. He said to them in a cold voice, With your strength, you dare to say such things? In this Qinglong base, the only one who is slightly stronger than me is Bald Dragon. Unfortunately, Bald Dragon has already died at the hands of Liu Yang. How dare you be so arrogant? What? Brother Long was killed? Impossible. Brother Long is so powerful. How could he be defeated by this kid? This kid doesn't even look 20 years old. His hair hasn't even grown out yet, right? Could it be that you found a pretty boy and deliberately said he was very strong in order to make us give up the base? Those people obviously didn't believe what Hongdo said. In their opinion, Brother Long was very powerful and invincible. Although Liu Yang is handsome, tall, and muscular, he is not strong enough to survive in the apocalypse. This is the age of the supernatural. Only those who have awakened their superpowers are the strongest. They didn't believe that this young man could kill Brother Long. You guys won't cry until you see the coffin. Since you don't believe in it, there's nothing to say. I'll just beat you into submission, Hongdo said as his face changed and a murderous look appeared in an instant. Then he wanted to rush towards the three superpowers. But at this moment, a big hand supported her shoulders. Liu Yang shook his head at her and said, "Okay, leave it to me from now on. You don't have to do anything." Hearing Liu Yang say this, Hongdo nodded respectfully and said, "Okay, Master Liu Yang." When the three psychics saw Hongdo preparing to take action, they showed expressions of fear on their faces. After all, Hongdo was recognized as the second in command in the base. Apart from the boss of Qinglong Base, Bald Dragon, Hongdo was the strongest. Even if the three of them joined forces, they may not be able to defeat Hongdo. But now, Liu Yang actually stopped Hongdo, who they thought was the strongest, and prepared to take action himself. Hey, it seems that this pretty boy is still very concerned about his reputation and is eager to prove himself. Then don't blame us for being cruel and ruthless. You're welcome. We are afraid of red beans, but not you, a pretty boy. The three psychics rushed towards Liu Yang instantly. He drew the weapon from his waist and slashed directly at Liu Yang. They are all first-level psychics and have twice the physical fitness of ordinary people. The three of them were even more powerful when they joined forces. They didn't take Liu Yang seriously at all, but they didn't expect it. The next second, Liu Yang's figure disappeared instantly. It came directly to them at a speed that was invisible to their naked eyes. Liu Yang raised his foot and kicked each of them. Bang, bang, bang. Three loud noises were heard, and the three psychics instantly flew out like cannonballs. They flew more than 10 meters away and hit the house behind them before falling to the ground with a bang. After landing, the three of them spat out blood with a puff, covering their chests and unable to get up. There were painful expressions on their faces, and the look they showed when they looked at Liu Yang changed from contempt and disdain at the beginning to fear and shock. So strong. This pretty boy is not only handsome, but also very powerful. Even if it's Brother Long, there's no way he could kill three of us so quickly. How did this guy do it? He just gave each of them a light kick, without using his supernatural power at all. His basic attributes have surpassed us by several times. Could he be a high-level psychic? Level 2, or even above? From this perspective, does it mean that Brother Long has really been killed by him? When they thought of this, the faces of the three ninjas were filled with despair. The Bald Dragon has always been their support and their trump card. Now that they realize that the Bald Dragon has been killed, what ability do they have to resist? It's over. It's really over this time. More than 1,000 ordinary people in the base were shocked when they saw Liu Yang instantly kill three high-level psychics in their base. This is really a fight between gods. That movement and that speed are simply not something that ordinary humans can achieve. It's no exaggeration to say that he is a god. At this time, Liu Yang was already walking towards the three psychics step by step. Watching Liu Yang approaching them, everyone felt as if they were watching the god of death descending. When Liu Yang walked up to them, Liu Yang was seen stepping on the head of a psychic. His face was stepped on so much that it was deformed and twisted, and blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. Liu Yang looked down at them and said, "Now, who else is dissatisfied?" The three superpowers said quickly, "We surrender, big brother. We surrender. Please let us go. As long as you spare our lives, we will do anything for you in the future." As they spoke, they struggled to get up. He kowtowed to Liu Yang repeatedly to admit his mistakes. Bang, bang, bang. "Master Liu Yang, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us this time. We will definitely listen to you in the future. You are the boss of this base." Even the ordinary survivors couldn't help but kneel down when they saw this scene and spoke to Liu Yang in unison. "Master Liu Yang, you will be our boss from now on." Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was very satisfied. The end of the world. Strength is everything. If I don't show some strength and let Hongdo defeat them, I'm afraid they will never obey me in their hearts. But now it's different. Look at their eyes now, how clear they are. If you have the bigger fist, you have the right to speak. This is the end of the world. So Liu Yang began to say to Hongdo, "Next, I will formulate the rules for this base and provide you with food seeds for you to plant. Hongdo, from today on, you will be the person in charge of this base and manage the entire base. From now on, this base will be my number 2 base, Liu Yang." After saying that, Liu Yang started to release food from the space. Seeing Liu Yang take out so much food, everyone in the base was dumbfounded. How did Lord Liu Yang do it? He clearly didn't have a backpack or any storage bags. So how did he take out a lot of food in one go? It's like it came out of thin air. Originally, Liu Yang's power was already strong, and they thought Liu Yang was a god of war. But now they saw that Liu Yang could even create so much food out of thin air, and they were more convinced that Liu Yang was not just an ordinary person, but a god. With such a powerful person becoming the boss of this base will definitely develop better and better in the future. Everyone began to be full of confidence. As for the bald dragon, who cares whether he lives or dies? Chapter 122 Chatting with Red Bean. Red Bean reference picture. After new rules were established for the base, Hongdo also distributed food to them. Liu Yang said to Hongdo, "Next, it's time to have a good chat with you. Where's your room? I'll go take a look." After hearing Liu Yang's words, Hongdo's face suddenly turned red. It's not that she doesn't understand what Liu Yang means. When a man visits a woman's room, is he visiting the room? That requires a complete tour inside and out, up and down. It's really embarrassing to think about it. She said to Liu Yang, "Come on, Master Liu Yang, my room is here." As she spoke, she pointed to the detached villa. This Qinglong base is located in a luxurious residential area. There are dozens of high-rise residential buildings and dozens of independent villas. As a high-level psychic, everyone can be allocated a villa. As for other civilians, those with resources can live in residential buildings. Those who cannot find resources and the weaker ones can only build sheds on the open space and live in shantytowns. Liu Yang followed Hongdo into his villa. The three male psychics looked at Hongdo and Liu Yang entering the room, and each of them had an expression of "you know what I mean" on their faces. Then they began to discuss in low voices. Among them, a male superpower said, "I didn't expect that Sister Hongdo would be taken down by the new boss on the first day. Brother Long wanted to get Sister Hongdo, but he spent more than a month and failed." Another male psychic said, "Don't you mean to be ridiculous? How big is the gap between Bald Dragon's strength and Hongdo's? He may not be able to defeat Hongdo alone. Hongdo can be the second in command in this base, which has greatly improved the strength of our Qinglong base." Bald Dragon begged others to stay, and he dared to use force. Inside the room, however, the scene was quite different. As soon as Liu Yang walked into Hongdo's room, he was immediately attracted by the decoration inside. He opened his eyes wide, as if he had discovered some new treasure. I never expected that this seemingly cold beauty actually had such a gentle and lovely side in her heart. Every detail in the room revealed her soft and girlish heart. The entire room is decorated in pink, from curtains to bed sheets to pillows, all of which are the kind of girlish colors that make people intoxicated. Liu Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply a dreamlike princess room." Looking at the room full of pink bubbles, Liu Yang felt that her girlish heart was about to overflow. Who says that only girls can like pink? In fact, pink is often jokingly called macho pink, because the stronger and more powerful men are, the more they tend to like this sweet color. However, some people think that black is more suitable for men, and that black can better reflect the stability and depth of men. But Liu Yang doesn't think so. He thought this was wrong. There is also a girl's heart in the heart of a macho man. Otherwise, why do men, no matter how old they are, like 18-year-old pink and tender girls? At this time, Hongdo looked at Liu Yang with a blushing face and a shy expression on her face. Liu Yang also looked at the other party. This face is so red and cute that people can't help but want to reach out and pinch it. Hongdo said to Liu Yang respectfully, "Master Liu Yang." Liu Yang said, "Don't call me Lord Liu Yang anymore. Just call me husband. Also, from today on, you are my woman, not my dog. So don't be so reserved." Hearing Liu Yang say this, Hongdo showed a surprised expression on her face. Originally, she was Liu Yang's enemy, but Liu Yang's strength was so great that he could kill her instantly. She was lucky to be able to keep her life. After being captured by Liu Yang, being able to serve as Liu Yang's dog was already a luxury. I didn't expect that not only would I not have to be a dog, but I could even be Liu Yang's woman. At this moment, Hongdo felt so moved that tears fell like rain. I didn't expect that Lord Liu Yang would be so nice. With moist eyes, she called out to Liu Yang, "Husband." As soon as the word husband came out, Liu Yang immediately received a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! Detected that the other party has surrendered to the host. The beautiful girl was rescued successfully. Obtained system reward. The metal control ability level increased by 1 level. After receiving this reminder, Liu Yang showed a happy expression on his face. "Very good, very nice." Liu Yang said, "Hongdo, this base will be under your management from now on. I will come to check on it from time to time. At the same time, I will leave a level 3 zombie to guard the gate. I have the vision and hearing of this level 3 zombie. If you need anything, you can talk to the level 3 zombie directly." After hearing Liu Yang's words, Hongdo showed a reluctant expression on her face. She said, "Hubby, how about I go with you and let the three of them take care of the base?" In addition to Hongdo, there are 3 other male psychics left in the base. Hongdo doesn't want to stay here. She also wants to stay by Liu Yang's side. Liu Yang shook his head and said, "The strength of this base is not as good as before. The 3 of them combined may not be a match for you alone. We still need a powerful psychic to take charge. You are the strongest one here, but once you get to my safe zone, your strength will not be enough, because there are many S-level female psychics around me. So you can play the greatest role if you stay here." After hearing Liu Yang's words, Hongdo nodded, although she was a little reluctant. She said, "Okay, husband, I will definitely help you manage this base." "Well, then I feel relieved." After saying that, Liu Yang went out directly. Chapter 123, Bringing Back the Girl. After going out, the 3 male psychics were still outside the door and did not dare to leave. At the same time, the injuries on their bodies have been simply treated. Compared with ordinary people, people with special abilities have stronger recovery abilities. Although Liu Yang kicked each of them, he only used less than half of his strength. So they have recovered now. When the 3 saw Liu Yang coming out, they all showed flattering expressions and quickly surrounded him. They said to Liu Yang, "Master Liu Yang, you are finally done. As expected of you, Master Liu Yang." "That's right. Master Liu Yang is so strong. Master Liu Yang is awesome." They all gave Liu Yang a thumbs up. They all looked at Liu Yang with admiration. This admiration is sincere, not flattering. Liu Yang smiled and said, "This is just a normal situation for me. Okay, from now on, this base will be led by Hongdo. You will follow her instructions and help me manage this base. If you have any problems, you can report them to the zombie guarding the gate, and he will pass on the news to me." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang," the 3 psychics said respectfully. Then Liu Yang saw the ordinary survivors in the base. "I said to them, women between the ages of 18 and 28 who have never had a boyfriend, stand over here. I'm going to start selecting people. Those I select can follow me and join my base." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar among the survivors. "What? Become a member of Lord Liu Yang's base?" Liu Yang's people are like gods. They can easily produce dozens of tons of food, and they are very powerful. If you can become his woman, not only will you not have to worry about food and drink, you won't even have to be afraid of your boss. "That's right. What a pity, I already have a boyfriend. Otherwise I would definitely sign up. Don't block me. Don't block me. I'm going to get over there quickly. Ha 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 ha. The time has finally come to change my destiny. As long as I can hold on to Lord Liu Yang's thigh, I won't have to worry about eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks in the future. I will directly reach the pinnacle of life and become a rich and beautiful woman that others look up to. I want to go. I want to go. Even if I have to be Liu Yang's dog, I will go. I want to go too. I just happen to qualify." "How old are you?" "Are you already 18? "I just turned 18 yesterday. What do you know? Get out of my way." The college girls swarmed to the location designated by Liu Yang. I was afraid that if I ran too slowly, it would be too late for me. Liu Yang has demonstrated his strength and his resources. Undoubtedly, every item is top-notch. Following such a man, not only can you have enough food and clothing, but you will also never be a widow. He can definitely satisfy you in that aspect as well. You see, Sister Hongdo, as a person with special abilities, just begged for mercy. Not to mention these ordinary girls. Soon, more than 100 girls stood at the position designated by Liu Yang. They all had expectant expressions on their faces. Liu Yang's eye swept over. Every day, a girl's face can make her whole body tremble. So nervous. This is a moment that determines one's fate. It is even more tense and exciting than the college entrance examination in peacetime. Once you are chosen by Lord Liu Yang, you will be able to reach the peak of your life and live a wealthy life from then on. If you are not chosen, you can only stay in this base and still be at the bottom. On one side is heaven and on the other side is hell. It all depends on the thought of Lord Liu Yang. So each of them hoped that Liu Yang could take them away. At this time, Liu Yang was approached by a young girl. He looked at her and said, "Very good. You have beautiful eyes, big and round, long eyelashes, and fair skin. Although you are a little short in height, but the baby you give birth to will definitely be very cute. You are the one." "Ah, that's great. That's really great. Woohoo, I'm so touched. Thank you, Master Liu Yang, for choosing me." The girl was so moved that she cried. He jumped 2 meters high on the spot. She was originally the lowest level person in this base. She is already 18 years old this year, but as a girl she is not strong and has little strength. She has no advantage when looking for materials. She relies on the help of her father to survive the apocalypse. She also had to be on guard against other survivors who might be tempted by her body. If it weren't for the fact that her father was a retired soldier in peacetime and was relatively strong, she would have been forcibly taken away by someone based on her looks. This time, her father was the first to push her out, hoping that she would be chosen by Lord Liu Yang, so that she would be able to eat and drink well in the future. Now that he saw that his daughter was really chosen, her old father was immediately moved to tears. While wiping his tears, he said, "That's great, that's great. Now I can rest assured knowing that my daughter has found a perfect home." At this time, Liu Yang had already walked towards the next beautiful girl. 10 minutes later, Liu Yang had selected 25 beautiful girls. Among more than 100 beautiful girls who meet the requirements, only 25 have figures and appearances that meet Liu Yang's aesthetic standards. Among these more than 100 beautiful girls, there were a few who had boyfriends before, but they wanted to lie to Liu Yang that they had never had a boyfriend. However, they were directly discovered by Liu Yang's scanning system. Do you really think you are a little virgin and can't tell the difference? When Liu Yang passed by them, he just gave them a cold look, which frightened them so much that they trembled. They took the initiative to confess that they had deceived Liu Yang because they wanted to be chosen by him so much. Liu Yang didn't punish them, but just asked them to get out of the girl group. Chapter 124, Bringing the Zombies Back. Finally, Liu Yang prepared to return to his safe zone with these 25 beautiful girls. Each of those 25 beautiful girls looked at Liu Yang with eyes full of admiration and love. The most powerful, handsome, and resourceful man is simply the golden son-in-law in the apocalypse. I can follow him. I don't have to worry anymore. Eat well, drink well, reach the peak of life, and live a life like a rich and beautiful woman. Today is the day. They all believed that being chosen by Liu Yang was the greatest happiness in their lives. Liu Yang waved at them. A thin layer of metal armor began to wrap around each girl. Seeing themselves wrapped in shining armor, the women all showed excitement on their faces. This armor is so cool. I don't know why Lord Liu Yang wrapped us up, but everyone around Lord Liu Yang has armor on them, and we have it too, which means that people with armor are Lord Liu Yang's people. Maybe this is Lord Liu Yang's mark. So they all considered it a pride to be able to wear Liu Yang's armor. The other women who were not chosen by Liu Yang all had disappointed and lost expressions on their faces. Now that they saw those who were chosen wearing such handsome armor, they were even more envious. A beautiful girl with a perfect figure said, "Wow, it's so infuriating. My appearance and figure are obviously not inferior to those people, but because I had a relationship in peacetime, I was deceived by a will-o'-the-wisp boy and went to a small hotel. Who would have thought that because of my lack of self-respect that time, I actually lost an opportunity to reach the pinnacle of life? Wow, I'm crying." Another beautiful woman also said, "That's right. Who could have imagined that this day would come? I was also tricked into the woods by a little yellow-haired boy with just a few words. If I had known this would happen, I would not have followed him. Woo woo woo. Me too. When I was having fun at the beginning, who would have thought this day would come?" The eyes of those girls were filled with regret. How many women in the past peacetime years were so casual? They have never taken chastity seriously and have fun with those yellow-haired guys in a small 20-yuan hotel. Sitting on the back seat of the Will-O-W-O Boys Will-O-W-O-Lock as a fender, I thought it was pretty cool. I never imagined that one day I would be rejected because of my chastity issue and unable to enter the safe zone I had always dreamed of. I regret it so much. I regret it so much. They looked at the girls with envy and flew into the air along with Liu Yang. Then it exceeded the speed of sound and flew towards Liu Yang's safety zone. In a few seconds, it disappeared from their sight. I'm so envious of them for being able to fly away with Master Liu Yang. If I can follow Master Liu Yang, I will be willing to live 10 years less. If I had known earlier, I would have repaired my membrane. Haha, Master Liu Yang is the Hokage with the golden eyes. Do you think you can get away with it by giving him another one? A few minutes later, Liu Yang had returned to his safe zone with 25 beautiful girls and 2 zombies, one level 3 and one level 4. As soon as it landed, Qinzi, Li Mingyao, Li Minga and others surrounded them. Seeing that Liu Yang brought back 25 more sisters, they all looked somewhat surprised. And when they saw the 2 zombies, they were even more surprised. Because if you observe closely, you can clearly see that level 4 zombies and level 3 zombies are different from humans. Their skin was paler and bloodless, and even their lips were a little pale. Their pupils are also white. Of course, apart from these small details, their other technologies are no different from those of humans. If you don't look closely at them, it's really hard to tell that they are zombies.